Bitch. Jeez. Yo. Yeah, man. We got everyone from the yesterday show. Boy. You saying, fam, yesterday show was a bit mad. Can't lie. Listen, we can't lie. God it. Yeah. Mad one still. Yeah, cause like, like, mm, some people got some funny ways still. Can't lie. So we can't lie. Fuck sake. Yo, we got the people them in the chat, man. Like, boy, the thing mad. Yesterday was mad. Mm. So, East side. Yo. So, boy, 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 trust me. Yeah, Schiffer was wilding out still. I'll tell you, he was spazzing though, fam. Fucking Wendy was spazzing, fam. Wendy and Ralph. Mad thing, cuz. They was spazzing out, cuz. Yeah, mad thing. Yeah. Boy, better than virgins, fam. Yeah, what's up? Mad, mad. If we got funky, man, my team, man, come on. Yeah. Did you watch yesterday's show, cuz? Was you on the panel yesterday? It was mucking fad, mate. Telling y'all. Telling y'all. The man school shifter. What they call him? Toby. Uh, I can't even fully remember all the insults yesterday, but what was that? How was that? Well, this. Yeah. Yeah. Shifter was wilding out still, but they, they was getting racist still. Yeah, like, yeah, cuz. Tell him, when you talk, he's too black and I can only see his teeth. Mad thing. Mad. Yeah, ultra, bro. Mad, bro. Trust me. Fucking mad, mate. White man fans, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing that we need to talk about, man. This stupid, so-called white man fans bullshit, man. But, yeah, let's have a little catch-up recap from yesterday, man. Because yesterday was mad. Come on. The bigger Ultra, bigger Rafi, old type Vortex, light in the building. Yeah, bruh. Yo, old type G Block. Yo, time, my G. Come on. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Oh, it's old time. They try to sabotage you, yeah? Tell them they can't sabotage you. Yeah. Trust me, nobody upper like me. Yeah. Yeah. Big up Vortex, man. That's right. That's right. Still, enough of this so-called race factual stats. Pseudo, bro. That's pseudo, cuz. pseudo cause like this certain race has got a certain IQ and all that. Bro, that's pseudo. Pseudo, mate. Quite like you're saying. It debunks itself, yeah, because it means that if you've got a certain IQ, no matter where you go in the world, you should always have that IQ. But it don't go like that. It's obviously pseudo. Yeah. That was. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Thank you. Cheers, boss. Hello. So, yeah, we'll try to have a little recap from yesterday, and then we try and catch up with today's subject. And that goes, man. Like, as the people then file in, say hello. Some of the people that was on yesterday's stream will be leaving comments saying, "Raw, so and so said this, and that one said that," and blah, blah. You get me? Spaghetti. So let me turn it on to Bluetooth. Yo, jeez, G Block in this. Yeah. Alright, big up my brother. Orthodox more in the building. Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, man. Come jump in, man. I can come chat with the God. You hear me? God bodies. Mm. Yeah. So, all right. Yesterday's show was a bit peak. Can't lie. It was. It was smelling me Kylish a little bit towards the end. We got my broski Schiffer. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't agree with a lot of the information what he says, but he's still my bro. Yeah, he's still my bro. But boy, yeah. Wait a second. Yeah. How can Wendy be more racist than Ralph on the street? What the fuck? That was fuckery. That was 100% fuckery. Yeah. But they said, what was that? Wendy's excuse was that Schiffer was talking, saying that for his grandfather being whipped, he's gonna whip her great granddaughter. And then that was it, boy. White Power Wendy came out, boy. What? Yeah. A million phobies and all that kind. Yeah. That was mad. That's mad. Yeah, yesterday's show was mad still. And it's still up anyway, man. Now we do round there, bro. Like we keep the shows up, and yeah, in a little while, like in a little while, by the end of next week, we should have the lappy and all them things there. You get me? You know, I have to get a new laptop. You know that. I can't fucking fix it, man. So I have to get a new laptop. Bro. You get me? Yeah, bro, that was straight from the, the Doolally. What did she say in the start? She said straight from the heart. That, that came straight from the heart, cuz. Like, that was fresh from the jugular. You get me? Like, yo. Yeah, cuz that was big. I was like, blood, blood, blood. Yeah, it's not 24-hour thing, bro. It's like, really and truly, it's probably like a 12-hour thing, yeah. But obviously, it's not just me or you get me. The whole team and the people that jump on the panel and that, yeah. Between all of us, sort of chatting and going for the day, and yeah, you get some good topics going. We try to stay away from the personals. Monday to Thursday. Fridays might have a little bit of a jab, left, right, up, down. You know what I mean? Gee. Yeah, bro. Boy. Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, I, I can seriously say, yeah, I don't think that I've got friends that are not the same race as me, but slightly racist. I don't I don't know about that. I don't think I was well with that still. That yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know I don't think that could work. Like, there's people out there like that though, yeah. There's like might be a black person and they let their friends talk smack about their people. Like, who let them call them nigger and that. Yeah, what about my nigger and all them shits? It's like, whoa, whoa, yeah. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. Mm, come on. Yeah. All right. But I have to call them shipper facts in it. Yeah. Uh, yeah, he don't look into anything else, yeah. He's just holding on to shipper facts, yeah. If you give him anything else that could be factual, he's like, nope. You hear me? Let me have my little bro shipper, man. Come on, you know how we do, you guys. You the killer still. You, Bobby, you killing me though. Mm, but still, yeah, it was mad still, man. There was so much fuckery, yeah. I can't even remember all the shit that was even said on there, because it was like, right, it was just fuckery. It was, yeah, it was mad still. Uh, yeah, man. I don't know, man. Do you know what? Yeah, we need to have this dinosaur debate as well, yeah. Because yeah, yeah, cause the ultra, bruh, it's like last 3 hours of yesterday's show is mad. Yeah, Chelsea. Last 3 hours of yesterday's show is bad. Yeah, big up Shipper, man. Chelsea is definitely a good addition to the channel. Trust me, because like I said, even though I might not agree with what man's saying, I might not accept the evidence that a man's putting forward or whatever. Like, we like to have people that are passionate about what they say. Like, yeah, that, yeah, that, you hear me like that still. Yeah, we like to have passionate people that, that feel it in their gut what they're saying and want to, yeah, we like that still, but what about you, girl?
Yeah, what's popping?
Right. Did you watch yesterday's show? Was you watching yesterday?
No, my computer went down. I only got to see bits and pieces, but I'm going to go back and watch it. Apparently, it was really banging, wasn't it?
Mate, Like, yeah, it was. Hey, listen, yeah, right. Shippable, Wendy's, racing side, fully out, boy. She was guiding harder than a route. I was like, oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, well, just don't be fooled. So she was going in. Well, who set her off? But didn't somebody? From what I see, someone
Yeah,
is.
I think. Alright, let me. Obviously, yeah, I was there yesterday, yeah, watching the thing, yeah, but even obviously, like um, um, giving eyewitness testimony is not always, yeah, eyewitness testimony, yeah, is not always the best. You get me?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
boom, I was there. I was there anyway, yeah, and I can't remember what they were talking about, but Schiffer must have said something like, yeah, for all the people that your great granddad had in slaves, I'm gonna put my great grandkids gonna put a whip across your great granddaughter's back or something like that. And then,
Oh,
boy,
God.
from then, when he went into white power mode, boy, called him, what's it, Toby?
Well, she
Fucking
must have just
Roots.
felt insulted, but but I don't. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. It was just that, boy.
So if both sides were saying bad stuff, then you can't really sort of like blame one, can you? Really? But it's all
Yeah,
good. It's all good.
obviously that.
Huh?
I was answer that again.
I said no. If both sides are as bad as each other, insulting each other, then you can't really just blame one. Because I know when I get angry, Veli, if people diss me, I diss them back. And like I've explained to people before, they can either take it or not. For me, I just see colour as a last go-to thing. If someone ain't got glasses and I can't call them four eyes or fat or skinny or bitch, bastard, cunt or whatever, then I will use colour. But that's only in anger, and I know I do it. Do you know what I mean? So, if I know it's going to hurt someone, if they say something that's going to hurt me or upset me, and I know that it's going to hurt them to do that, then I will do it back. As far as I'm concerned, but once someone shows disrespect, there's no old bards. I don't think that one dish should be held as any more disgusting than another dish, but that's just me. That's my view of life.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, like
That's
saying,
being a racist. Well, no,
yeah,
I don't.
you know, like, one thing, yeah, like, I don't want to get into the victim in the Olympics, yeah, like, on that side of it, yeah, but, right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because, like, I've even noticed that there's people, yeah, that try to play on the heartstrings of one side, yeah, to try and get a little backing on them, and then there's people on the other side that do it as well, yeah, so
Yeah.
I've seen it, yeah. I've seen that myself, yeah, but I'm like, yeah. Maybe when Schiffer, yeah, with Schiffer,
But I haven't
because
watched
he's
it all,
sometimes,
so I can't say whether she was out of order completely or not. Because I haven't watched it all, to be fair.
I would say
Why
with
do you always
Schiffer,
make loads of noise when you turn up?
yeah, that's Isha.
Sorry?
He definitely has Isha. Anytime he comes in, yeah, and anytime you hear bear rustling and yeah, any sort of rustling or bad noise, yeah, you know that it's a black select that's in the building. You get me?
Shut up, you idiot.
Coming out of some sort of like rabbit hole.
Sounds like what?
He's got like a sandpaper. He's got a sandpaper against his fucking mic and rubbing it.
Nah, it means I'm
that.
putting the headphones. I'm putting the headphones on. That's probably what's happening. Morning, anyway. Morning.
All right, morning.
Oh,
What was you
big up,
saying?
bro.
So did you watch yesterday's show, Issa?
No, bruv, I've been mad busy, bruv. Trust me, I've been trying to sleep since yesterday. Well, I've been sleeping and like flipping it. I miss everything, but I've heard about 3 channels speak about this. Is it Wendy or something? No, yeah, or something. I see it somewhere. It's like 3 or 4, like, and there's I see Toby and Kunta, something like that. And then I just heard you talking about it, so I'm like, what happened, bro? Seriously, like.
Yeah, tell us what she
Yeah.
actually.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, obviously, like, I'm trying to give my I'm trying to say what honestly happened, yeah. But like I just said, as an eyewitness, yeah, eyewitness accounts are not usually the best, I would say, yeah. An eyewitness account could tell you something, and you watch the video and something totally different happened.
But where's the video? I tried to watch it even last night.
It's up, man. It's up. It's in the last 3 hours, man.
It's been there in the last 3 hours.
The last 2 hours.
Okay,
yeah. The video's there. It's the last 2 hours of the video still. But like,
okay.
if you got ultra cars, your camera's on, fam. If you got ultra, bro. But like, alright, so I can't remember what was getting talked about, yeah. But obviously, Schiffer deals with a lot of, I would say, conspiracy theories, innit? Yeah. So we were talking about.
Is Schiffer done on?
Yeah. It was me, Schiffer, Ralph, who else? Wendy, and there was some more people on anyway. Jeds was on. There was a few people on it, yeah. So we was chatting about I was trying to show Schiffer that he's being biased when he's coming with his facts, yeah. Because I was saying, you're willing to take something as evidence, yeah. But if someone shows you something else and says it's factual, you're not willing to take it as evidence. But you want to say that the stuff that you got is evidence. So I said that. If I could show you, it was a trick question anyway, yeah, because I already knew, yeah. But I was saying, do you believe in dinosaurs, yeah? And he said no. So I said, if I could show you a full dinosaur skeleton in a museum, will you believe in dinosaurs then? Yeah. But he was gonna say no anyway, yeah. So he said no. And then witness pulled up the picture of the full dinosaur bones in the museum, and obviously he weren't accepting it. And he's like, no, that's not a full skeleton. That's bits of a skeleton that's all been put together. And I was like, yeah, well, that's sort of how they find the full skeleton, isn't it? Like it's never just it's never like mummified or just in one setting. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and then if you find it as a fossil, like as Banks explained, if you do find a dinosaur as a fossil or something like that, then it's not the actual bones. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so finding the dinosaur bones and finding a skeleton, like kind of two different. Finding the dinosaur bones and finding a fossil of something, like kind of two different things, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah.
Right.
But he weren't having it anyway. Yeah. he weren't having it anyway. Yeah. Even though the picture was on the screen and everything. Yeah. And then I don't know what happened. Yeah. But him and Wendy was talking about something, and then he must have said, I can't even remember if there was something that was said to him before that, but he must have said, when the Hebrew Israelites take over, or when my grandson's an adult or something, he's gonna whip your great granddaughter's back.
Like that, yeah? Flipping it, right?
Yeah. So then, obviously, Wendy just flipped on that one and just started. I don't think she called him like a nigger or anything like that. She was just calling him Toby, and you're a slave and you're shitty because you're black or something like that.
But that's an undercover way of saying it, though, isn't it? Roundabout way of saying it.
Yeah.
So you don't always have to say the N-word. There's so many things they can say, which is equivalent in a sense. But I don't know. I mean, when someone's angry enough to say that, I would have thought the N-word would have come out at some point. But I don't know the woman, though, so I haven't spoke to her. But
Wendy only gets like that if she's very similar to me on that account. If somebody attacks her, I've only ever seen her get abusive back when people have been abusive to her. I don't know. I could be wrong. Because other people might come forward with other footage and say, actually, no, she's started it here. But normally, she only gets like that when she feels like she's been for her colour.
Well, I actually agreed with yeah, big up Ultra anyway. Yeah, did it. What I was saying
Yeah, bro. Big
I
up.
think yeah, cool man, cool. Jupa, I was gonna say I think there's an issue, right? And this is the issue I have with Veli and his brother and several others who, let's say, for instance, don't want to ban the N word, right? And the fact that the N word's been spread around, and then they've
Hey,
tried
wait,
to
wait,
make
wait,
it.
wait. Pause.
What? Oh,
Because
God.
hold on a sec, yeah. You can't drop that on Belly, yeah, because
You don't even let me finish. Go on.
yeah, but we've not had that discussion though. We've not had that discussion.
Hold on.
Should
Yeah.
should the N word be effective?
Have you forgot what you said? You put in your 2 pence as well when
What
they
did I
asked
say?
you. You said what did you say? We should basically desensitize ourselves. You was like, yeah, we shouldn't respond this way and that one, and everyone agreed to that. But then when I was talking about the people
Yeah.
that are saying it, you weren't down for banning it either. And I'm like, what's going on here? So if you're not gonna, let's say we can't get it banned. I'm just saying, as a conversation we as black people should be having, is that, you know, we should be looking to ban the word. You know what I mean? Maybe you could say, well, all right, the first thing is ban it on YouTube. Like, so therefore it's less likely these guys are going to make videos where they put in all that effort and then it gets banned. Do you get what I'm saying? So therefore, yeah. So.
I don't think anyone should be using it. I don't think the black community should use it. But if you ban a word.
Hello, is she talking?
Hello?
Jupiter, you gone out?
You got out.
Yeah. You said if you ban a word. I think she said something nice before. So if I can just say on your behalf, I think she said if you ban a word, then you kind of give it power or something like that. Has she gone out or just let me have a look? Yeah, Jupiter, we can't. All right, yeah. What I was gonna say was, I think you blur the lines of this racist thing. Do you get me? Because let's say, for instance, a lot of white parents, if their children are saying it, let's say they're 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, and they've got black friends, mixed race friends, and they're all saying it, then the parents are horrified at first, and then they're like, well, the kids are ignoring them because the black kid's saying it to the white kid and vice versa, and so on and so forth. So they, that like the power which it had in a sense of abhorrence has gone now. So it's kind of like, well, what's racism now? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's where, for me, by people them like not giving it. Sorry, by people them not giving it that. What's that flipping word I used? There was a word I was saying that you should be afraid to say it in that sense. Yeah, by it not having that repulsion, if you like, then it allows
repercussion.
It's not just repercussion, but I'm saying, let's say there's white people that just, they never want to use it in their life. They're just like, I don't want to hear it. I've seen what, that word's connected to in history and in their own lifestyles, in their own lifetime, right? So now they're just saying, look, I don't want that word to be in rap. I don't want it in nothing. I don't want my children, grandchildren. I want that word to just disappear, right? So when they're hearing it, they feel powerless because a white person telling another black person, you can't use it, and them saying, well, they're empowered. What's that word? They're reclaiming it and empowering themselves by using it. That kind of retarded talk, it's something where the white person feels, well, they can't really say nothing, although it's them who made up the flipping word. So they should be the ones to say it because it comes from their ancestors. Do you get what I'm saying? So,
let me cut you quickly, yeah, because I'm literally about to go through the tunnel with it, yeah. So,
go, bro.
Like I'm saying, the point I was making with that any man trying to call man a nigga, yeah, like is not that you shouldn't be offended or that you should be happy that people should be calling you out your name, because you should never accept anyone calling you out your name. That's not your fucking name. Don't call me no nigga or whatever. You get me? Yeah. What I'm saying is that you shouldn't be able to set up a fake fucking camera, walk about through an area saying nuggets, yeah, or something, or something that sounds like nigga, yeah, and making fucking reaction videos where you're getting 1 million views, you're getting fucking like 10 grand on YouTube for you.
Oh, Neighbor. It was Neighbor, wasn't it? Neighbor,
yeah. Or something.
No, Neighbor.
Yeah.
Next door neighbor, yeah.
Yeah.
That pum pum, yeah. No, but I'm saying, I mean, obviously, me and your brother had that conversation.
Like that.
No, it was Neighbor. I remember you were saying, "What's up, my neighbor? I live next door to you," or something like that. You get me? You thought that was funny, and that's. But what I'm saying is, the thing that allows that to happen was basically the Black Americans and the N-word. That was the thing which sort of led to that. Otherwise, it would have been straight licks because, you know, it's a taboo word. That's what I'm looking for. It's a taboo word, which people are thinking, boy, if they say that, it's the straight licks. Do you get what I'm saying? And this is the problem I have when people are telling me, well, Jupiter said this and what's his name? Dave said this and these. I'm kind of like, well, back in the day, I could have said, bam, that's crossed the line, innit? But how can I say that now? Because the same people like James Jones or James Jada Jones, the coon, right? He's a straight coon, bruv. He even wasn't for banning it. Do you get what I'm saying? So if
ain't no James, man.
No, bruv. The guy's, I don't know. I think he's a proper agent, bruv. After he was asking me that thing, would I get rid of the 100,000 people? Remember he said the 100,000 or not to save the 25,000, yeah? And then he said, well, he wouldn't trust me as being the leader of the pro-blacks because I wouldn't, you know, genocide 100,000 white people, yeah? But then when I said, well, you know, okay, because you would and so on. And he goes, he didn't say he would do it. And then he said, he's not pro-black. So I'm kind of like, well, what are you then, innit? Do you see what I mean? That sort of spun I was like thinking afterwards, like for the last couple of days, it's come back to me now and again. So I've been speaking to a guy who's defending and arguing from a perspective as though he's pro-black, but he actually isn't. Do you see what I mean? So what is this? Who's this guy? Like, I don't understand this. He's supposed to be a black man, and how does he have all these issues with things? He talks upon them with passion, but then he's not actually pro-black. So what the hell is he? Pro what?
Hey, man, you know how these Moroccans do, bro. You know what I mean? You know
More what?
You know how the Moroccans do, bro. You get me? Like, yeah, man.
Moroccan?
Obviously, James is from Morocco, innit, man?
What are you saying?
No, I'm joking, man.
Oh,
why did you up still? But
okay. That would make sense, yeah, I guess. Because you got people like Carlito and others.
But wait, James already said. James told you from the start. He said from the start, right? He's not pro-black here, so obviously.
From the start of what?
I don't really know that.
From the start of what?
He said for the first time I've spoke to James, he did say that. Till now,
right?
So he's not changing the start.
Yeah. That's what I kind of thought, but after, you know, like people say that kind of thing, and then gradually in discussions they sort of pick a position in it. Do you get what I'm saying? You sort of like realize there's more racism than you thought, or whatever it is. But I'm saying for him to have, I'm saying the conversations that we get into, if you're a black man, then you're talking about all these bad and wrong things and rear-tear. Then how would you not be pro-black? Because once you've got that amount of knowledge, you're either pro-black or anti-black. I don't see a third option there. Do you get what I'm saying? So, or well, yeah, you're anti-black or pro-black. So I'm saying right now he's in the box of anti-black agent. Do you get what I'm saying? Because he's asking questions to elicit what then? What's the purpose behind his thing? Getting so deep for hours and hours in these conversations. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I find that problematic, bro. I need to watch. I need to go and do a few things, but I'll stay on stream. I'll look for that video. So yeah, I'll stay on there and come back in a bit, bro.
Wait, where did everyone go? Isha. Belly? Anyone? Racist Wendy? Anyone?
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Bro. I just have to go and do something. I'll come back in a bit.
Wait. Hold on a second. Where are you going?
I gotta do some stuff, bro. I just
Bro,
came to ask
I was gonna bust up Shia, you know. I've got evidence and the proof that you need
to take you out of the Shia pagan Kufar religion.
You know what you need to do? You need to go and see. You need to find out who James Jones. I personally think James Jones is the agent, bro. So I don't know.
Why? What you think? James Jones is the agent of what and of who?
A literal, like, they have someone in to ask questions to incriminate people. That's what I think. I'm not sure right now, but I'm saying the other day when it came up, this question about he posed a question to me like, if there's 100, I said out of 100,000, let's say, of Jada's followers, I would say 25,000 are actually people who are not anti-black. They just, don't know that much, and they're just, let's say, legitimately scared of Islam. So then he said, he posed a question of, if there's 100,000 white people who, and 25,000 of them are potential, let's say, allies of black people, but you don't know which, so they're all together. He's saying, would you get rid of all of them because of the potential threat to black people, or would you save all of them because of those 25,000? I said, well, I couldn't get rid of all of them, so obviously I have to save them. And he goes, well, I can't trust you as a black general to look out for the interests of black people and stuff like that. And then as a conversation progressed, I then said, well, you as a person that would genocide the whole lot, da 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 da. And then he said, I didn't say I'd do that. I'm not pro-black. And I thought, what? Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm just.
Do you know what? To be honest with you, I think I hear you, but from listening to James Jones speak over the last few months, that's his kind of style. That's his style.
No, but bro,
yeah, like if I'm honest with you, like you didn't, nothing you just said to me was a massive shocker, because James Jones, I'm not gonna lie to you, James Jones is a clever little cookie, right? And he'll base an argument, right, and fucking like take you down the rabbit hole and have you believe that's actually what he believes, when in actual fact it's just a hypothetical argument for him.
No, I hear that. I gotta go, but let me just put this to you. The difference is when he's discussing everything like religion. I accept that in regards to religion, but I'm saying if he's a black man and he's talking so passionately about the stuff that we collectively face, then I'm saying he's just at risk as we are. Do you understand? So therefore, he should have no choice but to be pro-black because he's at risk. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. But did he actually tell you his actual position
in relation to what? I'm saying even pro-black survive. It's either you want yourself to survive.
No. See, again, what you're doing now is you're making an assumption based on like your feelings. Until James Jones rocks up and we ask it. Remember the other day with Ziriab, like we were talking, right? Everyone's just insulting each other, and until we asked him exactly what his position was, it was just fruitless. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, but I knew his position. That's what I'm saying. It was fruitless for you lot. But I'm saying with James Jones, I'm saying to you, he said he's not pro-black, so we know his position.
Yo, Oja.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Yeah, man. So what if James says he's not pro-black?
I'll tell you.
I don't really get what's the big issue?
Here's the big
issue.
You
get me? Well, you get me?
Oh my God. Veli, listen to what the big issue is, yeah? Here's the big issue. If somebody comes on the panel and let's say they're white or they're Asian or whatever else, we speak to them in a different way. Do you get what I'm saying? Because of who they are and what their agenda and their security or their fears or whatever are, right? But I'm saying if somebody's coming along with this, they're talking as though they're pro-black, but they're actually not. So they're talking like, well, this what these people do and what they say is offensive to them. For instance, they're really offended by the N-word, for instance, or racist people. And there are some black people that take it with a pinch of salt. Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm saying he's actually getting vexed at Jupiter, vexed at Dave, vexed at these people, cussing them out because apparently they're racist. But he's not pro-black, so what difference does it make if they're racist or not? Why would he be angry at that?
So wait, you're saying that if he's not pro-black, that means he can't get offended by a racist statement?
Bro, from a black perspective,
that doesn't even make sense, bro.
Do you know what pro-black means?
So what? What does pro-black mean then? What does pro-black mean?
Pro-black at its base level, bro, means you want black to survive. In other words, we're under attack. Yeah, it's not like we're just neutral and you want to go ahead of everyone else. Pro-black in this state we're in is you want your race to survive, bro, because they're looking to genocide you. Do you understand that now?
So, all right. Listen to this then, yeah? If he's a black man, that's only dated black women jumps on black people's panels and talks about black stuff, but he don't call himself pro-black.
Nah.
What's the issue?
No, bro. It's not about calling, bro. Listen to what I said. It's like you don't listen to the whole thing. I said when I put to him that he may just because you would genocide 100,000 people, that don't mean I should, or something like that. And then he said I didn't. He said I didn't say I'd do that. I'm not pro-black. So therefore, he's saying because I'm saying I'm pro-black, therefore I should be doing this thing. Do you get it? So I'm saying, well, what position does he hold with all the conversation we've had about racism and black people and da 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 da? How is he? You know what? I have to quickly go and do something. Let me try and come back.
Yeah, listen, Issa, you better run, bro, because I was about to bust up Shia permanently.
Let's do that in another time out because I want to get onto the topic of the show and these other things still and Wendy.
All right. Yeah, you run, Issa. That's cool. Veli, one go on. Yes, sir. Huh? Veli, I can't hear you, bro.
You think that even putting forward a fair argument? Yo, can you hear me?
I can. I think you said, do I think he put up a valid argument?
Yeah.
Hello? If I'm honest with you, as soon as I finished talking, I went on mute because I had to slice some grapes for the baby. So I didn't actually hear it.
Yo, you can hear me now, yeah?
Yeah, Veli. Yes, sir.
Better, yeah?
Yeah, you sound perfect.
Oh,
Listen,
shit.
when I finished talking and I let you come in, I actually put the phone down so I could cut grapes for the baby. So I didn't actually hear what you said.
Didn't hear shit. Yeah.
And as soon as I come back, he was like, "Oh, let me put this down. I gotta go."
Yeah, no, he's saying that he's trying to say that because James Jones doesn't call himself pro-black, he's an agent or something like that. I was like, what? And then I think it was I don't know. He's saying, oh well, how can he have the right to get upset about non-black people making racist comments if he's not pro-black? Like,
wait a minute, that's a asinine comment. That doesn't make sense. That's a silly thing to say. Yeah, like you don't have to be pro-black to understand that somebody is a racist. Obviously, Veli though, this is the thing. We need to discuss what happened, never said that still, but yeah, I missed the whole show, not the whole show, but the part where it kicked off with Wendy. I didn't see it. What happened?
What happened? I just repeat still. I can't even remember. What happened? Is that I can't remember what the build up to it happened. How? But what I do remember. Is when Schiffer must have said something about his grandkids are going to be able to put the whip to the back of Wendy's grandkids or something like that. And then from then onwards, she just called him all sorts of black shits and saying he's Toby from fucking Roots. Fucking
man like Kunti, yeah?
Fucking Kunta and them things there. She hoped his ship should have drowned. You know what I'm saying? His slave
wait. The ship that he was on, that her people was bringing his people over on, should have sunk, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's on. Anyway, it's on the it's on the replay. Anyone that hasn't heard it can go back and listen for themselves.
You got a timestamp by any chance?
I would say around the 10-hour mark.
Oh, fuck's sake. It's another 12-hour show.
Around the 10-hour mark.
Fucking hell. Wendy.
You know what, I don't think people watch back the shows, though, you know. So, all the time.
Yeah, because I'm not going to lie, that sounds juicy.
Bad pizza. Yeah, man. But anyway, like I was trying to say, is there such thing as white man science?
Ultra, what do you think, bro?
What do you
There's
mean?
such thing as white man
This is the thing.
science.
We have to. All right. The thing is, all right. Look, let me just say immediately, no, because science doesn't belong to any particular race.
Right.
Science doesn't belong to a specific set of people. Now, is it fair to say that a lot of modern science was pioneered by white people, or white people were in a position to actually discover these things? Yes. But science cannot belong to a race. That's an insane thing to say. And what I found is the only people that say this type of bullshit are like either angry for whatever reason, right? But I bet you the same motherfuckers calling white man science, I got a doctor's appointment or will go hospital if they break their arm. So for me, yeah, for me, it's a bit dumb. I mean, there are certain aspects of science that like white people seem to love. I'm not gonna lie. Like, or not white people seem to love, but white people seem to like really be involved in, and that's like your weapons of mass destruction. There's that science, the military science, like they seem to love that shit. However, like, and when I say love it, I'm not saying nobody, like countries around the world don't have say weapons, but they seem to be like pioneering that that specific field. Eugenics as well, like, yeah, mad. The eugenics is a mad thing. Yeah. However, like military science, cosmological science, it doesn't belong to a race of people. The scientific method is repeatable, it's testable, and you know, some of it's observable. Like, I say some of it because obviously we know how long it takes Pluto, or the former planet Pluto, to orbit the sun. But because of we haven't known how that planet for 200 years, but we know it takes 200 years. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. And I'd say that doesn't belong to a race of people. However, there are things like on the periodic table we have noble gases. Now the reason they're noble gases is because they were discovered by Brits. Do you get me? So obviously
they get named after certain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Who found the formula or whatever, innit?
Exactly. So what I would say is, in history were quote unquote white people like at the forefront of pioneering science and discovery? Yeah, of course, because they were in that position.
But like you're saying, obviously some of the science discoveries and patents, and obviously, especially at a certain time, could have been found by other groups or other people or practiced by certain people, but wasn't going to be patented to them or whatever, because they weren't doing it. They were doing it like on a commercial sort of thing, innit? They was doing it just for how they live or whatever.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, so for some people, like, or some cultures, like they were just doing their thing. It was regular. Like a certain man will come across the road, see how man was doing it, and thinking, "Rah, let's implement that." Like, yeah, let's implement that. And is there any medicinal purposes? Like for me, if I'm honest with you, the only science like I really lean on is medical science, right? Because like the rest of it's out of my league. It's above my pay grade. Like cosmological science, theoretical physics, fucking quantum physics.
Like
it's
you're
too
saying, all the I'll say all the science where you can reproduce the evidence and get the same outcome in the same environment. Yeah, all that sort of science. None of the pseudoscience, like where you're trying to say that this people got this set of IQ because they come from there, and this set of people got that.
Yeah, all that nonsense bullshit.
Yeah, that's pseudo and shit. I'm not really into none of the pseudo shit. Yeah, but all the factual science shit, that's just where the evidence don't change, no matter who's carrying out the test. Yeah, then that's the obviously Like I'm not involved in this white man science talk or whatever.
Bro, it's not just that, bro. It's white man's religion, white man's religion, white man's science. It's just fucking nonsense, bro.
Personally, yeah, man use them arguments when they're losing the film, or when there's nothing left to go.
Yes.
So you're
and
losing,
they have to appeal to emotion.
Put you in the coffin, yeah. Wow, man's just nailing the coffin, yeah, and then inside the coffin, man goes, "White man science," yeah, and then a couple people go, "Oh,
yeah, yeah." Yeah, and they got that last little fucking rush, like he starts honking up.
Yeah, and the nails, you know, the nails on the fucking coffin fly off, and the fucking lid flies off and shit. Man sits like the Undertaker.
Yeah, fucking hell, bro. It's the same thing, bro. Like, yeah, how much time I hear man say white man atheism and white man science, all this fuckery, bro. Hear what I'm saying? Yeah, white people don't have the pattern on these things. Like, science doesn't belong to a race of people. And the same people that are saying white man science, listen to what I'm saying. When you get fucked up, yeah, don't take no white man pills, don't take no white man medicines, don't take no fucking x-rays and CAT scans and all this shit and no surgery. Bro, listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, don't go hospital when you get fucked up. Don't go see your GP, whether your GP is African, Indian, don't go see them because it's white man science. Yeah, and then we'll see how far you get. This I'm saying, it's a joke. And I tell you the truth, Belly, I'm firmly of the belief, yeah. I'm not into the Quran, yeah. I'm not into the Bible. But if any of those books have gems that we can apply to our lives, to improve well-being of the human race, then I'm fucking implementing it. It doesn't matter that it's from the Quran and I don't believe in the Quran or the Quran's from God, but it's got a gem in there, Belly. Are you telling me I'm supposed to ignore a gem just because I don't agree with the rest of it? No, it's a gem. It doesn't make sense.
Was the study of the observing of nature and trying to obviously have an understanding of that.
That's it, bro. How can that belong to
you.
a race of people, bro? It's just
all this white man science, black man science, and so on. I don't really agree with that still. Yeah, man. It's mad still.
All right, blood. Sophia Lewis is moving reckless in the comments, blood. Welcome to the G block. Do you know what's funny, yeah? Bro, I'll tell you the truth, yeah. G block is so strong, blood. Like, it's so strong. G block is so strong. Yeah, nah, listen, my final message. You see all you motherfuckers with this white man science and white man religion, right? When you hurt yourself, don't use white man's medicines. Don't use white man's hospital. Yeah, just go and fucking get some berries and some herbs, yeah, and put it in a fucking pot and grind it up and rub it on your wounds. Yeah, that will help. That's some alcohol. Like, it's even that, bro. Alcohol to fucking disinfect a wound or sterilize a wound is come on. Even that, bro. Unless you use Ray and
done, bro. Like you're saying, bro. Listen, there, the best economies in the world, yeah, headhunt the best people from wherever they are. They don't care. They just care about you being the best, innit?
That's it, bro. Yeah. They just care about brain drain. They don't give a fuck about your country. Yeah. But you see, if you're black, white, Asian, transgender, they're coming to get you because they want your mind. They want your mind. They don't give a fuck about the color. Science don't care. Like I said, the only kind of science that I'm not into, and I think is like deplorable, is the military science and the eugenics. Yeah, fuckery that. Yeah, and there's probably others, but like those are the two I immediately distance myself from. Yeah, What about you, though, Velly? What you saying, brother? You all right? What have you eaten for breakfast? I hope you had a good breakfast, man.
Yeah, man. Like fucking, you get me? Yeah, man. I had one of them breakfasts still, man.
We say you ain't eaten yet, yeah? Fucking hell. Jesus.
That's something at lunch still. But fucking yeah, man. I don't know about this white man science. Yeah.
It's a nonsense, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Oh, the people that say this, are they saying if the white man comes up with something that can cure cancer, are we not supposed to take it because it's the white man? It's an idiot thing, man. It's an idiot thing. It's too damn foolish.
Yeah, but man, that's what it is. Yeah, what's annoying as well, yeah, is that man's selective with the stuff that they want to use, isn't it? So it's like, yeah, like I'll use this white man science to prove that my fucking religion's right, but I won't really, you know what I'm saying? Like, I won't use it to tell the truth.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
I'm saying, like,
the hypocrisy is real out here. It's
that
real.
with me and Zulu the other day, yeah? And all the Hebrews in the chat are going, "Oh, you man took it out," and I was like, "Yeah," but Zulu said, "Yeah, humans are 10,000 years old, yeah," but then read out a science paper saying that the evolution of skin color, yeah, and I've got a documentary on my other channel about it already, yeah. The evolution of skin color, yeah, a science paper about the evolution of skin color, yeah, of how melanin was developed to protect you from the sun
combat
or whatever.
The sun. Yeah.
And then obviously that was saying that's like probably over like 80 or 50,000 years ago or something like that, yeah. And he's going, yeah, I'm reading this out to show you that this is white man science, and they're lying and shit. It's like, oh, so you believe that you had a black face and then pink skin underneath the hair when you were monkeys or whatever, and you're like, it didn't say that you were monkeys though. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, fam.
Really?
Yo, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, no, you cut out.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying about that skin color, just about the development of the melanin, isn't it? Yeah, how it developed or whatever. How. Yo, can you hear me? Oh shit,
yeah, bro. No. I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Yeah. So yeah, I was talking. Zulu was talking about that, yeah, and then he said about how long ago it was, yeah, and he said obviously I don't believe that because the world's only been here for 10,000 years, and I was like,
yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Look, this is the one thing I don't like about religion, right? You just get the cleverest guys saying the dumbest bullshit. It's just, I can't take it, Just look, come on, bro. Just cut the fuckery, man.
Mad still. Yeah, it was mad still. Can I lie? I don't know, man. Boy. Yeah, man, there's bad things. Yeah, fam. I don't know. Yeah. And even, well, I don't know, man. It's fucking crazy, bro. Some of the shit that happens. Yesterday's show was
you want a
magical,
drink? Bro, I missed it, bro. I was on for the beginning. I think I was talking to Scattered Minds, Witness, Shaka. Oh yeah, we talking about Game of Thrones. We was Game of Thrones up this bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to jump off and fucking. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna jump off, yeah, and do some other shit in my yard for a little bit. Yeah. All James and C jumped on and talked about fucking.
Bro, James SC jumped on and just classed up the place, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Game of Thrones, until the last season, it was hard. It was hard, man. Hey, not Belly, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I swear to you, right? When Game of Thrones popped, yeah, all I heard was Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones. Like my boy, he was like, bro, you need to watch Game of Thrones. And normally, he don't steer me wrong in it in terms of like quality shows. So two things now, I'm like, nah, bro, Jermaine, I ain't watching this thing. Like, I'm not on it. He's like, all right, look, when you go Mauritius, yeah, you got 13 hours on a fucking plane. I'm gonna put 2 episodes on your phone. Like, what else you got to do, type thing, innit? So I was like, you know what, fuck it. So the missus fell asleep. I put the tray down, put the phone in the cradle. I was hooked from episode 1. And the worst, bro. And then the worst thing about it, Belly, I only had episode 2, and while we was out there, I was so vexed, blood.
Man, because you couldn't see no more. You couldn't see your other shit. You was like, oh shit.
No, because I was busy on the honeymoon, bro. Like, it was mad. It was mad. And we had to get up early and to see dolphins or stupid shit. But bro, trust me, Game of Thrones, until that last season, man.
Yeah, there people were talking about it still.
Man.
Yeah, man, big up man like Scattered in the building. Well, in the chat still. Big up man like God of Jacob in the building. Big up God of Jacob. Big up yourself, bro.
Come on.
What up?
What up?
What's going on, bro? So, God of Jacob, is there such thing as white man science?
No, I think science is science, but I think there's a white narrative attached to science. You know, after results, you can push a certain narrative for science, but at the end of the day, I think it's, you know, science is what it is. But there's a message or a narrative push to an agenda. Sometimes I think science is attached to an agenda, you know, to push something.
Because you see, like, I don't mean like pseudoscience things like that's trying to prove that this race is better than that one, or this one is more smarter than that one, or whatever. Yeah, because like I don't know how that sort of works. Yeah, but I mean like the natural sciences, isn't it? Like that's recreatable in by any scientist that recreates that same thing in the same setting, gets the same result.
I'm skeptical about some sciences. I'm not gonna even lie. Like the whole DNA thing for me is flawed to me in so many situations. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, man. I won't argue with somebody who says there's a white science or whatever, but then I'd be like, you got to demonstrate that. You get what I'm saying? Just to say something. Like Terry yesterday, he kept saying a lot of stuff, but you know, it was no sources, and I root for Terry, but I was like, you just can't say something because Terry said so. Like he was coming off like The Rock, you know. So I was like, man, just put something out there so people can scrutinize it, like you scrutinize, you know, everybody else's, you know, positions. They'll bring up something, and then he won't bring up nothing. So how can we scrutinize you? The only thing we left to scrutinize is your commentary.
Yeah. So this white man shit. Oh yeah. I hear you, man.
I was like, well, put something out there, brother. I'm rooting for you, but.
Yeah, man. Obviously, though, like saying, really and truly, yeah, that man's not a scientist or nothing, isn't it? Like, so, yeah, if man's not a scientist and all that, yeah, I ain't really going to be putting out scientific papers. All I can either do is either try to recreate an experiment that has been to show something. All right, so even see like one of these ones, the flat Earth thing in it. Yeah, there's science. It's obviously it's a science experiment. Yeah, but it's small little experiments that you could probably carry out yourself to find out whether the Earth is flat or not. People ain't because you want to believe whatever you want to believe. Yeah, they're not even willing to go and do that sort of test.
Yeah, that's
you know
true.
What I'm saying?
That's true.
And then basically, there's other hustlers, that have done tests, to been proven that the Earth is round or whatever, and still because they're on a YouTube hustle or something like that, they're still going around talking about we're doing this for the Flat Earth Society and so, this, that, and the other. And it's like, bro, you've done a million videos, proving that the Earth moves and the Earth is fucking round, but you're still trying to hustle some pseudoscience, trying to talk about flat Earth and shit. That's mad.
Yeah, some of these conversations just draw
shit,
numbers, man. You get what I'm saying? It's to draw some numbers. And some of it is useful. Like I said, I sit up here and listen to a lot when I'm driving in my car sometimes. I'll just have this on versus the radio. And be down laughing sometimes. But yeah, I'm 50-50. I don't rule it out, the white science. I just rule out the narratives that's attached with it. But like you said, if you get to the crux of it, just recreate a known scientific procedure and see does it hold up, and validate it that way. But just to rule something out, just to yell white science, no, I don't believe it. You're gonna have to believe in something. Like,
I don't know about that still, man.
Yeah, it's up there. I'm 50-50.
It's like a easy escape route, but that, like I'm saying, why it's annoying for me, because it only works, in black circles. Like because you can't do that in, I don't know, like in a fucking, I don't know. Tell the truth, I can only say that because I'm only in sort of more black circles in it then, because like I was gonna say you probably couldn't do that in Indian or Chinese sort of setting there, but like I was saying the other day, I don't really speak flipping any Indian languages or any Chinese languages, so I don't really know what they complain about or what they're disgruntled about. You get me?
Yeah, so, me too.
I can only talk from what I sort of know about them. Get me? Like I can understand English, so I'll hear what the English dons are disgruntled about, and obviously my people speak English, so they can hear what we're disgruntled about. So,
bro, the Chinese are disgruntled about all the memes and coronavirus shit that we've been hitting them with.
Yeah, a lot of racism they've been having to face still, just off the back of the virus. It's crazy. But big up the family too.
Big up Freddie. Big up Fo.
Come on, Freddie. Come on.
Veli, you got to tell Tillett, hey, the general is not. He's not against black people.
Come on, man. I don't know what's wrong with this brother, but listen, James Jones is my YG, cause my top shooter. Cause listen, anytime I need a hit done, I'll pass him the strap, cause he comes back clean, bro. Trust me, like the straps all cleaned out, everything, fam. You get me?
I'm so glad you ain't got your faith in Rob still, bad man.
Yeah, James Jones, he's my shooter, fam. Trust me.
I like when he
backs it. He backs it for man, Man's not even about cuz like, man might say something about Veli, Jimbo's in the comment cuz he's straight up, bruv, like, blah 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 blah. Hey,
I think the Tillett just got a personal,
Black Tillet's hating, fam. Trust me. James Jones is just nutty up his niqab a couple times, fam. You get me, like. Like he's bugging still, fam. Like, but
but going on to the science, fam. I definitely don't believe the word these people say, fam, man. That's all I come on to say. You get me? Some things are evident, but these people have got a thing called art of illusion. You get me? And they've mastered it throughout the years. You get me? To make you believe things that ain't possible. Like, you know what I'm saying? They'll make you believe that back
Hello. Are you retarded, bro? What's going on with you, bro?
Oh shit, we drawing him out. You got him out, you get me?
Give me 5 minutes and then you can go and chat all your fuckery all day, innit? You know what I'm trying to show you? Yeah, I'm just saying I don't believe nothing these people say, innit? Like, obviously, if it's coming from me and mine, yeah, I'll research it harder. But if it's coming from them, I don't give a fuck about their thing, man. Like, sometimes we go to school for 16 years and some of the things we learn are not no relevancy to life, actual life, what we're living now. So why the fuck would I believe some of the things they've got to say regarding my life? Do you know what I'm saying? And I went to school 16 years and you didn't teach me nothing relating to paying my bills and helping out my fellow man. And you know what I'm saying?
Freddie. What about this though, yeah? Car, this is real, yeah? And this happened in my school, yeah? There was youths, yeah, that I went to 2 secondary schools, innit, yeah? So when I got to my second secondary school, yeah, there was youths, yeah, that joined in the same year, same time that I joined, yeah, but they couldn't speak English properly, yeah? And then when they left, all their grades were A star, A star, A star, A. And like, now they're doing their thing, cuz. You get me? Like, some freshies that just, you get me? Some freshies that literally just landed, concentrated on what they were supposed to be doing, and then now they're doing their thing differently.
Yeah, it depends what race you're talking about. I can't
they're some black dons, man. Some black dons.
Oh, black dons, yeah?
Yeah, black dons, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The way they network education, man. What, Nigerians or what?
But could have been some Nigers, some I'm not even sure, you know, Carl, like I was saying, from like differently in them times there. Yeah, in them times there, it was like just like African was like just African, innit? Like some men were from South Africa, yeah, some men were from Ghana, some men were from Congo, some men from Angola or whatever, but it was just like man's just African, innit? So it wasn't like
the task, innit? They've been sent over with a task, innit? So they just fulfilled the mission, innit? Where man's thing's a bit different from theirs, because obviously we live in it, innit? So our mission is to survive in what we've got. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so what?
Mission, the program different, innit? Come over.
You don't think that if the all right, so say the youths, yeah, or say you've got your youths, yeah, to not be interested in the fuckeries, yeah, the stupid shit, what's the latest dance, or who's got the baddest tune, and so and so, and obviously be more interested in doing their reading, writing, and spelling, making sure their maths is on point, so they can understand how the world works or whatever. Like, you might even give them pennies and shit and get them to count out so they know exactly.
That's not down to the school though. That's down to you, innit?
Yeah, but that's down to you. So but that's what I'm trying to say, cause
you have to provide that stimuli, innit? You'd have to make sure.
But that's who you're supposed to be down to, though, cuz. I lied, though, Freddie. Really and true, they're supposed to be down to us.
I'm just saying, you answering the question when you said white man science versus real life. It's always going to be real life, isn't it? It's never going to be what they say or what's written in their book regarding my life, isn't it? It's always going to be real life experience first-hand education over fuckery. Do you get what I'm saying? Because anyone can regurgitate something, innit? You don't mean it's going to improve your life. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just depends on what it is, though, innit, man? Because like you're saying,
most definitely. If you come over here, if you've been programmed to come over here and just have a specific goal, you're gonna achieve it, innit? Like, our thing's different. We was born in the fuckery, so we're just trying to make the best out of it. You know what I'm trying to show you? But I'm saying 1 to 16. Some of them lessons ain't working out. It's mostly maths and that's it, and a bit of English. The rest of it is fuckery. It's not gonna be applicable to your life.
But like what though?
Like King Henry VIII.
Specific.
Like fucking all of that bollocks about Queen.
You know when you get to
and all the other fuckery, that's just helping you. If they helped you to research things more than they just filled you up with useless information, that would help you more. That would be a better tool for you to survive in the real world.
So what? That's like you're saying about history or whatever, yeah. But well, like, all right, what man can do though, yeah, is that. So say you're getting taught research techniques on how to find out the facts on history or whatever, yeah. So they teach you that in school or whatever, yeah. You can then now use that sort of same research method to find out facts on history that relates to you now.
No, brother. No, but that's not how it works, bro. They give you a set task and you fulfill the task. You know it's robotic.
Yeah, but wait. So you're saying that they give you a method, yeah, on how to search something here. So they say, all right.
They more time give you comprehension. Don't you remember though?
Yeah. But they sort of give you like guidelines, innit, yeah. If you go to the library and look in sort of this section and blah blah blah, this is how you'll find the sort of history of King Henry VIII or whatever, and then whoever was around him at the time, someone might have had their own diary or whatever, a noble person of stature at that time, so that can corroborate certain stories. You can look into this, that, and the other. But then, like the research method that you've used to find out that information, you can use the same method to find out information.
Yeah, but I'm saying they should just teach the method itself. Do you know what I'm saying? And forget the history behind it. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? They should more concentrate on that method of how to research things, going to the library, looking on the internet, doing this, doing that, making notes. They need to more concentrate on that side of it rather than filling up your head with nonsense. Do you get what I'm saying? They need to give you a list of things to research, and that's probably your exam. Do you know what I'm saying? And then when you research them, because you're going to need these skills in life, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, Phil. You get me? I won't listen to a lot of people, like Europeans, black men. I won't listen to a lot of people, man. Seriously. I'm on my own wave, innit? I listen to me and my maker, and that's it. You get me? My thing's different still. So it's just my opinion, innit? I won't tell no one to do what I'm doing. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it might not work out for them. You know what I'm saying? This is just my little 2 pence, how I see it. You know what I'm saying?
Like obviously, I don't really agree with this that there's such thing as white man science and them sort of shits and that.
There's definitely propaganda science. There's definite propaganda education.
The pseudo shit, yeah, that's bullshit, bruv. Like when they're trying to prove that this one's smart, or if you come from this place, then you can't do certain things or whatever, blah blah. I don't know about all them shits here, but I'm talking about provable science where it's in a setting and whatever the science is, as long as the person recreates each part of the experiment to the same methodology, you always get the same results here. That can't be anyone's science, bro. That means like someone's just found a method and then everyone can use it.
Yeah, science is a completely different subject, isn't it? I'm just saying from like the curriculum at the moment needs redoing, man. Seriously. It's really bad. Yeah, I'm trying to show you the education they're getting, the kids are getting failed.
Listen, hey Freddie, I'm not doing his arsehole, you know. This brother said this. It now good to use the white man science too long.
Yeah, all of that too. No, big him up, innit? Because he kind of knows what I go on. Like, there's no white man science, isn't it?
He's trolling you, fam. I told you because he's trolling you, fam.
When you get, big him up, man. Same way. When you get kind of like stuck in to their thing. I don't really like being stuck into their thing. I like doing my ways, innit? The ways that suit me, innit? And the ways of old, innit? Like, if the system says go left, I go right, innit? So I don't know, man. I'm different. You know what I'm saying? I want to advise everybody to do what I'm doing, innit? You get what I'm saying? If the system says go X, I go Y.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm a very rebellious guy. I've never ever listened to anybody regarding anything.
Yeah,
just
but
try to seek advice from the
I don't know if that's always the best route to go though, man. Cause what if man's actually I'm saying really and truly, yeah, what man's supposed to do, yeah, is just like man's supposed to just go with whatever's the truth in it. So if Okay, yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. So if Y is
Yeah,
Y,
yeah.
if
Cut
if
out
Y means
still.
Y, yeah, yeah. So yeah, really and truly, am I supposed to try to go with whatever the truth is? Yeah, like because Y might be Y, yeah, and someone that you don't like might be telling you that Y is Y, yeah, and you might pick X, and it's like gonna fuck you up, bruv. Like, so
Yeah,
we
no,
like,
that's just how it goes, isn't it? If I pick the X and it fucks up, that's just how it goes. You get me? I like to think I thought it through though, but I'm not
yeah,
always
yeah, yeah,
taking the
yeah, yeah,
obvious
yeah, yeah.
Y.
So like,
There's no
obviously,
way
like
I'm
we're
jumping
saying
on the
that
Y all the time. You
we're
fucking
saying that.
crazy?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Mm.
I'm saying that in a scenario, yeah, where you can find out whether the information's the truth or not, yeah. Not like in a scenario where you're just gonna have to trust. Oh, you just have to trust me in it because I say so. Yeah, nah, fuck all that.
They
Yeah,
got a lot of them
I'm not
scenarios
talking
though,
about that.
Joe.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
Now fuck
England's
all that,
made up of.
cause yeah, Freddie,
Trust me,
man. You
I'll
know,
lead you
man's not
down
really
there,
trying
and
to.
then you get fucked, innit?
Yeah, Freddie, man's
You
not
know what
trying
I'm
to.
saying?
Man's definitely not trying to inspire none of the man them to follow that route of just blind following. Yeah, it's like I'm saying that if you know that something, or if you can find out whether something's the truth, yeah, you can find out from an independent source, but someone that may be not your best friend or whatever is giving you this information, but it is
Yeah,
the
I'm
truth.
straight to the
Yeah.
point, bro. You see me, how I got
It's the
grown
truth.
up. I'm
If
not
you could
grown up.
wait,
You have to get
right?
straight
If
to
you
the
could,
point in 2 seconds, flat. So obviously, if you're telling me some information, what's the point of it? ASAP. I need to know quickly. You know what I'm saying? So I can gather the information, process it, keep it moving. Do you know what I'm saying? And right now, we're not getting the right information. That's all I'm saying. It seems like we're getting led like a government curriculum, like I don't know, like an elite curriculum. That's not really conducive to anything because there's not a lot of jobs out there. Do you know what I'm saying? If I could articulate it better, I would. Trust me, it's just true. You know what I'm saying? I want to get to the point quickly. You get me?
yeah, I still. Like, yeah, man, yo, man, them on the panel still. Like, I need to jump off then because I need to I've got a fucking big
Yeah,
job I
I'm
need
gonna
to do.
jump off as well, man. Just big
But
up yourself, Phil. You get me? And
yeah,
I'm
big up,
saying to
fam.
the people, use your own initiative. Like, don't listen to everything you've been read and try and regurgitate it like a parrot. Like, use your own comprehension, come to your own understanding, and interpret things in your own way.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm saying just try to find out what's the truth first, and then go with that. Still, obviously, yeah. Yeah. Yo, Ultra, got the Jacobs, you man there?
Yeah, I'm here. Listening.
Yeah. Yo, Ultra, you there, cuz? Black to let you there?
Black to that.
Yeah, bro.
I need an apology.
I'm sorry, Jacob. I'm sorry, Jacob.
What's up, Al?
I'm sorry. You need an apology,
Nah,
and I'm sorry.
No, I
he's,
need it
he's talking
from
to
the
Black to let,
let.
man.
Oh, why? What happened?
He's trying to call my man anti-black.
Oh, James Jones.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Trying to talk greasy about
Yeah.
the, you get me? Trying to
the
talk greasy about the young
three-star
gunners, you
general.
get me? Yeah,
Listen,
man.
James Jones is
Trust me.
cool, yeah. James Jones is
Headshots
cool,
only.
but yeah, bro. James Jones is the equivalent of John Wick, man. Just
Yeah.
fucking up people's shit. Like he holds a couple blows, yeah, but ultimately he's the one left standing, man.
So you know the old saying, styles make fights, and he just got a good style he come with.
That's it.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, James James is my wifey, man. Trust me. We got James Jones every time, man. Carl, you carry that crap. Definitely right
I
now,
think
yeah.
James not the traditional pro-black. I think he's pro-black, but not in the way that everybody is so-called pro-black. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
And that's the one thing I like about James, right? Is because I like it when sometimes people don't explain. Like I like that sometimes, and like it just makes people guess. And James fucking revels in people making mistakes. So James Jones is the type of guy to let you fucking assume stupid shit, knowing it's not true, and he doesn't care. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you know what man will do, yeah? Especially that man done yesterday, yeah? Man was letting man talk about some science shit that he knew was bullshit, yeah? And then jumped off for half hour, watched, went to research to find out whether I can prove this bullshit is actually bullshit, in words. Jumped back on and said, yeah. So about that shit you was talking about before. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Shit. You don't
Oh,
leave no
shit.
man alive, cuz I kill women and
Hello.
kids. Fucking hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, hey, big up Black to let, cuz.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, my mic was muted.
Black to Lack, I want an apology for my general, my 3-star.
Yeah. You'll get that apology when he converts to Christianity. Yeah.
Oh well, hold that
What
grudge.
you need to understand, yeah. What you need to understand. Oh, Ultra, mute your damn thing, bro. We don't hear.
Sorry.
And you know what? Ultra's pretending he's playing them tune for the Pitney, you know. It's Ultra playing with them little toys, you know. Don't watch Ultra, bro.
You know the words.
You get me? It's Ultra using the Pitney them to play toys, otherwise his missus will beat him up. But anyway,
He's doing the
baby
Ultra
Ultra
with his legs, with his arms moving a million miles an hour.
Look at baby.
Like Matrix. Mm.
Yeah, what I was saying, Veli, you seem to be the only one that knows how to hear something and repeat it back similar to what he was said. Because God of Jacob come with something else, Ultra came with something else, yeah, and then you went with them on this road elsewhere. God of Jacob, it's very simple. It's like this. Let me try and number it for your head, yeah. So
but listen, one, yeah, I need to leave you lot on the panel though, yeah, car.
Cool,
like saying that, yeah.
I'm listening.
I'll call you if I'll call you Veli if anyone's in the back or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, big up, fam. Yeah.
So what I said was yeah, God of Jacob. What it is that me and him before, I've called him Coon way before and all of that. That's not the issue. What the issue was is that we got to a conversation where over this, let's say this woman called Jada, right? So let's say an anti-black racist woman, right? So it came to a point where he was saying that if, as I said, if there's 100,000 of Jada's followers, I believe 25% of them would be people that have been misled about Islam, right? So they've been made to think something, and maybe for whatever reason they haven't researched it. So I'm saying those people can hear from me that I used to be a Sunni, and I've left it, and I'm now saying that after studying Sunnism is actually the religion of the devil, right? So that's the first point. So he then spun around after a bit of conversation and come back to me and said, right, as a person, me who's pro-black, if you didn't know which of the 25,000 amongst the 100,000 were those people, so they were all mixed up, you couldn't tell, would you, to save black people, would you get rid of all of them because you don't know which one's which, or would you leave all of them because you know they're 25,000? I said, well, Islam says I can't get rid of the 100,000 because there are 25,000 innocents among them. You get me? He said, therefore, I can't trust you as a black general, a pro-black general, right? So then the conversation went on a bit more, and I said, well, maybe you as somebody that would wipe out, would genocide 100,000 white people, let's say that's a white race, right? As soon as I said it, he said, I didn't say I'll do that. I'm not pro-black. You understand?
Yeah, that's troublesome right there. That statement.
So what my point is, in relation, it's not a separate state. It's not a discussion of whether he's pro-black in isolation. I'm saying in relation to the question he asked me, right? And then he's saying he didn't say he would do that himself, and then says he's not pro-black. And I'm saying, hold on, but the conversation is in relation to them being a threat to the existence of black people. And if you're black, then it's your existence too. So it's not it's not whether he calls himself pro-black. I don't care if he calls himself pro-black. I know people, black men from the Caribbean in their 80s, they don't ever call themselves pro-black, but they definitely been pro-black. You get me? Defending themselves from white racism. So my point isn't the label. My point is when he said those together. Do you get what I'm saying? After asking me. So then the question is, why would he ask me such an incriminating question when he's not invested in it anyway, although he's supposed to be black? Do you get what I'm saying? How could you not be pro? Because if we reduce pro-black to just mean, look, the preservation of black people, then that's you. You have to defend yourself, innit? Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's you, your family, your kids, everyone at risk from being genocided, right? So that's, if he said, you know what I mean, I'm not pro-black like you in that sense, but I have to be defending black people, because that's what the conversation was about. What the scenario he gave to me was exactly that. That these, 100,000 are a risk to the black race, which means his people, his mum, his dad, his aunties, his uncles, his children, and everyone related to him So how the hell were you not pro-black in the context that you yourself gave? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. And it's never personal with me. It's to do with the information. But I'm just saying, such an incriminating question, and he reversed from it. And I'm saying all of these other conversations that we're having with him, I understand when it comes to religion, for instance, you can put scenarios, you can diss it, fair enough, because you can detach yourself from that. But you can't detach yourself from being black. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where, for me, it become, that's where the agent thing flipped on when he said it. And I'm saying, so if I said yes to that now, bare people later on can quote me and say, oh, you said you'd wipe out this group of people. Do you see what I'm saying? And forget the you know what they're like. They don't care about context. They don't care what it was said. It would just be me associated with saying I'm doing this. Do you get me? And I'm saying it's them type of, incriminating question. And I'm like, well, because he wasn't invested anyway, but he's black, then what the hell? Like, why would you pose the question? And you're not saying, like if it's something I would do as a black man, whether pro-black or not, as a black man, and you say no, then I'm arguing against you from my position. But he's not arguing from his position. So whose bloody position is he arguing from? Do you see what I'm saying?
I got you.
Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't even listen to the whole context, but
that's the context, my brother.
Yeah, I'm saying I was leaning towards James Jones because I like his style when he engaged people. So
no, in general, bruv, this is what I'm saying. I do in general love talking to him. You get me? Because he will bring a good argument as an opposition where people can learn. But I'm saying that there has been
until you start talking about Sunni. We could be talking about cooking chicken and you'll bring Sunni in it or some shit. I'd be like,
bro, I hear what you're.
He was tracking.
I hear what you're saying, but I want you to listen. Why? Just forget what people say and listen for yourself. Yeah. Imagine that someone tries to conflate the Hebrew Israelites because they believe in the, let's say, the Trinity and whatever else. Imagine them conflating that with Catholicism. You would always have to make a distinction and say, well, no, we're Hebrew Israelites. So I'm saying Sunniism, you lot think, in other words, when they're talking and say, well, Muslims believe. And I'm saying, no, that's Sunnis that believe that. Because if you're talking to me and you're saying, well, you lot believe this, and I'm saying, I have to tell you that Sunnis believe that and not us, correct? Otherwise, we're going to have a conversation that goes down the road, and then I'm going to pull out of it and say, well, no, that's Sunni. So I might as well say it right from the get-go. It's two different religions, so you know what conversation we can have and what we can't have. Do you see my point?
I'm tracking.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. And that's the reason why I say it, because people keep saying stuff and getting confused about what we're supposed to do, because they'll ask somebody, a Sunni, let's say, and say, is this in Islam? They'll say yes, right? The Sunni will say yes, and then they'll bring it to me as though I'm supposed to say yes too, and start judging me based upon what the Sunni says. So I'm saying, rather than waste time, get to know that this is the Sunni religion, this is Islam, and therefore come at me from Islam. Like if you choose from the Quran, then we can rock. If you're coming with Sunni's opinions and hadith and stuff, where are we going to go with that? Do you see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I have to bring it up. And it's just common sense anyway. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, just think about it, bro. Woo!
Makes some sense.
Exactly. Yeah. What it is, the Sunni, it's weird because when Sunnis feel like it, they want to make a distinction, yeah? Like when these Shias are beating themselves and doing something, they want to make that distinction. But when it comes to terrorism and Sunnis taking the cop for terrorism, all of a sudden, oh, I'm bringing up Sunni and Sunni and Sunni and Sunni. Like, you know what I mean? So if you're the terrorist, then yeah, I distance myself from you. It's your religion. Like, look, America killed the second in command in Iran. Where is the Shia suicide attack from that? Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's not our way, bro. That's not what we do. If that was Sunnis, they'd be trying to blow you all up. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Fun these people, bro.
I still don't get the divide between the Sunni. I try to, but I guess
I'll explain. Bro, let me just give you a basic. Imagine after the Messiah, yeah? A group of people were bigging up Judas.
Right.
They said they were following Jesus, and they were bigging up Judas and said Judas is the successor of Jesus. And that all of their main things were based upon Judas and the people around Judas. That's what it's like. Okay. Wow. So let's say Jesus appointed Peter, and upon Peter he's going to build his rock, Petros, right? They don't. So we're following Peter, and they're following Judas, who had the bigger followers.
Whoa.
So this is as simple as that. When you go, it's just two different main lines. One of them is following that the prophet appointed this person, and this is even in Sunni books. This is why it's bad that the internet, for Sunnis, that the internet has come out, because we can all research it now. Just think, 500 years ago, you had manuscripts. And if I wrote a book with my own hand, bro, not any dirty hand is going to touch my book, is it? So you didn't have access to this information. You get me? Even in Sunni books, it says the prophet appointed Imam Ali. Do you see what I'm saying? But they didn't know that then. You get me? Right, so this is where This is where Sunnis are quaking in their boots, because it's like man could just pull up on a screen and say, right, in your hadith book it says this. You know what I'm saying? Like 2 seconds flat. You know what I mean? So yeah, bro, it's a simple thing, but it is literally 2 different religions. Any true Sunni would tell you that. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's as simple as that, my bro.
But it's 2 different religions. But the Quran is the go-to source, right?
Well, it is for us, yeah. But the reason why it's not for the Sunnis is because they have something called hadith, which supersedes or always above the Quran. So, for instance, listen to what I'm saying. They have hadith that says they abrogate verses of the Quran with a hadith.
Okay.
And I'm saying, if the Quran is the criteria, the Quran says it is the criteria, right? How can the criteria be measured by something outside of it?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense, does it? If you got a ruler, the ruler is telling you how long or width, you know what I mean? Length, height, width or something. But then the thing that you're measuring can't be telling the ruler what the game how to work. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So
I see what you're saying. That's like me somebody telling me to go to the Talmud versus the Bible.
There you go. That's exactly this is and don't get it twisted. The Jews actually do that.
I know. I met a couple of them.
They take the Talmud, like you'll go to the Torah and you'll say it says this, and they will say no, but my rabbi says this or it means that, and you'll be like, but it blatantly contradicts a verse in the Torah. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, now I'm trying.
Exactly like bloody Sunni. I'm glad you gave that example, so hopefully I'm going to use that in the future. The Talmud, right? The Sunni Talmud, yeah, their hadith, bro. It's exactly like that. And the Prophet said they will follow the Jews and Christians. You get what I'm saying? So these people, it's like that, brother. Literally. So for us, you can't have a hadith. In other words, let's say in the Quran you have, let's say, 3 main verses on alcohol, right? The first verse says, "Do not come to Salah, do not approach Salah, the prayer, while you're intoxicated until you know what you're saying." Now that doesn't outright ban alcohol, right? It's just saying don't come to the prayer while you're intoxicated. So that means in between you can drink. But if you're praying 5 times a day, that means you're going to have to reduce the amount so that you're conscious and aware next time you pray in it. If you're praying 5 times a day, do you get what I'm saying? So it was a smart way of reducing the alcohol thing.
Okay.
Exactly, consumption, right? Because it was big in the society, right? So the next verse was there was another verse I can't which one was? Let me give you the last verse and maybe I remember the second one, right? So the last verse was verily gambling, divination, and the drinking of alcohol are part of Shaitan's handiwork. Shun such abomination that you may prosper, right? And then the next one was verily in gambling and alcohol there are benefits for mankind, but the harm is more than the benefit. That's the middle one. Do you get me? But the last one gives you the phases. Do you see what I'm saying? So the last one abrogates for that society the drinking of alcohol. But if it comes to a new society, you have to start from the beginning.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? You have to go through the process of don't come to Salah, So you might give them 10 years, for instance, before you wipe out the whole of alcohol, or you ban it totally. Do you see what I'm saying? But that's all within the Quran. You can't go to a hadith and say, well, look, it's halal or it's haram. You can't do that. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, there's other verses that the Sunnis use this thing, and they're coming up with their garbage, claiming that this hadith bans this in the Quran. Stoning. There you go. In the Quran, it says lashes for adultery, right?
Okay.
They made up hadith which says there were verses revealed regarding stoning to justify their stoning. They're saying it's not in the Quran, but there's verses that were revealed with the Quran. This is how bad it is. They're not even saying it was a hadith. They're saying in the hadith, they're saying that there were verses revealed in the Quran. They're no longer in there, right? and based, bro, these Sunnis are dumb. Because think about it. How can you have capital punishment and it's not in the main book? You might have some, they use the toothstick and you wear your garments. Maybe minor things you can have in hadith, right? But you can't have capital punishment in a hadith. You're going to kill someone in the Quran, don't say that. It mentions adultery in the Quran, and the punishment is lashes. And one says, or imprisonment until Allah reveals, more what to do with them, which was imprisonment. And then some are saying, then the punishment was lashes. Do you get me? But Sunnis are saying, no, lashes was first, and then the second one was imprisonment. But that wouldn't make no sense.
And the Quran don't back it up, right?
They don't back up their thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because think of it. If they're saying it first said lashes, yeah, and then it said imprison them until Allah gives you legislation of what to do, but you've already said legislation is lashes. So that means the one that was first was imprison them first, and then the legislation of what to do came lashes later. Do you understand? But because they followed Jews and Christians, whatever else, because the Torah said to stone them to death, then they made up a hadith to justify. Because there's other people saying, no, you can't do that. It's lashes. But then they come up with a hadith to say, no, you can, because the Prophet allegedly said this, and there was verses. Bro, trust me, it's two different religions. That's what you have to remember, bro. Two different religions. And that's why it's important. And people the Sunnis don't like it because it allows people from outside to see how garbage their religion is. It allows them to see that their religion does not follow the Quran. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because trust me, if you examine it, right, clearly for what it is, you're going to see how many contradictions against the Quran this dumb religion has. Do you get me? So why would I, as a convert, want to somehow, like, associate myself or be under the same umbrella with them? Do you get what I'm saying?
When you present that argument, what's the pushback? All you got to do is say the Quran don't say it, and that should be an open and shut case.
No, it's not as simple as that, bro. Because then what you have to remember is people have been indoctrinated with the Sunni religion first. So when I say the Quran don't say that, the Sunnis will say, well, the commentary or the hadith of the Prophet, and then the scholar said, do you see what I mean? So I'm saying, to save all that bloody time, bro, I just say two different religions. Do you get? It's like you lot in the Mormons.
Yo, Esau, I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro. This is important. Anna Loves Dunya just written in the chat
go on.
that there are hadith that say there are verses missing in the Quran. Is that true?
Yeah.
That Sunnis say that they have hadith that say there are verses missing from the Quran.
Verses are missing, and also that Aisha
is that true?
Ate some of the Quran, bro. That is 100% true. Oh, my brother.
Bro, hang on a second. Hang on. I don't know if this is the correct term, yeah. But isn't that classed as shirk?
That's kufr. Kufr. Bro, why do you think I don't subscribe to Islam religion? But don't get me wrong. There are Shias. I'll give it to you. There are some Shias that say this. They say that this Quran, because it was written by Uthman, is not trustworthy and is not complete. However, at least they have a logical reason. So they're saying because Uthman was a usurper and he was a kafir and so on, they're saying that they don't trust it. But then that side has been refuted. The point is, Sunnis have been in power and they're still saying this stuff in their hadith. So, and it's in Bukhari, fam. Like,
wait, hang on a second. Did you say Aisha's goat or ghost?
Read the comment, bro. Goat. Read the comment, bro. My man put our brother.
No, wait. Forget the comments. I want to talk to you for a second.
Yes.
So Aisha's ghost or goat, like the animal goat.
A goat, the animal called a
goat. And the goat ate the Quran.
No, pages, a chapter or something like that.
Wait, but what are they saying specifically? Are they saying specifically the verse that mentions stoning?
I don't know what it was.
Goats gotta eat, man. Goats gotta eat.
But it's a lot.
No, because this. Hang on a second. This doesn't make sense to me. Hang on a second. Right? Isn't there a verse in the Bible? In the Quran, that says like the Quran is perfectly reserved, rare tear.
Exactly. That's the whole bloody point as to why.
This don't make no fucking sense, man. Right? I need to know. Before I start nailing my colours to the mast, I need someone to provide me with this hadith that says a goat ate the Quran and stoning is missing from the Quran. Bro, how
we gave it to you the other day,
from the Quran if it's perfectly preserved? That don't make no fucking sense. That's a contradiction in on itself.
We gave that to the other day. That was amazing.
No, we didn't. We spoke about the other contradiction. But bro, listen to what I'm saying. This is madness.
Yeah. They say the goat ate it.
This is madness.
Bro, she is using this all the time, bro. I don't. But it's just something. All right, I was. What's the name? Counter 708, my brother. Can you provide the source? Oh boy, you don't make me laugh. Why am I echoing? Who's got me in the background?
This is madness.
Oh, Joe, come on.
You really not heard this before? Nope. A goat ate the Quran. Brother, listen, all I hear day in and day fucking out is the Quran's perfectly reserved, Book of Allah, rare, it's from God, find me another verse like it. Hello, read the Bible. Just all those fucking like rehearsed lines, and now I'm hearing a fucking goat ate the book. And I'm like, what?
Not all of it, bro. Listen, let me find. Yeah.
No, a page, even one page, bro. Hear what I'm saying? Yeah. If and then I'm hearing there are verses missing from the Quran. Now I need you to take a minute and let the implications of those words sink in.
I'm saying these, bro. Listen, what I'm saying to you. I'm saying, remember, I've researched both sides of the story, really, yeah. And I've actually there are some Shia, there are groups of Shia that also say the same thing. That the Imam Mahdi is going to bring the whole original Quran, right? So they don't believe this Quran is the true Quran as well. What my point is the difference is that's what they actually believe. Sunnis, however, they have in their hadith that say it's incomplete, but out of their mouths, they will tell you, no, they believe it's complete. So I'm saying, well, you're either going to go with the hadith that you say is authentic, or you're not. Which is it? You see the point now? So I'm saying,
bro, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about fucking right, Muslims and Islam, right? I feel like the amount of mental gymnastics I see people having to fucking perform, right, to keep their shit intact. It's just like, you know what? Just keep it to yourself, bro. Like, you, man, sort out your shit. Sort it out before you come to man with, it's the best, it's the truth, it's perfect, rare. And then you got a fucking goat eating pages of the book. That don't make no fucking sense.
Put Quran eaten, yeah, and the first thing that comes up is buy a goat, second one buy a sheep, Quran. Let me find hadith, man.
And then they're telling me, oh, I'm hearing now there are stoning people to death, which, to be honest with you, is one of the major fucking reasons why I know Islam ain't for me, right? Because I don't, it's madness. This stoning to death business, yeah, you're telling me it's in the Quran, but it's missing. And then with the same breath, before you've even pulled air into your lungs, you're telling me with that same breath, this book's perfectly reserved. Bro, use your brain. Turn your fucking brain on. This is dumb. It's dumb.
Bro, that's Sunni hadith for you, but that's their problem anyway. So let me read the hadith. It's in Sahih Muslim. Sahih Muslim hadith number 3422. And it says, Amra reported that she heard Aisha discussing fosterage, which makes marriage unlawful. And Aisha said it was revealed in the Quran 10 clear. Come back. Where the hell is it? Oh, flip. Here we go. Sunan Ibn Majah. So it's the same thing in relation to stoning. It was narrated that Aisha said the verse of stoning and the breastfeeding an adult 10 times, right? This is she is really going with
Wait, pause. Oh, what the fuck? Breastfeeding adults 10 times. What the fucking hell is that?
Bro, listen, I swear you don't listen enough. We've had this discussion before. Remember?
All right, we've not spoken about breastfeeding adults. What the fuck are you reading?
Listen, the Shias, bro, the other brothers always use this to diss Aisha here. It says, according to Sunni books, that Aisha breastfed grown men, bro. But I don't use this. I don't, I mean, to me, that's whatever. I don't use that. But anyway, so it says it was narrated. Aisha said the verse of stoning and the breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed. Really? Okay. And the paper was with me under my pillow when the Messenger of Allah died. We were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep. All right, not goat. Tame sheep came in and ate it. Right? That's one. I think there's a
wait, hold on. Veli, you got people in the back chat that are looking to jump on. Veli Vision, back chat, add people, Veli. Oh shit, he had me.
Yeah, let Orthodox more take over. I'm gonna mute up for a bit.
Yeah, Issa, listen, we're gonna have to talk about this breastfeeding adults business because this fucking this stuff is just getting ridiculous now. It's just getting ridiculous.
But you don't want to say Sunniism though, Ultra. You're afraid of saying Sunni. You get me?
No, bro. This is what I'm saying. If this is Sunni books, then it's Sunni books. It's not about being afraid. It is what it is. All I'm saying is, like, the reason why I don't want to nail my colours to the mast is because there are no Sunnis on the panel. I need to speak to a Sunni ASAP because right now, Sunniism is just getting buried. It's madness.
Okay,
how the fuck can you breastfeed adults 10 times? Who was doing the breastfeeding?
Oh, God. That's what I mean. I mean, there's some women out there, you'd be happy for that to happen, wouldn't you? But anyway.
No, but don't get me wrong. When my wife is nursing the babies, obviously I'll try to sneak a little taste in. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? But you're talking about breastfeeding adults suggests to me that they'll be there and suckling on a woman who's lactating. That's fucking insane. What is this?
The reason, this is the reason. Yeah, it says if two babies in Islam, if two babies breastfed from the same mum, so let's say one's her child and one's not, then that child will be considered the mum. So the children that woman has will be her breast, will be that baby's brothers and sisters, so she can't marry them. Do you understand? So the point was, breastfed an adult, that adult can come in the house and chill with them. Do you understand? It's stupid, bro. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
This is what I'm saying. This, brother, if you see what
wait, hold on a second. But you can only breastfeed if somebody is nursing a baby. If the woman's not pregnant, how does she breastfeed? Or does he just suck on her tits?
That's what I'm saying. Bro, it's not. I didn't make it up, bro. This is a Sunni religion, bro.
This is fucking insane. I need a Sunni. I need a Sunni to jump on and tell me right now that Isa, the Shia, Kufa, pagan, infidel, kafir dog, is wrong. Yeah? No, because Isa's telling me things that's making me think, you know what? These lot are fucking nuts. And there's a chance Isa's right.
Oh, no,
there's a chance Isa's right. You know what? Now, all I need before I make my decision, I need a Sunni, not Orthodox more, because he holds a unique position. I need a Sunni to jump on and tell me Isa's chatting shit. But don't just tell me, no, Isa's chatting shit. Tell me why and demonstrate to me that he's talking shit.
So watch this. I'm going to quote another one for you. It's from Al-Muwatta.
Oh, no, please. Don't tell me it gets worse.
Hold on. Yeah, because this is actually the person doing it, yeah? So it says, Yahya related to me from Malik. This is Muwatta of Malik, Hadith 30.1.8. Yahya related to me from Malik bin Nafi that Safiya bin Abi told him that Hafsa, who is the one of the wives of the Prophet, mentioned in that verse, chapter 66, verse 4, sent Asim bin Abdullah bin Sa'ed to her sister, right? Fatima bin Umar bin Khattab, for her to suckle him 10 times so that he could come to see her. She did it so he used to come to see her. So this is so that they can socialize, bro.
So wait a minute, hang on a second. So in order to socialize, he had to suck on her tits because what? Then all of a sudden he becomes her son, or what?
Well, yeah, the position of a son.
What is this?
Okay, look, all right, Ultra, listen. If you're not related to the woman, you're not allowed to be in the arena with her, in the room with her. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So the loophole is suck on her breast 10 times, and then it's cool.
You got it in one, bro. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it?
This is fucking insane. All right, listen, Sunnis. Hear what I'm saying, Sunnis. There's a Shia infidel kafir dog.
Shut up.
Right? No. I have to say this right. You know why? Because
don't say that. Just say that.
No. Wait. Hold on, Isa. Wait. Just bear with me for a second.
Yeah, but
there's a Shia infidel. There's a Shia infidel right now talking shit about the Sunni religion. Now, I'm not saying he's talking shit. I'm saying he's saying things that are just making me think you Sunnis are fucking nutbags, right? If you subscribe to this, like, if I can't be in the same room with, and remember, these men are saying Islam's perfect for all times. So that means if I want to socialize with a Sunni woman, I just have to whip out her chest, suck on them 10 times, and then we're Chris. That's fucking insane. You man are telling me a woman can't even leave the fucking house without covering her face. But I can suck on her tits just so I can be in her company. That's dumb. This is stupid. Yes, tell them it's stupid, baby Ultra. How old are you now? 2? And you think it's stupid too? Good boy. Good boy.
No one else is sucking on these titties.
It doesn't make sense. Round and round. Round and round. The wheels on daddy's bus go round and round.
Bigger baby Ultra.
Oh shit! Fuck sake! I was supposed to be on mute. Fuck.
Hopefully the.
Isa, this is what I want to know, bro. Like, so is there a hadith breaking down like the cost or like a dowry or a price for actually dealing with the adult breastfeeding and whatnot?
I have no idea. What it is, to be honest, is not something I've invested in, because I think as soon as you say that, you know, it becomes more of an emotional debate. Mm-hmm. And I like to base my debates with Aisha and stuff upon the Quran. Mm-hmm. So I find a lot of Shia brothers, they, you know, there's an insult thing. So they will say things like Aisha committed adultery after the Prophet died. Mm-hmm. You get me? They will talk about the breastfeeding. You know, it's more of I'm not saying they should or shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's not something that I do. So I read it long time ago. Brothers have posted it elsewhere. I've looked at it. Brothers have come, in the comments, some guys say it's just not the way that do you know what I mean? It's not the way that I would debate. I wouldn't bring up the breastfeeding, except for actually now that it's come up this way, I would do it as a means to show that they have to make up stuff. But I wouldn't use it in a way to show look what Aisha was like. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. I would definitely use it in a way to show that, like, if you're gonna use hadith, like, first of all, like I've said publicly, like if I was ever gonna take hadith, like my favorite hadith that I've ever read are Shia hadith. I ain't gonna lie to you, right? But on the further thing, right? If I was gonna take hadith, I wouldn't take hadith that were not a narration of the Prophet saying something, right? I noticed that there's a lot of narrations of Aisha said this, Aisha said that, or someone said this, and it has nothing to do with the prophets. I'm like, why does that hold any weight in hadith? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I thought the whole concept was like the sunnah of the prophet. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
there is one. There is a breastfeeding one where apparently the prophet said to do it. I read somebody posted that the other day. A Shia brother posted that the other day where the prophet said this was the way around that. So do this. So breastfeeding doesn't look like, I don't know what can I say, man? What can I say? It's not really my arena. As you know, I focus on chapters.
Wait, Isa, let me ask you a question. And this, I need you to be honest now, Like, look,
I'm always honest.
I know that right now, all the Sunnis that are still tuned in are very, very angry right now. Yeah, very, very angry. But I need you to tell me if you have any such thing in your Shia quote unquote hadith, because I know right now the Sunnis are reaching for all manner of fuckery to try and bust you up with.
I know what you mean. No, we don't have nothing like that. We do have. I would say it's rejected by a lot, but then you do have some really. Okay, you heard of Thayin, right? That's one of the reasons I do distance myself from the Orthodox Shia. And there's a lot of brothers that do as well. I won't lie. Let's say I think it was Iran. They talk about Thayin. Have you heard about this disgusting thing?
No.
The Sunnis talk about it too. Oh, okay. Never mind. But anyway, let them.
Wait, what did you say? Thayin.
Thayin. Yeah.
Yeah. Takia Watch posted up a nasty fucking video, man. I'm just like, do you know what? Sometimes when I see things that my species get up to, some of the things my species believe, some of the brain dead fucking morons that are out there, you just think to yourself, well, hang on a second.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on.
I agree, bruv. It's nothing I can, but all I can say is, it's very clear in the Quran, Wagwan, and this is why I say I follow the Islam of the Quran. Therefore, no one can't say to me, well, you're following this, you're following that. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, not much I can do. But yeah, I need to mute up for a bit.
Yeah, Isa, I'm not gonna lie, you took the piss today, bro. Like this breastfeeding thing, I'm not gonna lie. Like obviously, I'm a man, innit, and I like breasts. Yeah, breasts come in all shapes and sizes, different circumferences. On the areolas have different circumferences. Nipples come in different sizes, width.
What's wrong with you, bro? Behave yourself. Your breast connoisseur. There's a lot of people put
and then you're gonna have man say, I want my woman to be covered up, and I would like to know who subscribes to this.
Oh, to be honest, today I don't think many people practice it, to be honest, because obviously
and hang on a second, wait, I'm so stupid, I forgot to ask you the question. Is this weak or strong hadith?
Well, I think one's in Sahih Muslim, and one, I'm sure there's one in Bukhari, but it's definitely, they're strong hadith. It was a practice. This is what you're not getting. It was apparently practiced by Aisha herself, and she had no children, so I'm not quite sure how you get around that one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Issa. This is madness. Like, obviously, for me, like when I hear paradigm shifting info, I can't let it go, especially when it's like titties, because I like titties, because I'm a man. I like titties. No, because you know what it is, Issa, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, if I'm honest, I learn. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. Like, I don't give a shit about Islam. That's you man's thing. It's nothing to do with me. You man are in your little dirty civil war, Sunnis and Shias. There's nothing to do with me. I don't care. But you see, when a man tells me, comes online and says, rare, and I'm on the panel, and this information is new to me, and it blows my paradigm, I ain't gonna be able to let it go. We need to flesh this out. I need to know what the fuck is going on and who subscribes to this nonsense.
I'll be honest. I don't think any. I can't say any. I'll be honest. I don't think any Sunnis today practice that. Do you get what I'm saying? But the point is, Shias are using it in general to diss Aisha, innit, and Hafsa.
All right. Okay, Issa. Let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
Like when the Prophet was alive, the Prophet. Sorry, your Prophet. When your Prophet was alive, walking the earth, communicating directly with Allah, receiving fucking revelations direct from the source, or whatever the fuck he got, or however he got them, was this practice going on?
No,
when the Prophet was alive.
It never happened. The Prophet, listen, the Prophet never institutionalized it. They took advantage of the fact that the clearly says for those who breastfeed, meaning children who are whoever's, because you know what a breastfeeding mother, you have a nursing mother in it. Back in the day, it was right. So it's saying if two babies, right, children nurse from the same mother, so let's say she has a daughter and a son from someone else, a baby boy from someone else, they both breastfeed from the same woman. They're saying when they grow up, they can't get married because they're considered nursing brother and sister. Do you understand?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't agree with that, but it makes sense. I could kind of get my head around that. Yeah.
Right. So what they're saying is, if you're brother and sister, you two can be around each other. So that's his sister now in society. So he can go, he can be around her without anyone else being there. Do you understand? So what?
Yeah. Or Issa, check this out. Check this out. They could have just been around each other as brother and sister, or brethren, without the breastfeeding. How about them apples?
Say it again. They could have won.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Now, just hear me out. Now, this is radical now.
No, sure.
Why couldn't this male and female just be in each other's company without the breastfeeding?
I suggest because in society you have a lot of illicit sexual intercourse where, let's say in England, I remember when DNA first came out, the police said if they were to tell the amount of people that their real father, that their supposed father was not their real father, society would collapse or something like that. So the police came out after, when DNA was kind of new and they started using it. They said that basically a lot of people out there who think their father's not really their father. And that's why it's interesting in England. Do you remember the father's the milkman? Do you remember that joke? They always used to say, yeah, it's true. This is what I'm saying. So my point is, in relation to mixing, I can see the problem because I've seen it all my life. I've seen it where, I've literally never forget this thing where we went out, it was like a nightclub for underage, like 17, I think. Yeah. So the same nightclub would be open for 18s and over. This was like a Thursday. And we were going, me and my cousins and whoever and friends and stuff were going. And there was guys dancing in a routine, right? So they're doing a routine together, whatever it is. Every week they're coming with some new routine and sometimes a dance off. One of the guys' bus is a bus that leaves like early. So when he comes out, he hasn't got long. He has to jump on the bus. Now his girlfriend, he's there she's kissing him up at the bus stop and he has to catch the bus. After he's gone, we go back to Burger King and the same gal is with one of the guys that was in the dance group, kissing up the gal on the table. And I'm saying to my cousin, isn't she with so-and-so? And he's like, yeah, shush, don't say that. And I'm thinking all these other people know about it, but they're not telling the guy who just got on the bus. And I'm like, right, that's kind of snaky. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, no one's literally telling this guy that your girl you're with is a hoe. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but how would breastfeeding have solved that situation?
No, well, I totally agree in the sense of how I understand it is that he now has a responsibility to her in that sense of treating her like his mum and treating her like his sister. Do you see what I mean? So similar to
but I'm not gonna lie to you, brother. Listen to me. Like, look, I see Muslim women every fucking day. Well, not every day because I don't work 7 days. Like 5 to 6 days a week, I see Muslim women. Right? I can be their quote unquote friend. Like if one of them speaks to me, and says, "Oh, hi driver, blah blah blah. Would you like to come to my house for a cup of tea, blah blah blah." I'm like, you know what? Thank you very much. Blah blah blah. That's really nice. And if she invites me to her home for a cup of tea and a fucking a session of Quran, yeah, she doesn't have to breastfeed me. She's just doing something nice, bro. If she's a Muslim and she loves Allah and the Prophet, and she wants me to be involved or get a couple verses off her and a cup of tea, it's just a nice thing to do. She doesn't have to breastfeed me. It's madness,
brother. But this is common sense, bro. This what you have to remember is some people have tried to get around things, and that's just it. I'm just saying. The Shia brothers, I know they use it as a way, the back and forth of insulting Aisha. What do you want me to do, bro? There's nothing I could do about it, innit? You know what I mean? That's their thing. I can't remember how we brought it up, but yeah. In both Orthodox, Sunni and Shia, there's things which I totally disagree with. The difference is there's a hadith on this and it's authentic in Sunnism. That's the problem. So, for instance, Ayatollahs have come out with fatwas that I think are absolute kufr, absolute garbage, and it's nonsense. Not just me, but many Shias.
Wait. So, do you mean recently?
Yeah, like Thayin and stuff like that. I don't know how long it goes back, but there's.
I'm not gonna lie. I heard about that. I've seen it. It's nasty.
Hold on. In Pakistan, I noticed they don't seem to have that. Do you get me? So there is a little bit of a rift between, let's say, the Iranian establishment and even Iraqi Shias. Do you know what I mean? There's kind of a big line. I don't want to go into it too much, but basically there's a big difference. But my point is it's very easy to get around it because I don't have to subscribe to these scholars. It's as simple as that. You know what I mean? And we have the internet and the Quran today, so I don't need to subscribe to any opinions that they have, to be honest. Simple as that. It's quite easy today. It's made it easier. Back in the day, obviously, if you've got no access to the information, but now I can literally, Yes, Ultra, my brother. I need to mute, brother. I really
Do you know what it is? Yeah, before you go, I'm going to let you go, but I'm going to ask you one question. I already know the answer. I already know the answer because I've asked you this before and I've asked it to Sunnis,
Yeah.
Is, in your subjective opinion, is the Quran like direct from the creator of whatever means? Right, okay.
Not subjective research and able to
No, wait. Hold on. Forget all that. Just quickly. Yeah. Do the hadith meet that same criteria?
Not all of them. I would suggest some of them do. Definitely.
Wait, some criteria is direct from God.
No, meaning from the Prophet. Obviously, the hadith are from the Prophet.
No. Listen, bro. The Prophet, even though you love him, he was just a man. He was fallible. Yeah?
Bro, that's fine.
I'm talking about the words that the Prophet got from the Creator.
Yeah, that's the Quran.
The Quran. Yeah. Now,
so I'm saying
do the hadith meet that same criteria? And if so, which ones? Let's read them.
Okay. All right. So if I can get you right, the Quran is the word for word recitation, whereas let's say the Prophet might say something to different people different ways. So in other words, the point is the same, but he might use different words. So to some people, he might say the word caliph. To another one, he might say the word amir. To another one, he might say mawla, etc., etc. But these people each group understands what he meant. Do you understand? So the content is the same. So in that, I would say as long as it's authentically from the Prophet, then yes, it meets that criteria. But I have my own method of authenticating. But yeah, there are some hadiths that meet that criteria, definitely.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, I know you have to go. I've kept you a while, and I'm not going to lie to you. I think, I don't even want to look at the chat, right? But I'm positive that the Sunnis are not happy right now, and that's fine because no one wants to get their shit beat up on.
Easter, before you go,
I've got another brother on the panel.
I got a quick yes no for you right quick. Are there any Sahih hadith that are not from Aisha that are from the Prophet ﷺ that stipulate that Aisha was sick when they got married? Because from what I understand, they all come from Aisha.
Apparently there is. I don't. You know what? To be honest, again, I haven't investigated this for a long time.
Okay. No worries. That's cool. No worries.
But I do believe.
Fair enough.
I think all the ones in Bukhari, which I have a print of somewhere, I think they're from Aisha.
Yeah, that's what I've been able. Yeah, that's my research so far.
Okay. But yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, bro. I mean, you know what you could do since you're here. I haven't seen you about. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Big up. Do you want to give a little breakdown on anything? What do you think of this white man science? Before I go, what do you think of that?
Oh, I actually put a comment in the chat when this first started. Like my comment on it is like that would be eugenics. That would be macroevolutionary theory and human evolutionary theory coming from apes and whatnot.
Ooh. See, now when I get time, if you're here later, in an hour or so, I believe in evolution, and I believe the Quran teaches evolution. Macro.
Interesting. Okay.
Wait. Hold on. Isa, do you mean evolution is in change over time, or do you mean natural selection?
Well, I believe that what you call natural selection is Allah's selection. Let's say natural. Yeah, let's go with natural selection because there's actually nothing wrong with that. That's still within the realms of Allah's creation. I believe in natural selection, the whole lot, except I believe there's a purpose and there's a guide behind it, divine intelligence. All right. So yeah, I believe
that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'd love to have that conversation because I definitely back microevolution. I just don't back macroevolution.
Yeah, I hear that. I understand your position. Inshallah, I'll get on with that as soon as I can. So yeah, if you want to come back or stay in the chat, but big up, brothers. Assalamu alaikum.
Big up, fam.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like this conversation has been crazy. Only because, yeah, obviously I'm a little bit of a hedonist and I like boobs. Yeah, like I'm not gonna be a fucking some prude and pretend I don't. I like boobies. I really, really do. Like, I do. I like boobs. I like boobies. I love them. They're fantastic. Now, I don't even want to do it. Orthodox Mark, come in, my brother. What are you saying? How's life? How's America treating you? I'm coming to America in May, but not for like anything righteous. In fact, quite the opposite.
So what I'm trying to figure is what y'all saying. You saying BFF means breastfeeding friend now?
Oh, fuck's sake. No, listen, I tell you the truth, yeah. It's just, this is the thing about G-Block, yeah. Like, look, we ain't trying to make no one apostate. And I'm going to be absolutely honest. From the people that frequent this channel, you know they're dead set in their ways. It doesn't matter what you tell them. Yeah, they're just gonna stay steadfast, right? But sometimes, like you have to like just be intellectually honest and say, do you know what? Yeah, I don't really agree with that, and like I think we might have to put it down, or like, you know, it's madness because. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter whose version of Islam or Christianity or Judaism. If you employ it to its in your version's fullest, it won't work today. It will not work because there's no way you can tell me my wife has to put her tit in another man's mouth 10 times so that he can converse with her. That's insane. There's no reason why I have to put another woman's tit in my mouth so that I can be in her company. In fact, I'll go one further. If I'm in the company of another woman, she couldn't be safer because I'm married and I ain't stepping out on my wife. So there it is. There it is. Do you see what I'm saying? Yo, Schiffer, listen, like I jumped on this morning and I'm hearing you got into it with Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy got it yesterday. Do you know what? I had to let Wendy know. Do you know what? The Most High is coming. You know, he's switching people on, and mad things are happening. The world is mashing up. You hear about the shooting in the 41st precinct? Yeah.
No. What happened?
About that, but a man just walked us in because these so-called quote-unquote white people carry on with your racism. Don't try and balance out the power, and eventually it's gonna backfire because karma comes around. For every wrong, there's a right, and for every for instance, yeah, if you go your whole life doing wrong to people, eventually all of those wrongs come back to you. You know, karma comes back around. There's nothing I can do to prevent that. She didn't like it, so she's there with her fat self arguing with me, telling me about black people, or some what was she calling me, Toby, and all sorts of racist shit she was saying. But it's cool, I don't mind. I just knew I had to draw her out yesterday, so I drew her right out so everyone could see who this wench is. She's a witch, she's a racist, what she's really about. So don't be calling her your friend. She ain't none of our friend.
So what you're saying is Wendy's off your Christmas list, yeah?
Boy, Wendy on right now. And she don't even see it coming, but it's coming for her. Like I said to all of the racists, like, stop calling yourself white, call yourself by your nationality. Stop thinking you're better than us. you know, and start returning what you stole. You know, stop thinking that, you know, you're better than us. When I talk about, oh, black people are beggars. Really? We're beggars after they come and thief out our things. Hold on. White people are thief, then, innit? Thieving, plundering, rapists, and murderers. Yeah, do I put that out there? I don't really put that out there like that. But if they're going to come at us like that from that sideways angle, there's many an angle I can come from sideways, you know?
Oh shit, I was on mute. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you, bro. Like, so what you're saying is, like, Wendy can't come to your house for no turkey.
No, hell no. When do you get our back slapped? I'll get arrested for that bitch. I'm telling you, I will get arrested for her. Like, just move from her. Don't come round me.
Nah. It's not even that deep, man. It's not even that deep. Like, there's certain people you don't get arrested for. Yeah, and Wendy's one of them. I'm sorry, bro.
What you said there, yeah. Do you know what it is? You see where I grew up, yeah? There's enough racist people, yeah? I've had to fight my whole life. You see my granddad will lick it down if he was here today. He would have bossed it up and he will sit down in his jail cell, and you know what? They have to let him go. Do you know why? Because racism is not supposed to be tolerated. So the police can't be seen to be tolerating it. And the thing is, where you man are in London, yeah, it's a bit different. Because them police down there, they're not sympathetic at all. We know our police. We know them personally. You don't want to arrest me and be marked with that racist brush too, you know? You don't want to be, believe you me. Because you see, from then on, we're all going to treat you differently. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And this is where, you know, when you come out into the countryside and you see the black people in the countryside, we got a lot of unity, where you guys down there, it's like, man, them are warring with each other. And I need to come, I'm going to start coming back and educating, especially the younger brothers, because it can't carry on like this, cuz. Are you still there, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here, bro. Do you know what it is? I'm on baby duty, yeah. But like he wants his daddy. So. No. Come on then, let me jump up.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon.
Say that and handle that. Yes, my brothers. So basically, I saw the subject, yeah. Is there such a thing as white man science? These pseudoscientists have been stealing our information for years and trying to pass it off as their own. And then, you know, when they get to a point where
everybody.
They get.
Nobody's here. Nobody hears me.
Say that again. So anyway, I'm gonna carry on. Yeah. So these pseudoscientists
drop back in again.
What must? All right, say nothing. So basically, yeah, these pseudoscientists, what they do is they steal our information and try and pass it off as their own. They steal our inventions. They steal everything. They don't know nothing. And then what happens is they want to lie about things like going to the moon. And then when we call them out on it and they can't prove it, you know, their people them start getting angry, like Wendy, you know, like Ralph, and he's racist. They get angry because we called them out. Don't be angry because we called you out. Just prove it then. Take us there, show and tell, you know, because when we do our science, you can go and see it. The pyramids, you can go and see it. It's perfect, you know. And yes, the white man science is trying to control people. It's trying to control the world. They have an agenda. And I'm sick of them. So they need to prove everything they're saying. Otherwise, stop lying to people. Give back the money you stole. Stop acting like you can govern us because you don't know nothing, you know. You're no better than any of the rest of us. I don't know if anyone's got anything else to add, but I'm done with the white people science, the pseudo-science, yeah? And let's deal with the anti-establishment. Because that anti-establishment seems to know so I these people them. I wish Wendy was here right now to defend. Yesterday he was telling lies to the people. Oh, the white man invented penicillin. Get out of here, Wendy. Blasted wench.
So can I ask a question?
Ask any question you want.
What exactly is white man science? Like, is it like not taught in China, Africa? I don't understand.
No, white man science is anyone who's classified under the umbrella of white.
No,
so
but,
yes.
Okay, we said science. So, like, if I go to university in China,
Yeah.
What science are they teaching
You're learning,
there? I won't be.
you're learning white man science.
I won't be learning the same science. Like
if you go to university in China, you're learning white man science.
Okay, if I go to a university in Africa, if I go to university in Africa, if I go to university in Africa,
brother, before you go there, yeah, anywhere you go to university, you're going to be learning white man science. Any university part of the government establishment is a white man science that you're dealing with.
So if I go to University of Jamaica, it's white man science?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so we're basically
don't matter which one. Every government is part of the establishment.
Okay, so
every single government is part of the establishment.
What's the new science we're going to be calling it from now on? When after
listen, we're dealing with anti-establishment science. That's what we're dealing with now.
So the white man science forgot to tell us that the moon is made out of plasma. Is that it?
That's right. That's right.
Man. What exactly?
And the white man science was let me show you something. The white man science wants to lie to us and steal our money. What is plasma? What is plasma? Go and look it up. You don't need to ask me that. Go look it up. Don't ask me stupid questions. Yeah. Let me show you something. A white man wants to lie to everyone and steal our money.
Plasma is like, is it soft? Is it hard like a rock? What's plasma?
Brethren, go look up plasma. Stop asking silly questions. Do you not have Google? Go and Google it, innit?
No, but that's not white man science. I'm stupid. I don't know.
All right, let me show you something. If you're stupid, and you don't know how to read, that's your business.
I know white man science. You have just told me some new science.
Let me show you something. If you had to read
this new science of plasma.
No, you don't have to be taught the science of plasma. What you need to do is stop acting like a dickhead, yeah?
No,
Go and read
Google is white man science, and I don't trust it because you don't trust it.
I don't business. Go in the
dictionary. It was a white man, therefore I don't trust Google.
And find out what plasma.
Breaking up. Can't hear nothing. Is it me or you guys?
I think the brother dropped out. He's still on, but I don't hear.
I think it's the Google science that dropped him out. Crazy Google. Gotta figure something out here. All right. Maybe we can get those pyramid powers going so that we can power up the whole world. Need that to come in.
What do you mean?
Well, according to Schiffer, the pyramids are these super duper power sources that if we could turn them on, we could generate enough power to power.
Yeah, that sounds insane to me, bro. It's just
no. But that's not white man science. So we're stupid. So we got to get those pyramids going, right?
Yeah, Schiffer? Bro. This ain't Total Recall, bro.
But look, according to Cherry, we're all ignorant because we're all been taught white man science, whatever that is.
Bro, listen, look, I have to disagree on this whole white man science thing because as soon as I hurt myself, I'm going to white man science.
Yeah, but
to the white man hospital to get my fucking black ass sorted.
Why is nobody challenging Terry? It's
bro, it's up to you, bro. Listen. He's allowed to have his opinion. I literally just said I don't agree with Terry because as soon as I hurt myself, I'm going to use white man science, white man hospital, white man surgeon, to get my shit sorted out. I don't business who the fuck can fucking cure me, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's a Christian or Muslim. If I'm busted up and there's someone there who can help me, I don't give a fuck what method they use.
Let me ask you, Cuzzy, let me ask you a question. When we was in slavery, was the white man not coming to the slaves for our herbal remedies? Yes.
Yeah.
Go and do your research. All right. So, white man science, they steal from us. Yeah, some of it does work because they stole it from us. The rest of it is just white man lies. I'm done with the white people's lies. If you want to defend them, whoever this guy is,
I don't understand. If they're being taught in universities these things that were stolen from the African man, then it's still good science. It's just that they're
not teaching that. No, but they're not teaching it properly, and they're not teaching that it was stolen. So fuck their unit.
What are they missed the part?
They're not teaching it properly. Like I said to someone yesterday, they're teaching the periodic table wrong. Everything on this is made up of one thing. It's every single element of hydrogen.
You are a Hebrew Israelite, right?
Thank you.
You are a Hebrew Israelite, right?
No, I'm an Israelite. No Hebrew. I don't believe in no dirty Hebrew business. So take that out of your mouth.
So do you believe that that Christ is the Savior of the world?
Listen, there is no Christ. I believe Yeshua is the Savior of the world.
Okay,
but
so
the white people
Yeshua is the
want to
Son
change
of
him to
God,
Christ.
Savior. Do you
Let me
believe in the? Do you
white
believe
people want to change him to white man with their dirty cross.
Do you believe in the Sermon of the Mount?
I don't believe in no dirty crosses.
Sermon of the Mount, that when Christ preached the Sermon of the Mount, do you believe in that? Is that white?
I don't believe in no dirty crosses. That's the only thing I don't believe in.
Listen to me when I'm telling you. In the New Testament, there's the Sermon of the Mount, where Christ is preaching the Sermon of the Mount. Do you believe in that sermon?
What sermon? Show it to me. What is it? What is it? What are the implications of this sermon? I've never heard of it.
Matthew chapter 4, I think, something like that. Where Christ is preaching the sermon. It's called the Sermon on the Mount, where he's telling, "Blessed are the poor, for they will inherit." Blah blah blah. Blessed is this guy. Blah 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 blah. Do you know this sermon? Because I just want to know where you get all your hate from. Since you say you believe in Yeshua.
Says the meek. Hold on. Are you talking to meek?
I'm talking about the Sermon on the Mount. Sermon on the Mount.
I don't know about the Sermon on the Mount. All I know is the meek shall inherit the earth. And all of these white people who profited,
but there was a lot more said.
You're dead.
There was a lot more said in that. Like, for instance,
no one cares what you think.
Forgiveness and peace. Love.
I don't forgive no, listen, God is not all forgiving, and yet Jesus is not all forgiving. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go to heaven.
Okay, so let me say that's the white man gospel.
People are going to hell to this gnashing and weeping and gnashing of teeth. Don't ever get it twisted or confused.
Okay, so everything in the New Testament is wrong except for what you said.
No, everything in the New Testament is. I never said it was wrong. This is what I said. It's easier for the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man.
Was Christ the Son of God?
Yes. And his name ain't Christ, it's Yeshua. So stop using Christ. That's a racist.
Did Yeshua kill anybody when he went to the cross? With all his power and his might.
He didn't need to kill anyone when they put him on the dotted cross. He never need to kill anyone. Do you know why? Because he never died on a dotted cross. He never died. He never died. Don't lie to the people them. I'm done with the lies. I'm gonna
no crucifixion.
Start telling people that him made him, but he was not dead. And the Jew, hold on, I'm not finished. You're talking over me. I'm not finished. Yeah. And then after that, his Israelite brothers who are not allowed to carry dead on the Passover, yeah, they're not allowed to move no dead bodies during Passover. But they took him down off the cross and moved him apparently into this tomb. That's how we know he weren't dead, because it was Passover. No Israelites are allowed to handle dead during Passover. Do your research, brother.
So what you're saying is then he was taken down from the cross, but he didn't die on the cross.
That's right, and he never died to save no sins of no white people. So get your shit correct. He came to save his own people. I mean, it's the only time that you Edomites will be allowed.
I just needed to know your side.
After the second coming is the only time you Edomites and Gentiles will be allowed into the kingdom. And only some of you Edomites and Gentiles. That don't mean all of you. Only the ones that respect the thing. And if you don't respect the thing, then that's it's done to your detriment. Yeah. Now, at the end of the day, if you really respect the thing, you can be saved. I'm not going to deny that.
Anybody on the panel or on the chat, this guy is not working on all cylinders. He has his own science. He has his own faith. He has his own world. So
let me say something. You're dirty Vatican. You're dirty Vatican.
Forgive him because he's been built up with hatred.
You're dirty Vatican. Remove.
He forgot about the purpose
dirty crosses. Dirty crosses. Dirty stinking crosses. Listen, when you
starts cursing, obviously has a problem.
Is all over the planet.
That you seek help, my friend.
Is all over the planet, and now you're getting exposed. You're upset. You're upset because we're exposing you and your dirty crosses.
Yo, Schiffer, just quickly though, this is Ultra. Like, I need to tell you something. Like, I can hear like a lot of like, I'm gonna say biblical references that you lean on quite heavily. Is there a chance that you could be wrong? About your religious persuasion and views. Schiffer, you there? Hello? I can't hear anyone.
Hear me?
Yeah. I was saying, you're gonna. Yeah. Did you hear anything I said, or should I just say? No, fuck it. I'll say it again. Basically, I've been listening to you for the last couple of days. Like it's pure popcorn entertainment, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Yeah. You know, I hear you make like a lot of biblical references, and I was wondering if you had in your mind that there's a possibility that your personal choice in religious persuasion could be wrong.
I'm not religious, so let's get that correct first. I'm not religious. I am legion, yeah, with the Most High. There is no religion. Religion comes under me, yeah? So I will school you religious people. Make sure you know you're underneath me. Don't ever come to me with your religion. You're dead out here. These dirty crosses. They want to remove books, to write themselves into the book. Take back your dirty, stinking crosses. Make no graven image. It's written in their book, but they still do it. Make no graven image. We do not worship no idol. Yes, not type of idol, but them dirty crosses are worship. They worship the death of our Savior because they were happy to kill him. Yeah, they want him dead. They want all of us dead. That's what they want from us. They want our life. Yeah. And I'm not giving up my life for them. So all them dirty crosses make them know the bonfire.
Yeah. All right. So it took me a second to know what he was talking about when he said legion, religion. I was like, all right, okay, I'm with you now. Yeah. So like your choice of Most High, how do we go about proving it's actually true? Because I won't lie to you, I don't doubt your sincerity. I believe you genuinely believe what you believe. I believe that. I believe you believe what you believe. But I'm interested to know how we go about proving that what
do you want me to tell you why, my brother? Yeah,
I'd like you to prove it to me.
You prove it.
Yeah.
All right, this is the only proof that will ever suffice. Yeah, you see, when you're really in need, call on his name. Yeah, and you see when you call on his name and you realize that he's with you. Yeah, after you realize he's with you, that's all the proof you need. You know how many times I've been saved? Do you know how many times? Do you know I'm not supposed to be here? I should be dead already. Do you know how many men have licked shots at me? Yeah, do you know how many men have tried to come for me and it never works? They always end up fucking themselves over. Do you know why? I've had men surround me. I've been outnumbered and they still can't get me. I end up fuck up everybody. Do you know why? Because the Most High is with me. Because I call on his name and I put my head down, and I don't put my head down in shame. I put my head down in reverence, and I call a reverence. I say a prayers, and he's with me, and he protects me, and he guides me. So wherever I may end up in life, I ain't unhappy. I'm happy with whatever decision he makes. Yeah. Now, if you have that kind of ability to humble yourself to the Most High, I'm guaranteeing you're going to see some significant changes. You're going to see his power moving and working within your life. That's all the proof you need.
My life is okay, though, like, to be honest.
Well, then, if you're happy with the devil's work, then cool. Stay in the devil's playground.
My dad and my wife ain't the devil. My kids ain't the devil.
No, I never said that that's the devil. Listen to what I said. If you're happy in the devil's playground and you're happy with what he's given us, then cool. Some people are happy. Some black people were given riches just to keep the rest of us in life. Some of them are happy.
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable.
You're content. You're comfortable. Whatever you want to call it. But
I really am. Because remember, if it's the Most High that gives you shit, then he gave me the wife. He gave me my family. Like, he made me, if according to your thing, like, and if your Most High decided he's gonna land me with the wife I've got, the family I've got,
of course he did.
Then
of course he did.
I'm alright. Everything I'm alright, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm alright.
So therefore, you should be a believer then, because you had a good life and everything's going well for you.
Yeah,
but you still don't
I'm
believe.
saying, but bro, no, my life wasn't always great. But what I'm saying is, how do we go about proving that it's your specific God or your choice of deity that has given me what I have?
I'll tell you how we go about proving it, yeah? I'll tell you how we go about proving it. What you have to do some history lessons, and you have to start walking, do a time walk and go all the way back, and you can trace my God all the way back, yeah? You can, before he was called Yah, when he was called Jah, or when he was called Ra, you can go all the way back. And then what they try to do, they try to attribute his patterns to men. But there is no man who can really call himself Ra, yeah? There is no man who can call himself Jah. There is no man who can attribute himself to the Creator's power. But they've tried to. They've tried to put men's faces to it. And it doesn't work. All of those civilizations get destroyed.
What power does what power does your Creator have?
The power to destroy all civilization. The power to destroy all civilizations that want to and want to attribute his powers to. Any more questions?
Yeah. So you said your deity has the power to destroy.
The power to destroy every single nation who tries to attribute his powers and his creative power to themselves and to men. Men can't create. Men cannot make this world. Men cannot do what the Creator's done. Men cannot see all and be everywhere at one time. So when they try to attribute his powers to themselves and men try to make themselves into God, he destroys them. That's what happened.
No, I hear you. And like I said to you before, bro, I legitimately believe that you believe what you believe, yeah. But I'm saying,
thank you, my brother.
Like for me, how do we go? I need like, for me, like you saying it and you being sincere. It's just not enough for me to invest.
Can I be honest with you, my brother?
Like it's like do you know what I mean? Because like your personal experience is like personal and specific to you, innit? So
that's
right.
You
gave examples of shit that you've been through, and like you called on help, and you believe that the Most High or your deity.
You know what? It's more than that. It's more than that. It's more than that. There are prophets walking this planet right now. I have met some of the prophets. Yeah. I have met some of these people who can do incredible things you'd never be able to understand, who have information they're not supposed to have. But I'm not going to show you nothing like that. You'd have to find it yourself, and they would have to approach you. But because you're not seeking, you who seek shall find. And that's the truth, my brother. Until you start seeking, you will not find.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
You will be in limbo.
I do agree with that, my brother, Shiva.
And
I agree that when you do seek, you tend to find, yeah.
That's right, but I agree. I understand where you're coming from, because right now you're in limbo because you don't really know. You can guess at it, you can read a book, but there's no way of you actually knowing. But you're never going to know until you really start seeking and soul searching, my brother. So I'm giving you that jewel, and it's down to you now. It's your choices to make now.
Yeah, no, I hear you, bro. But if I'm honest, like I said, right now, like I'm okay, and like I don't need anything else. I'm alright.
You can hear the passion in my voice, though, right? And
yeah,
I don't get paid for none of it.
No, listen to me. Let me tell you something, Shifa. There's nobody on Hangouts, yeah, that's gonna be able to take the sincerity from you. I genuinely believe that you believe what you believe and what you're. I believe
5 billion%.
I believe no,
10 million trillion %.
It's coming through the screen, yeah. The thing that the problem that I have is like, unless somebody's had the same and or a similar experience to what you've had, it's difficult for anyone to kind of just jump on board. Like, do you get me?
My brother, is that not what they said about Moses? Is that not what they said about Job? Is that what they said about Ezekiel? Is that not what they say about all the prophets?
Like, that's not a good argument for me, bro, because like as is, I'm not even convinced that the names you just mentioned actually existed in world history.
But my brother, I don't want you to be convinced. I don't want to convince you. I'm not trying to convince no one. I'm making people know that I'm adamant, and you never sway me. Yeah,
I'm
gonna give you an even better argument, my brother. You see, you walking away from the religion, yeah? You got nothing to gain. You see, you sticking at it, yeah? And you seeking and searching and soul searching and trying to find the answers. You got so much more to gain, because I'm gonna give you this perspective. I know it's right, but in your perspective, if it is right, how much have you got to lose?
Not much, really. I mean,
well, you can lose your place in heaven. You can lose your eternal soul. You can go to the place of weeping and gnashing of teeth. You can condemn your own family, your own people, who you're around, who you love.
I hear you, bro.
There's a lot to lose in that respect. If you don't believe in it, then you got nothing to lose.
That's an appeal to the supernatural. And again, bro, like where I am in the current headspace I'm at, like for me, when people appeal to the supernatural, it's like,
but for you,
it just doesn't.
All right, so
a good
you
argument
got nothing to lose. But for you got nothing to lose because you don't believe. You're just gonna die anyway, and that's it. There's nothing left for you after that.
But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not even saying you're wrong.
I never said that.
I don't believe.
I never said that.
Yeah, do you get me?
Yeah, I get you. But no, Ultra, I fully get you.
Yeah.
So right now, you got nothing to gain from this because you don't really believe in it. But you got nothing to lose because you don't really believe in it. But someone who does believe in it knows that what they've got to lose. And someone who doesn't believe in it wouldn't know what they got to lose. So I can totally get where you're coming from. You see my belief. My belief comes from knowledge. You see what there was once upon a time, I was a man. I didn't believe in no religion. I didn't listen to nothing. I went into no spiritual, no spooky business, no creator business. I want to see proof. I want to see evidence. And I've done so much research, and this is where it's led me to. So I want you to understand that. Yeah, there was a time where I said, you know what, I might be a Scientologist. And then I realized these scientists need the Bible. They rely on it so much. I said, hold on, there's something wrong here. Yeah, I've been down every soul searching route. I need the people that I met. That's what led me to read the books that I've read. That's what led me to read the Quran, to discover I don't need Muhammad. You don't need Muhammad to the Father through the Son. You don't need him. He's bringing the same message that was already brought. So we don't need him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to put Muhammad down and say, you know what, he hasn't done great things for Islam and for people of that nature, because, you know, there was a time when they were pagans and they were doing weird. He changed all of that. So I'm not going to say he didn't do his work.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with doing weird stuff?
Let me show you something. I'll tell you what's wrong with doing weird stuff. There's one creator, and if you make any
necessarily, this is another thing I don't agree with, bro. Like, it's not like cool. If we're saying people are pagans, is that necessarily a bad thing? No,
bro. In your opinion, no.
A pagan. No, I'm not saying pagans aren't bad. I'm saying, what is it about being a pagan that is so bad?
Because they make graven images and they worship something other than the Most High, who is a jealous God, and he will bring destruction upon them.
Yeah, wait, see, Shifa, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. Like what you just said to me, maybe I heard it wrong, but all I heard is these people made pictures and images and it pissed off your God.
Not my God, like, the one true God, and he will bring destruction upon them.
No, but I hear that, but bro, listen. Like for me, that's just a bit like your God's got like really basic human emotions. Like
that's unfair to say. That's unfair to say.
He threw his toys out the pram, and now he's gonna bring down wrath. That's
unfair to say. You see, when you say that, that's blasphemy. But at the same time, because you're not a believer, I'm gonna say just your opinion.
How can it be blasphemy?
Here I'm gonna say it's only blasphemy if you're a believer. You're not a believer, so
no,
I'm gonna allow you to have your opinion. But I'm gonna say this
your God suffers from human emotions.
Let me show you something. If you're a believer, anyone who's out there that's a believer, you know that that's blasphemy for believers. Anyone who's not a believer, it's not blasphemy to you because you got no respect for it. So because you got no respect for it, I'm gonna.
No, that's not true. Hello.
Leave you in your world. I'm gonna say we're gonna and you.
Shifa, your mic cut out, bro. I didn't hear what you said.
You can keep that energy. You're not a believer. If you was a believer, you'd never say something like that.
Wait. Hold on a second. You said to me, these people
can you hear me now?
Are pagans. They make bro.
No, I said you're not a believer. So I'm gonna let us agree.
Yeah. No, Schiffer,
Can you hear me
I don't know if
properly?
you can hear me, bro, but you're gone again.
Can you hear
No,
me
Schiffer,
properly
your
now?
thing's cutting out wild, bro. Yeah.
What about now? Is that better?
Yeah. You're good, bro. You're good.
All right. So basically, yeah, if you're not a believer, I'm gonna respect that you've got your own beliefs, and I'm gonna let you believe what you believe. But you also gotta respect me and understand you're not gonna change my belief. You're not gonna change
No,
what you know.
Schiffer. I'm not trying to change you. I'm just trying to understand, and I'm trying to let you know something. Like for me, you said, like I said it might be my lack of understanding. Like, but from what
Yeah.
I heard you say was, like, people made graven images. Your God or Most High suffered from a basic human emotion like anger.
No,
Got pissed
I
off
won't
and will
accept
just
that.
bring down
I won't
destruction. That
accept
doesn't make
that.
sense to me, bro.
I won't accept that. You see what you just said there? You'll never get me
But
to
that's what you
accept
said to
that.
me.
No, it's not what I said to you.
But
This
that's
is
what
what
you
I said to you.
said.
This is what I said to you. I said the Most High is a jealous God. Yeah, he is a jealous God. Now, I may perceive it as jealousy, but really and truthfully, it's not jealousy. It's that he has to spank his children. That's what it is. He's like a father to all of us. He fathered the nation. So you have to understand, we're his children.
Yeah.
Of line and we're doing the wrong thing, he has to show the rest of us that those ones are doing the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to spank you, and some of you gonna have to dead. Some of you gonna have to go through famine. Some of you gonna have to get burned and see the weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's the truth of it. So I'm not gonna disrespect the creator and say he's got human emotions. I'm gonna say, or it's got human emotions, however you want to put it. But what I'm gonna say is this: that he's given us instruction, and if we don't obey the instruction, there will be chastisement.
I hear you, but again, bro, I'm gonna have to come back at you. Like,
I'm
he's a
hoping you
father.
do.
Yeah, he's a father, which is a really like a human thing, and he's gonna chastise, reprimand his children. Again, a really human thing, and then he's gonna be subject to disappointment, human thing, and then he'll be so disappointed that with some of his quote unquote children, and then he'll bring down gnashing of teeth and all this stuff. And I'm being honest, bro. Like as a father, I don't brack up my children like that. Even when they piss me off, I have ways and means to relay a message that doesn't involve them being tortured and burned and subjected to famine and all these harsh things. I feel like Schiffer, listen, if you was my son, yeah, not that you're that young or anything, but I mean, like with my children, I don't have to fucking subject them to all manner of like gratuitous amounts of torture and spankings and all this fuckery. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I got this shit kicked out of me, but guess what?
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Of the penitentiary.
You spare the rod, you spoil the child. You think because you've been saved from the penitentiary, you think that makes you better than anyone else. And I come to realize something about you, Ultra, yeah?
No, I didn't say better. I didn't say that, bro. You can't misrepresent what I'm saying. No, Schiffer, I'm not going to let you misrepresent what I'm saying, bro. No.
You did not say better. You did not say better, Ultra. You didn't say that, yeah? Let me confirm with the world. Ultra did not use the word better. I used the word better because Ultra doesn't realize what he's saying. He doesn't realize he's turning just like the white people who want to act like they're better than us because you know what? They say, Terry, could you please calm down when you're talking and talk to us nicely? No, I'm not talking to you fucking nice. I talk how I want. You can't control me. Yeah, I'm uncontrollable. Only the Most High can control me. Only God's law is law. And whatever you man have got to say, I'm gonna let you have your say, but you still have to understand, you're not going to change nothing. You're not changing the Most High. You're not going to change his rules. And if you go, you will suffer. I'm going to be honest with you. And I can't do anything to stop that. Only you can. Only you can choose to obey the rules. Same way you choose to obey the white man's laws, you don't choose to obey the Most High's law, though, do you?
No, because like I said, for me, I'm not convinced by it all, bro. Like, if you're telling me this quote unquote, remember, these are your words, this father will subject his children to quote unquote gnashing of teeth and rare and all this stuff. I'm just like, nah. It's the tried and tested means, bro.
But you got
outdated,
more
it don't work.
faith in the white.
It's just not for me, bro. Do you know what I mean?
But you got a system is outdated and don't work.
Wait, what white man do I have faith in, bro?
or you got what? You got faith in the white man system, what is out there, but your system, which has been proven to work generation after generation.
Are you asking? Wait, Schiffer, are you asking me or are you?
Yeah, I'm asking.
I do.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you. So you give us.
Okay. Oh, okay. No. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. Yeah, no. At the moment, remember, and I'll keep it absolutely real. The system that we are currently in is what we're in. I cannot, at the moment, foresee a viable alternative to go to, take my family to, where we can survive and thrive. You have to understand, as a husband and a father, my wife and my children are priority one. If I take them out of the system that we're currently in into the unknown, that's irresponsible and it's reckless. If somebody can come up with a viable alternative that has been shown and proven to work, I will have a look at it myself. I will evaluate it. And in time, yes, I will move over. But at the moment, the system that I am currently in, that we are all in, I'm stuck.
I got you.
I will tell you straight away, it only benefits the wealthy elites. And I'm not one of them. I got you now, man out here.
Let me show you something, Ultra. Yeah, this life is a test. That our Most High set the test in front of you, and he wanted to see if with everything that's going on you will come back to him. That's what he wanted to see. And now he's realizing that, you know, a lot of us, what we do is we settle with what we've got. Like you just said, I ain't settling, B. I ain't settling. And you know what, there was a time when I was settling. There was a time when I was listening to my mom and listening to other people who were telling me, nah, this is just jargon, this is all spooky stuff, it's just a load of mumbo jumbo. For myself, that they don't really know what they're talking about, and they talk against the Most High, but they don't really know. They're not even really sure. So one who's not really sure to do it yourself, at least really want to do it, don't do it. But if you don't, and then you realize one day that you should have when it's too late, that's not my fault.
Yo, Schiffer, bro, I'm really sorry. I got a phone call. My wife just called me.
No problem.
I missed the last like 40 seconds. Sorry, brother. I missed the last 40 seconds of what you said.
I was just saying, yeah, if you don't arm yourself, yeah, that's not going to be my fault, because I'm giving you a chance. That's all I'm saying. We've all got the chance to arm ourselves with the information, to read the book, and to submit to the Most High. But if we choose not to because we think something out there is better for us, and then the time becomes too late, then it's not going to be my fault, because you've had every opportunity, just like all the rest of us. And the ones who choose not to, when the day comes, I'm not saying if, I'm saying when the day comes and it's too late, don't be upset. You know, because you chose.
No, bro. Do you know what the funny thing is?
Like I said to Wendy yesterday, don't be upset.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree that as human beings, especially human beings who are, I'm gonna say free, like, but I'm saying it reluctantly, and we have full access to the internet. There is no reason why there shouldn't be any information that's off limits. There should be no information that should be off limits. The problem is, brother. Oh, hold on. What's the matter, brother? All right, press that on.
I love that. You know, you got your sunlight now, and I love that.
Did you do?
I love that, man. Big up to you, Ultra, man. Big up Ultra, everyone. Big up many heroes, man.
Yeah, come on.
You lock and get there too.
What's wrong with this thing? Oh my god! Hold on.
I'm gonna let you finish.
2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yeah, man. Big up, man, like Ultra, because do you know what? Regardless of whether we share a difference in beliefs, the man's being a dad. You know, he's putting in work and he's putting in work at the same time. You got to respect that. You got to respect the tenacity of a man that's doubly putting in work like that. You know, and all of the brothers, everyone who's on the thing right now, Black Telect, you know, the Orthodox more, even the guy who was arguing with me about Christianity. Like, whoever it is, I ain't got no hate for you, because we're all here sharing knowledge. None of us ain't getting paid for this. So big respect to everyone. Big up to Veli for starting this thing. You know, the channel is wild. I love it. I'm not going to lie. I enjoy it. I enjoy coming on there.
G-Block strong, bro. Come on. The G-Block is strong. Come on. I'm not gonna lie, G Block for me is the hottest channel on the internet. Like, we just get characters, we get views, yeah, we get fucking differences of opinion, and this is one thing I like about the G Block, right? Is it's not based around no passa. It's just like an exchange of ideas, and it's
unless Ralph's on there, then there's passa.
Hey, listen, everyone knows about Ralph, innit? Even Ralph knows about Ralph. Do you know what I mean? But he's just fucking, he's knee deep in this stupid shit, innit? So you just have to leave him, you know what I mean? Fuck's sake. No, but listen, I'm saying, like, for me, Schiffer, like, listen, like, I hear what you're saying, and like I said to you, I genuinely believe you believe what you believe, yeah? But I would say, like, that, your choice of deity, it doesn't sound like someone I could fuck with. All right.
And I appreciate that, and that's why I said, you know what?
Yeah. You know what? And like I said, you know what it is, bro? The only time I could warrior class really is when my family are in danger. Like, I'm a pacifist in the sense that, like, I would rather, like, not get into physical altercations. Like the last almost physical altercation I had, right? I said to the guy, listen, yeah, I'm a bit of a prick and I can see what's about to happen, but could we just, like, not fight, say that we did, and I'll even go as far as to say you won, and then we just duck out, like. And the guy just laughed his ass off. He's like, you are a fucking prick. I said, yeah. And he boxed off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Can I tell you something, yeah, that might shock you, yeah? Like, I'm not a Muslim, but I believe in Islam and I believe in Allah, because Allah is Yahweh, yeah? And you know what? You see my brother in the room, the Orthodox Moor. I'm a Moor too, because I believe in the Moorish science. I believe that the Moors have a lot of information that is credible and, you know, it's relevant to all of us, you know? And I think when we start discrediting things is when we write ourselves out of something. You know, that's when we're unable to utilize that knowledge and unable to. So like I said, even science, do you know what? I don't have a problem with science as long as it's show and tell and prove. When it's pseudoscience and I got a serious issue, serious issues when they want to tell us, oh, we landed on the moon, but you can't prove it. Get out of it.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And if I'm honest with you, like, I've had a problem with the moon landing for a little while, but if I'm honest, like, I'm kind of moving towards the whole, nah, maybe it happened, right? I'll tell you why. No, in fact, I won't tell you why. It's a long, boring bullshit story, but like, this is the thing. This is the thing is sometimes, like, and I pay lip service to this whole thing about you have to go where the evidence takes you, but sometimes when you hear something that will take you out of something you believe dearly, it's difficult to kind of let go sometimes. And if I'm honest with you, bro, like, I grew in a Christian household. I've said this story a million times, so I'm sorry to anyone that's already heard it. But, like, and my nan, for me personally, is, like, legitimately, I believe, what the Bible was trying to explain when it was describing when it was trying to explain angels. My nan is just the most beautiful person, yeah, and she was a hard Christian and all the rest of it. But, like, when you check it, like, all the superstition and the Jesuses and the Allahs and the miracles and all the inconsistencies, the contradictions, the immorality, the delusion, the mental gymnastics, bro, I've got rent to pay. Do you see what I'm saying? And then I'm checking it like this: if there is a creator and he made me, or it made me, and it knows me, and it knows what will convince me, and he or she or it ain't sending that to me, then that's on them. And then when I come to this judgment day that everyone keeps threatening me with, I'm like, and they say, what are you going to say to the God? Well, say to him, the people that you sent to me, I didn't believe them. The books that you sending the people with had inconsistencies in it. There's no way you could be the creator of everything and you're sending out, like, things that are flawed. It's madness.
You're ultra.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you something, yeah? I'll tell you the book you need to read, yeah? but you might have to learn a bit of Greek. It's called the Greek Septuagint. You see, after you're done with the Greek Septuagint, yeah, I want you to take that book and I want you to reference that book to the walls, to the writings on the walls in so-called Egypt. I call it Kemet, but some people call it Egypt. So I want you to reference the two, and I want you to see the similarities, and then I want you to understand where I'm coming from when I'm telling you they're not telling us the whole story of Jesus because they want to write themselves into the book. And Ultra, some of what you said is excellent. I like that you're an educated man and you're not going to be, thrown information and just believe what someone tells you. That's the way you're supposed to be. But when I'm giving you these jewels, I really hope that you go and look up your Septuagint, find one, see the passages they took out. Like, for instance, there's passages in there by Jesus, or so-called Jesus, Yeshua, but they call him Jesus. But there's passages where he tells us, do not follow the establishment. Do not be part of them. Do not be part of worldly things. But they took that out for a reason, because they want us to bow down to them. And me not bow to no dirty crosses. Never.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, bro. That's why, if I'm honest with you, like, because I'm not convinced by any of it, essentially the only person I have to bow to is my wife. And it's not because she makes me, it's because I love her and I worship her. She gave me children, and we're working on one more as well. But yeah,
Ultra, don't bow to no man, don't bow to no woman. Don't.
No, hear what I'm saying.
But Ultra, I'm just telling you, that's my advice to you. Don't bow to the knee. Man.
Listen to what I'm saying. I will bend the knee to my Tanzanian queen all day. Let me tell you why. Not only has she produced some like amazing children for me, one of them specifically, the oldest, is like set to make me a very, very wealthy man, right? And then we've got a daughter, we've got a little 2-year-old who I've got with me now, and we're working on one more right now. In fact, I'll tell you some more good news. We're actually going to find out whether the baby we're having now is a boy or a girl today.
Now, Ultra, you see what you just said there,
experience with me, come and meet me at St. Thomas's in Westminster at about 2:00. If you see a chunky, sexy black guy with a slim black Tanzanian princess, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. So I will bend the knee to that woman all day long. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, but Ultra, you're talking about marriage. You're talking about marriage,
bro. Yeah,
but Ultra, you're talking about marriage. All right, so what I'm saying is, as long as you don't worship that woman as a god or a deity, I'm cool with that. Bend your knee and get down on your knee and give her a ring and marriage.
She's a goddess, bro. She's definitely a goddess. Definitely a goddess.
Cool. If that's it, if you want to call her a goddess,
I won't pray to her. Do you know what I mean? But
she ain't the Most High.
Makes my life better.
Now, Ultra, all gods. When we talk about gods,
by your definition, I will agree she is not the Most High. I will agree.
All right, about gods, yeah. Gods are men. The gods doing it when they talk about multiple gods, the Greek gods, any kind of gods from anywhere. The ones in Egypt, Osiris, Isis, all of that. They are men and women, yeah, or gods and goddesses. Those are men and women. They start off as just a man or just a woman, yeah, and then people try to revere them as the Most High. Where that's where the civilization got destroyed. Now, the point I'm trying to make to you, Ultra, is you on your knee to your woman is not bowing to her. That's giving her a ring and showing her that you got love and respect for her and you want to honor her in marriage. Yeah, because that's what you've been taught. Now, I'm not going to go there with you. I'm going to say this to you, Ultra. At the end of the day, yeah, like, you've got more to lose by walking away from what you think is religion and superstition than you've got to gain. Because by walking away, you've got nothing to gain other than riches. And it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go to heaven. So don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna, if your son's going to make you wealthy, I ain't got no hatred towards that. Do your thing. Live your life and live it to the fullest. But I'm just going to let you know that that's what you're going to learn. If you do get involved and you do start reading, you're going to learn that it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go to heaven. That's the rule, you know, or to get to the everlasting life.
But let me be real, and I'm going to be facetious. I'm going to be a little bit facetious, yeah, right? And I'm not going to lie. I live in a little crappy, crummy 2-bedroom apartment in Battersea, yeah. I ain't balling by any fucking stretch of the imagination, right? But when I count my blessings, bro, because that's what they are, I'm all right, bro. Like, if I could just increase my fucking wages and disposable income by about 90%, yeah, like yeah, like I'll be fine. Like, and I'll dare. I don't want to say heaven because that's a little bit disrespectful, but like I feel like my existence is okay. I currently have to work really hard, like 6 days a week, and all the rest of it. But that would be nice if I didn't have to do that. But I'm setting a good example for my children in the sense that, I mean, I'm not perfect, but
Ultra, can I give you a blessing? Can I give you a blessing from the Most High? Ultra, how much is your rent?
Yeah, please do.
How much is your rent? How much is your rent a month?
I don't know, but I pay $350 a week.
$350 a week, so that's like 357. That's like £1,400.
Electricity, gas, water, and rent, like all in one, innit? So I don't get
Ultra. Let me give you a blessing from the Most High, because the Most High blessed me, yeah? He said, come away from the cities, yeah? He said, come out into the wilderness and do your own thing on your own. I didn't have no friends out here, no one. Just me. I had a couple family members that are like around there, but I don't see them. I don't see no one. All I see is myself, and I reflect on myself every day. You see my rent out here, cuz, yeah? My entire bills probably come to about, you know, with a 2-bedroom apartment, yeah? Which is a nice apartment with garden and them thing there. It might be £800. So you could cut your bills in half. You just have to move out here, my brother.
No. Do you know what the funny thing is, Shifa? Let me be real. Listen, I already know all of them things. My dad just bought like essentially what is a 5-bedroom house with ensuite, 3 toilets, 2 bathrooms, living room, dining room, conservatory, fucking massive garden, front and back, driveway, porch. And all this shit, bro. He paid 370 grand. Yeah, to buy that
house. You get that for 8 grand,
bro. To buy that same place in London will set you back 3-4 million. Yeah,
that's
so
right.
Now,
cuz you see, you come
the score. You get me? So,
because if you go up north, you go further north, or you go out into Wales, you'll get that same kind of setup with a piece of land for what 100 grand, 80 grand, with a massive piece of land to go with it as well, where you can go and construct more. Come on, man. And this is the thing,
bro,
especially with black.
Ultra's got plans, baby. Ultra's got plans, baby. Ultra's got plans.
On.
Listen, I'm telling you, listen, I'll tell you the truth. A man without a plan is a man that's doomed. Yeah, because, it's mad. But you have to have plans, innit? You have to have plans. And if plan A fails, you must have a plan A, plan B, and a plan C. Do you know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
plan
right.
C is if all else fails, I'm gonna have to work until I'm 80. So I've prepared my mind for that already. Do you get me? Just in case plan A and plan B fails, I'm just gonna have to work until I'm.
Do you know the only time that don't work, Ultra? I'm gonna tell you the only time that don't work when it comes to spiritual belief, because one of us has got to be right, and the one that's right is going to be the one that succeeds. The other ones that talk about
Shifa, we could both be wrong. Shifa, we could both be wrong.
That's right, and someone else could be right.
Or none of us could be right.
Well, I believe that's a fallacy, because I think at the end of the day, there's always a right and a wrong answer. And, you know, with all of the people in the world, every single idea and every single concept that you can think of has been thought of already. So the right one is out there. The right one is out there, 100%. But it's just for you to find it and to settle down with it and to just humble yourself to it. That's not going to be easy, though. That ain't never going to be easy. So I respect you for saying the truth. That I don't like when people lie and they it's like they're asking questions just to be controversial. You're asking questions because I can tell you genuinely want to know, but there's I can give you. Only the prophets can the prophet. Only Yahweh, only Yeshua can give you the answers. When Yeshua comes, when he arrives, that when he's here, it's too late. And this is why I'm trying to say to people, like, only you can't save you. Only Yahweh, only Yeshua can save. I can't save you. So don't look at me as no prophet.
But I won't lie to you, brother. I won't lie to you. If I'm honest with you, and you're gonna have to bear with me, yeah. Like at the moment, like right now, as we speak at this very second, like I don't really need to be saved. Like I feel like, I don't need saving. I won't lie to you. My community at large, I would say, economically, I think we need to be a little bit more economically literate. But me personally, I don't believe I need to be saved from anything. I'm fine. Yeah. I mean, the only time someone could come at me with something is this whole afterlife thing, and I'm just like, well, yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know.
No, I respect that though. I respect my Ultra. I respect a man who told the truth. I respect a man who told the truth more than a man who's just gonna lie and sit up here and act like he's one of our brothers. You know, he's acting like he's part of the brotherhood, but he just wants to know what he wants to infiltrate. You're not trying to infiltrate. You just want answers, and I can respect that. But Ultra, like I said, I was there where you're at, and I wanted answers. And the more I searched for answers, you know what? I've had to watch family members die. I lost my mum. I've been through so much pain. There was times where I thought, you know what? There's the Most High care about me if there is one. And then his blessings fell upon me in so many ways, from so many angles. I can't get away from the blessings now. That's why I'm preaching.
Let me ask you a question, Shifa. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Where do you think I'm from?
I don't know. Where are you? I think I'm maybe.
Like, what part of London?
What part of London? South, innit? You're from South. You said Battersea.
No, that's where I live now. But like, where did I grow up? I'm going to give you a clue. It was one of the most cruddiest, nastiest bits of the city.
What, Deptford?
Deptford? Nah, I'm from Hackney, bro. Like,
Hackney is cruddy as well, though. I was going to say Hackney as well, though.
Yeah, bro. Listen, I can't lie to you. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, even though it probably doesn't sound it, like.
Not anymore, it ain't. Not anymore. Now it's gentrified. It's
no. If you go to Homerton now, where I'm from, it's fucking. It's crazy.
I used to do delivery in Homerton. I used to be a delivery driver around Homerton, yeah. And I'll tell you a story. I was in Homerton, yeah, and I rolled up in yeah. I'm sitting in my van, trying to find this address in it, and I couldn't find the address. So I'm sitting there, I'm ringing the people, yeah. My van got surrounded by a whole gang, yeah. So I jumped out the van. Said, well, go on. These man said, what you doing on our block? What you doing? Like, what, you're moving food on man's block? I said, bro, I'm here working. I got a full-time legitimate job. I'm a big man, you know. I'm not here to play games with you kids. Yeah. Some of the bigger men that was around them, they said, nah, you man, allow that. Move from that. Move. So I'm protected, Ultra.
Yeah.
Let me show you that. I'm protected. I ain't got no fear of nothing. No man. Only God can save. Only Yahweh can save. Only the Most High. And the Most High, like I said, every time I've been in any kind of situation, he saves me. He ain't going to let them harm me. He's not going to let it happen.
I hear you, but I'm not going to lie, bro. The fact that you got surrounded like that on the block is mad, bro. That's mad. But I know this is what I'm saying. Yeah, but I want, you know what, you're right, though, especially where I'm from, bro. If you see it now, it's like, it's all posh now. And all this fuckery and like there's.
Hey, Ultra, I'll tell you where I was. You know the blocks, yeah?
On Chatsworth Road, bro. Yeah.
Come on. You know the back of Homerton High Street where the West Indian shop used to be shop. Yeah, that's where I was on the blocks ran that piece there. That's where I was.
Near
I know Hackney very well. Not near the train station. You know, if you come up Homerton High, I'm not sure if there's a train station near there. Yeah, but I can tell you, yeah, going up Homerton.
No. If you come up Homerton High Street and you come up to the library.
Oh, fine. No, you are right. You know, you go past the train station on your right hand side, yeah. And then what you're gonna do? No, sorry. No. Let me get this. Go past the train station on your right hand side. Then you go up, and then you take a left at not the first traffic lights, the one after the flipping petrol station, yeah. So you take that left, and then it takes you to the block. So I was in some blocks around there.
That sounds like Wick Road, man. That sounds like
them kind of side. Yeah, I think that sounds familiar.
Yeah,
that sounds familiar still.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you know what the wickedest thing is, though, bro? Bro, do you know what the funny thing is, bro? Like, it's so bad now. Yeah, I can't even go there. There's certain parts I can't go to because I don't know the youngers there now.
Yeah,
it's just not my generation now. It's just not.
But Ultra, this is why I'm saying, and Ultra, the Most High is so powerful. Yeah, you see these youngsters. You see when I talk to them, they show me so much respect. When they look at me, they think my face looks young, so they think I'm one of them. But you see, when they hear the power in my voice, and I start spreading the word of the Most High, because they all gather around me, they all gather behind me, they all want to be my friend, they all want to know what I've got to say. And it's very important for you to understand that, because the Most High is all powerful. When we're just talking from our own perspective and we're talking our own opinions a lot of the time, it doesn't produce way. But when we get behind the Most High and we say, you know what, that's our savior. You see these youngsters, they got a different type of respect for me. They don't never talk to me wrong. But I see big man get beat up by the youngsters. I see big man get talked to wrong. I'm a big man down to talk down to them. All I need to do is spread the love of the Most High, and everyone love me. Anywhere I go out raving on my own. I go Bristol on my own, one man by myself. I go Manchester on my own, one man by myself. Birmingham, one man by myself. I go to the most gangster parts of the country. I go Leicester, Liverpool, anywhere I want to go. And I've never ever felt threatened. I've never felt in danger, because the Most High is with me at every turn and every corner. Do you know what I mean? I don't know many people that can say that. I got another brother who's similar, but I don't know many people who can say that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I too feel like similar to you, like in the sense that like I've been able to like circumnavigate like major problems, but I would associate it to like just circumstance and the fact that I'm an awesome person. Like I said to you before, bro, I almost got into a physical confrontation before the last time, and I said to the guy, bro, I'm a prick. Yeah, right. And can we just say we had a fight? Yeah, we'll say you won. Yeah, and then just not fight, like, because I'm
Ultra, you're an honest guy.
Laughing, bro.
Ultra, you're an honest guy. Ultra, you're an honest guy, and you know what? People will respect that too. They will respect your intelligence, and the Most High is the one who blessed you with that intelligence. Even if you don't believe it, that's what I believe. I believe the Most High blessed you with that, and the Most High has put blessings in your life, and He is trying to bring you back into His fold. It's just for you to accept it. Now, at the end of the day, I'm not telling you you have to, because you don't have to, but you might be protected anyway, because if your heart is pure and your heart is clean, you're going to be judged on your heart. You know, the heart is the way heavy on the scale. It's like when you look at the Kemet, you look at the religion of Kemet, it's your heart that is placed on the scale with a feather. So if your heart weighs too heavy on the scale, you're going to the weeping and gnashing of teeth anyway. But you might have a pure heart. I can't judge your heart. Only the Most High. So I'm not going to judge you. I'm just going to say to you, Ultra, your intelligence and the way your whole personality, the way your persona comes across, you're an intelligent man and you're quite integral. And people will respect that anyway. Of course they will. The same way the Most High will give you some reverence. He will give you some. He will try and bring you into the fold. He will show you love. He will love you. Don't ever think that He don't love you. He does love you, even though you're saying, you know what, I don't believe it and I'm not sure. But the fact that you're not sure and you're still doing your soul search, the fact that you're searching alone and looking for answers, that's a good thing. The Most High sees that. Believe you me.
Yeah, I won't lie to you. Like, I'm not the type of like prick to say there's no God and all this stupid fuckery. The truth is, it's just right now, you're just like, I don't know. You know what I mean? And then you hear people come up with like all these fantastic arguments, and then two-twos now, you scratch beneath the surface and you find out the people that's telling you this fuckery are bastards themselves. And then two-twos, you find out, Shifa, listen, you're gonna have to hold down the show, man. This boy, he's pooed. Yeah. And I can't take it no more. Yeah, I can't take it no more. All right, come on, let's go wash your bab. Shifa, hold down the show. G-Block.
Bless. Come on, done no. So yeah, I'm hoping everyone listened to that conversation there, because, you know, I want to show people that, you know, from yesterday, yeah, we had all of these people coming on there with their controversy and they're just out here spreading hatred. But then when you confront them back with their same energy, they want to act like we're the ones with the hatred. They want to act like we're the ones with the bad energy. They want to act like we're the volatile ones. We're violent. No, sir. Yeah, we need to make these pagans know. We need to make some of these people who call themselves white know. You know, you gave us the name black. We don't have to accept it. You gave us your pseudoscience. We don't have to accept it. No more than they have to accept being an Israelite. No more than they have to accept the word of the Most High. day, me not accepting their pseudoscience has done so much more for me than accepting it. Yeah. And it's shown me so much more, enlightened me so much more, and made me educate myself so much more, and given me so much blessings into my life. Yeah. When I was accepting of them, when I was trying to be part of them, all it done was help destroy my life, you know? And I've gone through a lot of chastisement, a lot of punishment, a lot of bad things, you know? And the more I come away from them, the more the blessings come. So I'm going to stick to my path. Everyone stick to your path. I'm not here to preach to no one like, you know, I'm forcing you to believe what I believe. I don't believe in that. I'm not here to try and teach no one and, you know, show them information for them to just say, oh, I just believe. I want you to do the research. I want you to go and find the book, and I'll tell you the book, you know, if there is a book, you know, I'll tell you where the library is. If there is a library, I'll tell you where to find the art museum to go to. I'll tell you, give you that jewel. In some circumstances, I can't, because like I said to Ultra, you know, the Most High is all powerful, but you know what? Right here and now, he decides who the prophets are. He decides who you should go to. He decides who's going to spread his message. You know, he makes the decision, not me. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm all important. I'm not important. The Most High is important. That's all that's important from my perspective. And I'd love to hear some of the other perspective. Our melanated goddess. Well, go on, sis. I see you back in the room. Malik, big up Malik.
Yeah, bless up. Grand Rising. Good afternoon. If it's afternoon for y'all over there. Morning.
Come on. There. I want to give you some space to talk now. I want to hear some melanated goddess. Give us some blessings.
No,
tell us what.
You know what? I actually wanted to. Good morning. I wanted to hear you elaborate a little bit about you accepting, or you know, being part of, like, accepting or seeing yourself as a Moor. I found that to be really interesting because you know, the Israelites in the U.S. You don't often see that, you know. So I
you know what it is?
Like, how did you come about that?
I'm going to elaborate for you, melanated. Yeah, I don't believe in hatred. I believe hatred begets hatred. But sometimes, when confronted with hatred, we have to send back their energy at them. But you see, these Moors. You see, when I was saying to you, melanated, I don't believe in the concept of black and white. I learned that from the Moors. I didn't learn that from no Hebrew Israelite. And I don't subscribe to the concept of Hebrew coming from our continents. Yeah, I subscribe to something different. So, you know, when it comes to Hebrew Israelites, they're on a different wavelength to me. As far as the 12 tribes and certain things, yeah, we can agree on certain things, but we're strongly going to disagree on certain other things. Like, for instance, the Moors, because the Moors are doing great work, you know, and they're doing great community, and they're spreading so much, you know, knowledge that is useful. They're spreading useful knowledge. Now, to that extent, how could I deny these brothers their right to actually be a part of the community and, you know, to teach their message? I couldn't do that and wholeheartedly. I could never do that. So I love I love the Moors. I love what they're doing, you know. And just because I'm not a Muslim doesn't mean I can't subscribe to Allah and subscribe to some Islam, because Islam is the same thing that I believe in. It's exactly the same. So, you know, I'd be a hypocrite to deny them, you know, what they're saying and their heritage that they're putting out there for us to learn from, you know. And I love them. I love what the Moors do. So I'm assuming that you're passionate about the Moors too. I'm assuming you've heard some of their knowledge and maybe
I've heard, you know, like, I mean, me becoming, you know, like, I guess, like, adopting it as, like, my thing, that's not really the direction I went with it. But, you know, I'm kind of like you. Like, I recognize, like, good information. And I'm not going to just denounce it or whatever. You know, like, if it's good information, it's good information. And for me, it's more about the community. So if the Moors have their community and they have their brethren and their sisterin, and you know, they have beautiful families that they're growing and developing, and then you got the Israelite crew and they have the same thing, you know, and they're raising up their families and building and having their economics. And even if you want to have the Hebrew Israelites doing it, and then you want to have your African spiritualists doing it. You know, like as long as we are getting better as a community, as long as
and having a positive impact.
Whatever title you give yourself, you don't look at the other group over there. So as long as you're not a more, and you're like, oh, these stupid ass Kevin.
Yeah, I can't.
Fuck your star is this, and the star is that. Allah is this, Jesus is that, and then y'all over here.
Yeah, I can't stand that. I can't stand that. I can't stand that. If you're doing positive things, come on, I've got to accept you. If you're bringing positive things to the community, I've got to accept you. And like, you know what? Marcus Garvey is my guy. Marcus Garvey is my guy. I don't worship no man, as I always tell people, but Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, like Marcus Garvey more even so.
Feel like it's their duty. Some people feel like it's their duty to bring you into what they believe is the truth, right? So then he would say there's only one truth, right? Supposedly, but everybody got a different one truth. They got a different one truth, and they want to bring you to this truth, right? They steady, very insistent, very persistent. Like, you need to know what my truth is, and then when you don't accept it, they're offended with that. It's like, bruh, like, yo, I'm trying to have you build my website. Yo, you a mechanic. I'm trying to give you this money to fix my car. Like, what the hell?
See, but melanated, you know what I always do? This is what I always do with my brothers and my sisters, yeah? I try to find grounds that we can agree on as much as I look at the ones we disagree on. So if I strongly disagree on something, I'll give you my reasons as to why I disagree. Right. But then I also try and find the ones we can agree on. You know, like I said, a lot of these Muslims don't realize the 10 Commandments is in their book, it's in mine. You know, Jesus is their savior, he's mine. Muhammad cannot save you more than Jesus can. And they have to accept it. And once we can find common grounds to work on, you know, we can do what Marcus Garvey said, and we can all be under the banner of one thing.
Wait. Say that part again.
I'm saying once we all accept that, you know, there are grounds that we can agree on, then what we can do is we can work on the things that we agree on, and, you know, the things that we disagree on, we can show and tell and try to prove the best we can, you know, what side might be right or what side might be wrong. But we don't have to fight each other down to do that. All we have to do is have the debate.
Well, what's the part that you said they gotta accept something? I heard you say they gotta accept something.
He said Muhammad can save us. Jesus.
Well, listen, with the Muslims, yeah, Muhammad can't save you. Only Jesus can save you. Yeah, and the Muslims ain't got a choice but to accept it. I'm going to tell you how it is, because Muhammad may have come with a message, yeah, but I'm going to show you something. You cannot go to the Father except through the Son, who is Yeshua. And even if you're a Muslim, you have to accept that, because the Bible's in your book.
I mean, I'm not a Muslim, but I think the paradigm is different, and I think you're trying to impose the way.
No. Many Muslims have told me this. Many elders in the Muslim community have told me this also, and many Muslims have argued with me.
What do you mean go to the Father? What do you mean?
You cannot go to the Father except through the Son. So that means that Yeshua was sent to save us all, yeah. And you cannot be saved by just going through Muhammad.
What do you mean?
You have to believe in Jesus.
I never heard a Muslim tell me that they needed to be saved.
No, but listen to what I'm saying to you. They had listen, no, Melanie, take this one, yeah. Hear what I'm saying. Do the Muslims believe in Yeshua, or who you call Jesus? They do believe in him, and they have no choice, because he is part of the book. And he's a more what I'm saying. No, Melanie, let me finish. Jesus said Yeshua is a more important part of the book than Muhammad is, because without Yeshua, none of us can be saved.
Okay. But you do understand it. Knowing or believing that someone existed, right, does not mean that you agree upon the level of importance, their role, and their function. Right?
No, they don't have to, but it's written.
Okay, wait, hold on, listen. So the disagreement in the function would mean that if you believe that the function of Jesus is to be the middleman to the Most High, and I believe the function of Jesus was to bring some information. He fulfilled his function, and now I'm rocking with my Most High. see how I don't need to. I might not see that I need to go through Jesus, but you do
Right.
because
But
you see the function in me different.
melanated. Do
This is
Muslims
new
have to go by?
information for me, and I'm not
Melanated? Let me
even a
ask you a
Muslim.
question. Melanated, on a serious level, let me ask you this question: do Muslims have to go by what the Quran says?
Right. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They have to go by what the Quran
He's
says.
Muslim. He's Muslim. Malik is Muslim.
Yes, I'm
All
Muslim.
right. And Malik, you're a Muslim. Malik, let me ask you this question then. Malik,
Yeah.
when you want to
Yeah.
know more about, you know, if you're confused about things within the book, does it not say to go to the keepers of the faith, who are the Israelites?
History is history.
Malik?
Whatever is correct about every other religion, we take it.
Well, do you know what, Malik? I respect you for not arguing with me, but I understand that maybe you haven't got that information yet. So maybe that's something you need to go back into your Quran and see if I'm telling the truth. Because I'd never lied to you, my brother.
We're not arguing. You know, when we have to look back in history, we just have to look back in history. Just like we go back to story of Noah, story of Adam, story of whoever's in history.
But I don't understand why why does Walter get off the panel and then argue with you in the chat? Like,
Don't worry about Walter.
He wants. Somebody said, "Stop crying, Walter." I love it.
If he comes on the panel, I'll call.
Look, he said Muhammad lied about Christ. That's what he said. That's what Walter said.
Okay, no problem. If you feel Muhammad lied about Christ, it's no problem.
Yeah, but Walter needs to allow it. Walter needs to allow it. Because Walter, you need to respect people's faith. Like I said, you know what? Just because I don't need Muhammad to get to the Father, that doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect Muhammad.
He don't respect nobody's faith. When they was talking about African, about voodoo, he was talking about voodoo dolls and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But then when somebody want to talk about you over here got a damn coffin around your neck, then you want to get upset, right? If somebody was to say something like that about Christians,
right?
Then you be all in your fucking feelings.
And you know what's funny? I think he's of the way of life with Shifa, but Shifa has more knowledge than him.
That's
right. He's not on the same way of life as Shifa.
Similar. Okay, similar. Okay.
No, he's not Hebrew Israelite. Don't get him upset now. It's just an Israelite.
I'm not Hebrew Israelite.
Okay,
right.
So what is Walter? I thought he had an argument with Witness, and Witness almost finished him. He couldn't have nothing to say. But going back to the topic though, yeah, you know, everybody has
these
their
Israelites
own,
think Muslims have to run to them for answers. Israelites are so narcissistic. Just relax.
Melanated. This is a Muslim that taught me this, you know. A Muslim taught me that when you want to know more about the faith, you have to go to the keepers of the faith. I read the Quran
I learned
myself.
something like that similar by the Orthodox Moor. He also says that too, though. That's why he's a Quranist, and he says that he reads the Bible and the Torah because those are the books from before. So if there's something that's unclear in the Quran, he will go to the books from before because they often the same. So I just think that, you know, maybe other people will go to the Hadith instead of going to the Bible. They will go to, you know, they rely upon that.
Even though me being a Muslim, I go back to history. I go back within the Bible. I go back within the Torah and all these books. We believe in all these books. We do believe, just like before Jesus Christ, whoever was the prophet will also go back to his to whoever came before.
Yeah, man. But that's really interesting about the So do you, when you say you see yourself as a more Shifa, what do you think about Noble Jew Ali? Is he like a prophet for you, or you just like the information?
Noble Jew Ali, yeah, is someone who has accumulated information and helped to spread it.
What's name is faith. But the difference is, me personally, when you ascribe some.
Malik, can you hear Shifa?
Can I hear who?
Shifa.
No, I stopped talking because Malik started talking. I stopped. I don't want to talk over him.
Yeah, y'all both were talking at the same time. That confused me. Okay, who's talking?
Well, do you want me to answer your question, or do you want Malik to go first?
Well, Malik, was you talking about Noble Jew? Did you hear my question? Because I don't know if we could all hear each other.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, okay, in answer to your question, my belief, if you're asking my personal belief on Noble Jew Ali, I'd say he's a man who's accumulated knowledge and is sharing it with the world. And I'll be honest, that's my honest opinion of Muhammad. He's a man who accumulated knowledge and shared it with the people we now call Muslims. But a lot of people could disagree with me and say, no, these are prophets. Now, I'm not going to say they're wrong and say that they're not prophets. I'm just going to say that that's my opinion, because my opinion of what a prophet is, they have to come with a new message. Otherwise, I wouldn't consider you a prophet. I'd say you're a man who's accumulated knowledge and you're sharing it with the rest of the world. That's not a bad thing, no?
But all the prophets never came with a new message. They only teached about, following one God. That's it. Every time people make mistakes,
what would make them a prophet then, Malik? What in your opinion is
what constitutes
a prophet?
I can't perfectly answer that question. It all goes to behaviors and revelations, and
so like Moses was a prophet, right?
Yeah,
I agree with that. I agree with Moses was a prophet because he came with a prophecy that no one's come with before.
And which one did he what did he prophesy about?
10 Commandments.
So
that's not a
what
prophecy.
about?
That's a prophecy.
In my eyes, it is. It's a message.
Prophecy is like, I thought okay. So he came with
prophecy
a message.
Is just about a message. That's all it really that's all that really constitutes it. If you've come with a message that no one's ever come with before and now it's widely accepted, I call that prophecy.
Yeah, but what about those before Moses? They came with
those before Moses. Those before Moses. You know what I'm gonna say is, if we're gonna go to Kemet, and we're gonna talk about the confessions of Ma'at, and stuff like that. Yeah, we could go into that, and we could say maybe that came before Moses, or we could say maybe that was Moses, and they just confused it and wanted to change the names around because like we know, white people, they like to write themselves into things.
Listen. So before Moses, was it Abraham before Moses?
I'm not sure. I'll have to double check that one. I think he might be,
Abraham, and then so Abraham, he was like really good. Like he had a relationship with God because that was the one his wife couldn't get pregnant, right? And he was praying and all this stuff, and he had to believe. But I don't know if he really had if he had a message. What was Abraham's message? Like, I'm trying to think what was. See, because a lot of this stuff is like stories for you to get principles.
No, I agree. I don't know if Abraham was a prophet like that. Abraham was close to God, but being close to God doesn't always make you a prophet. It just means you're favored sometimes.
This is I would agree.
Right, we have
like some of the Old Testament people. And then you got some of the people I don't really know much about. I just keep hearing their names like Elijah and Elisha, and I wouldn't really, what I'm saying, you need some like Old Testament Israelite to be like, and Elisha said this and and I don't know, somebody went up in the sky, God called him up and evaporated him out the sky, took him up something. So he must have been important. He must have been really big for God to do that, because he didn't do that for a lot of people.
Well, Adam wasn't a prophet, but Adam was close to God, So people can be close to God. God can love you same way and you not be a prophet.
That's strange. How come Adam ain't have no message? He ain't, what I'm saying? Like his story was done off mad early. Like what he ain't tell the people. He ain't be like, yo, God said be fruitful and multiply. He ain't say nothing.
He must have did. He must have did.
He must have did, but there ain't. You can't be adding to the word now. Come on now.
I
Yeah,
hear you.
because
I don't.
he was a first man. Hey, he would have taught his children about the oneness of God.
That's right. But remember, Adam broke the one rule that was given to him, not to eat from, the tree of knowledge. So, between him and Eve, they broke the rules. And then, eventually down the line, God had to set more rules because people got so out of control. And that's what I think that the story is really about, and then when it gets so out of control, it's got to a point where, God himself or itself is not going to come down here in a spirit. It's going to send a messenger, and the messengers are usually men for some reason.
Well, I know the Shia tradition, they explaining what Adam and Eve did, and they kind of said, that was in paradise and this is earth, and it was God has to kind of how they say it, two kinds of commandment. One is like a direct order, and one is like an advisory order. So he kind of not followed the advisory order. So,
but remember, the thou shalt not kill only comes after Cain and Abel. Because remember, after Cain kills his brother and God outcasts him, he says, if I go out into the world, I shall surely be killed. And God says, if anyone kills him, then they're going to face their judgment. I think it was it 10 times over? I can't remember the exact amount, but they're going to face a worse punishment. So, after that, we get the commandment of thou shalt not kill. So at the time,
they go to the Bible guy. They go to the Bible guy. But
at the time of Cain and Abel, that those rules didn't exist. Thou shalt not kill. It didn't exist because God wasn't expecting us to go down the route of killing each other.
But he knows everything. How come he wouldn't expect us to go down and kill each other?
Because although he knows everything, he's got to let us live it out. He's got to let us live out our free will and make some of the decisions ourselves. So maybe he knew it, but he didn't want it. What it is, God doesn't want to control us. He wants us to control ourselves, is what I take from the book.
Yeah, I think, to my understanding, I would say thou shalt not kill is for it's like a rule. It's a general rule for everybody, and it was before them, but it was specific for the people of Moses, just like the people who was not around Moses at that time would definitely know, killing somebody is something bad.
Can I ask you a question, Malik? Do you believe that in the garden, Adam and Eve were killing animals and eating them?
Yeah, those if they did that, those are how do you say it? Those are that's something normal.
Now, what I'm going to say to you is, if you read the Bible says that they was told they can eat from any tree, any fruit from the garden, but they're not to eat from the tree of knowledge. At no point was they told to eat flesh.
Yeah, but if we go by that, we can go by all the stories. Like every historical story wasn't told in details. So if you say they wasn't told not to eat off the flesh or whatever, it's like also saying they wasn't told not to play with the animals. They would have played with animals. They would have killed animals if they wanted to eat. They would have did a whole bunch of stuff that we was never told about. It was just like a detailed story of what they did.
But these are things that we're yet to discover because, like I said, the Bible doesn't teach us that Adam and Eve was in the garden killing animals and eating them. But like you said, there's a possibility they did, and I'm not going to argue that with you because we haven't been shown that. So if I've not been shown something, for me to tell the people something's true that I don't know is true, I'd be a charlatan.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not possible that they were vegetarian. Let's put it that way, that they were vegetarians. But that doesn't mean that animals at that time wasn't meant for people to eat, because we still eat it. We still eat animals. It's a choice. If you want to drink water all day, drink water. It's all good. If you want to eat food, animals all day, eat. But everything has its own consequences. Just like you might like beef, my stomach might not be able to keep up with too much vegetables. So
that's right.
My religion, what I believe is the way I practice it is very merciful. Like we take things very easily. No law that God is. I don't see one law that God would impose on humans that would make it harsh on human beings not to be able to follow it. But we people as human beings, we always have a way of interpreting God's laws to either favor men, especially men. I always talk about men because men always go back and forth with God's laws and never favor the women and the poor and the children. So every time it backfires, they always want to twist and turn, and then they end up not knowing which way to go. But every law, yeah.
Can you see why I made the point though of Cain and Abel? Because you know when Cain killed his brother, he had not been told that thou shalt not kill. That couldn't have been a rule. But once he's done it and he's faced the punishment for it, now he knows it's a bad thing. Now he knows the consequence. But without, for instance, without us making a mistake, we can't learn the right way sometimes, you know, because we don't understand the consequence. Sometimes we have to understand consequence first, and that's a human trait. Can you hear me?
Melanated, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry, I was having headphone issues.
Yeah, I was just saying that is a human trait where, you know, we have to sometimes make a mistake for someone to tell us we've made a mistake and then show us the error of our ways for us to really change. And I think, you know, that's what Cain and Abel is about.
Why did you said that they didn't tell Cain
not to kill? They didn't tell it. He was never told that. He never had those commandments.
How you know that?
Because the 10 commandments come after Cain and Abel.
Yeah, I mean, I know that part, but but I'm saying, you think he didn't know not to kill another human being?
Well, I at the end of the day, he wasn't told. So if you're not told something and you haven't learned something,
how do you know that?
How do I know that? I'm talking from the Bible's perspective. In the Bible, he was never told that, and that's fact.
But
in the Bible.
But what I'm saying is that, like in the Bible, it doesn't say every interaction he's had in his upbringing. So, like, it didn't tell you, oh, his mother told him how to take a bath. His mother told him, you know, like, I mean, do you know if he was circumcised or if he wasn't circumcised? We don't know all of these details about their lives
circumcision
in the Bible.
Circumcision at that time never existed.
Didn't he try to hide? He did. He tried to hide. Why did he try to hide? Because he knew he did something wrong. They ain't had to tell him. I mean, it wasn't like, oh, until the 10 Commandments came, he knew he did something wrong when he did it.
Yeah, in his heart, maybe in his heart he did. But what I'm trying to show you is, melanated, for instance, I'm going to show you something now, Now, when I was like, I had many people tell me, don't smoke, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. So when I went and done it, I already had a premise. The base, you know what, there's a chance that I might get in trouble here because that's wrong. Now, as far as Cain is concerned, I don't see any point in the Bible where Cain is told, thou shalt not kill. So when he killed his brother, maybe it was out of jealousy. I'm not going to say why he done it. I'm just going to say he did what he did. And then when God asked him, where is your brother? He said, I don't know. He tried to hide it. You're right. Now, at the end of the day, maybe in his heart, he knew he had done something wrong. But in his mind, he hadn't been educated. He had done something wrong.
I truly do not believe that.
You know, we wasn't given a whole. It's like how people also argue about, oh, why is my name not in the Quran? So the Quran is not complete. Why is my name not in the Bible? So the Bible, no. God cannot. It's going to be the world is going to be full of a real book if we're talking about he has to write everything word for word, day by day. We wasn't given those informations, but that doesn't mean we can put 2 and 2 together to understand like things that they would have done. I don't think nobody in this earth, even the barbarians or whatever, would agree to killing somebody and feeling that's right. Even hurting somebody, it's like
I disagree, Malik. Do you know why I disagree, Malik?
Yeah.
Because some cultures practice human sacrifice, and they see it as normal. They see it in good.
Yeah, that's true. The sacrifice they feel that is good, but when you come to day-to-day activity, when you kill somebody, is bad. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not really detailed in the Bible or the Quran or what people did in the past. It's just like
but Malik, in some of these cultures, If you're at war with your neighbors, you know, somebody, for instance, Vikings, yeah, they believe that they can only go to Valhalla if they die in battle. So without a battle, without a war, without killing people, they'll never get to Valhalla, which is their heaven. So that refutes what you're saying, that there are some cultures that.
No,
You dropped out, you know,
in the sense that culture.
Yeah, you're back
over here, so my service might be a little. So what I'm trying to say is, let's look at the other side of not going to war. When you look at their society, once somebody kills somebody, it becomes a problem. If you kill their leader, it becomes a problem. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, that you know, but that's according to their understanding of their faith. But when you look at,
I'll tell you what you need to do, Malik. There's a program called the Vikings, yeah. There's a program called the Vikings, yeah, and they kill each other for position. So sometimes they're not at war, but they will kill for position. They will do that, and it's accepted amongst their society. So, you know, for us to say that, you know, there's no culture accepts killing as part of their, you know, their natural traditions and the natural order of things, you know, that would be a lie, because there are, like I said, the Vikings, the Celtics, you know, the Druids, the Guatemalans, the Fijians, you know, these are people who believed, you know, if a man was too powerful, if you wish, you got to kill him and eat him, and now you become him.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, a political stance. It's not like just hitting and you know, you have who you have to physically fight each other to see which one is more powerful before you could be in a certain position. But that's different. But when we say Cain and his brother brought offerings to the Lord and did one, he definitely will be jealous. Me and you definitely will be jealous. But to killing each other over, you know, what God has accepted of one other than the other, you know, that's definitely know what you're doing. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's right also with the cultures that you're talking about, but at the same time, they do it for like a societal reason. I don't know how to put it, but they just don't go, like a brother just don't go killing a brother, or a husband just don't go killing his wife.
No, they do. I'm going to be honest with you, Malik. They do. No, they do. They do. I'm going to be honest. They do. And if you look at what Cain did, it's very similar.
Yeah, but they know it's bad, though. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, they don't. No, to them it's good. To them it's accepted in their society. So to them it's a good thing. To them it's like, do you know what? If I don't like you, I can kill you and get rid of you. And now we ain't got to deal with you no more. And that's accepted in their society. If you go back and you look at their ancient Fijian societies, that's how it was. You know, if you didn't like someone, you just get rid of them. You kill them. Is that not to his brother? You know, he didn't like the fact that his brother was favored more than him. So he got rid of him. You know, it's the same thing now. Unless you know it's bad, and because me and you know it's bad, and you know we've been taught a certain way. All I'm saying is Cain wasn't taught that way.
Yeah, how was your weekend? Good. Short. Always short. Yeah, I agree. Not. It could.
Do you know the premise of
right? What you're saying.
You see is the fact that you see, if God knew that Cain had been taught and educated and knew what he was doing was wrong, you know, in his mind, not in his heart, because your heart's something different, but in his mind, if he was educated to know that was wrong, so you're not allowed to do that, and he was told that pre him doing it, then I doubt God would have allowed him to go on and then say, I'm going to protect you from anyone who tries to kill you, because you knew what you was doing. But if he didn't know what he was doing, that's a reason. It's like, for instance, if you've got a child now, yeah, and for instance, your child was lost into the wilderness and was raised by a pack of wolves or raised by some wild animals, and these animals, they kill each other. That's how they survive. You know what I'm trying to say? They fight, they war with each other, you know. And if he grew like one of those animals and then killed something or killed someone, then, you know, society has to accept that he doesn't understand. So, you know, we have to deal with him a little bit different. We can't just look at him as a murderer. We have to try and educate him and make him understand what he's done first.
True. Well, I wouldn't want to really go deep into that. You know, like I said, like They say where there's no law, there's no sin, or something, something like that. Like, so it might be it might be a case like that. But if I would look at it at the other end, I would kind of slightly disagree with your And then you were saying something about God, if God knew or something. That, you know, I think your faith and my faith believes that God is all knowing. So He knows that we are just here for a certain test, and whoever followed that test, you know, they pass.
So God must have
just don't follow.
God must have knew that He was lacking in some way. God must have known that He was lacking in.
Yeah.
Some could say to him, do you know what? I'm going to allow you to still live, and I'm going to allow you to not face the punishment in, you know, the most severe way. All I'm doing is outcasting you. I'm sending you out into the wilderness, rather than I'm going to send you to the weeping and gnashing of teeth, like it says in the Bible for the, you know, the rest of us that are living in sin.
Let's just put it this way. Let's say it didn't, you know, right? Let's say it was not a
I'm not living in sin. Just saying.
So I'm trying to put it this way.
What Ocha said? What Ocha said?
Not living in sin.
I know, right? Me neither, Ocha. I ain't living in sin either. I think people who believe, they are the ones who could say, they could apply that to them. But they can't apply their stuff to people who don't believe. That's just
melanated. You're melanated. Let me ask you a question then. Have you never committed a sin in your entire life?
I mean, when I was a Christian, yes. When I was a Christian, then I could say I'm sinning. But I don't use those vocabulary words. I'm not a believer. I don't blasphemy, prayer, worship. What's all of that? I don't do none of that stuff.
No, I see you. So
that means, you know what I'm saying? Because how would you feel? How would you feel if I told you, instead of saying worship, you need to say the word venerate, and you need to venerate your God? You're gonna be like, that's a whole different paradigm.
What does that? No, tell me what that means. Tell me what I want to know what that means now. Educate me. Tell me, because I don't know about venerate. Tell me about venerate. I want to know, and I'll tell you if I can accept it.
Well, you know what? I was corrected by my brother Shakara, because I was really having a bias for the word worship, right? Because of worship was a word that I used when I was, you know, a follower of a faith, and he said that the literal words are very similar. So worship and venerate have a very similar definition, but in application it's different. Right. So like the people so if you venerate your ancestors, it's for me it's more like honoring or paying homage. So when I say I pay homage to my ancestors, I honor them, right?
Right.
You may do something to demonstrate the honoring, but you are not. When I thought of like when I worship God, it's just different. It's like
Can I make you right, melanated? I'm gonna make you right, you know, because now you said that to me. Yeah, now I understand what venerate means. I venerate and I worship the Most High.
Yeah, you can venerate and worship the Most High, but my problem is I could venerate anything in this whole world that God has created. I could venerate anything, but the problem is when I take that veneration into worship. Say for instance, if I venerate both of y'all, and now I'm taking that veneration into worship by calling both of y'all my God. That's why I respect every religion. But when it comes to venerating, worshiping things that did not sanction, then it becomes what we Muslims call shirk and paganism. But me personally, like other Muslims, they tell you, oh, if you're not a Muslim, you go to hell. If you're not a Christian, you go to hell. If you're a voodoo, no. I believe everyone has the right to worship, or venerate. But when you take that veneration into worship,
I wouldn't replace worship with veneration. I'd have both. I do both, but I wouldn't replace worship with venerating. I'd have both.
But so now when a spiritualist says things about like venerating their ancestors, you have a better understanding of they are not saying their ancestors are what you would call the Most High. You see what I'm saying? But people lump them all together, and it's like, oh, you worship your ancestors. No, you don't worship your ancestors. You recognize them. You appreciate them. You pay homage to them. You don't ignore them and forget them because they died. That's all it is. And they just make it to so much more.
So do any of us in the room worship the white man's science, or do we agree that the white man deals with a lot of pseudoscience?
I wanted to say great minds think alike, and I've seen situations where what I was thinking or what I was planning to do was the same thing that a Chinese man or a white man or an Indian was also planning in doing. So I wouldn't totally consider a discovery to somebody or some race. What I'm trying to say is you might be in Africa and thinking about a rocket science, and then in what they call that place in Mexico, they might also be having the same thought. So just because,
and in India, like Vishnu, the god, or the so-called demigod, which looks like a spaceman.
Exactly. So you might be. So just because you was the first person to start the rocket science doesn't mean somebody else wasn't thinking about it. Now it's the recognition and the time and the money that will make it seem like you was the first one to do it. Say for instance, a poor man who's thinking about riding a car, who's thinking about riding a car. A rich man would definitely go to a store and the poor man would say, "Oh, that's what I was thinking." But the rich man would say, "Nah, I did it first, so I was the first one who invented or riding the car." But when you look at both of them, they were thinking different things at the same time. Huh?
Yeah, I disagree with the rich man. And at the end of the day, this is my problem. When the white man wants to attribute things to himself that we can clearly see, like you said, other people have come up with the same concepts, the same ideas, and may have even done them before, but he wants to attribute them all to himself. And then the things in, like, black people are 3/5 of a human being. He'll never get me to agree with his pseudoscience, ever.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, when it comes to things of the world, trust me, 4 things I always say, certain things I believe in. I believe in the Most High, I believe in the Quran, I believe in the prophets, and I believe in death. Any other thing, trust me, I will argue all day until I get a proof or clear of mind that, yeah, well, you might be right, you might be wrong, but I just don't believe in anything else in this world except those 4 basic things. So if you think they have a way of biasing history or whatever, you're gonna have to prove it to the people, and then you're gonna have to, give us like reasons why you disagree with them, and then it could go from there.
Yeah. Now I
like the other day, like the other day, I'm glad I remember this. You were saying something about a white man never landing on the moon. I think it was you or somebody. And then it
was me.
Okay, good. And then you said, why didn't they show us with camera recordings from when they started going to the moon and when they landed on the moon? See, when you said that hit me on the head. Like, okay, this is something that I've never thought about, because I always had a different opinion about people going to the moon also, or space. And going with your reasoning, I would definitely agree with you that now I have 70% I never went to, but now with what you said with the camera stuff, 9.9% that yes, truly we've had cameras and recording for the last 10 or 15 years. And I've been in America for a while, and I launched this shit going to the sky like 2 or 3 times. So they can tell us, they could show us the beginning of the launching, and they're not going to show us how they got the moon. And then
that's right.
Always a different camera.
So they're creating the element of that themselves.
Exactly. So all we see is like, who, me?
Yeah, you can hear me, Malik.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, perfectly.
So the whole
Shifa,
time I was trying to say something and you kept talking over me. You can hear me?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I knew you can. I was like, Shifa started laughing because I'm trying to talk, and then you just start. Every time you take a break and I start talking, then you start talking.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, he can't.
No, melanated. I didn't hear you say a word until just now.
For real?
I swear.
Yeah.
Oh, so it must have been me in a bad area. My bad.
No, it's the
My
weather.
bad.
I blame it on the weather because I know.
Yeah, it's rain.
So,
It's
Shifa,
rainy. I'm late. I'm late to work.
Right. So Shifa, if I go with your opinion on landing on the moon, I would definitely say that's a no.
Thank you, my brother.
They
Thank you. I
have to prove,
appreciate that.
right. They have to prove to us from recordings that we see you launch this airplanes or whatever, but we don't see you when you get to the whatever sphere, Shifa sphere, stratosphere, melanated goddess-sphere, and then you have to go beyond that and then land on the moon with the same recording that everyone could see it. Why you have a problem with that and have a problem showing it from the first stage? So that what you said on Friday or Saturday, or I think Thursday or Friday, gave me a better reason to doubt the landing on the moon also.
Yeah, definitely. Because at the end of the day, they've got the technology, they got the things to facilitate it, but they're not using them, and there's got to be a reason behind that.
Yeah, I think everybody is just like my mom says, people is just trying to eat. So most people is just liars, and you gotta lie to
Veli
eat.
Vision, there's somebody in the back chat, bro. Veli Vision, people in the back chat. Sorry, Malik. Go to brother. Sorry.
Yeah, so when you have a knowledge and you, if it's like if you share all your knowledge to your people, is nothing else to eat with, because now you can't lie to them, and they could even improve more in your knowledge and put you at the bottom of the food chain. So when I look at what the white men do or what people do, it's just like they're not going to tell you everything, because if they tell you everything, it's like going to a doctor. If he tells you, okay, there's nothing wrong with you, you're not coming back tomorrow, and he's not going to make money. But if he says, okay, you got to fix your heart, fix your hair, fix your brain, then you got to keep coming back.
No, my brother, that's not true. That's only the American health system. Like in the UK, yeah, no. In the UK, the doctors get paid whether you come to see them or not. Yeah.
Oh, I see what? Yeah, I'm not saying just the doctors. I'm saying like it could be mechanics, it could be people who sell food, it could be anybody. Shifa left out. But yeah, I do agree with you when you said the camera stuff. Why didn't they show us how they landed on the moon? Blah blah blah. Yeah, that's.
Do you know what the funniest thing is, bro? I'm not gonna lie to you. I wasn't convinced about the moon landing before. However, I've had to maybe revise my position on this whole thing. Like one of the biggest.
Yeah, and you know what my wife said also?
Yeah.
She
Let me
said,
spot my trousers. All right, Malik, just give me 2 seconds. I want to get dressed. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
And she said,
listen. If Shifa comes back, could you guys ask him? Because I don't know the scripture that says that this life is a test. I just want to know, because I must have missed those scriptures. So if anybody knows where they are, just bounce them to me, and so I can read up on them. Thank you.
You want to know a scripture where it says the life is a test?
Yes. Just he just left because he's not here anymore.
So who was the person speaking? Maybe that will help him find the scripture.
It was Terry. No,
Shifa.
No. Who was saying it in the Bible? Like who was the speaker to say? Was it God saying it? Was it
I don't know.
I
don't know who. I need to find that scripture, because I specifically say, one of the prophets said, this is a test. You're all here for a test. So I just want to know
What?
where's that written in the Bible? But he left. So, well, you guys are not the Bible guys, so.
Do you recall if it was the Old Testament or the New Testament?
No clue. No clue.
Oh boy. I mean, you ain't giving no
but
kind of.
He should know. He should know.
The whole Bible, he should know. The life is a test. That's it. Like,
no, I mean,
that's not really.
Well, if you're gonna if you're gonna say this is what we're here for, that we're here all to be tested, you know.
Right.
I just like to read the scripture on it.
Okay, but in the Quran it says so in the Quran, and in the Bible it might not be explicitly written as, you know, we are here for a test, but they might have said something about something similar to, you know, we are here for trials and tribulations and back and forth, and whoever, you know, follow the way of the Lord, then they have a good, you know, ending, and whoever don't follow the way of the Lord, they gonna blame themselves for it or whatever. But if you're looking for something specific in the Bible, I don't know, but I could Google it. And if I find it, I'll let you know.
I think it's pointless for like a little child to get hit by a car. He was tested, so I just wanted to know where we get this idea that we're tested. You know, I want to know. I want to know those verses so that I could just like try to work it out. Maybe I missed them when I was reading the Bible, but.
So is life not a test?
No, life is a learning experience. You're here to learn. You're here to understand.
So if you learn something, can I test you about what you learned?
If there's going to be a test, then what is the test? The test is what? To see how people suffer and die. What's the test?
Yeah, I know people suffer and die. People enjoy also and chill. But I'm saying if you're learning something, that means you can be tested on
people have to learn compassion. People have to learn compassion. People have to learn forgiveness. People have to learn peace. People have to learn to love each other. That is what you're here for.
So if I'm testing you on compassion, like say for instance,
why are you testing me? Why are you testing me?
Just to see
it's not school. It's not high school.
But school is not the only place.
God's bigger than high school.
If you're in a relationship, you gotta test your
right. So I'll put guys in front of my wife and see if she's gonna cheat on me. Is that how I test her? I don't just trust her because she loves me.
Everything we do in life, trust me, it's just it's like sampling things.
Oh, I'm gonna put like some knives over there and see if my son grabs them and cuts himself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So are there examples in the Bible where someone was tested though?
Job.
I think there's one example. There's with the Job, but that has nothing to do with humanity. That was just
how is Job not part of humanity?
Yeah, no, Job is not all of humanity. This is a situation that's happening between God, Job, and
so in the Bible does it say this is one specific situation, not to apply to anyone else? Does it say that?
Yeah, it's just
okay. So when let me ask you this. When anything that happens, like a woman who was an adulterer, right? And Christ said he was guilty, so free of sin, throw the first stone, right? Isn't that an example? Isn't that an example of people? Hold on, let me finish. Like if you would, you don't have to say of what. I was still in the middle of my sentence. Isn't that an example of how people should apply their judgment? They should consider if they are free of sin, right? So I think like there are different things in the Bible that are teaching tools, and it doesn't say, hey, an asterisk, this is a teaching tool. It's just for you to understand and apply it to your life. So in the case when Job was tested, right, it's a story to tell people that they should have faith and and how they should go through things, that they should go through things and not curse God and not forsake God.
You're learning from it, right? You're learning from it, right?
Let me make my point, and then you can respond, Walter. Let me make my point, because I'm on my way to work, so I'm getting ready. I'm already late. Shit. So the point is that the point is that when you make when you go through something, right, and Job was tested, that is an example to be generalized, not for Job. There's no other story in the Bible that was the case. So why are you making Job and you need a scripture to say test? You need it to literally say test.
Can I like listen? Are you saying that the Bible is not a learning tool, or are you saying that God is using the devil? Saying. Are you saying God is using the devil on all of us and testing us like Job, and giving us cancer, and giving us taking away our family and seeing, or is it just, or maybe it's the opposite? The Bible is the tool.
That's what I get from the Bible, because listen. So let me answer the question. That's what I get from the Bible, because when you're going through and you're getting cancer, or your child dies, or you get in a car accident, how are you going through those things? Are you giving up faith? Are you cursing God? Are you doubting God when things go bad? Because Job didn't.
Is that a test? Is that the test, or is that a learning experience?
Listen, you learn from the test. You don't learn from a test. What kind of you're doing some gymnastics with words right now? Because when you take a test and you get a 40,
I'm not doing gymnastics with words.
The answer, Walter, when you take a test and you get a 40, you learn very quickly that you ain't know shit, right? When you get 100, you learn that you did know stuff and you pass the test. You learn from your score that you get on the test.
Teaches you first. The teacher teaches you first.
You already been taught. You got the law.
How? You're born.
You're supposed to be following the laws and commandments.
You're supposed to be accepting the laws of love and forgiveness. Why?
And you follow the laws of that God gives you.
You always want to go. That's the thing about a lot of these Israelites.
I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not
Old Testament.
You gotta
go to the. No, you keep on going to the Old Testament when we have the New
I'm not
Testament,
going to the
and
Old
nobody
Testament.
seems to understand this.
Nobody's not going.
No. On Christianity. Christianity is the New Testament. Don't talk
about
the
devil tested Jesus Christ in the New Testament.
No, listen.
You can't tell me that one is. Listen, what's up? You're talking about judgment. You're talking about judgment. But here he is.
When I was a Christian, I did not dismiss the when I was a Christian. Let me literally, I'm about to hang up because I'm about to park my car. I just got to work, so I can't stay here because I'm 33 minutes late. So when I was a Christian, I did not dismiss the Old Testament. If my understanding of the Old Testament was that the New Testament was the Old Testament fulfilled, right? So the things, the things that are in the Old Testament were not dismissed; they were applied. It was fulfilled. It was basically the things of the Old Testament in actualization. You were able to see how a person
fulfilled by Christ.
You're speaking like me. You're speaking over me. You were able to see how a person lived their life applying the law, ignoring the laws. See, you act as if those laws don't apply. Just fuck them. Fuck the whole Old Testament. That's crazy.
Listen,
that's crazy.
First of all, you don't even know how. Listen, when Christ and the apostles went out to the world, what did they know about the law? What did pagans know about anything? Okay, the reason is that the Old Testament and the Jewish, the people, the Israelites, and whatever people want to call it, were the chosen race to go out into the world and preach the gospel of truth, love, and forgiveness. Okay, now it's not to go out and start chopping everybody's penises or circumcised. All right, you don't say the apostles saying that. They went into Rome. They went into to Africa. They went all over the world preaching the gospel of love and forgiveness. How the Son died for you, not how you should follow 600 Mosaic laws or how to eat lobster. Okay, that's old school. That was for them a time.
All right,
and a place.
I got to work. Got to work. Peace and prosperity. All right.
Melanated. So it's the 10 Commandments. Does it still apply to our daily life?
The 10 Commandments are the law. That is what's written in your hearts and in your minds. That is the law. That's what Christ said. They're written. I will put them in your heart and in your mind.
Does the 10 Commandments? You said the Old Testament was old school, and I Testament. I follow the New Testament, and I follow the one.
You cannot follow the Old Testament. Nobody follows dietary laws of today. It's impossible. We have refrigerators,
Okay.
we have everything. There is no temple to follow the dietary laws.
It says die not kill. So does it apply to daily life or it doesn't?
The laws apply to daily life, and the first two commandments that Christ said that applies to life are all laws are based on those two commandments, which is to love God with all your heart, soul, and mind. And then the second command, which is just as important as the first, and which all laws are based on, is to love yourself and your neighbor like you would love someone else as you would like to love yourself. So on all that, if you would love people the way you want to be loved, you wouldn't kill, you wouldn't lie, you wouldn't cheat, you wouldn't do anything. It's a simple command. It's not difficult. Why do you guys make everything so difficult? Christ didn't need you to go prostrating 700 times a day.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. Love yourself. It's part of that.
You're breaking up.
I'm saying, you said love your neighbor as yourself, and that is also part of the Old Testament, and we still apply it in the New Testament, and we still apply it to our daily life.
Yes.
So it doesn't change.
The Old Testament also has plenty of dietary laws and stoning laws and all this type of stuff.
If you're talking about abrogation, that's different.
Which has nothing to do with the Ten Commandments.
If you're talking about abrogation, that's different. But if you're talking about
abrogation, I'm talking about Christ when he came, he said, I will not change the laws. The laws that he was talking about were the 10 Commandments. Again, the 10 Commandments. Now, on those 10 Commandments, there is no punishment on the 10 Commandments. There's just 10 rules to follow a good life. Okay? Not how to kill a person, not how to kill somebody when they sin. None of that.
Wait, you said there is no punishment. What about thou shalt not kill? If you kill somebody when that law was given, what would happen to you that time, after that time, and today?
At that time, they were stoning people. Today, are they stoning people?
But now how they say, they hang people, they slice people's head, chop people's head.
Listen, you do what you want to do as a Muslim. As a Muslim, you do what you want to do. You want to chop hands, you want to chop heads, go right ahead. As a Christian, if I go by what my Lord told me, I am supposed to forgive because I am going to another world after I die. I am here to try to help people, not kill people.
So let me ask you a question. I have 100 kids. Someone kill one of my kids every day. Am I supposed to forgive them until he kills all my kids? Now I've been forgiving the person. Now I only have 3 kids left out of 100. Am I still supposed to forgive them still?
What are you talking about?
You
I don't understand.
You said if somebody kills, then Jesus said to forgive the person. And I'm saying if I have 100 kids and I forgive them every day, and now I have 3 kids left.
Yeah.
So he's coming back tomorrow.
Where are your 97 kids that were killed?
He killed them.
Where are they? Are they in heaven or hell?
They dead.
Where are they? Do they exist?
Okay, let's say heaven. No, they don't.
No,
exist.
not let's say. If they're not in heaven, what's the point?
Well, that is the most immoral thing. That is the most immoral thing you've ever said.
Because you're an atheist. Because you're an
atheist. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You believe in
I fully agree.
You
I fully believe, truthfully,
are here for
that is a despicable thing for you to say. The man literally just said to you, I've lost 100 kids, and your response is, oh, don't worry, they're in heaven. You're an absolutely immoral and reprehensible character.
It's because you don't believe in nothing but this. So let's kill the guy. So life means nothing. It's just a life of killing each other. That's all it is then to you, Ultra. Just keep on killing each other. until we die and go to worm food.
You know what?
What's the point? I might as well put a gun to my head now. I might as well put a gun to my head now.
I don't
Why
like
should I be here? I'm here to see. I'm here to see evil win over everything. Atheists don't want to believe in anything. Okay, I understand. You can't see past the light. I understand that.
You can't blame them. It's just like your process saying that it's right to kill people.
My prophet Christ, who's the Son of God, did not say it's good to kill people.
So why are you saying that we have?
Man?
Why are you trying to say it's good to kill people? I just asked you.
I never said it was good to kill people.
So what would happen to someone who kills someone unjustly?
That's for the world to decide. But for God, it's up to Him to decide.
Okay. According to the law,
because I don't know if that man is sick. I don't know if that man. I don't know if that man was molested all his life. I don't know any situation of what happened to this person.
True, and I said unjustly.
I don't know if he's been preached by people. I don't know if he's been preached by a cult that's telling him to go out and kill people. I don't know.
Right, but I just told you.
Nobody knows the circumstances of a man, why a man would want to go out and blow up people. Nobody knows the circumstances unless he's brainwashed to kingdom come because somebody is telling him he should kill people.
Now we are talking about
killing people. Is that society's fault? Is that we like to blame the guy who went and blow up people, but we never blame the ones who are telling him to go blow up people? Because that's, God forbid.
So would you like to? Would you think one of your feet or community, one of anybody around you?
Nobody wants to see suffering. Nobody wants to see suffering.
So what do you think is going to happen to me?
The exercise.
Okay, I'm telling you.
The point of the exercise is to love and to forgive.
Okay,
you don't listen. You guys don't listen. You guys say that you believe. Muslims say they believe in Jannah. Christians say they believe in Christ. Hindus say they believe in the afterlife. Everybody believes in this other world that's supposedly so great. But the minute something happens on Earth, they all want to kill each other. I just don't get it.
All right, let's not talk.
I mean,
let's say you do somebody that goes against the law, but that's why we have the laws, right? It's to help.
What do you want to do? You want them to kill? You want them to chop hands? You want them to cut heads, strip people off buildings?
If that's the law, if that's what the law says, for doing something wrong unjustly, then you have to pay the consequences. If you kill somebody, the bank is not going to give you $1 million.
That is not the law. That is the punishment. The law says not to do those things. That is the punishment.
Okay, that's the punishment.
The punishment is up to you.
So what's the punishment for someone who unjustly kills people?
Back in the day, the adulterous woman would have been stoned to death. What did Christ say? He could have easily took a stone and whipped it at her head. Don't you get it? You don't get it.
I don't know what to tell you.
You just don't. When Christ went up to the cross, there's a reason. He had all the power in the world. He could have destroyed every single soldier. He could have destroyed every single person around him and said, you see, guys, look, I'm the Son of God. You guys can't do that to me. No, he went to the cross. He was killed.
So why did he
prove when he got
why did Christ chase?
Let me finish. Let me finish. I never get to finish. Every time I say death, boom, it stops right there. They attack. The Muslims attack. The death.
But you were interrupting too.
Resurrection to prove that there is life after death. Resurrection. Very important. Because what's the point of surviving and seeing my parents and everybody die around me, my mother putting me on this world, if all I had going to do is see them go to turn into worm food? And I'm pretty sure thousands of people thought that back in the day, while they were fighting for the emperor to be the king of the world. Why am I doing this for some clown up on top there who has all the gold and everything in the world? But here I am, a peasant doing fuck all, and I'm, excuse the language, and all these guys, and this is what I get for life, being a peasant all my life. But Christ came with a new message, a good message. No, you're not just a peasant. Okay, God loves you. You guys don't have to kill each other. You guys gotta love each other. It seems like nobody cares about that message. All they want to do is hate, 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 hate.
No, I
That's
don't
all I
hate.
got to say. I got to work.
I don't hate. I don't hate, but we're trying to be logical here. Okay. Yeah, it's a Monday. I know everybody is probably at work and busy, but I'm here. There goes Witness. Where was you, Witness? I wish you was here so you could so you could speak to him. Yeah. Romans 13:1-2 says, so those who are law of the land are refusing to obey God, and punishment will. And I think Romans is in the New Testament. Since he don't want to go by the Old Testament, so let's go by Romans. Romans is part of the New Testament. Well, like I always say, I don't blame people for their knowledge. I personally, everything, I'm just learning, and we all are learning. And sometimes we swallow our ego, and sometimes we don't. But I think it's always true. It's always good to listen to people and try to, go back and forth, not arguing just to argue for hatred's sake, but argue just to, pick and try to go back on points. So I think if we live our life that way, we could be a little better. Veli, what going on, brother?
What, G? You telling me, mate? What's going on, bro? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. I had a good sleep.
Yeah, man.
Because it was on Saturday.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah. That's my son's birthday, innit, man?
What? Really?
So I spent the day with my. Yeah.
Stop playing, man.
My son, bro.
Playing for real?
Yeah, for real, man. It was
Oh,
his
man.
birthday on Saturday, so.
That was my birthday too, man.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, for real.
Wow.
Yeah, for real. I know a lot of people on February. My cousin is this tomorrow. My brother's son is today. Mine was February 8th. Cristiano Ronaldo was February 2nd or 3rd. Yeah, I know a whole bunch of people. Oh, my best friend had a baby girl February the 2nd. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, like, I was coming up still, man. Obviously, I've got like a little, say about 10-20 minutes, before I got to jump off still. Like, I'm away to another job.
You were
Still,
on yesterday. I didn't believe it.
Yeah. No, we was live yesterday, man. Yeah. Yesterday we was live still.
Yeah.
But like saying that, I say that the difference between say atheist and theist or whatever, is that that atheist is caring about the people's life now, innit? How people are affected today, what's going and actually the future of the planet. A lot of theists are like, well, this life's a test, so we don't actually. We just want to make sure that we pass the test to get to heaven. So then, so a lot of the advancements for the future generations, it's like, man ain't really concentrating on that. Man's just concentrated on making sure that everyone goes to heaven, and not making sure that the humanity here is advancing or gets whatever better in it. Like better is subjective in it. Like, but like people live more of a fruitful life. No, man. Hopefully there'll be a day where there's less time working. Yo, can you hear me? Yeah. So I'll say that hopefully one day, yeah, there'll be a time where it'll be people generally have to work less and spend more time innovating, like creating new things and have more leisurely time and whatever.
Yeah, it's always good. It's always a good thing to I wouldn't say work less, but work at people's convenience, and then also remember your family and have time for them. Because I know my father, he was like a perfect example of why I can't work every day. I have to share between working and having time for my family. Because my father, he was never home. He was always make everything smooth for us. So he never really knew me. I never really knew him. Yeah. So that gap is always a problem when it comes to work and family. So I really want a better life for everybody where we work less and all, but the society, you just gotta work and get that money. Otherwise, you're gonna be thrown in shelter, and it's even gonna be worse.
Trust me. Yeah, man. I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like it's.
And you see people like Walter. I always say everyone has their own spiritual graduation or understanding, but people, not only Christians, Muslims do the same thing too. First of all, you have to message. This crazy shit, and you're not preaching it, and you're not living that way. Nobody's gonna listen to you. And then if you're trying to bring a message also to somebody harsh or hard on them, it's gonna be hard for them to understand you or listen to you. And people always make that mistake of just probably to the hell. If you don't believe in Muhammad, you go to hell. No, it doesn't work that way. It's always if we're saying God is a just God, it should provide a room for other people that don't understand certain things. And this is where, as a Muslim, I disagree with a lot of Muslims who say, "Oh, once you're not a Muslim, you're going to hell." No, I believe in Shaka's religion. I believe in Christianity. I believe in everybody. I even believe in how they say atheists, people who don't believe in God. It's always stages, because sometimes you might live your life in freestyle and you don't know how the nature works, or you're looking at animals, you see their color, you see the rainbow, you see everything in life, and then you don't put two and two together. It's always stages for everything. But if I'm saying, oh, every atheist will go to hell, blah, 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 no, it doesn't work that way. You have to give them clues and try to teach them how things work and whatnot. But if you're banging on people like, oh, it don't work, nah. Myself, I wouldn't be a Muslim or whoever. I just live my life like, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. If you're Muslim, you're Muslim. If you're Christian, all y'all is just talking shit. But me coming in an angle of how, if we're saying these people were the prophet and then they had a message for people, I would look at how they live their life, and I would try to follow, being an example of how they had lived their life. But if you see people coming and attacking you, oh, Muslim this, or if you're not a voodoo, then you go to hell. Nah, it doesn't work that way. It's always just. My book says you will be judged according to your capacity. If you're wise, you will be judged based on your wisdom. And if you're dumb, you're still going to be judged based on your wisdom. And trust me, every species will go to hell. Muslims will go to hell. Christians will go to hell. Voodoo will go to every one of every race will go to hell. It depends on your character and how you deal with people. That's what's going to judge you. And that's why when you look at people who's doing good, they're not doing good just to be good. They know the consequences. And if you're looking at people who do bad, they probably doing it out of spite or whatever. look, I was telling my father the other day, I was saying, like, if I have to treat you in a bad way just to bring you in my religion or whatever, then how would you accept the religion? And if we keep doing that, how many people is going to be in the religion? That means definitely you're going to find yourself being the only Muslim. But if you treat people right and you teach them the right way, you don't have to curse them out. You don't have to, everyone has a growth in knowledge. The things you know in the history is not what you know now. And then what you know tomorrow will be better than what you know before. Knowledge does fluctuate depending on where you receive it from or how you receive it. That's why I always say, me, Ultra, Respect, because I know Respect, he fight for justice. And these are the people that you could learn from. People who would say, listen, this is not because he's from wherever and he's been beaten up for no reason, you're not going to stand up for it. No, every prophet, that's what it did. That's what it came for. They stood up for oppression and all the stuff. So people like that, I could work with them because I know at the end of the day, they're not totally evil. Yes, we do have evil in our hearts. We do stupid things. If you trust me, Veli, if you put $1 million in your pocket right now and it falls off, 9 out of 10 times I'm gonna take it and I'm not gonna give it to you back. And that's normal. But if we're talking about the inner self that is respectful and kind and all the stuff, and I'll be like, yo, Veli, man, you just lost your wallet. Here's your wallet. Just give me something to go eat or whatever. And that's how life is. And then when you look at another person who the same situation just happened to you, out of 10 times you will give back the wallet also because you will remember, oh, somebody who found my wallet did the same thing to me. But if everybody in the world start going, we got to kill each other for no reason, we got to talk to each other harshly, trust me, nobody will believe in no religion or nobody will be welcomed into a religion.
What up, Pete?
All right. Walk on, brother. Yeah, big up, Ahmed.
What you saying, family?
Yeah,
Yo, 1 second.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Malik here. This is Ahmed. This is Malik here. I don't know if he's just spoke before still.
Yeah, I seen the name before, but I don't think we never had a conversation. Yeah, that's why last week when I think Ziria was trying to condemn Shaka, and I'm saying not everybody drinks. We have some people who never tasted alcohol. They might be doing the worst thing in life, but the smell of alcohol just pisses them off. For that reason, they don't drink it. And vice versa. So don't say it's because of we are selling our people just to take alcohol. No, people chop up people's head to do rituals. People chop up people's private parts just to do voodoo for money, for money rituals. People do a whole bunch of shit to other people. If I take your money, especially your food money, you're gonna be sad for the rest of the day because now you're hungry. But I'm gonna be happy at the back of my mind saying, yeah, I got his money now, I could go eat or whatever. It's still bad. People do whatever they want to do just to suit themselves, either good or bad. But that's not the point. The point is you can't say there was slave trading people just for the fact of alcohol. No, we have good voodoo people, just like Shaka. I could live from the way he speaks, and I've seen him on videos. I could live with him all day, all night, because I know he's not gonna hurt me for no reason. But what
is voodoo, guys?
It's
sorry, I've always wanted to know what it is. What is it?
The best person you'd need to, the best thing to do, is do you know Shaka speaks?
I tried to listen to his talk about voodooism the other day, but I don't want a salesman.
I'm saying that differently. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like he's actually got a show on his channel, on the Shaka Speaks on his actual channel in it. So you got a bit of time. Just want to catch up on that still, because like saying I wouldn't be able to give you honest you know what I'm saying, an unbiased review. I could just tell you what I think,
right?
Or what someone else has told me still. So yeah.
All right, what about Malik? Do you know what it is?
is a knowledge that has to do with spirituality, and it's either you use it in the right way or you use it in the wrong way, because we have people who practice this stuff to help other people, and then you have other people who do it vice versa. So I wouldn't totally condemn it. Okay, it's
yeah. So that's what that's what I was gonna say in it, because like what we was gonna like obviously we're gonna say that you can use voodoo to do different spells and this, that, and the other, yeah. But
right.
I swear that Shakara was saying the other day that that's not actually what it is, innit? Like, you can't use it to do spells or anything. It's like a way of life or something like that. But like you're saying again, I don't want to butcher
But what
it,
is the way
or
of life?
I don't want to. Yeah, that's what I'm trying, bruv. This is what I'm trying to say to you, fam. Yeah, because I know what's gonna happen. This is gonna, every time you answer one question, it's gonna open up another door for more questions. And when I'm not giving you the answer to the first question, that's even a right answer, bruv. I'm just leading you down a road of answers that's not even. You get me? This, like, again, the first answer I might give you might not even be right, fam. So from then onwards, I'm just going to be leading you down a path of weird answers when I don't even know, innit? Like, I'm just making it up and shit, really, and just like what I think rather than
Now,
what it
fair enough,
actually is.
you don't know, but what's it called? Like the other day, I tried to listen to Shakara, and I've tried to listen to a few people talk about what this voodoo thing is. But no offense, no one actually gets to the actual point, though. Everyone just talks about some people practice for good, some people practice for evil. Practice what? No one's actually saying practice what.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And also, like,
what might
throwing
be
around
that's
buzzwords
what
like spirituality. What does that even
what
mean?
it might be, yeah, is that the thing is that what the actual practice is, yeah, just knowing that what voodoo is differently might be something about telling people about the different practices. It might be sacred to the people, so they don't tell you. So like you're saying, they just skirt around it and tell you what people can use it for, rather than telling you exactly, well, if we want this, then we do this, and this is how we worship the Lord, or this is how we give thanks every day for so and so, so and so. Do you know what I mean? Like, I get what you're trying to get at in it. Like, you're trying to understand like what it actually entails in it, like what's the ins and outs of it. But again, without knowing myself, it's hard for me to give an answer or give an honest answer in it, like, or even without being, because you know what I'm saying, obviously we all grew up in religious backgrounds where stuff like that's looked down on. You get me?
Right.
Yeah, so man, it's all looked down on, and then we're gonna give I will be giving you an answer from a biased perspective, not just the honest, actually what it is. You know what I mean? Like, whether it's good, bad, in, out, up or down. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man said Veli is a secret hobby, man. Grabber. Yeah, man. But
so I would say it's a way of life. If I would put it in a simple way, it's a way of life then that has a whole bunch of practices in it. So like people go to this shrines, reverence.
It's really like
out of
it's like how you man feel about Islam, innit? How you man say it's rather than it's a religion, and the Hebrew Israelites about their thing. They don't say it's a religion. They're like, yeah, but it's our way of life, innit? So we've got different things that entail what we do that makes us a Muslim.
All right, but what is the way of life of Vudan? Can someone tell me? Can someone actually get to the point?
That's what I'm saying. We can't get to the point, bro. I can't get to the point and give you a truthful answer. I can just tell you, what I've heard or what this elder has said or so and so. But the people that I'm telling you, the answers that I'll be giving you are people that are against it, not people that are for it or people that are actually involved in it. Really and truly, you want to hear from someone that's involved in it so they can give you an honest answer of what it is, and then, you know what I'm saying, you can really go from there rather than...
That was respectful, Veli, man. very respectful because you
know what it is, yeah. I
you don't
hear
want
what
to.
you're saying, yeah. But the other day I tried to listen to Kara. Like I was listening for an hour, and honestly, at no point voodoo is. What do I have to do for this voodoo thing actually is? Because it's like everyone seems.
You have to do some research, brother. I'm sure there's things you can
have
find.
to do some research here, but differently, like you're saying, because a lot of people are interested in it. So, we're gonna obviously it's like sticking it on him, isn't it? But we're gonna ask Shaka if he can even do a little talk on this channel about it. You get me? So,
big up
anyone
the
that's
panel.
not heard about it, big up, fam. Anyone that's not heard about it,
big up.
no, but differently, it's just like we're saying. No, not like a panel with everyone jumping on or so and so. Literally, him on the panel just got explaining what it is and what it ain't in it, and then once he's got through it, he can get questions and answers at the end, and then obviously he can go back into what it usually is or whatever in it. But
do you know what the problem is with that? The problem is, he got time to explain it last time, and the thing is, what the guy's doing is he's telling us the history of it, and like my brother just very eloquently quoted, we want to know the ins and outs. We don't want to know where it started and where it ended up. We want to know what are the practices, what do they actually do. That's what we want to know, and I think a lot of people are coming from where it's we're getting explanations, but they're not the explanation we want.
Okay, if I would,
I did still scattered. Like saying, first of all, let me repeat again in it, because there might be people in the chat that never heard first of all in it, Car. Like when Ahmed first asked me about what is voodoo, I did say, obviously Shakara's got videos on it already in it, where he's already explained what it is and what it isn't on his channel. So if anyone wants to, you can go on his channel and look for that still. And like saying, but anyone else, some people are going to be lazy in it and say, I'm going to look here, but they're not going to go look really in it. So for anyone else that's going to be like that, Mark Artsman, if he can do a little chat on it on this channel, so the people that are going to keep asking and repeating the same questions again, they can hear it all once, innit? I
think that's fair. I think that's fair because you shouldn't have to say it all the time.
A million times, repeating, because you know what's gonna happen, bruv. Man's gonna tell man to go and look on his channel, Brothers ain't really gonna go and look in his channel, and then someone else is gonna come along and ask the same question again, and it's just gonna be the same one question instead of 100. Right, he might do a one chat, where he's gonna answer 20 questions in that one show, where he does a little, even 20 minutes, half hour talk on explaining the ins and outs of what he knows about it, and then
next time I might see him in the park, Billy, I might tell him, yo, Shaka, do you want to do a video and discuss this and elaborate? How about that? That's
because even that, in Speaker's Corner, but it's gonna. How long do you think that Shakara is gonna get to speak without interruptions?
No, don't watch that, man. There's a new type of 20. In 2020 we're gonna establish new rules, man. Nah, you don't have to worry about them things, there, man. You know them ones. Just pull him to a side and speak about it. That's all I really want to know, because I feel like there's a lot of stigma behind. Because as soon as you hear voodoo, Belly, you think, black magic or something. You think something evil.
It's evil.
You just automatically. I've always automatically thought that what voodoo. But when Shakara was explaining the other day, I was like, you know what? Okay, it might be an African central sort of a tradition that people might have used, and it might have been a negative connotation. I don't know. So, like you're saying, Belly,
you know what the thing is?
That's why.
Word up, Ahmed.
Some people have never heard of voodoo. They never heard of Obi. I never heard of some of these terminology that I used to reference. I know people who practice Obia. I know people who do it, and I know their explanation. And I found.
Can you explain what the practice is, please?
No. This is what I'm going to say.
Waking up in the morning.
Let me explain something to you, my brother. I practice Obia. Now, I don't want to generalize and call voodoo and obia. And this is the problem that I had last time where, you know, a man's called me out on it and I had to retract some of what I said. I said, okay, let him explain. But what I found was, like I said, he's telling me the history of something and not telling me the practices of it. Because when a man's explained his hobia to me and explained to me what it is these people are doing, I've tried to put it to him and say to him, well, you know, I know a little bit about voodoo and obia, and this is what I know of it. I know people who call themselves witch doctor. They call that voodoo. I know people who call themselves obia man. They reference voodoo, but they literally call their thing obia. So I need to know, are they the same thing? Because if they're the same thing, then there's going to be controversy because, you know, there's different people practicing the same thing and you know, they're saying it's different things, which is going to create a lot of controversy. Whereas, you know, Muslims, if someone says they're a Muslim, we know what they're talking about. You know, someone says they're a Christian, we know what they're talking about. We know they're dealing with Bible, isn't it? And I think that this is the problem I had last time we had the
Hey, but Schiffer, but don't you see the double-edged sword of that? Yeah, it's not explained, yeah, but because it's been demonized so much, yeah, it's not been it's not had a fair chance for us to look at it fairly. So whether it's good, bad, or whatever, because it's been demonized, we've not had a chance to say,
Yeah, I agree with you, Felly. Because, brother, what you got to think about, as soon as you think of voodoo in films and stuff like that, you just think, okay, guy with a white mask, skull face, people doing rare. That's the automatic vision that, as soon as someone says voodoo, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, but Cola, some of the things this guy said, some of these things the guy said about voodoo, what he said was, the way he was talking about it, it seemed like it was closer to going back into the realms of Christianity or Islam and that's where I was confused, because it was like I had a complete different perspective of it. And it's like when he started going down that road, it was like, okay, do you know what? Maybe I do need to hear what the brother's saying and understand exactly where it's coming from, because we might be going down the same road. We might be thinking on the same lines, and I just didn't know it.
You guys are apologize about the background. I'm eating something, so if you hear a lot of noise, I'm in a restaurant. I'm on lunch break. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's like when man is saying that to get the answers to the question. So if someone that knows more about it than anyone else, we're going to try to get them to at least have do a little chat about it. So then, Rob, we can ask questions from knowledge rather than from ignorance.
Yeah, I think we need an obia, man. We need an obia.
So if I would speak for them from my little understanding, coming from a background that has that kind of practice or way of life, it's just like Christianity is just like Islam. It's just like any other religion. When you wake up in the morning and you try to pay reverence or worship God or your mother, you know, hello dad, hello mom, what would you eat this morning?
Yeah.
The difference is they have, just like in religion also, they have those who practice in a good way and you have those who practice in a bad way. Everything knowledge. And then, like they say, whatever you know is easy, but whatever is hard becomes whatever you don't know is hard. So these people are also people who wake up in the morning, they pay to eat.
You're cutting out here, brother.
Yeah, I was thinking it's my reception, you know.
No, is it him? That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Is it my brother?
I was thinking it's my reception. Is it me, you know? No, my reception is usually bad still.
Right, Belly, can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, Kang.
Yeah.
I can hear you, gang. Big up Maverick here. He's back to Jen. Panel again. Yo, your camera's on, gang. Turn your camera off, guys, unless you want it on.
Yeah.
No, not you.
So these are the things. So these are the things they also do, just like every other. Okay, just like every other way of life, these are things that they also do, you know, to better their lives. You know, they went to these things when they need childbirth or when there's a problem in the society, they call upon or pay reverence to stuff like this. But the problem is we religious people It's the same reason why we are religious. It's the same reason why they are practicing the way they practice. If we religious people say that we believe in one God,
yeah,
and then they believe either two gods or they have to worship to get to God. That's why we have prophets who voodoo or the worship of anything has been right from day one. When people started spreading, and when you look at the reason, just for ignorance, or they either how to say a quick answer to their problems, and these are also things that did not sanction. They have certain things that God has sanctioned for us to pay reverence to, and then they have other things that God did not sanction for human beings to pay reverence to, and this leads to worshiping those things, and then leads to paganism or whatever. So it's also a way of life. It's a practice. They do the same thing that we religious people, so-called religious people, do.
Yeah. Malik, do you think, okay, on that aspect...
Sorry, cuz. Listen, because I need to jump off, yeah? Cause obviously I'm at work and that, my bad, yeah? Big up Carlo, Khalid, mind you, yeah? So, big up England, just jumped on the panel, yeah? Welcome to G Block, bro, yeah? You've been there before, so you know how it goes. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah, everyone, I'm going to jump off, leave everyone on the panel. We're going to have a civilized discussion and everything. Yeah, we're going to try and keep away from the personal insults. And
no, come on,
we're going to keep it a fruitful conversation so we can all learn something, innit? Let me just answer a question in the chat, yeah? Someone added me. Veli Vision G Block. Tell me what sheikhs you learn Islam from. Hello, you took your info from Sarah, Rob, James SC. When it comes to voodoo, you advise people not to listen to critiques. LO advice much. Yeah, man. So like you're saying, bruv, like all the information on Islam is already out there, innit? Like, who knows about voodoo? When we asked the question, when you asked the question then about voodoo, we was all gonna go into what we think. No one was gonna say, oh yeah, well I know that they definitely do this, that, and the other. There was no one said that. Yeah, so that's why we were saying to answer like that and differently. If anyone asks me a question on Islam, I would tell them to ask someone that knows about Islam, innit? Like I wouldn't really try to give them an answer like I'm a sheikh of Islam or like I know anything, even about Christianity. From like, I might have grown up in a Christian family, from but like, there ain't really much I can tell you about Christianity, so I wouldn't answer the question like a Christian. You get me? So, that's your answer. There's a fake Zubaydah in the chat, and a fake Saida as well. So there's a combination of both. Mad things though. But anyway. Yeah, I got to jump off here. Big up everyone on the panel. After you go back and forth on the voodoo thing, try to give everyone a chance to answer the question of the day. Because we've got a couple man on the panel that's not had a go at that question of the day answer.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some more about the question of the day, you know, because we ain't heard a lot about that today, and I think like sometimes it's not sticking to the topic.
We had a little chat about it earlier still, and then you know how it goes. It's like Chinese whispers in it, man. So, but like you say, man, once we wrapped up the little voodoo chat that we're gonna do now, we're gonna try to get everyone to answer the question of the day.
Before you go, let me ask you a question. Before you go, Vels, do you believe there's such a thing as white people science or white man science?
I tell you why I don't believe. Let me give you an explanation. Yeah, what I'm talking about when people say white man science or whatever, I'm talking about actual true science with that you can repeatable tests that you can do in any lab as long as it's under the same conditions, you're going to get the same result. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so that science is not any man's science. That's the study of nature and
respect to that.
You get me? Yeah. So that I don't believe that there's no such thing as white man science. And just as we're talking about the voodoo master in the chat, you get me? Just drop in just in time. Yeah. You got my
Well,
like
can I just put
Shakara,
this
yeah,
out there?
man.
I want
But,
to put
but
my
anyway, yeah. But wait. Let me finish there.
Somebody behind.
Let me quickly wrap that one up here. About for the white man
What
science
about the
thing, like I
moon
was saying.
landings and stuff like that? You don't think that that's white man science then?
No. Like I was saying, it's literally more to do with the facilities each economy has at that time, innit? So depending on what sort of economy or what sort of society you've got going at that sort of time was depending on what sort of scientific feats and creations you could. I'm saying, like, so if you're a colonized nation in the 60s, and 50s, you're probably not going to be trying to create space stations. You're going to be thinking of ways to be uncolonized, innit? Yeah, but if
So
you're like
can I take that? That means you believe the moon landing happened. Then do you believe the moon landing actually happened?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. I got you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But like I'm saying, I don't believe in race science. Like I don't believe in none of this pseudo science where they're saying different races have got different IQs and so and so. But then when a certain race goes to different places to learn, their IQ level raises, and then when they're in different places, their IQ, like that's bollocks, isn't it? That's obviously showing that different education facilities are going to produce different levels of education in it. So and different situations or whatever is going to produce different educations in it. Like so. Like
yeah,
I'm saying,
I think
I don't know about
that, Belly. I kind of disagree with you. You know, if you come from a country, Bill, say if you come from a country that's ravished by war and stuff like this, where education is being put on a back hold, don't you feel like generations and generations, why they're going through war, and why other nations are developed and they've got more access or they've got more of a head start in education? Because I feel like certain African countries, because of war and certain things, I feel like
that's what I was saying, fam. Yeah, you get me? Because like I'm saying, obviously, if you're like, Shaq, your camera's on, fam. But if you're a colonized nation, then so say like we're talking about Jamaica in the 40s, yeah, they're not going to be developing a space program, innit? Because they're flipping colonized by Britain, and so obviously they're going to be concentrating on how to either simulate Britain or to try and escape from Britain's clutches. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, while America is trying to develop space programs to compete in a war against Russia or whatever to get to the moon. Do you know what I'm saying? Like all them sort of shits. Like obviously, man ain't gonna be able to concentrate on them things if you're still under the chains and shackles, so we say. You know what I'm saying? That.
No, you cleared it up for me, brother. No, you cleared it up for me.
Can I say one thing, please, lads? Yeah, I'd like to say, yeah, when I say white people science, this is what I mean by white people science. When they lie, when they say things like black people are 3/5 of a human being, I believe that's white people science. I don't believe no black man or no ethnic
that's
person.
pseudo, because that can't be that. You can't. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's no genetic testing to show that any human is 3/5 of a fucking human. Like it,
and
just
this is
even
why
that, yeah, just that statement there, just a statement, bro. Yeah, is a human is 3/5 of a human is a contradictory statement to even make, bro.
It sounds very silly, but the point I'm making is white people came up with that concept.
Yeah, since we're talking about human in general, right, Billy?
That's the only reason I call it white people science, you know, because they came up with the concept of they went to the moon, they've landed on the moon. They came up with the concept of black people are 3/5 of a human being. They came up with the concept of what was the concept again I was going to think of now?
About
they came up with the concept of going to Mars and all these other planets. And as far as I'm concerned,
that's what I'm trying to say, bruv. The issue that I have with that Shifra fam, is the 3/5 of a human, is obviously being debunked, because you can't be 3/5 of a human if you're an actual human, But like, if you you see like the moon landing and all that, what's that got to do with racism?
Do you know what? Do you know why I think it's got a lot to do with racism? Yeah, because at the end of the day, yeah, like you said, you know, these people are in their space race to prove who is superior. It's all about superiority. Now, if they cannot prove that they've done it, then they're not superior. They're just trying to look superior, and they're trying to make people believe that there's something they're not.
Right. Right.
Okay. Yeah, but that's
right.
human.
Yeah, you could have a point on that still, but like saying again, there's going to be there's going to be the smartest people of whatever nations. So at that time, then America, would have been recruiting the smartest scientists and engineers from all over the globe, apart from Russia.
Germany.
Yeah.
Man, they didn't recruit many. They just took the Nazi Germans.
That's right. They just took them. That's right.
So
that's right.
So their best engineers that they thought that they could get, they was working with, innit?
Operation.
They tried.
Even what about the mathematics? What about the mathematical side of it as well? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't trust them. I don't trust any of the scientific establishment that agree with what the Europeans say. I don't trust them, and I believe that we've already done the science of traveling around the universe and going to different stars. I believe in the stargates. I believe what the Mayans say. I believe what the Egyptians say. I just don't believe what the white people say.
All right, listen, anyway, with that point, let me quickly introduce sorry, England, bro, because I need to jump off, man. I need to go and fix this job, innit? Let's go and fix this boiler. But let me introduce Shaka, big up Shaka Ra, basically, people was asking questions on Verduna. I don't know if you heard a little bit earlier. I was telling them to check out your channel, because you've obviously made a couple videos on that already, explaining the ins and outs of what it is, But I was seeing, because obviously people are lazy and not everyone's going to do that, if at a future date you would do a little talk on this channel about the ins and outs of whatever it is, with a little quick Q&A answer session after, if you didn't mind or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
I'm down for it. I'm not an expert on voodoo, but I do know. I've done some research in it, so I can speak to it.
You can get us past the basic level. You can get us past the basic level of everyone asking the same sort of basic questions. We could get past the basic question level.
Yeah, I can get the basics. Yeah.
Let me see then. So Shakra, when a voodoo priest is trying to invoke an Ashura, what spirit does he have to invoke first?
Sorry, what was, I missed the word that you used. A voodoo priest trying to invoke a what? Sorry.
So when a voodoo priest, a mambo,
yes,
wants to invoke a certain spirit or Ashura, a certain deity,
yeah.
Before he can invoke that deity, what spirit does he have to invoke first?
So, depending on where you're coming from, there's a few answers to that question. The most obvious answer to the question is there's a divinity that is known as Legba, or Elegba.
Papa,
or Eshu. And because of the role that Elegba plays, like Elegba is considered to be the keeper of the roads, So he controls, the pathway between our world and the spirit world, So Elegba would be that whenever you're praying or you are given an offering or whatever, you would deal with Elegba first, because you want Elegba to carry the message or to carry the offering or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, I was just asking that question, not just to like a gotcha question. I just wanted to see what your basic levels of understanding were, and you're correct. That is what you do. Yeah.
Yo, Chaka, can I ask a question?
So wait, hold on.
Question, please.
Wait, one sec. So wait, I'm assuming that you studied voodoo to some degree. What's your name? I didn't even get your name.
England. Yeah, I've studied voodoo, and I've got friends that do voodoo.
Well, I can ask you both then. Can I ask you both a question? Is there a difference between a voodoo man and an Obia man?
Big difference.
Yeah. So, and this is the thing. So I'm gonna say there is a difference, but I'm also gonna say yes and no. Yeah.
But he said a big difference, and you're saying yes and no. So can we get a definitive answer? You know, where both of you can agree.
Okay.
Go on.
Right. So voodoo is a religion. Okay. You have to be initiated, and you have to be a member of the priesthood, and you have to use vivs on the floor, and there's a structure and there's a dogma. Okay. Obeah is more Kabbalah based. Yes, they will speak to certain deities in the African religions. However, it's far more flexible in that it will invoke different deities, but it's more Judo-Christian than it is African in origin. One of the main books that Obeah men use is the 6th and 7th book of Moses. So one's a religion. The only similarities is that they're both practiced by black people, and Obeah men now and again use voodoo deities. That is the only connection I would say.
Right. So some of what you said there, I agree with. I'm not sure about the Kabbalah connection necessarily inherently. Yeah. But let me give my answer, and then we'll see if we can come to some synchrony. The reason why I'm saying yes and no is because in truth there's not a spiritual system called Obeah. Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So like voodoo, like Obeah is not a noun in the same way that voodoo is a noun, if that makes sense. Like voodoo describes a spiritual system. Yeah. Obeah is a word within a spiritual system to describe a particular type of usage of a spiritual system. Yeah. So I don't know where you're from. Well, your name might suggest where you're from. Yeah. But being from Jamaica, which is the place that kind of popularized the term Obeah, how the term Obeah becomes into usage is that there's a system called Mayo in Jamaica.
That's right.
And Obeah is
Milism,
yeah, what's it called? And then Obeah is seen as related to Mayo, but Mayo was considered to be a healing art and things to do with nature in much the same way that Voodoo is, yeah. Whereas Obeah is a term that is born from a term from West Africa that has various different suggested origins, but it relates to within the system. It relates to people that use the art to do harm, yeah, to other people. All right. Now, because of the fact that in the 1750s, Chief Taki or Taichi rebelled against slavery, and the British said that he used Obeah to do so. They banned.
Made it illegal. Yeah, they made it illegal.
Right? They made it illegal, right? But they basically, what they did is they used the term Obeah to define every African spiritual retention that they came across. So they didn't differentiate. So why I'm saying yes and no is because if you understand the intricacies of the differences, then no, Obeah and Voodoo is not the same thing. But because people use the term Obeah to refer to everything generically, then it could be the same thing.
I can accept your answer still. That was a good answer. But can I ask one more
question as well? Sorry, can I ask a question before you, brother? Because I'm at work. I gotta go back to work.
Is that Khalid? Listen.
Yes, Shaka, my brother. Brother, what I wanted to ask you, Shaka, and probably England, seeing as I hear he's a bit advanced with this, as a Muslim looking outside, why is voodoo so demonized then? Until I started hearing you, Shaq, I always used to think in the back of my mind, oh, voodoo, evil spirit, something bad always used to just picture in my head.
You kind of just explain that though, you know.
Well, Christendom's done that, hasn't it? Mainstream Abrahamic faiths have done that because it's that's why it's become demonized, because it is an actual religion.
Yeah.
And he said it was outlawed because of the Obeah as well.
Yeah,
brother. Sorry, do you know how this works? I'm trying to ask the brother a question. Do you mind just mic the key and let's get the thing flowing? You know them ones, brother.
Yeah. So I'd say England is correct, but I'd also add Hollywood to to because most people get there, like you see, like things like voodoo dolls and zombies and these kind of people associate with voodoo. This is projected by Hollywood, so a lot of people's perception of voodoo tradition is actually just Hollywood, like
bro,
movies from the 90s through the 50s.
Nice one, brother. Thank you for that, Shaka. You know the ones.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, Chaka,
bless up, my brother.
the people in voodoo speak to dead people at all in any degree?
So I think we dealt with this the other day, bro. The idea of speaking to dead people wouldn't make sense from the voodoo understanding. Like, you don't speak to the dead, you speak to the living, and the living may not be on this plane of existence in the physical form. You know what I'm saying?
So when you say the living, because I didn't, that's what I didn't, when you were saying that the other day, I just needed to get, I didn't really understand it. Are you saying that, so basically, for instance, are you talking in the sense of like reincarnation, like the Chinese, when they say when someone dies, they don't really die, the spirit lives on, and I don't know, please explain it.
So the spirit lives on, yes, but reincarnation is being reborn into the physical plane, right? Just what I'm saying. So the spirit living on there's an understanding that the spirit may not be currently existing on the physical plane in the same way that we are, but spirit is spirit and it's in the universe. That's the idea.
Okay.
Right.
Now I understand why, you know, with religion, and obviously voodoo is its own religion, but I understand why it conflicts with so many of the other, you know, more popularized religions then, because, you know, as far as speaking to spirits and stuff like that, like we believe that if you're an Israelite anyway, we believe that once the person dies, you know, your spirit can only be reborn on the day of resurrection.
Yeah, I hear that stuff. That's what you might believe. I'm interested though, England.
Yeah.
What's your background and your understanding and your research into these kind of things?
Background is I used to practice high magic. Used to be involved in the occult. I have come across Obeah in Jamaica, and I've got experience of speaking to people that practice voodoo and Obeah, and I have a basic understanding of the structure of the system,
right?
How it works.
So does voodoo involve magic then?
yeah, but it isn't just about magic voodoo. It's an act of when a voodoo practitioner is doing a ritual, that's an act of worship. It's an act of prayer, and it's invoking the spirits into themselves. But it isn't just about magic. That's a small.
But it does involve magic though. That's all I was asking. I'm not saying that to set the premise for another question. I'm just asking, does it involve magic?
What's magic?
Are you sure you're not setting another question up, brother?
What's magic?
I don't know. It sounds like it does.
What's magic?
100%. I just want to know, does it involve magic? As in, I don't know, wizardry, to any extent, magic, witchcraft, like that. Does it involve magic that's similar to that kind of magic, or is it a different type of magic that I'm not understanding? Because I want to know what the magic is and how does the magic work.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the term magic in it. So yeah, like, I don't know. How would you define magic? Like, because
I define magic as in, all right, for instance, when you watch Harry Potter, and they do spells and they can turn one thing into another, or they can make themselves invisible, or they can make themselves fly, or there's many types of magic in it. So I'm just saying, to any extent, because I don't know who's got all that noise in the background, because you mute your mic. Yeah, so like obviously there's loads of different types of magic in the world, innit? As far as I've heard of, you got the druids, you know, you've got the like even the Vikings use certain types of magic, you know. But I want to know, what is your type of magic? What does it involve? You know, how deep does it go? What is the level that it goes to?
This is the point, because when people ask about magic in relation to voodoo and voodoo, like ritual, as England was saying, ritual is ritual. I don't know what people talk about when they talk about magic. Like it's like doing stuff to make stuff happen, but then every spiritual system does that. When you pray for a car, or for food, or for healing, for your granny when she goes to the hospital, that's not considered magic. So that's why I'm challenging the use of the term magic.
What are you saying? Are you saying then that voodoo is it similar to Christianity and Islam in a sense of, you know, the magic is just in the miracles, or is there actual magic where you could say a spell and, you know, stop someone from being able to talk? Now they're mute, now they're silent.
Brother, you need to stop watching movies, man.
Yes,
you need to stop watching Harry Potter and stuff like that. That's not only the magic.
I don't watch Harry Potter. I don't even watch TV. What I'm saying, I don't even watch TV. I'm just asking a question, and what you're doing now, you're interrupting my question. Let him answer my question because he's got the knowledge. So can you give me a basis of what if there's no magic in it? Like, explain why people have this perception of magic, because that's what your guy. Hold on, let me say, England. Yeah, you said England is the one who brought up the concept of magic. Yeah, I didn't bring that up. So for you to now come and say, "Oh, stop watching movies,"
no, I'm sorry. You just brought up Harry Potter movies. My bad. I apologize about that.
He brought up the concept of magic. So, you know, Harry Potter does magic, does he not? He does witchcraft or wizardry. So I'm just trying to understand what the magic is and how it works.
England wanted to say something. I'll let you.
My answer to it is, I mean, Chakra might have a different view on it, but if you're asking, can you put hexes on people in voodoo? Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'd agree that you can. The only reason why I'm challenging the idea of magic is because of the connotations that come with magic. So yeah, that's what it is. I don't necessarily have a problem with the term magic, but I know
because witches use hex bags as well. They use hexes also. So I get where you're coming from in that sense, but like obviously you saying that it's not magic, but then the word hex comes into it. You know, it kind of conflicting.
But then at the same time, we could use the word healing. Like, you see what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is that within Voodoo cosmology, it is understood that powers that can be used to heal can also be used to harm. So when that's why I'm not. It's not that I'm not against the word magic, but I know what the connotations are associated with the term magic. Because when it's healing, yeah, is it witchcraft? You know what I'm saying? Is it magic? Is it a miracle when the Voodoo Mambo or Hongan, yeah, uses the system and the understanding of nature to heal somebody? Why is that not considered a miracle? You know what I'm saying? But then we're going to talk about hexes, like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's understood that both of these things can be done. There's no doubt about that.
Did you get it now, brother?
See, the voodoo practitioner wouldn't see it as magic; they'd just see it as a way of life.
This is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
I do get
magic, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just nature.
I do get you. But can I please say one thing? Yeah. Now I understand that from a voodoo person's perspective, they wouldn't see it as magic; they'd see it as a way of life. And you know, these are the practices of their culture and their religion, or however you're going to look at it. Now, can you understand that from the premise of someone who may be a Christian, or someone who may be an Israelite like myself, or someone who may be a Muslim, then, you know, to those people, it may come across as controversial because we see that as something that, you know, is some type of power that, you know, goes against the Most High that I believe in. So it's not to say I'm not trying to like take any dignity away from what you're doing, because that's your belief. And I respect your belief system. I respect everyone's belief. I respect that that's what you guys believe in. But, you know, you still have to respect that there's other people in the world and it may come across wrong.
1 second. So before I go further, Veli, I don't know if you're listening, but Malik wants to get in. England dropped out. I don't know if you're trying to get back in what happened there, but yeah, England just dropped out. Yeah. So I don't know if England is black here, but like when it comes to these things, yeah, and what you just said, Shifadon, yeah, the reality is that I'd agree that a lot of people that come from Abrahamic religions would find this funny. But as far as black people are concerned, yeah, one of the things that we have to contend with is the extent to which the reason why we find it funny, or you know what I'm saying, or we can't, you know, we're uncomfortable with these concepts, yeah, is because of our indoctrination into religions through processes of enslavement, and the fact that these people who created these caricatures and who are the source of our uncomfortability around voodoo and Obia and Mayo and all our traditional African spiritual systems have done so partly in response to the fact that they were uncomfortable because of how we used them to fight them during the enslavement period. You know what I'm saying?
So are you saying that, as for instance, yeah, you said, because you said in voodoo they use hexes, yeah? Now are you saying that they only use hexes against their enemies then, so it's okay?
Well, we mean so it's okay. I'm saying that I'm not even saying that in voodoo they use hexes. I am saying that it is understood within the system that this is a part of this is a possibility. It can be used for this purpose. Yeah.
Okay.
So in the same way in the Bible, yeah, various prophets in the Bible were fought battles and wars with the power of God, that plagues and pestilence were inflicted on people, that firstborn sons of certain nations were killed as an act as an act of God in order to assert God's authority on behalf of his own people. Yeah, it's understood that basically things can go on.
So are you saying, no, but Shaka, you see when you say that, yeah, what I need you to understand is, yeah, that's God doing that. That's the Most High doing that. That's not a man creating a hex and putting it on someone.
No, but it is understood that God is acting on behalf of people, and people call on God to do certain things on their behalf. Yeah. So it's not. So
is that what the voodoo hex is based on as well? Do they call on their God then to do things on their behalf?
Again. When we're talking about hexes, it's not that people in voodoo do hexes as a part of their quote unquote religion. It is understood that the forces of nature can be constructive and destructive, and so you can learn how to use these forces constructively and destructively. And in fact, learning to do one gives you knowledge of the other, because if you can use a herb to heal, you can also use a herb to poison. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's just understood. These are balances in nature. So it's not that the Vedanta practitioner doesn't create nature. The Vedanta practitioner learns nature and applies nature.
Okay, so they believe they can control nature then?
No, it's not about controlling nature. It's about understanding nature and using it to one's benefit.
But then would that not be classed as medicine and not classed as hexing then?
Isn't that? But I said that a long time down the road. So you're asking about hexing. So man's asking questions about hexing, but I did say that it is about. You could ask about healing, because Voodoo, there are healing arts in Voodoo. You know what I'm saying?
No, but it's only because of what England said, you know. England said magic. He used that word. I never heard you use it, so I'm not going to attribute that to you, but only because he said magic. That's why it sounded conflicting, like in the sense of what we spoke about before. But obviously, I get where you're coming from in the sense of the healing. Now, are you saying that that's the only type of, hexing or so-called, what we might perceive as magic, or are there other types? Because when you say nature doesn't just come in the form of plants and herbal remedies and healing remedies. It can come in the form of the wind, the rain, thunder, many different things, So are you saying that these people could control the weather? Can they control other elements of nature? I'd like to know.
So on that first, on your last point, I'm not sure if you were actually on panel the other day when I was going into this.
Sorry to cut you, Shaka. I'm very black tele to get in. Very somebody at the background. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Shaka.
at that note, Shaka, I'll see you in the park when I see you. You brothers take care. You know them ones. Bless it.
Yeah,
bless my brothers.
What was I saying? Yeah, right. So the first thing, because and this is like when we talk about Voodoo, yeah, oftentimes we get to magic and that kind of stuff before we actually get to what the system actually believes and what they deal with. And so when you talk about wind and rain and them kind of things there, before we get to anything to do with ritual and spells, it's necessary to understand that the system itself is based around harmony with nature. So the majority of ritual will be based around natural forces and facilitating harmony with nature. Yeah. So harmony with nature, with the understanding of that if we act against nature, it will do us harm. Healing comes through harmony with nature. So I did run down the other day some of the principal so-called deities of the Voodoo, all of which, in one way or another, relate to forces in nature.
So are you saying that? Are you saying that it has there's no part of voodoo then where they're trying to control the weather or using the weather as a weapon or anything like that?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's the knowledge of the seen and the unseen.
Definitely. So for example, you see you have examples of during slavery of priests performing rituals to use mosquito against slave master, so that the mosquito kill off the slave master. That happened.
Okay, so to an extent though, like obviously I'll be honest, when you say things like that, from my perception, I would class that as magic, but I get where you're coming from, that from a voodoo perspective, it's not classed as magic. So, you know, obviously you've got your own premises what it is, and you call it, you know, being masters of nature and whatever else you said. But can I ask one more question? And then I'm done, to be honest. As far as the voodoo doll that they, you know, you see in Hollywood and stuff like that, are you saying that that doesn't exist?
No, it's not a thing.
All right, thank you. That's what I really want to know.
Yes, it does. Wait. The voodoo dolls, you said it don't exist?
No, it's not a thing. So there are. Put it this way. What I'm saying is the voodoo doll, as we understand it, and I can say this with some level of authority because I've actually spoken to a man on this subject. That you will find in the tradition, what's the word? Effigies of different principles and different things. But a voodoo doll, which is intended to be a person that people stick pins in and then kind of things there, that's not something that exists in the system.
I suggest it is, by the way. Yes, but it's more to do with the healing. It's more to do with the healing, though. In other words, like they would stick. Let's say they would have herbs around it and stick it in the doll or even rub it on for the healing purpose. That obviously it can be used for the opposite as well. You get me? So, and that was even in Egypt and Greece. So this is something which is quite ancient still. One thing I wanted to ask Shakara. Are you aware, my brother? Peace. Oh, sorry. Greetings to all the panel. Peace and love, everybody. So, are you aware that in a lot of voodoo systems or cultures, there were punishments for using what we would call magic? So, in other words, let's say certain things that were used by the Hungan or whoever the high priest, so to speak, was. Then, if someone else done something, it would have a different classification and also a punishment. So can you confirm?
Before you answer that, Shaka, are you accepting what he said, that the voodoo doll does exist then?
No, I yes and no. I'm saying that you
got to make a decision, Shaka, man. You can't say yes and no. You said no first then.
Yeah, I did because of
you might not have the knowledge, but it does exist.
No. What Shaka is denying, what he's going against is what is promoted is that in voodoo it's what they call black magic, yeah? So there's with that chain of thought, they're trying to present that the this thing that comes from us is all wicked and dark. And I'm saying
I'm not asking that though. I'm not going down that road. I'm just saying, does the voodoo doll exist? Yes or no?
What I said to you is not my answer properly. I'm going to repeat myself. Within the tradition, you will find symbols and effigies that are created for different purposes. Yeah, I'm separating that from the concept of a voodoo doll. Yeah, that there's nothing in the system that you can really call a voodoo doll, or the effigies are created for different purposes.
So you and Malik disagree on that then? Because Malik said there definitely is voodoo dolls, and you know, if you can use it for one purpose, you can use it for the other. If I'm correct.
Right.
Yeah. We're entitled to disagree with it on the subject. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, as long as you lot are saying you disagree, then I can understand that Shaka's not accepting of that. So I just want to make sure that you're not accepting of it before I say you're not accepting of it.
But listen to what he's actually saying. He's saying he's basically rejecting the Western promotion of it, which they call it the voodoo doll. And within that framework, it's no. But if you go to the effigy that he's talking about, the question can go down that is it serving the same purpose and function under the term effigy? Do you get me? So is it the same thing with a different context?
That's a good question, Shaka. Is it serving the same purpose under the word effigy?
No. So effigy is a term in English. It's not. They wouldn't call it a doll. But my point
is it serving the same purpose? We never said it would be called a doll. We're saying is it serving the same function and purpose?
What? No. So what I'm saying is, based upon my conversations with Mambos, yeah, and Hungans, yeah, who are priests in the Voodoo tradition, the concept of voodoo doll, as we understand it, does not apply to their practice. Yeah, so I'm not going to apply voodoo doll to their thing.
Okay. All right. The question is then, what do they do with the effigy? Let's get down to function. What do they do with the effigy? That's in what you're talking about.
Excellent question.
I'm not an expert on the specifics of that, so I'm not going to speak on it until I can give a.
Okay. Well, I would just say in relation to that, it was known to be a healing thing more time where the person didn't have to leave their house, probably get hair or whatever else, and they would use it to put herbs and whatever else on that image, so to speak, and to heal people. But likewise, as he said, he could use it for good or bad. But the thing I wanted to get into, Brother Shifra and Shakara, was in relation to what was spoken about the miracles of magic and so on, where in the voodoo tradition itself, certain people who are practicing what we would call voodoo magic are punished. So, or whatever you want to call it.
I was saying, I was getting into.
So there is voodoo magic then.
There you go. This is what I'm saying. So if this is what I was trying to distinguish between what's in the Bible. And one thing I wanted to correct Shaka on was when he said things done in voodoo, let's say by the person themselves, and then you can say, well, people will ask for, God for whatever it was. But when it comes to, let's say, Pharaoh and Moses, it's God who sends Moses and warns Pharaoh that this will happen if you don't listen. You get me? Right. So it's
no, but it's also the people that call on God, though.
I agree, but they didn't ask. Right? But they didn't ask for a plague. They didn't ask for these 10 things. That's the difference. Whereas you're,
I'm not so sure about that. I'm definitely. I can't give you a chapter.
I'm 100% sure on that one, Shaka. In Christianity and in Israelite traditions, you cannot call on any kind of hexes, any kind of spells, or anything like that. Only God can give you the power, and God empowers the prophets. It's not the other way around.
So you're saying there are no prayers, yeah? What's it called? On behalf of people to call on God to smite thine enemies.
Yeah. That's the standard. But Chakra, listen to what I said though. I said in specifics. Hold on. This is the point I'm making. Where somebody would use something specific, like you gave, I think, mosquitoes, right?
Yes.
So I'm saying that's something specific. Now I'm saying if somebody prays to the Most High God, free us from slavery, and then God's response is 10 different plagues on people, I'm saying they didn't ask for a specific plague. There's no evidence in the Bible or the Quran. But they said, right, bring down frogs, turn the river red, do these various things. There's nothing specific.
And if you pray, that don't mean it's going to be answered neither, Shaka. That's what we're saying. We don't mean it's going to be answered. There's no, the power of prayer. The power of prayer is, you can pray, but the Most High has already made his decision. So we can't force decisions. We can't force answers. We can't force any kind of powers or magic to come out of it.
So the different, what you tapped into is the fundamental difference between the concept of the Creator in African spiritual systems and in Abrahamic systems. But let me address Issa's point first and foremost. I did touch on this the other day when we first came on the subject, yeah. that to call voodoo wickedness is to do a disservice, because there are terminologies in voodoo for wickedness. Like, you know, people don't actually recognize that exists. Yeah. So one terminology in certain, and I believe this is more in Ewe tradition, which is related to the voodoo tradition. But you have the name for their priests, which I'm forgetting. But they have another name for that would more appropriately be translated as witch doctor, although it wouldn't be. But it's a term used for people that do wickedness with spiritual knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Right? So the term Bokor, B-O-K-O-R, is a term within the system that differentiates people that do wickedness from a separate entity from the general recognized priesthood. Yeah? The general recognized are those who have authority within the community. The Bokor does not have authority, and it is for the role of the priests who have authority to challenge and work against whatever are identified as Bokor are doing. And yes, you are correct. Within the system, there are punishments for misuse of spiritual knowledge.
Right. So would you agree that the high priest, so to speak, is the Hungan?
In Voodoo tradition, yeah. So Hungan, Mambo, what's it called? Hungan is a masculine designation. Mambo is a feminine designation.
Yeah. What I mean by that is, so the Bokor is the one who's gone. I think is it the left-hand tradition? I think or the left-handed man, something like that, where they're distinguishing the fact that they don't care whether they use it for good or bad. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're about money. Normally, it's about worldly wealth, and you know what I mean?
Basically.
Yeah. So this is where I was trying to get at when the brother's asking these questions. You have the same thing in, let's say, the Old Testament, where I think it was Saul broke the law to go to some, you know, divine, whatever you call him, diviner, to raise the spirit of Samuel, or the other way around. Do you get me? So he broke the law, which you're not allowed to do, to get some information about some future event, something like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously they have the same principles in relation to, you know, here's what's allowed and here's what.
I agree. I think the fundamental difference is based upon the ideal of the creator. So in Abrahamic religions, the creator is intricately tied to the affairs of man, so to speak. The creator has a chosen people, and the creator has prophets that work on behalf of a chosen people. And then the creator sends the prophets, you know what I'm saying, to fling down rod and turn them in a snake and prove.
The others have. Are you saying that in certain traditions in Africa you don't have that as well? That these people are.
I'm saying that the more prevalent perspective is that the creator is not the supreme creator. Yeah, acts in the affairs of humanity through the forces of nature. So we learn about the creator through the forces of nature, if that makes sense. And these kinds of things that I don't know of a chosen people in the African spiritual system, but the point is that generally speaking, the supreme creator is acknowledged as what's the word, aloof, from, you know, the specificity of creation, except for acting through the creation itself.
All right, so let's get to Kemet now, now. Which is similar to voodoo, all right? In a broader sense. Now, are you saying there wasn't a chosen people in relation to them and others?
A chosen people?
Meaning they were special, like compared to these other...
Oh, yeah, but I think that in any cosmology, there are narratives that speak to the speciality and the uniqueness of the people. I don't know and in situations of... so, like, for example... You will find in situations of war that, a man will say, or a king will say, you know, a particular divinity aided them on, you know what I'm saying, and them kind of things there, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's the same thing as, you know.
But it is, though, because if you look at the Israelites, the general position is that, let's say Abraham alayhi salam, where he's, you know, having to leave his people then, his father, and go somewhere else. Then you got problems with Sodom and Gomorrah. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's got issues with people around him, and it's his special God. Do you get what I'm saying? Then you get to being in Kemet and you're enslaved. So obviously it's your God versus their God or their gods.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that your God versus their God is not like a fundamental, like even Kemet, yeah. When the people in Kemet, and because the people in Kemet recognize that they come from South, yeah, Nubia, yeah. But sometimes there was differences between these two groups of people. All right, never was, but the God in Kemet was not going to war with the God in Nubia. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, to the point whereby oftentimes when Kemet was in trouble, they sent for kings, queens, and priests from Nubia to restore what's it called in Kemet. So they could never go to war with the gods in Nubia because they understood that their gods come from Nubia. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. But then the others, what they call the Hittites or whatever. I think it was is it Ramses?
Hyksos.
No, the Hittites. There was another one. I think Ramses. I know about the Hyksos. I'm talking about the Hittites. So there was Ramses, I think, second.
Yeah, go.
Sorry, Ramses II had some big warfare with the Hittites.
Yes.
You get me? Where at the end of it, he claimed that he vanquished the army by himself, which we obviously know is not true. But I'm just making a point of, you know what I mean, that the concept of a chosen people, I understand how it could come about. Do you get me? And I think it's not unique. Also, when you say Abrahamic, I notice how you like to put things together through either Judaism, Christianity, and then sponge it over Islam. Do you get me?
Yeah, because I'm saying, obviously, in the Quran, religions, bro, all three of those religions give credence to Abraham as the progenitor of the thing, like of
but that's not God. But hold on. Listen to what you said, because I'm addressing what you said, which was that this God and a chosen people. And I'm saying to you, if the God of the Quran is putting everyone in the same, in other words, you have special prophets, but other than them, everyone else, or the chosen people around them and connected to them, other than that, everyone else is subject to the good or bad judgment, etc. Do you get what I'm saying? So it don't matter what side you come from.
I'm not following what you're saying.
You don't understand. What I'm saying is the children of Israel consider some special people, and it's their Hebrew God.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
In the Quran, Allah's not no special Arab God. Do you understand?
No, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. But I mean, the Christians would make the same. New Testament Christians would make the same claim. Yeah.
Exactly.
But that doesn't make them any less Abrahamic, though, bro. Because God introduces
himself. The God.
No, I'm saying, bro. If God introduces himself as the God of Abraham, right? The God of Isaac, the God of Moses, and all these.
Where does he do this?
All throughout the Torah and the Quran.
Did you say the Quran?
Sorry, I mean
Old Testament.
I meant the New Testament, right? No, because even in the New Testament, before Jesus is mentioned, all of his fathers from Abraham are mentioned. Yeah, what's it called?
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but do not Muslims believe that that Muhammad is a descendant of Abraham?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So I'm saying, so all of this is validated through the Abrahamic line. You see what I'm saying?
No, but this is what I'm saying. You keep shifting between lineage and the God of a special people. Like, I don't understand why you think you can do that and we can't hear you.
When I say Abrahamic, I'm not really concerned with the lineage. I'm concerned with the school of thought that is given expression through its linkage to this ancestor, which is Abraham.
No, I know that, but listen to what I said. You said the God of a chosen people. So the focus is the God. And I'm saying to you that yes, in the Old Testament, that was firmly fixed. This is one God, and he's the God of this lot, and he's got more power than all the other gods and
Yeah.
And I'm saying that that's not the case when you get to the Quran at all.
I hear you. I'm saying to you that when I say Abrahamic, I'm not saying necessarily that the God of Abraham is now only working on behalf of the people of Israel or the Hebrew. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the tradition that gives credence to God as expressed in this way is Abrahamic. It comes from the line of school of thought, yes, an ideology that is derived from the interactions of God with this individual.
But then, what you're saying is the concept of God is from that line. Is that what you mean, rather than
not necessarily the concept of God, but the traditions that are born of that concept of God? They are all given credence because so when Muslims say they have come to what confirm or
confirm and oversee what's in the Torah. You mean?
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Right. That's all based upon God's promise to Abraham. Yeah, and the laws and the statutes and so on and so forth. So it's Abrahamic in that respect, right? Vudan.
I hear that. But you seem to forget what the original point was, which was the God of a special chosen people, and that's what I'm saying.
I'm not necessarily conflating the chosen people aspect necessarily with the Abrahamic aspect in perpetuity. It's definitely a part of it. It's definitely part of the story. Yeah,
No, I'm just saying that's what you said, and that's what you were responding to when I put it there. Because that's why I went on to ancient Egypt and how they have that concept as well. You get me? That they're a chosen people. And they've got it.
Okay, I'm not sure one can make that claim. I'll give you an example as to why as well. You see, in Kemet, the cosmology is different. So when stories are written, especially in relation to heads of state, or Nesut, but even at a certain point in the development, in relation to everyday people identify themselves with the deity. So if you look in Kemet, you'll find in the book of Coming Forth by Day, statements like the Asar of, and then the individual's name, because in passing the person, because the Asar is the archetype of the perfected human being, the person associates themselves with Asar. So in becoming
already perfected,
they become Asar. Just what I'm saying, right? So that's that's individualized and collective. Like anybody can achieve that. Just what I'm saying.
No. I'm talking more about, for instance, because I understand what you're saying, but that's relating to even that has its own paradigm, as you know. But I'm saying in relation to Pharaoh and his people against, I'm using the Hittites again. But even a cosmology of creation, right? And they say they come from the Pout, the unformed matter, and you get Ptah coming out of Nu. And he's speaking the word of God, or he's the mouthpiece, if you like, of Ra.
That brings me to the creation.
Right? Exactly. So I'm saying in relation to that, they're the people in it, because they'll say that the people were created from the tears of Ra in some context. And there's all kind of, what I mean, there's at least 4 major cosmologies.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at the 6,000-year history, and there's various different stories and allegories that give birth. That's why that give expression to creation. And
and this is my point. Well, all I'm saying, anyway, I think we agree more or less. But my whole thing was to say that at least you agree that there is a side where, because I think the main point to push that Voodoo is originally a spiritual system and probably practiced still as a spiritual living system, is that you have something called the Bokor. And I suggest you demonstrate that for people to say, well, look, when someone practices this thing, there's a results. Like they could, burn. I don't know if you obviously know this, innit? They still have the tradition of burning them. And I think that
there's definitely punishments for the thing. And in a sense, because this is why I was asking the question about dollars in the way that I was answering it. Because dollars.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because there are certain things, rituals that you might associate more with Bokor than Hungan or Mambo. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's possible, that voodoo dolls as associated
from the Bokor
is not a part of a general Voodoo ritual, but may be used by a Bokor if they are committing a taboo, if they're performing a taboo ritual against a system. And in that context, that person, when found out, will be punished. You know what I'm saying? Like for whatever they're dealing with at that moment in time. So.
That's exactly my point, bro. So hopefully Shifa done, because from last week I think, or whenever it was that the brother took your message wrong and
well, what I will say is that I appreciated the brother's spirit in this particular conversation that we had today. So I give thanks for that. You know what I'm saying? Because the other day it was a bit peak. You know what I mean?
No, this is my point, because I felt that I'm not sure if he's new to the thing. Do you know what I mean? Because there's certain things. It's like when brothers all their life they got this thing, and then bam, they come across this, and it's like I have to catch up. Like most of the decisions I made in my life is based upon ignorance, and you lot been hiding from me. You know what I mean? So you come with that vehemence, that zealousness, against anything else. You know what I mean? So I was just like, whenever I hear anyone talk to you like that, I'm kind of like, what for? Because you're quite a reasonable brother to speak to. You get me? It's always good. make sure that we can have a good reasoning still. But
yes, sir, yes,
yeah,
sir.
man, I just want to clarify that point. So we can always mention the Bokar as the alternative, and demonstrating that voodoo in itself is a system. Although for me personally, I say it's outdated and it has been corrupted, which inshallah we can get into at some point, Shakara.
Yes, sir.
As to why I say it. But yeah, definitely, and obviously why therefore the Islam of the Quran is the only way of liberation for our people.
Indeed.
You lot are forcing me to say that, even though I didn't really want to say it.
I'm not forcing you to say nothing, bro. But never question nothing.
No, what I mean is because of the responses I'm getting from other things I'm saying, where I'm trying to be, say, okay, yeah, the Kemet brothers have something to offer, and this one has something to offer. Let's pick which one you want. I'm saying, well, because of the way things are going, I'm just gonna have to say, well, you know what, man, I could just take my big black intellectual, what do you call it, transformer truck, and just ram everyone else off the motorway and say, get on back here. You get me? You know what I mean? I have to do that, bro. So. We'll see. But yeah.
What I'm gonna say, is when you're dealing with Kemet and your big transformer truck, like we got thousands-year-old pyramids that can't go nowhere. So that's your big transformer truck.
I just say they were Muslims under a different language that built them, so that's an easy one for
Is
me.
it? So what you saying? I'm gonna fight Imhotep in the Quran, yeah? What you saying?
Well, you know what? You might. That's not even a stretch, That's not even a stretch because.
All right. Well, I look forward to the evidence still.
There is a big tradition, which has been there for quite a while, that's saying that person we call Enoch is Tahuti. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not Imhotep. Well, Imhotep they say is Joseph, but I don't know about that. But I'm sorry, wrong person. Jehuti, or however you pronounce his name. A lot of people are saying that's Enoch. You get me?
I've heard this tradition. I've also heard him linked with I'm forgetting, when I read, I'll come back to it. But yeah, I've seen some stuff in terms of schools of thought, that documentation that relate a particular scholar that is recognized in Islam or prophet in Islam to Jehuti, and I can't remember the name in Arabic. But yeah,
no, Idris. So that's Enoch. That's Enoch in
right. Yeah.
That's the same. This is my point. So he becomes Hermes in let's say Greek.
Yeah, in the Greek.
But there's a lot. To be honest, there's a lot of correspondences. So I think there's some validation for real.
Yeah.
You get me? We'll deal with that another time.
Is that why Enoch was taken out of the King James, yeah, and that?
That would be very interesting, isn't it? That book of Enoch just disappeared like nothing.
Have you read it? Have you read Enoch?
Wow, really?
Have you read Enoch?
Have I read the book of Enoch?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I got two. I had two versions. I don't know if I still. I know I had one.
Very interesting.
Yeah, nice. It's proper deep. I mean, one of the books I need to get is something called the Book of Jashir, because I got it online, the PDF. But that is a very interesting book. There's certain things in the Bible that a lot of these guys do not know what it's saying, as in the references. Like, I think when Shifa Don comes on, I have to mention some books to him and see what he's got to say.
Sorry, man, I think I say something, innit?
Sorry, I got to go, my brothers. Big up. Oh, you got to say something to me, Malik, before I go.
Assalamu alaikum. Keep doing what you're doing, and then just be a little moderate with people.
Who me?
Huh?
Was that to me?
Yeah, you said, do I wanted to say something to you or something? I don't know.
Oh, right. Just be. No, I thought you was.
We got to say something, man.
Yeah. No, he said something. Keep doing what I'm doing, but be a bit more moderate to people. I hear you, my brother. What I do is I try and keep the scales of balance fully just.
I mean, where's my art?
Yeah, art thing, brother. Don't worry, I'll teach you a lot more about the scales of my art and justice. Don't worry.
I wait the lessons, bro.
Trust me, this thing is deep. Art is it's interesting because the Quran being the overseer and the criteria for everything else. The amount of knowledge I thought I knew about Kemet, but when I studied what the Quran is really saying, then when I look back at Kemet, I'm like, right, all of this is saying something deep. You get me? So yeah, bro, don't worry. I wouldn't be surprised if
I think everything is all connected depending on what kind of knowledge and the application of the knowledge.
No, but it has to be in it. If Allah sent prophets, as it were, to every nation and every people, then obviously there's going to be some connecting something there. You know what I mean? But anyway, brothers, I'm really sorry I have to go. Big up to my brother Shakara Malik. Assalamu alaikum, brothers. Take care.
Big up. All right.
Yeah. I've got the impression that you're trying to say something. Yeah, that you got cut off, so I was trying to give you a chance to speak.
Maybe I forgot, but I was trying to say most religion or way of life is always very similar to each other, but the way people interpret or practice it is always different. So I don't really condemn any religion. It's all about how much you know and your ability to study and you know, to study and interpret what the religion is saying. If this one than yours, if there's an error, if this, you know, I really don't condemn any religion. I just know it's always how the people, you know, go about interpreting the religion. Just like Buddha, I know he probably never said, you know, worship me. And I know a lot of prophets or a lot of people, the way they bring up messages never said, you know, do this and do that. But influences from especially the political and rich people is always twisting and turning things around just to favor themselves. And then that's where we get a whole bunch of religion or text being twisted.
Yeah, you know, and this is the thing, because for me, right, that you, generally speaking, you're not really gonna hear me condemn, you know what I'm saying, another religion per se. It's more analyzing and critiquing the relationship with us as African people, and from that perspective. But also because I believe, well, I don't believe, it's a fact that in the context of asserting the superiority of certain religions, our own traditions and culture and spiritual systems have been demonized. So I'm very, very sensitive to that, and the understanding that we need to restore dignity to our own traditions in that respect. You know what I'm saying? What we birthed out of our own culture that has been so heavily demonized, we need to challenge that demonization. And that's a passion of mine. Not, well, yeah, because I'm an African spiritualist, but I see that just as a part of my vocation as an African spiritualist. You know what I'm saying?
So I just want to clarify and confirm. Yeah, the truck is called Black Telectimus Prime. So just so you lot know, this thing is a Black Telectimus Prime, and that was it. Veli was almost there. Yeah, I forgot it, so I was in a row. So
Black Telectimus Prime, yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah,
so what's happening on the road?
Yeah, bro, this thing, and you're
gonna have your dictionary very soon.
Bro, trust me, bro. You see, Black Telectimus Prime is nanotechnology. It's all kind of different things, bro. Don't worry about it. Well, I'm up. Just came to clarify that you don't have that in your head. Big up. Peace a lot.
Let's up. Yeah, that's funny stuff. Telectimus Prime, yeah. Zayn. So yeah, right. That's my thing. Wow. So that's you know, and it's not even like, that's why, like, because I studied the various different traditions, and try to, you know, explain them in it. Not so people can agree, but even with a subject like this, yeah, like, you'd be surprised how much people don't know that in voodoo there is actually a concept of a supreme creator. You know what I'm saying? And they couldn't tell you the name. Right. They can't tell you about no rituals. They can't name any divinities, but they speak in terms of witchcraft and magic, and hexes and spells, and you know what I'm saying? And like all of these terms don't feature in the system. You know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing. Do you know what I mean? For the most part, you're not gonna find terms in the system that deals with these things. You know what I'm saying? Like that translates as these things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's about bringing clarity. You know what I mean? And hopefully people learn from it. It's not about converting anybody. You know what I'm saying? And you know, yeah, but it's just about at least disagree with the system based upon what it is actually saying, rather than, you know what I'm saying, you know, what's being superimposed by some next people that want to demonize. You know what I'm saying?
So in your way of life, do you agree that if let's say someone disagrees with your way of life, do they get condemned when they leave this world, like when they die?
No.
Because what I'm trying to say is, a creator or a most high who is just. So why would he destroy someone or certain people who don't follow a one way of life, knowing that we all have different ways of life, and then some people are arrogant after knowing the truth, and some people are just, you know, going by their understanding and how they interpret their own way of life. So why should they be condemned? Say, for instance, I always ask Muslims also. I know certain Muslims who would say only if you're a Muslim then you go to paradise. Although it doesn't say that in the book, but I also believe that we have, just like your faith, we have certain people who live whose way of life is just. So why would they get condemned when their way of life is just? Comparing to other people who use their way of life in harming people and you know, destroying the community. You know, so I don't really believe in
No, go on.
So I don't really believe in a just God who would just, you know, choose a certain people over a certain people, depending on their knowledge or how they understand if this is right, and they don't take it, and if this is wrong, and they still dwell in it.
Now, so I think in terms of, there is no like concept of like hell, like, you know, a place where wrongdoers go and burn eternally, you know, in fire. In African spiritual systems that I've come across, the closest that you get to something like that is the idea of so in a sense, a lot of this is why ancestor veneration is central to African spiritual systems, because living a good life, or as they say in Ifa, achieving Iwapele, which is balanced character.
Right. Iwapele, yes.
Do you speak Yoruba?
Yes, I am. I told you last week.
I know you are Yoruba, but I'm not sure if you speak Yoruba. That's
I do. I do speak Yoruba and Hausa also.
Okay, see, good. So you can confirm my statement actually translates as balanced character. Iwapele.
Yes,
right. So this cool. Yeah. So you have that, but then so it's basically becoming is what allows you to become an ancestor, because becoming an ancestor is based upon those who are in the living after you pass, calling your name, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, them kind of things there. So in Kemet civilization and spiritual system, you have there's a difference between Aku, which is blessed ancestors, and Mutu, which is the cursed or condemned dead, and Mutu is a term used for people that pass on but left destruction, in their lives. You know what I'm saying? So you use the term Mutu to refer to them, to ensure that when you're calling on the Aku are not caught up with the Mutu, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. So in that's so what that means is that you only actually die when you are considered two, because nobody's gonna call your name.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
So when people, say for instance, when basically evil people pass away, they are termed to as dead. But but when good people pass away, they are termed as existing.
Right.
Okay.
Right. You know what I'm saying? That kind of vibes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I said most religion, we could say it's hellfire, and then hellfire could, like many people interpret hellfire being a state of
right.
How do you say it? Yeah, a fucked up state basically, and then you have the also the hell the paradise, which other people translate into a state of probably your spirit is like evolving with nature in growth of plants, in the moving of streams and good air, not the polluted air, and basically going back to nature and helping humanity. So that's not considered as dead. That's like, okay, this person is still evolving. So that's why I said, if I really wanted to condemn your religion, I would say, nah, when you die, you after judgment day, you go to hell, and that's it. And then if you're a good person, you go to paradise. It's all. That's why I said it's all based on how people interpret a condition of either the living or the dead, or a condition of a text. A text. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, man. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? And this is why these conversations are good as well, because people generally speaking can't get past concepts of haram, so to speak, in that respect. Yeah, they will never really understand like the philosophy behind other belief systems. This what I'm saying.
Right.
So all they're gonna say is, you worship your dead ancestors, and they can never get away. So they're never gonna understand. You know what I'm saying? The difference between Mutu and Aku, for example. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The reason is I really don't blame people over their belief in the sense that we definitely gonna be born in a society that's either a Christian or Muslim or Vodun or whatever. So if you have no experience of those religions, there's 9 out of 10 times you will condemn those religions. But if you have a connection with all, like me personally speaking, I've been through stages of all religions. That's why I wasn't born a Muslim. So that's why I don't condemn Christians, and I don't condemn those who practice, whose way of life is your way of life. I don't, because I've been through those stages of life, and I know not everyone falls into a bad category or a good category. So I could go deep in your religion and try to understand where you're coming from, whereas somebody who's a total Muslim, who was born a Muslim, will definitely condemn a Christian or your way of life. And this is why I tell people that you can't just blame things on people or just condemn everything that people do. You either have to go into their structure or how they was raised up and their interpretation of how their way of life before you could understand where they're coming from and where they're going. But if you just put it that, okay, I'm a Muslim or I'm a Christian, if you don't believe in Jesus, then you condemn, that's like that's not doing justice to other people who, like I said, who live their life in a very justly or good way. Because if you also condemn those kind of people, then how would you justify your God being a just God if you're trying to condemn other people for being raised up in a community where that's what they practice and that's what they do, they know?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so it's always good to see things from every angle, and I'm not saying we can compare or disagree or agree with certain things, but certain things and certain things you just don't understand it. So until you understand it, it's best not to condemn it. Just like the guy from last week, he was totally condemning slavery over alcohol, and I said not even everybody drink alcohol. You have the good priests and you have the bad ones. The bad ones, even the good ones, if they don't comply with the king, they're gonna get killed. So it's better for them to do taqiyya and follow the laws of the king, even though they know it's not good. They still do it. And then you have the bad ones who just don't care. They just do a whole bunch of rituals or how they say it, to please themselves and the king, which is totally understandable. But basically not everybody is good and not everybody is bad. So we have to consider also the good people for what they do and how they profess their faith.
Yeah, no, I agree, bro. I agree. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I do what I do. It's just about respect for me. I don't like man ain't got to agree with, you know. We done. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't got to agree with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think as black people, even in Abrahamic religions, I think it does us service if we at least have some level of respect for our ancestral traditions. You know what I'm saying? Or let's say understanding them, proper understanding for our ancestral traditions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think that's an important thing. Because it's like Europeans who are Christians here.
Right.
They're generally not running around condemning Greek and Roman civilization and culture. They still build their culture based upon Greece and Rome, even though they're gods to be pagan now.
Yeah, and that's another example that I was trying to raise up last week, that if we're trying to condemn the Voodoo, but you have Christians and Muslims even in Nigeria that I've witnessed that still go back to this tradition when everything fails. When prayer fails, when doctor fails, when everything fails, they still go back to the priest to see if they could, do something to help them out. And at the end of the day, sometimes it does work and sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah. So if you're trying to condemn it, then why go back to it when okay, this is something that is bad, but you're still doing it and it goes against your religion. So me personally, it's all knowledge, and based on how you use your knowledge, it will either serve you good or serve you in a bad way.
Yeah, man.
Oh. Dark said, Malik, do you condemn unbelievers? No, I don't condemn nothing. We could only criticize and try to argue and see what sense we both are making. But for me to just condemn unbelievers, no, I don't, because I was once in that's what I was saying. I've been through like many stages of I've been through basically most religions, so I don't have a right to condemn any religion or unbelievers. I believe everyone has a level of understanding, and then the more you read, the more you ask questions, the more you put things into practice, the more you understand certain things. My knowledge 10 years ago was not what I know now. Now I know much more better than 10 years ago. And then, like I said, knowledge could be fluctuating. Sometimes you could have a knowledge of something that you think is good, and then later on in life you think it's bad, and vice versa. So I don't condemn nothing. I just think it's based on knowledge and who's serving you the information. If I'm being an ISIS Muslim, 9 out of 10 times, if I'm calling people to Islam, they would either kill people or do a whole bunch of corruption, just like people know ISIS does. But if my way of life is according to exactly those who brought about the religion, say Abraham or Jesus or Muhammad or those that came before them, I believe they all had something in common, which is being good to people and calling on the Most High. It's not a must for you to say Allah or Yeshua or Voodoo or I forgot Shaka said it. But the point is there's always a Most High, so it depends on how you call on the Most High that you understand how your religion is. So I don't really condemn people's knowledge. It's always good to learn and try to better ourselves. The only thing that I do condemn is after seeking the truth or deep down in your heart, when you know that something is a fact or is true, and then you still don't take it. And I think that's where the Most High also have a problem with people. Yes, if you say Allah does, yes, He does condemn people, because you have unbelievers who, after being told the truth or after knowing in their heart that this is the truth, they still don't follow it. So it's always going to be a problem, just like it was a problem for the devil in my religion. It says bow down to Adam, but he was arrogant and he was full of ego. So if we're saying all knowing, I know something, Shaka knows something, everyone knows something. So if we're adding all this something together, that means there should be an all-knowing. So if it's all-knowing, then it should be able to understand everybody else. And then if we're claiming to know better than the all-knowing, it's always going to be a problem, just like our kids. If we're trying to teach our kids, basics of life, and we're telling them don't do this, don't do that, and they don't want to follow the rules, we either cane them or scold them or don't buy them toys, or we always have a way of showing them that these things are not good. But if we're talking about they don't know, that's a different story. Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Malik. We aren't blessed with one name but 99 names. Well, you could put a billion attributes to the Most High, as long as you don't call His names or you don't attribute Him as being evil, then I'm cool with it. You could call Him Ar-Rahman, you could call Him Ar-Rahim, you could call Him anything that you could call the Most High, as long as you don't see Him as unjust, then I'm cool with it. Allah means the God. That means, say for instance, also in Shaka's way of life, there are people who have turned veneration into worship and calling that substance or that thing God. So that's where I also have a problem with. But I don't have a problem in venerating anything that you could think of. You could venerate yourself also. But if you start calling yourself the all-knowing or the Most High, then that's where I think it's a problem. So I don't go against anybody's way of life, even the Christians. I don't go against them. But when they say Jesus is God or Son of God, then that's when we could question it. Because I believe all-knowing and all-wise or Most High, no matter how you keep Most High in, you being the Most High, yeah, it should be one Most High at the end of the day. It's not going to be two Most High. It's going to be one. If you're saying you don't believe God is the truth, well, you have to ask the people who say God is the truth and listen to what they say. If it does make sense to you, you could take it. If it doesn't make sense to you, it's up to you to try to, seek knowledge. I don't know about every religion, but my religion says, seek knowledge from every way, every form. But when you seek a knowledge that is destructive, then you should leave it behind. You could know it, but just leave it put it aside. Just like Shaka's way also, you have people who seek a whole bunch of knowledge, but you have the ones who also practice their way of life just to destroy the community and whatnot. So those are the people that, the society questions, that when you have this kind of knowledge, why would you destroy, why would you use it in destruction and not helping people? So that's the difference between people of faith and people of knowledge who use their knowledge in destruction. If any knowledge in this world is used for the betterment of your community, then it's a good knowledge. But if any knowledge also is used for destroying the community, then I personally, I can accept it. Moses is not a god. We only have, that I know about, is only one God, one Most High. I would refrain from using the word God. Let me try to bring everybody together by using the word Most High. But God is God, and then He's also Most High. He is the most merciful. You could call him most merciful. You could call him Yeshua or Yahweh. I don't know what the Hebrew. But these are just name or attributes to the Most High. Well, if it works for you that God is not the truth, then that's good for you. I don't know what to tell you, but I know definitely you still have to seek some more. Yes, if you don't believe, terrible punishment awaits you. Yes, but it's not saying that when you are full of ego, if you don't believe and you don't understand the religion, I don't see the most just, the Most High punishing you for something that you don't really understand. In the Quran, it says every soul will be judged according to their capacity. So for someone who knows better, who does worse, will definitely pay. And for someone who doesn't know, is seeking to know, will definitely, get their blessings or how they say, whatever they get. So when you read the Quran and you read and it says certain things, you just have to ask people who have an idea about what it's saying. Some people interpret it in the worst ways, and some people interpret it in the nice ways. Moses is not Allah. Moses is Moses. Jesus is Jesus. We are all human beings, just like those before Moses and those before Abraham. We are all human beings. And the Lord said unto Moses, see, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. According to, that's the Bible, and I don't really accept everything that is in the Bible, but like I said, if I would interpret I have made you a god, that means I would interpret it as I have made you and I have chosen you to represent me on earth to Pharaoh. Not saying directly Moses is God when we talk about Most High, no. And then if you're trying to compare everyone on this earth as gods, yeah, you could say everyone is God, but when we talk about Most High, we are not talking about we all being God. No, it's either we all came from God, we are all representing Him. If we do the just cause, yes, we do represent Him. But if we follow the footsteps of the devil, then we don't represent God. No, your truth is not allowed. If you know the fact and you still follow the way that you think, then it's not allowed. But if you don't understand something, like I said, you have nothing. I don't think the Most High would who is just, who I believe is the most just, will condemn you if you don't know certain things. But if you do know and do not follow, yes, your truth is not allowed. Yes. Also, if we are saying we are the children of God, it's just the children just means we are all representing God. So if you represent God in a good way, yes, you are qualified. But if you represent God and start spreading mischief and doing harm to your fellow human being, then that's not cool. Yes, I'm saying Most High because if I start saying Allah, 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 then they will look at me as being a Muslim and not being, how do you say it? Not doing justice. So when I say Most High, I think I'm doing justice for Christians, Muslims, Jews, and those who really don't believe in God, but they believe in the Most High, which is a creator. I could also switch Most High for the word creator. So if you want me to start using creator, I don't have a problem with that also. I'm a Muslim, and I believe in every other religion, as long as they don't take it into extreme and they don't say they worship anything else but the Most High, or they don't worship anything aside from the creator, then we are in the same page. But when you say, yes, we have the creator and then we have another creator, then I'm not in your page. Whatever you call it, dark magician. Whatever you call it, dark. Yes, Islam is a fact, just like every other religion have facts in them. And then Islam also have certain things that people misinterpret, just like other religions also have certain things that they misinterpret. Well, if you say I'm not a Muslim, it's okay. As long as you say I'm a believer, I believe in one God, or I believe in a creator. I believe in afterlife. I believe in the books. So it doesn't matter what you call me. Yes, Islam says Christians, Jews are pagans and will be going to hell if they don't repent. Yes, it does. But Islam also, in the same book that we believe in, also says Christians, Jews, and those who believe in God and afterlife will also go to paradise. But when you don't understand its meanings, then you could have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it because I do understand what God is saying. And it means that for those who understand something, like I said, for those who understand something but want to act like they don't understand, then they have a problem. So I wouldn't condemn no religion. I wouldn't condemn no Jew or Christian. But if you, through debating and seeking knowledge, you find out that, your religion or my religion is false and I'm still sticking to it, then I would have to answer for myself on the day of judgment, just like you also have to answer for yourself on the day of judgment. I am a Muslim, but I take most of my Islam from the Shia perspective. I believe in the Sufis also. I believe in every sect of Islam because knowledge is not given to just one person. The way you understand life is different from the way Sufis understand life. And not all of them is bad people. I believe in love. I believe in good people. And that's my religion. Love is my religion. Let's try to understand each other. Let's not condemn each other. Let's try to debate and see what does make sense out of both of us. Because at the end of the day, not everything you would say, is right or wrong, just like otherwise. You said the verse is talking about the companions of Jesus and Moses, not those Trinitarian of today. Don't misinterpret the Quran. Does any Christian or Jew believe in Allah? I would say yes. Not all Christians believe Jesus is the Son of God or calls Jesus God. You have Christians who believe in one God, and then just like you have Jews also who believe in one God. And if you're saying that it's not talking, because I asked this question before, and the answer you gave me was the same answer that the person gave me. And I asked the person, what if these people don't really understand Islam and they are good people? They don't kill, they don't steal, they don't do a whole bunch of stupid things that basically they barely go against the law. And you're saying your God is a just God. Are you saying that they will be condemned? And we do not worship 12 imams. So that is my point. Me being a Muslim, I don't condemn any other religion. It's just based, that's what the Quran says. It says everyone will be judged according to their capacity. So if the Christians of today, if they, after debating Muslims, they find out that, okay, Islam is a fact and they don't follow it, then that's when they have a problem. Just like the Jews also, just like, you know, any other person of faith. But if during debate they really don't understand what they are being, you know, they are being taught, then you can't blame them. Yes, when you talk about murdering of unbelievers, that is treason. So you being an unbeliever don't mean I have to kill you. If I kill you and you don't do nothing to me, then it's my fault, and I think I should be dealt with. But just like every other every other country or tribe, you're not supposed to share any information, especially during war, to the fighting army or tribe or country. So that's normal. Yes, I am Shia. What about the Benyamites? You keep saying Jews. I don't care what religion you choose. Even Vudan. My point is, the first thing of the best law of the universe is being good. And then religion, it's either you take it or don't take it. But as long as you believe in one God, one creator, one most high, then you are on the right course. Those who hold power under my religion, I don't care about those who have power or those who don't have power. It applies to everyone. You have to be just to people. So I'm not going to force them to be just to people. And me personally, those that I support in life is women, children, poor people. Those are my 3 people that I support, because the poor people, say for instance, if we do something that goes against the law, we could get killed or destroyed or put in jail real quick. Whereas the rich people, they could buy off the law. And then when you look at women also, they get treated like shit. And then when you look at children also, they also fall into the same category. So those 3 set of people are the people that I really stay focused on. No, I don't whip myself as a Shia. That's a cultural practice by certain people. Valley, we have people in the background. Valley! So those who whip themselves are following their culture, and I don't blame them, but I wouldn't do it. My religion, the Islam that I follow, is a very merciful religion. It has alternatives for many things that you do. It's not a hard religion, or it's not, my God is not a God that has put harshness on people. It says, if you can't do this, then try this. If you can't do that one, then try this. It always have a merciful opinion or answer to our daily lives. Who is good but the Most High? The Most High is the most good, but that doesn't mean that we don't have people who is not good also.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, Mo?
How you doing, Malik?
I'm trying, alhamdulillah.
No, bro, you've been doing actually really good. I'm just saying, you know that the Al-Kaka kid, this kid supports ISIS and shit. He's fucked up. What's up, Ultra?
Yeah.
Yo,
if
what's happening, family?
Al-Kaka want to jump.
It ain't Al-Kaka. It's M-Stacks, or as I call him, Slim Stacks, because that mofo is super skinny. Like, oh my god.
Super skinny, he is super healthy.
No, he's super skinny. Like, his body is the same width as my forearm. Like, it's mad. He's so skinny. He's tall, but he needs an African queen to just fatten him up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. What we say? We're parking here. Yeah, no, we just found out we're having a little girl, so everyone's happy right now. Everyone's happy right now.
I'm happy for you. Although we men, we love having male children, but at the end of the day, if we keep having male children, then who's gonna marry? Who are they gonna marry to?
Yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, it's mad. It's mad.
A child is a child. As long as you pray for a child that is beneficial to you and the society.
No, I only pray for a child that's healthy. That's it.
That's what I'm saying. Healthy
and
beneficial.
I say pray, but obviously I don't pray. I hope.
Okay, hope. Yeah.
But I mean, the scan shows that baby's growing healthy, and do you know what I mean? No. So yeah, everything's nice, man. This is what I'm saying. You see, like guys who have got religion, but they're super angry all the time. I feel sorry for those guys, because it's like, well, all right, your religion's great, but you're angry all the time and you're unhappy. It's like,
No, it's not really like that, Ultra. But
it's always. I think if I would speak for myself, like I said earlier, I used to be a Christian, and I know a lot of things about doing voodoo. So I know where they're coming from and where they're going, but I don't condemn nothing. I say it again, I don't condemn nothing. It's just where we get our information from. But if you look at people who was born and brought up as Christians, 9 out of 10 times they would not follow your way of life. And you can't blame it on them, because that's the only way they was taught, and that's the only way they know. So they could always condemn other people's religion or other people's way of life. But
yo, I'm not gonna lie, like Malik is he's doing really good, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. He's doing really good.
No, it's I don't blame them, because it's normal. If I hadn't been in that situation, trust me, if I was born and raised up as a Muslim, I would do the same. 9 out of 10 times I would do the same thing too. But because I've learned about all these things, and I used to be like that, and it never got me nowhere. So why would I keep doing it? You can never ever make somebody believe in what you're doing if you come to them in a harsh way. No one wants to be talked to with a deep voice. You have to be calm. and you have to explain yourself. And it's part of the reason why people are of religion or faith are leaving the faith, because everybody just want to condemn everybody. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I just want to say, yo, congrats, Ultra.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
She's healthy, man.
This is my 4th child, and I'm done now. I think.
Who said?
I'm done. Listen, we got 1 boy, 1 girl, 1 boy, and another girl on the way. I think the numbers are perfect. Bro, the numbers are perfect. The ratio's perfect. Yeah, I think if I stop now, I can win at life. Yeah. But
let me give you a clue. You need a twin boy and a twin girl.
No, don't wish that on me, please. No, but yeah, I got the numbers down perfect. The ratio's perfect, and if I stop now, I can still win. There's a chance I can still win at life. But if I slip up, then one more comes, I'm done.
I got 1 boy and 1 girl, so you gotta teach me what you know.
Oh man, listen, I got these Vimto sweets, yeah, and they're so nice. Oh, listen, and when we was getting the scan done, I only cried like a little bit. I didn't cry. I didn't make noise, but tears came out. You know what I mean? I cried like a wicked man. You get?
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, man. I'm not gonna lie. Crying is a good thing.
Yeah, man.
But I never had kids, you know. But still, I can't wait. You know, it's gonna be funny.
No, it's lovely, man. It is absolutely lovely.
Yeah,
it's good, but it's not how they say it. It's good, but it's not compulsory, or like nobody could force you to. If you want to have kids, that's on you, and if you don't want to have kids, that's on you.
That's right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi to everyone. You know, what's up, everyone? And,
yeah. Where you been at though?
I've been busy, man. I've been really busy. But walk on, everyone. And Malik, I just wanted to come up here because there was chatting shit.
The baby,
and I just
your
woke up not that long
baby.
ago.
Wait, I need you to listen. Look up.
Who chatting shit?
No, it's
the Alkaka kid.
It's her. I thought it was Mummy's. It's yours.
I haven't seen this kid around. This kid's weird.
I just want to
say, Malik, you've been doing actually really good, bro. And I wanted to tell you, yeah, this kid, Alkaka. What was his other name? By the way, Ultra.
He said
Slim Stacks.
M Stacks or whatever.
No, Slim Stacks.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be Fat Stack. I want the fat stack.
I just want to say, Malik, there's this imam, this 6th imam. Yeah. And this guy, he was like an alchemist, bro. He's a scientist. Who also even taught Abu Hanifa, by the way, because these guys love Abu Hanifa. Who also taught this. So always bring up him, because without him, we have to look in deeper into him. Because if we could explain that this guy, you know, knew things that was more in the past than the future, then other people before him unlocked other crazy stuff. So you have to actually look into this guy. His name is Ja'far Sadiq, the 6th imam. But I have to dip though.
Ja'far.
What's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, to my understanding, knowledge don't belong to one person. You know, knowledge is something that we seek or is being manifested to us. Inspiration. So I'm not condemning Ja'far or anybody, but you know, I'm just trying to say, you know, knowledge could, what he knows, other people might also know it at that time. But
but but
profession
you know
or whatever might be different.
No, check it out, bro. This guy.
Yeah, Ultra.
Are they
Yeah.
taking the piss?
Yeah, whatever. I just want to say
Why are they taking the piss with all these bodies? Like 800 pounds, 700 pounds, taking the piss.
Go ahead, Mo.
Yo, this guy basically had a school, bro. If you look into this guy, he had colleges. He had a college, special college for Islam, who taught all these people. You get what I mean? Back then, he's a sixth imam.
It's
This
part
guy,
of the reason
everyone
why
talks about him.
Babe.
Yeah, it's part of the. If we're talking about the
I
family
know
of the
Noli
prophet,
sits on the bike.
when he came out, how come he?
If he thinks it's a ride, maybe
look at the family of the prophet and then get a whole bunch of knowledge and history from them.
Yo, like we're not even talking about that. We're talking about this person, Madik, who was really talentful, bro. Like at his time where people weren't talentful. You get what I mean? He knew things like he knew that the world goes around the sun, for example.
Yeah,
he knew that because people at that time didn't know anything, right? But this guy predicted things from like back then, like Nostradamus, but way better than Nostradamus. Like this guy was like the sixth imam. So you have to look into that. That's very important because if people back then knew this stuff, what about the other people? Because they're saying that because a couple days ago I went on here and I heard people talking shit, and they were saying they're just chatting shit, like talking shit,
right?
Yeah, about because they're white, they build the computer and all that shit. But the fact is, back then they weren't that smart. So, because all they did was to go around killing each other. That's what they did. That's what the Christians did. But the thing is, we were different than them. Like, they're racist. They're racist, bro. No,
I wouldn't say that.
It was like
no.
It was Ralph. It was Ralph or something.
I wouldn't say that because you have good Christians and you have bad ones.
Of course, you have good Christians, but But this was Ralph. What he was saying, he was talking shit about like other people's cultures, and they're saying, "Oh, you should leave Europe and shit like that." And I was like, "What the fuck?" He's like, he was just talking shit. And
it's no problem leaving Europe, but you could, according to my understanding or how Allah said in the Quran that He has made the earth, nobody owns the earth. You could live in, basically you could live anywhere that you feel peaceful at. So say for instance, if America is not profiting me, I could move over to England or go back to Africa or go to China or wherever, And
they were saying because yesterday, I think it was yesterday, they were saying because bro, but anyways, yesterday though they were saying, I think it was yesterday, they were just talking about like how if black people don't want to live here, they should leave. That's what they're saying about the UK.
Now, when you're telling people directly to leave a certain country for no reason, that's, I don't know if I could say racism or discrimination or hatred or, but I don't agree with anybody who would just,
No, but the reason why is because they say that their civilization is smarter than everyone else's because they have computers and laptops and stuff like that. But they don't understand. The thing is, it came from colored people. All that stuff they're talking about came from us, like colored people, like black people, love and all that shit. But they're stupid because they're racist. I just wanted to point that out. And without colored people, they wouldn't have like the technology that they have today. Because all that math and all that things that make a computer, they weren't they weren't smart enough to like do all this if it wasn't for colored people. First of all, Asians too. You have to put the Asians, even though they're colored too, but still, you get what I mean? But at the end of the day, you know, they have to realize that not just because we live in this society, because they were saying that because white people in America, you know, they came, their history, their ancestors did all of this stuff, right? Fucked up the Native Americans, right? Killed all these people, brought people from other countries to come here, and they did all of this mess, right? Someday it's gonna bite them in the ass. You know what I mean? So we have to look at that. The UK is the same thing, but they don't feel sincere about it. They feel like, oh, no, we shouldn't do anything about that. We shouldn't do anything, and we shouldn't like pay them back or anything like that. Because you know, because Malik, I'm surprised, bro. I'm surprised. When I came to America, I thought there was gonna be like a place where there's all black people and there's all like different other types of race where we can just chill and be free, like a zone. I thought there was shit like that here, but obviously, you know, it's all fucked up how the system is. But the thing is that at the end of the day, if America was sincere enough and the UK was sincere, they would give the foreigners money who built the country in the first place. They should give the foreigners money, the people in here. What are they doing 14,000 miles away in another country when they could be helping people here in the first place? But they don't want to do that. They have this wicked plan. Even the UK. The UK supports money, gives money to Saudi Arabia. It doesn't make sense, bro. Saudi Arabia supports ISIS. Same mentality. ISIS cut people's heads off. Saudi Arabia cut people's heads off. They cut their hands off. Saudi Arabia cuts their hands off. It's the same mentality, bro. They follow the same books. It doesn't make sense. That's why I just want to say that before I go. Bro.
No, but there's the same people who cut people's hands off when they do the same wrong, they don't get their hands chopped off. So it's still injustice. That's why I don't really support rich people, because I know they have a tendency of not obeying the law in its total form. It's always a way of, you know, paying off the law. But when it comes to poor people, they don't get the benefits of being humans. And that's why I go with women, poor people, and children, orphans, basically people who's less privileged.
Yeah, that's how Islam's supposed to be. Right.
Yeah, that's what all the prophets came for. They came to, you know, shun oppression and try to fix justice and try to preach oneness of God.
But they don't want that, bro.
Yeah, of course, it's normal.
but look,
it's normal to kill these people. It's normal to kill good people. Once you're good, you're trying to be good to the society. You're trying to correct the government.
No, Monica,
they will get you.
Monica, in the art of war, the real art of war, when you fight someone, it's face to face. Okay.
Yeah.
But when you're in an airplane, controlling an airplane, shooting people, that's fucked up.
I wouldn't say it's fucked up.
No, think about it. Think about how fucked up that is.
Yeah, I would say you should get your airplanes too.
no, check it out. No, check it out. Check it out. Because in real dueling, it's one-on-one, man. Not shooting them in the back. Because that's pathetic. It's like a game. That's fucked up. You know what they should... No, check it out. Just check this out, okay?
Yeah.
The problem is with this society is that they won't grow. Like they're just separate. Everyone's just separate. And it could be a good thing, but also it could be a bad thing. Because the worst thing is, you know, it takes a village to grow.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it takes a village to grow the kid. So but big up everyone. I'll talk to you guys some other time. I'm kind of busy right now.
Really, Walter trying to come.
But peace out, everyone.
Yeah, Mo. Enjoy your day, man. What's up, Walter?
Not too much. What's up with you?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Still here. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm at work, and my work is I'm a supervisor, so I don't have nothing to do. I'm always on.
Hey, supervisor, are you seeing this? Look at this. Look at this madness. Why are they taking the piss? Look. Yes, baby.
Stop.
You need what? Your ears are ringing. Oh,
It depends on like where in the room I'm moving.
yeah. And it's hurting. Right. Yeah, we are actually being seen by the lady over there. That's my missus. She's over there. Yeah, I was just looking at this, but yeah, we're not
So
gonna do it because
stop being cheap, Ultra. Get him for over 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, so there's no point having a double buggy if it's free. You know what I mean?
You get this as well.
No,
You're not gonna need it.
exactly. Yeah.
The baby is a
No, we're gonna do the buggy board, with the seat. Yeah, and that doesn't look like it's gonna cost me £1,000, which makes me happy. Yeah. Yeah. It's the double buggy's a bust, babe.
Yeah, man. Get prepared, man. Yeah, Walter, what's up?
Listen, I heard you Shia man like to bust yourselves up. Like, yeah, that's a common insult that flung your way.
Don't listen to these people. It's like people always try to how they say ascribe is that the word?
Yeah, ascribe certain things to you.
Yeah, to everybody. It's like saying, me personally, I always say people is fucked up. But should I say everybody? No. Answer to that. I'm a Shia, but I don't follow that.
You don't bust yourself up.
No, I don't. That's their culture. Let them do whatever they feel is right for them. But the God that I follow is very merciful and would not hurt you or put a burden on you in any way. I'm still saying this, and I'm saying it publicly. If you show me any God's law that is very harsh on human existence, then I'm gonna stop believing in God. The only thing you find is people always, finding a way of misinterpreting these laws, and then when it don't suit them, they go back and forth, and then they just end up stuck. But the God that I follow is very merciful. If I can't do something, He gives me an option, to go about living my life, and that's the God that I follow. Even in the Quran, it says they ask, what should we spend for people or something. It says whatever you could spare out of when you take care of your family, you buy your daughter diapers and food and everything. Whatever you think, okay, this is the loose change, this is what I could spare. That's what you give to people, and it doesn't say, oh, you have to give people. How they say, all your money, or to basically inconvenient yourself for other people. No. No, man.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have?
know your mom's wearing one right now. I'm not gonna lie. I have to start shopping for girls again. All right. Look, this is really
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah. Okay. Make sure you get like different colors also, and get like 50 or 3 dozens of those.
Yeah, I know.
Because I
See,
know you're
this is the
rich,
thing.
man.
Listen, bro, I'm an expert at this shit. Yeah, listen to me. You see,
True.
if you spend money on a newborn, you're an idiot. You get me?
True. True.
Like that's why I don't want to spend £1,000 on a buggy. It's a joke.
True.
Joke,
Because
man. If I just buy a sling
yeah.
for like £60, just carry the motherfucker everywhere. You know what I mean?
True, because they grow and they are not too in need of certain things, but people just go shopping.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh, this is cute though. Look.
Yeah, I like that. What's that? Wait, what's that? Okay, I thought about it. Yeah, I like it.
It's really cute. I have to buy all this cute little girly stuff now, man. Sure. I thought I was over it. Where's my wife gone? My wife and my daughter
Let's
have
save the
left
mess
out
for
there.
the diapers. That's the most important.
Nah, man. Just wrap the baby in a towel, man. Hey,
Okay,
wrap her in a towel.
cool. See, certain people wouldn't want to do that, but it's also something, it's also something that would save you money because
Yeah.
they
It's
shit
funny.
they
do
shit
the-
on it and then you wash it off, you dry it off. As long as you have replacements, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, look at it.
Valley, Al Kaka is trying to come in.
Uh-oh. Slim Stacks.
Melanated is so
Holy
happy.
Did you find anything?
She giving you a shout out.
Huh? Yeah, that's fine. Did you find anything? I like this one though.
I want to
No,
get her
this one's cute.
That one. Yeah, I want to
And
get
it's
her
for
that.
newborn, but it still looks humongous though.
Yo, Valley. Yo,
What do you think
Valley
of that?
man.
Is she gonna wear this though?
Yeah.
No, just leave her in vest. Just leave her in vest, man. Sure. And if she needs to be warm, just put a scarf on her, wrap her in a towel. Or a quilt. Hey, we put the baby in a quilt, man. Sure. I don't like that. I don't really like floral print, to be honest.
Al Kaka. Yeah, let me see what Al Kaka means.
Just so you know, where I'm from, Kaka means doo-doo.
Yeah, I know, me too.
So,
yeah, me too.
I don't know. Maybe it means something different where he's from, innit? It could mean like exalted above all. I don't know.
Seems to be.
But where I'm from, it means plot.
You know what's sweet about languages is like one thing in your language means a whole bunch of like a different thing in another language. Oh, Kaka. I can't really find a meaning for it. Oh, Sahabi name. Or should I say, what does Kaka mean? Dry dates or a difficult road.
The buggy that's not £1,000 is the one that I like the most.
Really, dry dates is trying to come in. Al Kaka, aka dry. Yeah, I searched the meaning. Yeah. Says the name Kaka is of Arabic origin and it means dried dates or a difficult road. Yeah, I see why he's trying to be difficult on everything. Al-Kaka is a noble commander at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, but it's a weapon. Okay. I hope you're a noble commander.
What does Al-Kakar mean?
He said he's a noble commander during the times of the prophet, and it's also he said it also means a weapon. But according to what I googled, it says dry dates or a difficult road.
I'm not gonna lie to you. M-Stacks is very difficult sometimes. He is very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. You speak to him and he just won't listen sometimes. He's a very difficult. So the Kakar maybe is quite fitting actually.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I do it.
He's so hard-headed. Oh, babe, I like this. You like this? But oh my, look at this.
You're very something else.
What's this?
What's this?
Look.
Wait. What's this?
Daddy,
Go on, sit on it.
That's what I'm trying to.
Oh, that's
Look.
It's the rocky chair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Sleep, baby, sleep. Yeah, that's a cool one.
Yeah, for real.
I will.
Come on, my princess needs tights. Right, come on, let's go and get tights. Where's tights? Upstairs, downstairs. All right,
Yo. What going?
Yo, Slim Stacks, what's crack-a-lacking?
What's crack-a-lacking, man? What's going?
Apparently, the word on the road is, apparently,
what's the word?
Al-Kakar, secretly you're a Shia.
Secretly I'm a Shia, yeah. Never, man. Come on, man. You know me.
Oh, God. No, that's what people are saying. They're saying that's why you lick out against them so hard.
Impossibility, man. Shia, man. That's a death sentence, man.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
Dying out here, fam.
How can it be a death sentence? Behave yourself.
That's a death sentence, bro. Man, I can't be going out whipping myself on that, man. Man,
yeah, but not all of them do that, bro.
Majority do, man.
Yeah, majority, 99.9%, but not everybody.
Yeah,
well, technically, the majority is 51.1.
99.9% of white people can't be suicidal, man. I can't be dealing with that, man. I'd rather deal with the Sunnis, man.
Well, majority of people in the society, we have few good people and more bad people.
No, not necessarily. We have less bad people and more good people.
I don't think so. I disagree with you on that one.
Well, you can disagree or agree. That don't matter, man. So obviously, yeah. What's your belief, man?
I'm a Muslim.
So you see what I'm saying? M-Stacks is difficult. Like you're telling this.
Yeah, let it.
Won't listen.
I came here to get to the point, fam. I don't need to waste time, man.
Wait, no. Listen, M-Stacks. This is the D blocks, bro. Like we waste time and we ask questions, and we don't always have to go hard. You know what I mean? Sometimes M-Stacks. Sometimes you have to relax. You have to. Like you don't even have a choice. You have to relax. And you see that feeling that you've got, like where you're thinking sharp ultra, but secretly you're smiling. That's how you're supposed to feel all the time. Relax, and you'll live longer. I'm telling you, and you'll start to feel good, and the love will just wash all over you.
Yo, what going for this? Bro, I hate StreamYard. Is anyone using an iPhone here, man?
No, iPhones is for idiots and girls. Idiot guys and girls.
This StreamYard is not good for iPhones, you know. Like the thing.
Bro, nothing's good for iPhone. They're trying to teach you a lesson, M-Stacks. Come on, bro. Only Shias use iPhone, bro.
No. I don't use an iPhone. I don't even like it.
Nigga, I had an iPhone, I had a Samsung, I had an LG, I've been through all of them, man. And I know what I'm going from, so you can't tell me, man.
I don't know. I never tried it. I never will. Let me not say never will, but I just don't like it.
It's good to try other phones out, man. Trust me.
Yeah, you're right. But I just don't. Where you gotta put all your own information, and you can't do nothing without paying for it or something.
Also, as well, M-Stacks, this is really important as well, M-Stacks. We just found out we're having a little girl, which means I won't be able to name the baby Wolfgang. So I'm a bit upset.
What are you naming it?
I was gonna name the baby Wolfgang if it was a boy. You're right, babe.
Don't tell me you're gonna give it a white girl's name, man.
What do you mean? Wolfgang is the best name ever.
No, I'm talking about. You said you're not gonna name it, so what are you gonna name it?
I don't know. We'll have to think about it now. Hold on one sec.
All right, man. So Malik, what man? So like obviously I heard you speak, man. You don't speak like a Muslim, man. You speak like some you know, I don't know what type of. You're a Shia, aren't it, right?
Yes, I am. I used to be Sunni. I used
You
to
used to
be
be Sunni.
Christian.
Another guy claiming to be Sunni, like, you know, there's a lot of people who claim to be Sunni and then become Shia. What's this one? There's a new trend or something.
No, it's not. It doesn't have to do with nothing. You have Muslims who's becoming atheists. You have atheists who's becoming Muslim, Christian becoming. Everybody's just listening and choosing whatever.
Okay, what were you Sunni? What type of Sunni were you? You probably were Sufi, right?
No, I wasn't. I was just to be honest with you, I never even when I was in Nigeria, I know we had few sects of Muslims.
There's a lot of Shias in Nigeria, so I'll see why.
No.
I'll see why you would get influenced by the Shias in Nigeria.
No. It's few Shias everywhere in the world. We are. I wouldn't say we. They are.
What's your belief? What's your belief as a Shia? As the Shia Rafidi, what's your belief?
Well, if you call me Rafidi,
wait, why Rafidi? Yeah, why are you disrespecting them stacks?
No.
How is that disrespect?
I like that name. Do you know why I like the name Rafidi?
How is that disrespect?
It means
that's not disrespecting.
Rejector.
You know the translation of the word Rafidi? Do you know what that means?
What it means?
Do you know what it means?
What it means? It means rejectors, right?
Rejector, right? Yeah.
Okay, so you are also a rejector. You are also a Rafidi.
I reject Shiism in that sense, yes.
Okay, so you're a Rafidi to Shiism and you're a Rafidi to Christian.
Yeah, I'm a Rafidi to celery, I think, and vegans.
So what made you become a Shia?
From my watching people, debate, and then I feel most.
Who debate? I haven't seen no Shia prolific speaker anyway, apart from the so-called black Isa, non-intellectual Shia. Apart from you, I haven't seen no one else speak. Who else speaks for the Shia community?
All right, I would say most of my research was based on Speaker's Corner.
Oh, you're talking about the Raza Rizvis and
anybody that you could talk about that comes to Speaker's Corner and talk about Shiism.
All right. So what you know about firstly, what made you leave Sunnism into Shiism? So what made less sense in Sunni and made more sense in Shiism? In that sense, because you must have left it for a reason. You can't just leave it. You feel me for the sake.
No, I would say basically I wouldn't believe that the Prophet would the Prophet would leave this world without choosing someone, and then from Adam, like somebody said, from Adam all the way to the Prophet, it's always someone. Even the non-believers, like the pharaohs, they know somebody else is coming. They always do astrology and all of that. So that's
I know someone is coming. We're waiting for what? We're waiting for the coming of the Messiah, and we're waiting for the coming of the Mahdi. So, all right. So that's the main reason why you left, because you don't think that the Prophet wouldn't have left the earth without appointing someone, right?
Right.
All right. So who's appointed right now?
Who's appointed right now? According to, I really haven't. How do you say it? I really have a problem also in certain things, but I really haven't like had the opportunity to really go deep and ask,
Now, because you said because you don't believe the Prophet would have left the earth without leaving someone in charge, otherwise you'd be in chaos right now.
Yes.
So I'm asking who's appointed right now then, because I could make the same argument, like who's appointed right now.
Right.
There's always has to be an end person, and the Prophet claimed to be what? The last of the prophets, right?
Right.
Khatamun Nabi, and he claimed to be the last of the prophets. So there's always going to be an end zone, and you ended with the Prophet. So now, right by now, we're just waiting for the coming of the Messiah. I don't think that's actually a strong argument why you left Sunnism. I thought you were going to come up with something more a bit, heftier, more juicy than that, man.
Yeah, but you asked me about who's the how they say who's appointed right now.
Yeah, who's the Imam right now?
According to Shias, they say it's the Mahdi, right?
The Mahdi, yeah, where is he? He's hiding in a cave, right?
Yeah, they say he's in occultation.
Come on, man! Like, what's the need of that? Someone hiding in a cave.
Okay, hiding in a cave. Yeah. Hiding
what's the need
of
that? Well, how is he my Imam if he's in occultation in the cave?
So is Jesus Christ dead?
Jesus Christ is not dead, and he's coming back for a purpose. But this guy, he's there, doing nothing. What is he doing? What's his purpose? Hiding in occultation. What's the purpose of that? Because he's claiming to be an imam, right? You believe he's the imam of today, but
Right.
what is he doing to be an imam? What has he done?
Because you have the bad forces who's trying to destroy the good forces. So that might be a reason why he's hiding in the cave.
I don't know, man. That don't make sense, man. But yeah, man. So what?
Okay.
The foundations of Shi'ism is like believing in the 12.
You know, as a Christian, I disagree with everything you guys are talking about, right?
Yeah. Don't worry, man. You're a Christian. We know it comes with the territory, man. You're a Christian. You know like that. But listen to this, though, man. You believe in the 12 imams, right?
Right.
All right. So what you believe in? You believe the Prophet appointed.
No, I'm just saying, as a Christian on the panel, I disagree with everything you guys are talking about.
Yeah, we also disagree with you. So
one second. Before we get into the
disagreement.
Doing with prophets, right?
Okay.
So it's not
So you believe the Prophet appointed? Yo, I can't even hear you, man. It looks like you're underwater or something, man. But yeah, man, you believe the Prophet appointed? You believe the Prophet appointed Ali, right?
Yeah.
All right. So where is that text? Where does he appoint Ali in the Quran? Where is he appointed?
No, it's not in the Quran. But when you look in the Quran, there's chapter 247 where the people actually wanted to choose somebody as to lead them to war, but God told them to go look for, I think, a prophet or a messenger to appoint someone to lead them to war. And then
we don't have that problem with Christianity. So we're cool.
No, you have a much worse problem in Christianity.
But Walter, you keep going back and forth. If you want to stay and speak to him, then that's fine.
Yeah, if you want to chat to me, you can chat to me. Stop just chiming in because you don't have that problem in Christianity. You have a much worse problem in Christianity, which we will get into, you feel me? But just wait at the time and we will point out the problems what you have, you feel me? And it's much more worse than this. You have a problem in your foundations, your doctrinal issues, and I can point out for you, man. But yeah, beside the point right by now, you're saying he appointed Ali.
Come back on a different subject. See you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Where did he appoint Ali in the Quran? What do you say? Yo. Yeah, he's run away. You see that?
No, listen, Simsax, I'm still here, right? But I'm about to get in the list. Yeah, listen.
The guy just darted off, man.
No,
When you
listen,
were
it's
getting
always
to the
easier to run.
to the matter, yeah. I was slowly trying to grind him, you feel me? Because he
Yeah.
was coming up with some madness, and you feel me? You just have to slowly
Listen,
just take
nobody's
the
perfect.
information out of him, what they actually believe in.
Yeah,
Go
but
on, what you
nobody's
saying, man?
perfect. Nobody's perfect, bro.
No one's claiming to be perfect out here, man.
No one's perfect.
No one's claiming that, man.
Perfect.
No, yeah.
Hold on, give me 1 second, yeah? Sorry.
So yeah, man. So obviously we see another person, another Shia who just ran away from the discussion once we were getting into it, you feel me? They just can't prove their beliefs using the Quranic corpus and the Hadith literature. What they have to do is conjecture, false.
You.
Okay, he's back.
This is what.
Yo, I can't hear you. You're breaking up, bro.
No.
Brother, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. Jump back.
Yeah.
Yo, fam. I can't hear you. Yo.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah. You were breaking up a bit. Yeah, go on, carry on now.
Yeah. So even though I leave the panel, you know, I might have a phone call, whatever, but I'm not running away. I'm always
I thought because I'm used to a lot of people running away from the conversation. But sorry, my bad. I thought you left the conversation. But go on, carry on.
Yeah, it's normal. It's normal when someone don't
it's not
understand
normal just to
something
leave
or
a
have an
conversation
answer.
halfway through without saying you're leaving. It's not normal. That's abnormal behavior, to be honest.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, people, trust me. People, I'm just trying to say, people run away when they don't have an answer to a question or something. They just, you know, okay, I'm gonna get caught, or I just want to be
all right,
arrogant. But I don't run away. If you prove to me, you know, that, you know, your way is the right way, I will definitely follow your way.
No, it's not my way.
I'm not the type
we'll
that.
try in we all follow the Prophet Muhammad. We're trying to find out the true belief.
Basically, yes,
And the
yes.
most
So
orthodox
you was asking
classical,
me.
the most orthodox classical understanding of Islam. See me? So yeah, my point being is obviously, you said the point we're talking about, the appointment of Ali. How is it authorized? And you were going to say that the what is it? The verse in the Quran, Surah 2.
Yes, I said in the Quran. Yeah, I gave you a chapter, and that's part of that. Why? But the like I said also, from Adam to the Prophet, they always appoint someone, right?
Do you know? Actually, there's
God that I feel.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. I don't know.
All
if
right.
you can
So
hear
yeah.
me.
So obviously,
I hear
according to Ahlul Sunnah, Sunnis, we also there's actually two
Yes.
ways of going about it. We believe Abu Bakr to be the first Caliph, and you believe Ali to be the first Caliph, right? So there's two understandings in
Right.
how Sunnis approach it. We believe one, the Prophet appointed Abu Bakr. That's where one Sunnis, a whole group of Sunnis actually believe it. Have you ever heard that before? That Sunnis actually believe Abu Bakr was appointed by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
If Abu was appointed, then what was the need for Sakwa? Why would Ali be the first one to
Yo man, nigga, I can't hear you, man. I'm finding it difficult to hear you. You're breaking up badly, man.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you better now, yeah.
Okay, well, just check this out. We might not have a perfect conversation. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's just the network.
Yeah, it's a network. Okay.
But
So
I'm
obviously,
going
what
ahead.
I was saying, obviously, you said why was there need of the Saqifa? All right, there wasn't actually a need because there's authentic narrations in the Sunni tradition, authentic, that goes back to Prophet, where the Prophet was ill. He told the people, he appointed Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. So he appointed Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. He didn't appoint Ali to lead the prayer. He appointed Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. Also, a woman came to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Prophet was sick. And she said, what am I going to do when you die? The Prophet said, refer it to Abu Bakr. So there's many indications from the Sunni hadith literature that the Prophet was appointing, indicating that Abu Bakr should be that.
There is no. I don't believe. That's what I don't believe in. Indicating. He should have said, follow. He should have said, yes. When I die, Abu Bakr is the next after me.
I believe
there is no such thing as indicating. I don't believe in indicating.
Okay.
If it's hold on. Talking about religion and how to guide people, I don't believe in indirect statements. I believe in direct statements. You could give me another example, huh?
How about burst your bubble? There's no direct statement from the Shia hadith literature where the Prophet appointed Ali. From your books, there's no one statement where the Prophet said, after I die, Ali will be your Khalifa. There's not one statement like that.
Okay, so even if it's not in the Sunni or Shia tradition, me, the way I'm a Muslim, I believe he would never leave this world without using someone who it's something that we do, because it's something that you would do also. If you have an organization, you would definitely have someone who's next on line to you, and everybody will definitely know. Or you would have told them, okay, I'm the president and this is the vice president. There's no twisting tongue or whatever in that. So even though it's not in the Sunni or Shia tradition,
so why do you believe it? How do
do
you come to believe that Ali is the Khalifa then?
Because I was going into the history of Gadir and the history of all prophets.
So again,
yes.
You're saying you're against indications, but this is only an indication. It's a mere fact of indicating something. You feel me? It's ambiguous at best. It's ambiguous. So when you say you're against the examples I gave you, I could also make the same argument and say your Ghadir Qum, what happened there is also ambiguous.
All right. So tell us what you understand by what happened at Ghadir Qum.
Ghadir Qum is basically a little location between Mecca and Medina, right? Okay. It's a little location between Mecca and Medina. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he stood there. He said, basically, there's context to this. Firstly, they just came after there was just a war, and Ali radiallahu anhu, he took booty you know, booty. When you win a war, you take the booty, don't you? So obviously, when he took the booty, some of the companions disagreed with what he did. So they went to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and said, "Yo, this is what Ali did." And the Prophet said, "What?" A Prophet, what's it called? Ghadir Khum. He brought all the companions together. He said, "If I'm your Mawla, Ali is also your Mawla. If I'm your master, then Ali is your master."
He said, hold on. He said he started from God, right?
Well, according to you, not according to us, but yeah.
According to who? I thought he said, God, whoever God, he started whoever God is his master or something. That and basically there was a hierarchy. He said first he mentioned God, then he mentioned himself, then he mentioned Ali.
No. There's nothing like.
Okay.
There's nothing of that.
Okay. Cool. So
we can't even try doing that because that's paganism.
Okay, cool.
But what I'm trying to say here is in Ghadir Khum, just remember the Prophet had the chance to say this in Hajj. You had the chance to say this in the last sermon. He could have stood there in front of 100,000 companions. This was so important. You had the chance to say this in front of 100,000 companions on his last sermon where he talked about.
This
is
my answer when.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically I'm saying he had the chance. Because you're saying this is so important, I'm asking why did he not say this on the last sermon where he talked about racism? He said the black is not superior to the white. Go on.
First of all, you would not, when a revelation comes or when how they say an inspiration or a message comes, you don't say why shouldn't it be given in Ali's room or Abu Bakr's room or at Hajj. Hajj, to me, my understanding is a busy place where people go by doing what they have to do. So I don't see how the Prophet is going to stop people when they're going back and forth doing, serving God, doing what they have to do, and then try to make an announcement. I'm not saying. No,
you're mistaken. You're not hearing it. You're missing the point totally, man. You're missing the point. There was a last sermon. The Prophet, before he died, he did a last sermon. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, he did the last sermon. Yes.
Okay, the last sermon. He should have mentioned the most important parts because this is his last sermon, right? Agreed or not? Should have mentioned the most important because this is just before he's about to die. Last sermon, say the most important things, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So he talked about racism. He talked about a lot of things. He talks about the black is not superior to the white. The white is not superior to the black, but the one who's superior is the one who's superior in piety. He talked about all of this.
Right.
But did he forget to mention that Ali will be your Khalifa next? Did he forget to say this in front of the majority of Muslims that came from Yemen, Syria, throughout the whole of Hijaz, from each side, where all the companions are in front of him right now, and he could mention the most important part, where he would say, Ali is your Khalifa after me. He could have said this, because the Prophet said, I am the most concise. What? I'm the most concise in my speech. So he was very concise in his speech. He would say small words, but he would have profound meaning. So I'm saying he had the chance to say this in front of this audience of 100,000 followers of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the majority of the people from different countries, different parts of the subcontinent of Arabia. So he didn't say this. He didn't say this at the most crucial part. So I'm asking, why was this the case?
But I'm saying, did he say it at first? Because what you're saying is he has to say it, and you have to tell him when or where to say it. And I'm saying that's not the case.
I'm saying
if he didn't say it at first, hold on. If he never said it, then he would have said it at the last sermon that you're talking about. But if he had said it before, if he wants to say it again, that's up to him. And if he doesn't want to say it, yes, he should have said it.
My brother, at Ghadir Khum, how many people were there?
Yeah.
At Ghadir Khum, how many people were there?
You tell me. Let's say 500.
All right. So, as a human being, believing that this is the most crucial part, like you just said, is a crucial part to you, that after the Prophet died, you should appoint someone.
Yes.
Would you say it in front of 500 people?
Yes.
Or would you say it in front of 100,000 people, using your own intellect? Which one would you do it?
Okay, cool. It depends on when he feels like he is going to make the announcement. And messages do spread. So once he says it, he says it. It's like saying,
My brother,
Also, what about Saqifa? Why didn't they, hold on,
Ali was not the first Khalifa. He did not become
hold on. If we're gonna apply the same thing to Saqifa, why did they only pick 6 people or 10 people to vote for whoever was going to be the
that's
Khalifa?
The problem. Human have been given a corrupt brother, listen. The whole, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
All right, so you're mistaken. You're saying 6 people and this, that. This is not what happened. You're talking about the appointment of Uthman. You're not talking about the appointment of Abu Bakr. You're mixing the two things up. The appointment of Abu Bakr.
Okay, yeah, I'm not talking about anybody but Saqifa, because that's the first place where somebody
but there was not 6 people. It's not 6 people who gave who pledged allegiance.
Okay, let's say 100. Let's say 500. Let's use the same numbers. At the end of the day, hold on. I'm
saying to you.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. At the end of the day,
you're saying 500.
Not every Muslim. Hold on. Not every Muslim has to be present when
the majority. Brother,
Muslims in Africa and you have Muslims everywhere. If he wants to use that kind, then we have to call everybody from every Muslim from every angle to come give bay'ah. Just like
can I speak?
Why is all the Muslims? You have people who left already, and
brother, what's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying to you, the majority of the Muslims gave bay'ah to Abu Bakr. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 1,000, not 2,000, not 3,000. The whole of the Muhajirin, the whole of the Ansar, the majority of them gave bay'ah, pledged allegiance to Abu Bakr, including Ali himself, including the one who you're saying was the Khalifa. He himself gave bay'ah. So imagine this. Imagine how, like, I don't want to say stupid, but this is actually non-intellectual. Like, you're saying the Prophet appointed Ali, right? He was usurped. Like saying the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah said, you're a prophet, and another false prophet coming and taking his prophethood off him. That's exactly what you lot said. That Ali was appointed and someone came, took over his position, and Ali was submerged, and he
that's what you're saying. That's how you see it. Go ahead. That's what you're saying. That's how you see it. Go ahead.
My brother, tell me, was Ali the first Khalifa? Did he give bay'ah to Abu Bakr firstly, according to the Shia books? Yes or no?
According to now.
Yeah, man, this guy, his internet is a bit bad, man. Like, so yeah, this is easy work, man. Like, what I'm saying here, what I'm saying is simple. Yo, can you like hear me?
He's the type of person that wouldn't go against I say it, would get some good. No.
Is it me or you're breaking up or something, man? I swear down, I can only hear some electronic configuration from me. Like, do. I can hear you.
He's breaking up, man.
It could be me.
Malik, your signal's really bad, bro.
That's why I said we might not have a good conversation, but it's the network.
Yeah, man. So
because
we can't.
Don't blame it.
So no point, not even like it's like bare breaking up, man. You feel me? Put your Wi-Fi on and put your Wi-Fi back on, and you feel me? I think that would happen, man. That's what I did. But yeah, man. So obviously, all I was
for a while. Not okay. Huh? Go ahead.
Yeah, man. So
I said I've been speaking for a while, and it's been like you was going back and forth. It's the network, not me.
I can't hear what you're saying. So it's
Assalamu alaikum, Malik.
You saying something, and no one can hear you apart from yourself. Like, no one can hear you,
Hassan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But you were cutting out a bit before.
But now we can hear you, man. Your internet's become better again. But I swear that just like 2 minutes ago, I didn't hear a penny you said, man. So obviously, what I'm saying here is simple, man. Ali, according to the Shia tradition, Ali gave bay'ah to Abu Bakr. Ali came to Abu Bakr and gave bay'ah. If you check the books of Al-Kafi or
M-Stacks, just be honest though. At least be honest, bro. Just at least say 6 months, bro. At least be honest, bro.
Bay'ah. Even after 6 months, he gave
bay'ah. Look, my problem is I don't care 6
but I can't hear you now. This can't go on.
Yeah, Malik, you're cutting out right now, bro.
Allow it, man.
I was just saying, M-Stacks, if you're going to be talking on a panel and all this,
Just be honest, bro. That's all I'm saying. So don't just pick and choose what to avoid and what not, what to say and what not to say, bro. Don't do that. And you're asking earlier about what? You can't hear me?
Yeah, man. So obviously, what I was saying is simple, man. Like,
can you hear me right now,
tradition makes way more sense than the Shia tradition. It's all over.
Can you hear me,
Some guy, the Prophet ﷺ told Ali to be a Khalifa, but at the same time,
can you hear me, bro?
Can you hear Hassan?
No, I can't hear him, bro.
Hassan, you have to
can't
jump
hear
out.
everybody. It's not being Hassan. It's
I
like
can hear Malik and Ultra, but I can't hear Hassan.
You can't hear me right now.
All I was saying is the Ali.
Well,
These men are saying that Ali was appointed. These men are saying Ali was appointed by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? And then Ali somehow gave pledge of allegiance to someone who shouldn't be a Khalifa. Like the guy who was appointed by the Prophet gave up his position and then gave his pledge to Abu Bakr. This is nonsensical.
That's
like, don't make sense. Like the Prophet or Abraham. Abraham was appointed by Allah, and someone came to Abraham and said, "Yo, listen, I'm taking your prophet off you, and now I'm becoming a prophet." And Abraham then gave pledge of allegiance to this prophet. Like this is nonsensical. Like it has never happened in the history of the Bible, the Islam, the Torah. Nothing like this has ever happened. That the Shias are coming to us and saying,
sorry, 1 second, bro. Veli Vision, bro. If you can hear, there's a bag of people in the back waiting to get on. Veli Vision, Veli. Can't you see people waiting to get onto the panel? Doesn't rhyme, but I don't care. Sorry, keep going, bro. Keep going.
You did a good job.
It's so simple and succinct. Like even a baby of the age of 6 or 4 or 5 could understand it. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like the prophet, according to the Shia, I'm not even.
Yo, Ultra. Ultra, you gotta ask MStax to rejoin if you can't hear me.
Oh,
it's MStax, not me.
MStax, listen, you have to jump out, MStax, and jump back in.
Bro, I can hear that. This guy was speaking. I could hear him, man. Who's that?
Oh, now you can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. It's your turn.
It's actually the most rational argument. Shia theology is actually the most rational
argument. We just proved it.
No, it's by far the most rational argument.
It's irrational,
but you don't understand. You don't understand the difference between.
It's the way you present it, and I don't go by that.
You don't understand the difference.
Okay. Now you don't go by that, but I'm telling you that's the most classical.
You don't understand the difference between a rational argument and a logical argument, or a theological.
Why you saying Sunni? That's the way they understand it. I'm telling you.
But have you studied the Shia? What the Shias believe?
I don't need to study what Sunnis and Shias believe. I'm just going by what is logical. I'm not
freestyling. You're just freestyling, man.
Okay. Look. Let me tell you something. At the end of the day, we both go be talking about it, just like for thousands of years we've been talking about it. But those who understand what the whole situation was, they understand it, and those who don't, I can't blame them. I used to be identify what's going on between Sunnis and Shia, who's not talking shit. But at the end of the day,
Malik, you're both of them. Listen, I'm not having a conversation with a cultural Shia. I'm going by the text. If you're a person who is not a classical Shia, I'm not looking to have a conversation because like this it won't go nowhere because you're just gonna come up with your statements and freestyle. Like I want someone who knows the text of the Shias, what they actually believe in, the orthodox classical understanding. I don't want no one just to come up in the 21st century and try to manipulate and try to freestyle the thing through, man. It's not gonna work like that, man. Either you stick to the text or you're just a cultural guy who just just freestyle. But let's move on.
You know why you guys even have all the hadith
two
literature?
things I would like you to do for us.
You guys were waiting for. You guys were when Islam was revealed, there was the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Quran, and after the Prophet passed away, Muslims, the ones that didn't accept Ali as a leader, they started having some problems. They were like, "Oh, we need to have guidance from the Prophet, but the Prophet's not here anymore. So what do we do?" So then they're like, "Oh, you know what? Let's treat the Prophet as though he's still alive, and let's just try to use."
Where you getting this from?
Where you getting this from? Let me finish my sentence, MStax.
Where you getting this from? This is a new story, man. Where you getting this stuff from?
Let me finish my sentence. So then the Sunni Muslims at the time, they were like, "Oh, if we write down things that he said and things that he did, we can just use this as though he's still alive."
Bro, you're just lying at your teeth,
because
man. Sorry, man. You're just lying.
Bro,
I don't know where you're getting stuff from.
MSAC, this is
Basically,
what you call a
a
rational proof.
He just made up what he just said. There's no sources to what he said.
Yes, it's called a rational proof. It's called you just using logic. That's it.
I don't forget that, man. Bro. We're dealing with history. We're not dealing with what is it?
Hassan, I don't know what
History is
you're
in pen
talking
and
about.
history is in black and white. It's in pen and
Okay.
paper. We can't just go by your rationality and my rationality is different. I could come up with my own story and say the Sunnis knew what they were doing.
And
try
can you
rationality.
tell us what was Gadir when the prophet said you were?
So obviously Hassan mentioned a few points and he was like the Sunnis did not know what they were doing and obviously they came up they wrote something down and they came up with this and that. Obviously that's
and I
can present it. I can explain it properly, but if you're when you cut me off every like 2 seconds, I have to try to summarize it as fast as possible. So you can pick and choose. Like if you want me to explain it, what I actually mean, because you know that I don't just come out of nowhere and just start dissing Sunnis, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to point out the difference in the rational approach. For us, we believe that there's still a leader and a guide. For you guys, you believe that the leader and guide is now in book form.
No, our leader and guide is eternal. He's from the beginning and the end. He is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Bro, you know that's what I'm
guide. Our eternal guide is the Most High, the Creator. That's who our eternal guide is, isn't it? I don't know.
You know exactly what I'm referring to when I make the sentence, but right now you're just trying to play games with words.
No. But you're saying
So you have to be the same thing he's doing. You have to be when you're in a debate like this, you have to be straightforward.
I know what you're saying, man. Like it's dead. Yeah, go on, man.
I need to use like kindergarten language with you, Stacks, for you to understand like when I'm referring to the Prophet or when I'm referring to Allah. That's what I have to do, bro.
Don't try to be patronizing. Like you're not making sense. That's all it is, fam. People don't know what you're saying.
Everyone in the chat and Malik all understood what I was talking about.
Malik said he
like, yo, I'm gonna play word games. I'm gonna pretend like Hassan doesn't know who Allah is. That's what I'm gonna do right now.
Malik was saying he don't agree with you what you're saying. What you said.
No, I don't.
So don't even try to play games, man. Hassan, it's not gonna work out.
He's saying that I have to be careful when I'm having these conversations with people like you.
Anyways,
go ahead, man.
I'm saying you have to be clear when you're making your statements, because that's the same thing. You know, I wouldn't say Sunni. People do a lot of people, present their issues like that. But I was going to go back to going to the booty with Ali and the slave girl. I heard something about Ali took a slave girl and ghusl.
Okay,
and then,
so you do know about it.
Yes, I do, because it doesn't. To me, I wouldn't say it doesn't make sense, but I would say it's just not the reason for the Prophet to call Ali a friend when everyone knows that these people. Hold on. Everyone knows that these people are friends and more than friends. They were all a community. So why would he stop a whole bunch of people just to say,
very
if
good
I'm your
question.
friend,
Question there.
this
Alhamdulillah, Malik.
Nah, that's a very
good point, bro. That's what we call another rational argument, bro.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Even in China, they've heard about Ali. Even the people that he defeated, they know that Ali is not a friend. So why would you take the context into being friend? And why would he?
Malik, listen to this here, Malik. Let's try to break this down here. Firstly, we all have to agree that the Prophet was succinct. He was straight to the point. He never beated around the bushes when he was coming to the point. Do you agree on this? The first principle. Do we agree on this, or do we have to argue about this as well? Because I'm gonna lead to the point here.
Okay, so sometimes he does give how do you say proverbs or
sometimes he gives examples and
analogies, metaphors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes
but I'm saying
like air. So go ahead with what you're trying to say.
No. The Prophet said, I am the most concise in my words. Clear. He said, I'm concise and straight to the point. He said it himself. He was never beating around the bushes. He was not
Listen, we're not talking about beating around the bushes. We're talking about metaphorically.
I'm coming to a point here. I'm coming to a point because the context plays a big part in the word Mawla that's used.
Okay, so watch.
So when the Prophet, listen here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying by this statement, Ali has become a Khalifa, right? By what the Prophet said.
Because
right?
Hold on. The reason is because he mentioned
I don't want explanation. I just want to.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right.
He started off with God and him.
Right. So the word Mawla, Mawla, do you agree it has a plethora of meanings, dozens of meanings? If you look at the Lisan al-Arab, the earliest Arabic dictionary, by Ibn Mandur, early Arabic dictionary, he mentions the word friend, he mentions the word companion, he mentions a lot of stuff. And he does also mention a Khalifa, but that's only one out of 100.
Aha.
So, all right.
So when you
So
say
I'm
1
saying,
out of
I'm saying,
100,
what
you
I'm
can
saying,
never
what
be
I'm
the
saying.
one.
So I'm saying,
Hold on,
wouldn't
Malik. Hold
it,
on. Let
wouldn't,
MSX
wouldn't,
finish, and then I'll make the point. Go ahead.
I'm saying, if the word mola we just agreed has a plethora of meanings and it's ambiguous to what he was saying, because the context you just mentioned, it was about the slave girl and the people disagreeing with what Ali did, and they said to the Prophet, look what Ali is doing, and the Prophet affirmed Ali's authority. He said, if I'm your master, Ali is also your master, so you listen to him. Don't disagree with what he's doing. That's the context that we believe, and the context plays a big part. What the Shias try to do is bring that one phrase and create their own story about it. But if you actually look at the context, where the people came to the Prophet and said to him, yo, listen, this is what Ali did and we disagree with him. The Prophet pulled Ali, he pulled his hand up. He said, if I'm your master and Ali is your master, don't disagree with his authority. You feel me? He had a level of authority to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So according to us, this word Mawla is ambiguous at best, and we just agree the Prophet was concise and strict to the point. I'm saying the better word to have used there is Khalifa. If he could have just said he's a Khalifa, no arguments would be of today.
So now you have to teach the Prophet what word to use.
No,
hold on, Malik. Hold on. MStax.
Yeah.
The way you just translated it was you used the word master. Just a heads up, just in case you didn't realize what you just did.
Yeah, master.
First,
Yeah,
secondly, don't forget that the Prophet quoted a verse from the Quran right before he said that. He said, do I not have more right over you than you have over yourselves? Then he quoted.
What does that mean? Thing. Explain for me, because I didn't understand the meaning. What does that? What's the connotation of that verse?
The point of that kind is basically, it's like saying, if I give you guidance, or if I tell you something, you listen to that before your own desires, before what you might think is correct or the right thing to do. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So the Prophet quotes this first. Then he says about him, whoever I am his Mawla, Ali is his Mawla. And then in the same thing, he starts talking about, there are two things that I leave for you, and if you hold to these, I forgot the exact wording, but then he's talking about the family and the Quran. This is all in the same speech.
You're butchering the narration. Bring the narration. You're butchering.
Bro,
it doesn't actually say that. So
I'm butchering it. Hold on. You're telling me that I'm butchering it when you are picking and choosing one sentence of it and forgetting everything else from it, and I'm the one butchering it.
Whatever.
Are you kidding me?
Whatever you just brought up.
And you know what? Malik made a very good argument when he said that everyone knew about Ali. Malik made a great argument.
No, they never. You're lying. You're lying. You might don't know what you're talking about. You're lying because if everyone knew about one second.
He was either arguably the youngest. He was either the first child or the first man to accept Islam after the Prophet. And you're telling me that people didn't know.
If everyone knew about Ali, there wouldn't be people disagreeing about what Ali did about the slave girl. They wouldn't be. Why would they disagree?
I don't believe in that tradition. Someone who has the Prophet's daughter as his wife will go about sleeping around with slave girl, either legally or not legally. I don't believe that. He could control himself, and he has a loving wife. So all that slave girl, that's the reason why he did.
Listen. You're just man. All right, man. You can just denounce certain texts just to make a point. You feel me? That actually is true, is authentic. So if you just wanna just take that out of the equation,
I don't think it's authentic. I don't believe it. I don't believe in that.
According to you, what do you believe? Who are you to say it's not authentic? Who are you?
I'm nobody. No, I'm nobody.
Do you know how to weaken narrations and how to strengthen narration? Who made you authority to say this is weak?
Yes, I have an idea of how to weaken traditions, because you're not going to tell me.
Who in the chain is weak?
Hold on.
Who in that chain? Who narrated that?
Hold on, because you're not going to tell me someone who's pious did something and you expect me to believe it. No, I wouldn't. Just like certain things that they will say about the three caliphs, certain things they would do.
You don't believe in concubines then?
Hold on. Certain things they would do, I would agree with it. And certain things they would do,
it's going to be a difficult conversation because you're just missing the basic principles.
Can you let him talk, MStax? Then you can reply, bro. I don't know if you only if you're only able to talk like a kindergartner. Let him talk, and then you can answer, bro.
You're patronizing. We know that you know your evil tactics, man. Stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you like you're a little kid if you act like a little kid, obviously, bro. So let him talk, and then you can reply, bro.
Well, if we start coming to cursing moms, and I don't do
this guy, man. Is this guy who just jumps in conversations?
Okay, so calm down.
MStax, you should be fair. Like, you're calling man liar. you're calling man evil. Like, if you can't win the argument without doing that, bro, then maybe you
What you
shouldn't be
about, man? The guy
arguing.
just jumping in a conversation. I'm trying to be.
Yeah, but it's an open panel.
Big up, bro.
I'm not here trying to win no argument. I'm here like
I never called Malik evil. I actually called Hassan Sabah evil, and I never called Malik.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, he is,
But
man.
I'm
The
not-
guy just jumps in conversation halfway through and puts his point across, man. What is that?
First
The
of
guy is
all,
rude.
Yeah, these are called panels, bro. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh man,
but,
don't
yeah.
be rude, man. You're a man. Don't be rude, man. Don't jump in conversation.
First of all,
Hush your
what
mouth.
sense? What
M-Stacks, I'm not criticizing you. I'm saying
I
you
don't
could
care,
do
man.
better.
Bro,
I'm saying
I
you
just want a
could do better,
conversation,
innit?
man. Well, forget him. I want a sincere conversation where you know,
Yeah,
we're talking
like I
about
could
the
argue
thing.
your perspective better than you could.
Bro, you don't know nothing about the thing, man. You don't.
Like
bro,
it's like
listen,
you. What you're
don't
doing
make
is
me
you're
start
cutting him off.
exposing you, man.
You're talking shit. You're saying all this stuff when
My nigga, you're not
if
even a
you're
Shia. You're
confident in your
Ismaili, man. You're
when you're
Ismaili, man.
confident in your
Believe it
own
at the time.
beliefs,
People don't know.
you don't have to act like that. You
Your
could just act
Imam is
normal.
heretic.
You could just have a normal discussion. But
you're
you
a
just prove how
heretic. You're a
weak your
heretic.
own iman is, bro.
You're a
And it's
heretic
funny.
according to the
It's funny
Shias, man.
that
You're a
it takes
heretic
someone like
according to the
me or
Shias,
even
man.
someone like Khan to mention
Bro,
it to
you're
you.
Ismaili. You're an Ismaili.
Yeah, yeah,
man.
yeah.
You believe in
It's
Aga
more
Khan,
important.
fam.
Yeah,
Allow
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Stick there,
It's
man.
more important for you to act like this than to try to
Go
just
on, Malik.
logically
Malik,
refute an
go,
argument,
man.
bro.
That's
You're a
my
heretic
problem.
according to the
What's
Shia,
wrong
man.
with Ismaili? What's wrong with Ismaili? Even the Sunnis
They're
have a
heretics
whole bunch
according
of
to the
sects.
Shias. They're heretics according to the Shia 12ers, man.
I don't
I'm not
care.
even gonna get into
I
that.
love them. I love Sufis. I love Sunnis. I love everybody. But
Okay,
don't
good
try
for you,
to
man.
say.
Okay, man. Let's get back to the point, man. I don't care who.
But you yourself is not even presenting a good argument or a
Okay,
good
I don't love Ismailis. How about that? Now let's get back to the point.
So I'm asking you, would Abu Bakr do the same thing that he had did, the same thing of taking a slave girl and not doing ghusl, and then that's the reason why the Prophet had to say, whoever I'm his master, Ali's his master.
Ali did not do anything wrong. The companions perceived it to be wrong,
Perceived?
and the Prophet corrected. The Prophet
Oh,
corrected them
man.
by saying, "If Ali's your master, I'm your master." So are you disbelieve? You don't believe in concubines, right? You're saying that none of the companions had concubines. The Prophet did not have concubines. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying how they say it. I'm not saying they can't or they won't, but I'm saying the way the Sunnis presented that history, I can never ever believe it if I would go by the relationship of Ali and Fatima. Period.
No, but on that point, M-Stacks is right. It's not for you to judge that. That was commonplace, isn't it?
Exactly.
I would judge it because I know what good people do, and people.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't.
You're saying because of Ali and
Because you're
Fatima,
saying it's like a sex star person that definitely he has.
My nigga. Listen, the Quran tells us that we can have
a slave girl or whatever. So where's the
Leave the
slave?
slave. Let's just leave the girl out of it.
Did he marry the slave woman and divorce the slave woman?
You don't have to see it. You're missing basic understandings of Islam about marrying a like you don't know what you're talking. That's the problem here. You have to start from a sketch and tell you like what's a concubine, if you're allowed to concubine. Like if you don't know about these kind of things, it's never gonna make sense to you. You're gonna say this is unrighteous and all of that, even though it's in the Quran itself. Like, it's hard to have a conversation like this, man. The Quran says.
I would just say that we could. Go ahead, Khan. Go ahead.
I was going to say on that particular point, I agree with M-Stacks. Like, I know he's saying things like you're evil and shut up and whatever. Like, but if we put that to the side and we try to compensate for M-Stacks, like we can understand what he's saying. I agree with him on that point. Like, it's not for us to judge whether Ali had a concubine or not, or whether it was evil or not, or whether it was acceptable. Like, leave that to the side.
Hold on. Would the Prophet sleep with a prostitute?
What's a prostitute? A concubine. A concubine is not a prostitute.
How is a concubine?
A concubine is not a prostitute, bro.
I know. You said we cannot judge, and I'm giving you a straight example. Would you consider the Prophet in his piousness sleep with a prostitute? The answer is no, because you know what he could do from what he wouldn't do. That's my point.
And Ali did not. Ali, that woman was not a prostitute. Who told you she was a prostitute?
Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. M-Stacks, Malik. Malik.
Yo, Malik, man.
Bro, I was just gonna say that I think that right now, for example, the point of contention shouldn't really be like about the concubine or about what your
exactly.
It shouldn't really be about that. It should just be like the argument from the Sunni perspective
about the argument of imama.
That there was a dispute about splitting up the war booty, and some people didn't accept Ali's judgment, and according to the Sunnis, that was the reason why near the end of the prophet, before the prophet passed away, near the end of, on the way back, he stopped everyone and he gave arguably the longest or one of the longest khutbahs he's ever given, just to tell people that they should respect Ali.
That's it.
So
Alright,
this is
can I
what their
respond to that? Can I
argument is.
respond to that? Can I respond to that?
And our argument is that they would stop everyone, and he gave this long khutbah about Ali because of leadership, and because this is when Allah told the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to give it.
Yeah,
so it wasn't the Prophet that was like, oh.
Let me reply to that. Right? The word leadership was not used in that sermon once. So you're just mentioning leadership for what? The word leadership was not mentioned about the Prophet Muhammad once in that.
Logical. Sorry to use the word leadership, but go ahead.
I don't care about your logic, man. Your logic is not the same as my logic. Stop saying logical. What are you on about, man? Stick to the text, man. The text don't say leadership. So we're gonna stick by the text, fam, not about your logic.
Yeah, just like your text talk about Quran and Sunnah. So we have to follow Sunnah from
my point here,
not his family.
My point here being that was not the longest khutbah. The Prophet did a last sermon. I'm saying it would have been more right in that last sermon where he talked about racism, he talked about don't be racist, be pious, be good to your parents. He mentioned all of this, but he forgot to mention leadership. He did not say once that Ali, after I die, this would have been so simple. A little baby would understand. If you were to appoint someone after you, like you're a manager of a company, you're a manager of McDonald's, right? And you're gonna die, and you say, after me, I want this guy to be my leader. You just have to say that. You don't have to be ambiguous, like the Christians say Jesus is God, and we tell them where's the text, and they say, yo, me and my father want ambiguous statements, and we're never gonna believe ambiguous statements over clear-cut statements, innit? So
100%.
All right, simple, man. So we don't have any statement from the Shias or the Sunnis where the Prophet said, after I die, Ali will be your Khalifa. What we do have is the word Mawla used. And I just mentioned
Can I
the
answer
word
that?
Mawla. Bro, listen, you're cutting me off.
Of course. Let him finish and then you can answer.
Yeah, so as I said already, the word Mawla has a plethora of meanings. It has so much meanings. So I could come and say he means master. Another guy could come and say, yo, he means friend. And you could come and say, yo, he means Khalifa. This is ambiguous work. And the Prophet was not ambiguous. As he said, he was concise in his speech and he was clear cut. He would not have done this and played games to the people. He would have said, if I'm your Khalifa, Ali should be your Khalifa after I die. That would have been a more clear-cut statement than saying, if I'm your Mawla, Ali should be your Mawla.
That's why I said now you have
so
the Prophet house.
yo, Malik, sorry, I just want to reply. So there's a few things that he just said right now. So one, right now we're specifically talking about Ghadir Qum, the events at Ghadir Qum. That's the sermon khutbah that he gave at Ghadir Qum. But MSTAX is ignoring the other hadiths that say that Ali will be the successor after him or the leader after him. There are other hadiths that say that. That weren't from Ghadir Qum.
1 minute.
So
was that at a different time?
Yes,
was that at a different time?
Yes. So hold on a second. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Ask him to bring.
Let me finish.
1 minute, man. Let me speak, man.
So right now, current scholarship out of the oldest university in the world and classically the main primary school of Sunni thought in Al-Azhar in Egypt, current scholarship, they're examining the hadith specifically about saying that Ali was going to be the successor after him or the leader after him, and they've concluded now that that word was in dispute, but now they've concluded, based on all of their study, major scholars from Al-Azhar have concluded that there's no way to accept any other translation of that word other than successor. So this is in the last like 2 or 3 years. That's the first thing. The second thing.
So one minute. What you're saying? 1 minute, Hassan. What you're saying is, although he didn't in a clear-cut way say it in a sermon or the speech that was the intention behind it. That was pointing towards him doing it at another time.
No, I'm
giving the clear-cut. You're saying that somewhere there is a clear-cut statement.
Yeah, of course.
Bring it.
So
bring it then.
Yeah, okay, I can go find it for you, bro.
Once again. This is historical moment.
MSTAX knows as much as I do that let me finish. MSTAX knows
1 minute.
That there are many Sunni scholars that have said that there is more than enough evidence to show that Ali should have been the successor to the Prophet. He knows that Sunni scholars have said that before.
Hassan, what we're saying. One sec. Let me go first. Please.
Okay, you go first.
What you're saying, Hassan, is this particular incident that MSTAX is mentioning, you're conceding that it wasn't a clear-cut statement, so therefore another statement was needed Because if there is a clear-cut statement further on down the line, then you're conceding that this particular one that M6 is talking about wasn't clear-cut. Because why would the Prophet say the same thing twice?
He could say it 10 times. He could say it.
But listen, let me respond. The guy made so
My
much
point is,
like,
I'm not going with a whole bunch of agreement about early or no early. My thing is, you have someone who's a teacher, and you will always have a best student, and the best student will always be the one in place of the teacher. So no one's going to tell me anybody else, but Ali was the best person that would lead people in Islam in contrast to Abu Bakr or Umar or Uthman. I'm not saying they are not good people, but when we're talking about best people after the Prophet, I believe it's Ali, and that's the
okay. Can I respond? Can I because a lot of people are mentioning a lot of stuff out here. Let me just respond. Firstly, what you just mentioned, Ali is the best after Prophet. There's an authentic narration where the Prophet said Abu Bakr is the best. Then
I don't believe that. Just like there's another hold on. Just like there's another tradition that says
let him say his bit.
You don't believe in nothing. We know everything I say. You're not gonna believe him, even though this is in pen
because it's written.
Listen, I know it's written.
But Malik, let's just have the discussion, bro.
Cool.
All right, it's written. Obviously, it's not gonna be imaginary. It's not gonna be floating in the air. It's obviously gonna be written in pen and paper. What else is gonna be? You feel me? It's documents, fam. So obviously, the Prophet said Abu Bakr is the best. Then is Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. Then is Umar. Then is Uthman. You know, like that. And then is Ali radiallahu anhu. So my point here being is what Hassan mentioned earlier is that the Al-Azhar University came together and said the word Mawla could only mean Khalifa and all of this.
I didn't say that.
If that was whatever you said, Al-Azhar came and said, what's it called? You did say that. What are you on about?
I said that there's another hadith with a different word. I believe the word was wali. And in the context of that word was used, the scholarship now coming out of Al-Azhar says, after all of their study and research, they can conclude that there's no other way to understand that word. From the previous hadith, when the Prophet said that Ali would be his successor, the leader after him.
What does the word successor mean in Arabic?
Bro, I can go find you the hadith and get it for you. But if you're trying to have, hold on, if you want to bring up Arabic discussions, we're talking to a panel right now. We're talking to a bunch of people in the audience that don't even have a clue. And this is further about what I was, if I was going to finish my point earlier, when I'm telling you, I'm going to make a rational argument or a logical argument.
I don't want you're making irrational arguments. Listen,
when you say the word Mawla has 100 meanings to it, we provide what we translate it to be for the audience. This is rational or logical. So you're already doing that. So don't just pick and choose when you want to be rational or logical, bro.
Can I just speak, man? The Prophet spoke Arabic. The Prophet spoke Arabic. He did not speak English. He spoke Arabic. So we're gonna deal with Arabic. So what does the word successor? What does the word successor mean in Arabic?
Just stop asking him questions. Just say what you want to say.
Because he said.
But maybe he knows. Maybe he don't know. But
one second, Hassan. If you say Ali is a successor to the Prophet Muhammad, you should know what the word successor means in Arabic, right? Because you just said he is the successor, meaning that the Prophet.
I said he is a successor or leader after me. I literally just told you that I can go find. I just said that I can go find the exact wording for you if that's what you'd like. But that's not the point of what I'm saying right now.
Guys, you see the way he's jumping words from leader to successor to.
Bro, I literally said it in the same sentence before you even said it. Do you understand that?
Listen, you lot say Ali is a successor.
It's as if you're presenting it like I'm trying to hide something. I'm not hiding anything, bro.
You don't have to hide anything. We know everything. So we're just gonna talk about it right now so that people them can hear it. So obviously my point here being is I could also make the same argument. The Prophet ﷺ authorized Abu Bakr's successorship after him. I could make that same argument using Sunni.
No, you can't. Yes, you know why you can't?
Yes, I can.
You know why you can't? Because at Saqifa, when they were talking, Abu Bakr didn't say, "Oh, don't you remember when the Prophet appointed me as the next leader?"
And Ali did not say when he was giving bay'ah that the Prophet appointed me, but I'm just going to give my bay'ah to you right now. When he pledged allegiance to the Prophet Muhammad in the book of, in your Shia books, he did not also.
He gave bay'ah after 6 months. Make sure you're clear about that when you're talking about this stuff,
guys, listen. This guy wants to use rationality, right? Let's use rationality right now. The Prophet Muhammad is a prophet we all believe. Let's say some guy came and said, "Yo, you're not a prophet. I'm actually the prophet. I'm taking your prophet off you." He took it off him now, and that same guy who's actually a prophet ordained by God gave his pledge allegiance to a fake prophet. Does this actually make sense to you? Ali
Bro,
was
if
appointed by the Prophet
if
Muhammad.
Ali,
After 6 months, he would have never given bay'ah. He would have never pledged allegiance to a
Can
guy
I,
who's
can I
not
just ask a
ordained.
quick
He was
question?
ordained by the Most High. You feel me? This has never, ever happened before. You lot have
I
come
can
up
answer
with
this
something new.
just for anyone if they actually care. But yeah,
All right,
go ahead, James.
M-Sex,
Go on,
M-Sex,
go on.
M-Sex. Can you hear me?
Hold on, guys. I might be leaving soon, so don't feel
You
that.
Yeah,
don't
I'm
hear
gonna
me?
bounce in about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah,
James, go
James.
ahead.
Speak now.
You're going?
I thought James was speaking.
I can't even hear him.
Yeah, can you not hear me?
See me?
Clear as day. Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Nah, man. Every time
Go
someone
ahead,
comes in,
M-Stacks.
No, M-Sex, jump out and
nigga, I
jump
can't
in.
hear him, fam.
Hey, jump out and jump in, M-Sex, innit?
I can't hear him, fam. Is he speaking?
Yeah, M-Sex. He's saying jump out and jump in, bro. It's because I think you have an iPhone or something.
James, man, you jump out. I can hear everyone apart from you, man. You jump out.
No,
jump
but
back
it's,
in, man. I'll be able to
I
hear you, man.
so can I. So if you can't hear someone, it's you that needs to jump out and jump in. Tell him that you lot.
But
Yeah,
anyway,
James
just
can
say what
hear
you want to
everyone,
say.
including you, M-Stacks.
I'll tell.
So you're the only one that can't hear him.
Yeah, but I could just tell him what you want to say. Just say it.
Oh well, yeah, no, but he needs to jump out and jump. But it's better to do it now when Veli's around, isn't it? Because if someone else,
Yeah, M-Stacks. Do it right now, bro. Jump out and jump back in.
Hassan, while he's doing that, let me just say, Hassan,
Sure. Go ahead.
you sound
Why
like
are you man are arguing over
frustrated.
whose version of Islam is the best? You're all fucking wrong.
All right,
There
man,
you
go
go.
back to
Thank
your
you. Big up, bro.
go back to
But
your
go ahead, Kyle. Go
cheeseburger.
ahead.
Go back to your bacon double cheeseburger, man.
It's fucking, it's all stupid, bro, because none of you are gonna fucking concede. Like, none of you can concede. You all think, nah, your shit's the right thing. This is fucking pointless.
Yeah, well,
It ain't pointless. If me and you was arguing over what's better, Karate Kid 1 or Karate Kid 2, you wouldn't say it's pointless, would you?
No, but that's the thing, bro. No, that's
Yo,
the
Ultra, we can
personality.
argue about who's the
If
best,
both of
best
us
boxer,
like
man. We're gonna
arguing
keep
who
arguing, innit?
thinks
You feel me?
Karate Kid 1 is the best and for what reason?
But hold on. Ultra, one second.
Who's the best
Hold
heavyweight
on.
boxer?
Hey, tell repeat this to M-Sax, yeah? M-Sax asked Hassan a question, but the previous question or the previous statement he made was to disprove Shiaism was that if the Prophet, peace be upon him, wanted a successor, he would have made it fucking clear. He would have made it very clear who his successor was. So for him, he can't then make the case. He can't then
Yo,
make
M-Stacks, don't talk. James is talking right now, and we'll relay it to you. Go ahead.
I can't hear him, fam. So I'm speaking in it, so I can't hear him, fam.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
speaking.
said don't talk. He's gonna talk, and then we'll relay it to you.
Jump off and
I
jump
literally
back in,
just said that.
Tell him,
Bro, he can hear you. You're the only one who can't hear.
No, I can't hear him. I can't hear him.
Tell him jump off and jump on.
It makes sense if you
Yeah,
jump
you
back in.
can't hear him. He can hear you. So it's you.
Yeah.
Just jump out and jump back in.
No, it's not me. It's not because I can hear everyone else.
Oh,
apart from
jumping
me.
up in. Come on.
Bro, just jump off and
Tell
jump
him
in,
jump
man.
off
What
and
you
jump
fucking
back in. Why do I have
retarded,
to
man?
jump?
What's wrong with man? Jesus
He can't hear
Christ.
you. James, he can't hear you. James, he can't hear you.
No, I'm saying to you lot, tell him like just jump off and jump in.
Yeah, I told him 3 times now.
M-Stacks, James is asking if you're retarded.
Tell him headshot himself, man.
I'll be back. Give me
He can hear you.
All right, man. Headshot yourself, man. You dick.
The point is,
get the fuck off the panel and come back in, man. Innit?
He can't make.
I can hear everyone else apart from you, man.
He can't make that claim, innit? He can't make that claim if he's already.
What do you mean?
So if he's already said, well, Shiism is blatantly false because the Prophet would have made it bait. If the Prophet had wanted a successor,
Yo, James, just jump off, man.
He
Like,
can't make the same. He can't make the same argument.
Yeah.
M-Sex, instead of whining, why don't you just get off and get back on? And then if you can't hear it, then he'll jump off and jump on.
Shut up, man. James, shut your mouth.
It's like it's actually like we're in kindergarten, bro. When you're on a panel, it's like we're in kindergarten.
Yeah, but he's a kid though.
You're annoying, man. Relax, man.
Yeah, I know. He's like a kid, man.
Yeah, so it's cool if he wants to keep cooking. He's cool. But what I'm saying is, anyway,
Yo, listen, your James, man. Jump off and jump back.
You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't disprove someone.
The piss, man.
You can't disprove someone.
I can eat everyone else apart.
And then use it to justify, and then make a second claim, which is we could just
1
justify
minute.
ours without
James, give me 1 second. M-Stacks, if you jump off and jump back on,
bro, what about if he jumps off?
One sec. If the problem's still there, then we get him to do that.
How about this
Yeah,
con?
Khan.
Yeah.
Like I
How
just
about
said,
con? How about this
Demstacks.
con? How
The
about
exact
this con?
same
Yeah.
thing.
How about this? Yo, Hassan, why you always begging it? You're always like a background dancer, man. Always in the background squeaking. Relax, man. Mute your mic. I'm trying to.
Khan just said the exact same thing that I
Bro,
just
look at this
said to you,
guy,
bro.
man.
But you
Are
need,
you a
it's like you
woman?
need 5
Are you a
people
woman?
before
Are you a woman?
your intellect processes like the
Yo,
most
Khan, yo,
basic
Khan.
thing,
So
bro.
what I want to say to
Belly's
you,
in the
yeah,
chat.
tell him jump off
I
and jump
can't
back
show
in.
him what
That's
Belly
still the
said.
problem.
Show him
Yeah,
what
I'll
Belly
jump
said.
off and I won't come
No
back.
one is jumping out
Show him
and
what
jumping
Belly
back
said.
in. Just be patient, and then we could hear each
Let me
other.
see. Let me
That's
see
it.
what Belly said. Hold on.
Belly just said. Belly.
M-Stacks, jump off and back on quickly, cause I'm busy.
What do you mean, man? Tell Jake, bro. Niggas
He has
telling
to
me
let
jump
you
off
back
and
on,
what's up,
innit?
man?
So do it now. Stacks, just do it now.
Man, nigga, that's not gonna work. And you looking to come back on, man. Like James, jump off and jump back in one time, man. You feel me?
So jump off then. No one gives a
It
shit,
ain't
bro.
gonna take you
Jump
long,
off
man.
and
Why do I have to do it
go.
out of everyone, fam?
All right, we'll talk to
Yo,
Hassan before you go then, and me and James will stay out of it.
Bro, just tell. Why can't James jump off and jump back in?
Because it
Why
might
can't
still
you do that?
persist, you fucking moron. I
Let me
know
answer that
Muslims
question.
don't like efficiency, yeah, but that's the most efficient way of
Oh,
doing it.
James, come on, bro. Don't do that.
No, bro. What
Yeah.
kind of retarded
Yo,
shit is this, bro?
M-Stacks, if he jumps out and jumps back in, because it might continue, because he can hear you. Do you understand?
Bro, if he jumps off and jump back on like you did, I would be able to hear him, man. Car, I couldn't hear you.
But it
You
might
jumped
not.
off and you jumped back
But it
on, and I
might
could
not.
hear you for a minute. So tell him
But
to
it
do the
might
same
not.
thing, and I'll be
Yeah.
able to hear him, man. Like
But it
it's
might
taking
not
long, man.
work. And now it's just now I'm just in a
If
position
I
where I'm
jump off and jump
Yeah,
back
this
on,
is a
I'll
James,
pissing
come back
contest
on.
now
James,
for no reason.
James.
Because I can
How
hear you.
about
I
we
have a
just let
conversation
Hassan
with
and
you.
M-Stacks talk, and me and you stay
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
it?
yeah. Cool. I'm good with that.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right, you two go for it. I don't know who's going to mediate. Where's Ultra? Ultra.
Hey lads, yeah, can I just say quickly? Ziriab asked me to play the
What's up,
Bro,
Con?
who's discussing?
music, yeah.
Can you
I
like me and instead of it being a 2-on-2, it's going to be a 1-on-1. So you're going to have to mediate between these two guys.
Who's the two
Wait.
guys, fam?
What
You're
two
you
guys?
can't.
What are you talking about? What's happening?
You're going to have to
No,
mediate between
Khan,
Hassan
that's
and.
not fair, bro. Because Malik was talking to M-Stacks. I just wanted to kind of provide a little bit of backup for examples and stuff that Malik might not have.
No, but Hassan, it's okay if Malik wants to defer to you. That's his prerogative.
Yeah, then I apologize.
so
Actually,
let me
let Malik
just-
continue then. Sorry, Malik. Go ahead, bro.
Let me just leave because
Yo, listen. Yo,
know,
can you not
jump
hear me?
back
Yo,
on.
No,
Malik.
Malik, bro. My apologies, bro.
I'm
No,
out.
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Me personally, I'm not. I love everybody. I love, and y'all have a good day. Isa Shia can also shed some light. Yo,
My nigga, man.
Malik, before you go, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's say for arguments.
They can't. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt,
James.
I think the chat has had enough of Sunni and Shia. I think they want man to answer the question of the day. So ask M Stizax if he knows how to answer any other question aside from Shia bashing, and if not, tell him to fuck off.
Okay, cool. Malik, let's say for example the Shias are right and Ali should have been the successor to the Prophet.
What James just said.
Yeah, I thought he was joking. When he joking?
No,
Why am I going to
deadly serious. Like no,
why am I
like,
going to tell M-Stacks to fuck off?
no. But I'm saying
James, you pussy. Fuck off out the panel. Man. Don't tell me to
M-Stacks
fuck
only
off,
knows how to
dickhead.
bash Shia. He goes from
fuck off
panel
what,
to
man? I
panel.
told you jump off and jump back in, man. Why
Safe
you being a
haven
cat, man?
bashing
You're a
Shias,
cat,
yeah.
man. Jump off and jump back in, man. You crack
Yeah.
it, man.
So if he knows how
Long
to
the guy,
answer
man.
any other questions,
Like the guy's
then
been
tell
so
him to
long, man.
chill.
Stop wasting our time,
If
man.
not,
Jump off and
tell
jump
him
back
to
in,
bounce.
man. You won't take
Yo,
it, man.
M-Stacks,
Take your second
Veli
chance.
wanted us to answer the question of the day, bro. Can you do that, M-Stacks? Are you able to or no?
Are you able to? Don't ask me that question. This guy is so patronizing, man. Don't beg it, man.
What do you
Yo,
mean? I
James,
just asked if you're able to. If you're not able to,
you
then
could
it's
ask-
okay.
there's
Just say I'm
about
not
6
able to.
people. There's about 6 people on the panel, but you choose to talk to me, fam. Like you always do this, man. You're trying to be patronizing and trying to cause an argument, man. I don't want to argue with you.
Because when you act like a little kid, I'll talk to you like you're a little kid, bro. I
Bro,
told you this 10
your balls ain't
times.
dropped yet, man. Your balls ain't dropped yet, man. Shut up, man. Yo, listen, yo, James, jump off and jump back in, man. Wallah, I can't hear you, fam, innit? It's gonna get dead, man.
M-Stacks, James just said to tell Hassan to tell
tomorrow.
Yeah, Malik.
Yo, Malik,
what
I
I
agree
wanted you
with
to
you, by
answer.
the way. Oh, Malik
It's
bounced.
gone. It's gone.
Listen, I don't know what's complicated about it. Man's saying don't talk Shia and Sunnism or answer the question of the day. So just ask him to answer the question of the day. If he's not on that, then tell him obviously it's going to be a dead
Yo,
panel.
he's gone, yeah. Yo.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
bounced.
it's gone. It's gone.
Now he's fucked. Now he's
Yeah.
proper fucked.
Yo, James, speak up now, man. Don't say I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me?
He's speaking.
Can you hear James?
Is he speaking?
Yeah, he's speaking.
Yo,
Alright,
family,
send it, I'll jump off, I'll
M-Stacks,
jump
you're
off,
gonna
I'll
deal with
jump
me
off,
now.
I'll jump off.
I'm fed up of M-Stacks running away. Each
James.
time, look, M-Stacks is scared of me. M-Stacks is shook.
No,
M-Stacks no man.
that's what I'm saying. Look, I wasn't too good this shit, yeah, but Ali's
No,
that
I
would be
can't, bro. I was waiting half an hour to talk on this stuff, and I've also now come with you.
Yo, M-Stacks left.
No, he's gonna jump back on it. But it's
Okay.
hey, it's done anyway. It's boring now, isn't it?
Okay,
Yo, can you back now?
Mutunga Mola, who for Ali Mola? Answer this. It means master, but the way you interpret is the way we're gonna differ.
Can you hear me now, yo?
I can
Yeah,
hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm saying it means master, and I'm
You're
thinking
gonna laugh like that.
Yeah, Ali. Even M-Stacks can say it. He can accept that it means master, but he's saying it means master in a context. That's M-Stacks' argument. That's a fair argument to make. That's fine. Based on the information that he might have access to today, that's fine.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, Hassan, anyway.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah, Ali, man, why did you jump?
Yo, James Jones. Just quickly, James Jones. We're having a girl, so I can't name the baby Wolfgang.
Yo, man, don't tell the public
What
what
about
you have.
what about double barrel name?
There again, it's mentioned. It's the announcement.
Ali, stop. No more cheatism, man.
No, I'm not. Bro, is this cheatism?
No one cares except for
No one cares.
Yo, James, come on, bro. You know Ali's been sitting waiting for like weeks for this kind of conversation, bro.
No one cares. No one cares. Yo, James.
Bro, like I said, you're my big bro, and I respect you. If you feel saying I have to go off, I'll go off now.
No one ain't your big bro, you little orphan. Fuck off.
You don't have to go, buddy.
Come on.
Big kid.
Why are you begging it? Why are you begging it?
Yo, be nice to him, guys. He likes this kind of theological conversations. Be nice, man. It's okay.
You're my big brother. You're my big brother. You're my big brother.
Ali, man, hush your mouth. Ali, man. Hush your mouth, man.
Yo, Khan, I heard. I heard you had a meeting with Phil Schofield. You're the reason why Phil Schofield had to announce it, innit?
You're the reason why Philip Schofield's hair turned grey because of you.
Philip Schofield had to announce it.
Who's Philip Schofield?
Philip Schofield had to announce this shit because of you. Had to divorce him.
Hello, people of the book. Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me, yo? By the way,
Philip Schofield had to divorce his wife because of
Yo,
you.
Ali Khan, hold on, please.
Ali, your voice sounds like a puppet. You got a voice like a puppet. You're Gordon the golfer. Ali, you're Gordon the golfer.
James Jones, I'm going to send you something on Hangouts now. James Jones, do me a favor. Just send me a message on Hangouts, just the letter A, so your name pops up. I got to send you this video now. Somebody mentioned Philip Schofield. I got to send you the video. Fucking hell. Also,
Yo,
I've got a video of the
don't
Feds
send him any
and
other
they
letters,
clapped
just the letter A.
Yeah, just the letter A. Yeah, do that now, James. Do it now. Go on mute. Do it now.
What the hell, yo?
Yo, what's the question of the day?
This is a public show.
Why was Khan going out with Philip Schofield? Why was Khan going around texting Philip Schofield? Philip, we have to announce it to
Philip
public.
Schofield?
He's a body presenter on Daytime TV. Daytime body boy presenter. No, Philip, we have to announce on TV.
I'm trying to hear James Ali.
Shut
trying to hear
James.
Yes,
Ali. All right, lads.
I decided it Philip Schofield.
Lads,
come on.
Ali, you haramzadeh. Shut up.
Yo, Khan, man, be nice to him, bro. Come on, man.
I'm just gonna watch Ultra's video, man. You lot are fucking like.
James, was you gonna speak or not?
Yes, bruv. Stop engaging a fucking 5-year-old, bruv. Like what? You know what I'm saying? If we're telling him stop and you're just arguing back and forth with him, then we have to talk to him.
Oh, when you said 5-year-old, you meant him.
Who do you think I meant? You?
Nothing. You meant you.
M-Stacks.
Oh, funny. Good one. That was nice. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, just to bring it back to the question of the day. So, for all the people,
See that? Hassan indirecting again, the little cat, man. What's wrong with this guy, man?
What do you mean indirect, bro? I said your name. Is that not direct enough?
Bro, you sound like Ali, man. You got squeaky voice like him, bro.
Yeah.
You sound like Ali.
Headshot yourself, man.
Guys. So the question of the day is, which really asked, is there such thing as a white man's science? And to sort of blend you guys' favorite subject and that question, seeing as the Quran is meant to be a book of science, as told to me by the Black Telect, why aren't there no equations in the Quran?
Well, Pete, what's his name? Issa, actually, is chatting shit for a start. It's just chatting pure shit, right? Secondly, there is such a thing as a white man science, because when people interpret science, when white people interpret science the way how they want and use it as a way of putting other people down or showing how superior they are, yeah, that's a white man science.
That's pseudoscience. It ain't real.
Yo, James, just to answer your question that you asked right now about equations. My reply would be that Allah was speaking to people specifically in a way that they would understand, and at that time they would not have understood anything in terms of like equations. So this is why, for example,
so basically the people that received the message were dumb sons of bitches.
Yeah. Generally,
What I'm saying, Phil,
one of them could have.
1 minute. Is there or is there not an equation in the Quran which is basically the calculation from the earth to the moon and back again?
I don't know about that, but I know that there are equations about like inheritance and things like that, though.
Yeah. So there are equations in there. So
which Rob was making the argument that the math was even wrong on that. I remember I was listening to that.
He said the only equation in the Quran is the wrong one. They're taking
obviously I disagree with that. I don't have any issue with that. Rob, the way Rob presents it, though, yeah, you can make an argument.
Man said, Belly said Allah does bad maths according to Rob's theory.
Yeah, but there is an equation in the Quran that calculates the distance from the earth to the moon, and it's accurate. So there you go.
What was it? Is it?
Google it. Google Quranic miracles. Google Quranic miracles. Distance from the earth to the moon.
Speaking of that, hold on a sec.
I would ask you, what's the need of having equations? What's the need of having equations in the Quran, firstly?
Because it's a book of science, isn't it? No, I'm saying,
what's the need of
it's not your claim. It's a book of science, isn't it? Like
the Quran is not a scientific book. You don't claim to be a scientific book. What the hell? Why would it be science? You don't claim to be science. It claims to be a book of science. Say again?
That's what Isa says. Isa says the Quran is a book of science.
Bro, Isa's on crack, bro. He's not.
He's not on crack.
He's lost it. He's lost it, bro.
Yo, I was just gonna say one thing. You guys just reminded me. M-Stacks, you know when you mentioned that miracle to me in the Quran, the prophecy about. So this is the way you worded it. It was about the Romans and the Persians, and you said that the way you worded it. I just want to clarify it. The way you worded it to me was the Quran prophesied a defeat and then a win afterwards.
Yeah.
So
no, the Quran.
No, that's the one with the Byzantines. That's the one with the Byzantines.
Yeah. The Quran actually doesn't prophesize the defeat and then the victory. It's speaking after the defeat had already happened.
Yeah, but I didn't
mention back. You actually it predicts both. So when I heard that, I was like, yo, that's
your mic, Hassan.
Oh my God.
I can ask you a question though.
Come on, look behind your back.
Can I
can't hear you.
What's behind your back?
You sound like a robot, Ali. Ali, you sound like a robot.
Would you been jerking off to you?
Ali, you sound like a robot.
No, you've been jerking off to you. Scroll post it, bro.
Just like, you know what I'm saying. Don't feed the fire. But what I was gonna say, yeah. So as Muslims, be honest, yeah. Are you guys like angry with stuff like Neil Armstrong and that? Because as far as you're concerned, the Prophet, peace be upon him, was the first man on the moon.
The Prophet
in answer to that question, hell no. Whoever goes to the moon or explores other planets. Yeah, calm down, Savage. I can smell you already. I'm stinky. Stop it. Yeah, so as I was saying, quick, James Jones, you mentioned about equations. There are several equations in the Quran, but not just that. Obviously, there's another science. I don't know if you know that every letter has a numerical equivalent. And once you get onto that science of numerics, it's called a science. What's it called? Ilm al-Huruf, which is a science of letters. So there's a lot of it in there, brother. There's a lot of mathematics, but
what like, for example, yeah, what innovation or what's the word? Like, not discovery, man. Like, what way was the application of some kind of scientific or mathematical discovery or understanding comes directly from the Quran?
I wouldn't know. I can't say I know of any in particular comes direct in that way, i.e., because of this in the Quran. Because as far as I know, mathematics was a normal thing amongst those people. Do you get what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be some strange thing. It would just be a normal thing.
James, it's algorithms. Algorithms.
Not just that, but I'm saying specifically you said equation.
Zero saying ilm doesn't mean science.
Of course, ilm means knowledge, yeah, in general. But I'm saying it also means science, i.e. the science of knowing, the knowledge of something. This guy's a clown, bro. So what it would mean is the knowledge of letters. But I'm saying in English, we then would say, well, because the person is inquiring into this thing and practically using the letters and what they represent as symbols, as letters and numbers, because when they were writing numbers, until they come across the Indian signs and symbols, they literally use letters. Same with the Hebrews. Did you know that, James?
No. So you're saying, every letter relates to a number and
yeah, a number equivalent. So
I'm still in the building, man. I'm still in the building, man.
So I got to go quick, but I'm saying that they would literally write down like a sentence, which had they were writing numbers, but people didn't know what they were writing. Do you get what I'm saying? So
what did the numbers equate to?
So, for instance, you went from
an algorithm. It's an algorithm.
So each letter you would go, I think, from 1 to 10. Then you would go up in 20s. Then you go up in hundreds, up to 1,000, basically. Do you get what I'm saying? So,
and what though?
Patterns. Patterns.
I'm saying that's how they would use numbers. But Flip, I got to go.
Wait. What does that mean, though? Yeah, all right. What's your point?
No, I'm saying to you that numerics, this science of numbers, as you're saying, equations, was a normal thing. So to say, well, the Quran, as it come to something which was spectacular, for instance, it would just be the knowledge that people would use numbers and mathematics. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, hold on. I could say G is the 7th letter.
Yeah.
But what does that mean?
I'm saying
the combinations of words, the fact that they had a numerical equivalent means what exactly? Is it like the Fibonacci sequence, or is it like what's happened?
It's stuff like that. But what I'm trying to get at, without telling you too much, so to speak, is simply this: that when you're looking for these equations that you're looking for, you're not going to find them in using Indian numbers, because you know that came from Indians, right? The so-called Arabic numerals. You know that, yeah?
Okay, no, I didn't. But go on, okay.
So prior to that, if you look at what Arabic numbers look like today, they got that from the Indians. So prior to that, the Hebrews, I think Egyptians, loads of people, not the Egyptians, sorry, others around, especially the Semitics, they use letters which had number equivalents. So they used the letter to represent numerics in and of itself.
Okay.
So yeah, but there are equations in there. Yes, remember, don't forget, when you're talking about me and the science of Quran, I always say holistic science. So it's a holistic science book. So when you say science, they think of just, chemistry, physics.
But as far as because science and mathematics have advanced to the point, because even the Dark Magician was saying that a lot of algebra come from Arabia as well, isn't it? So none of
obviously the name algebra.
But yeah, hold on. I know,
algebra.
Yeah.
Algebra.
But interestingly enough, yeah, you can't attribute that to Muslims. You can only attribute that to Arabs. Reason being, or what I would argue is, why was it not in the Quran? If this is meant to be from if this is meant to be some divine inspiration, then rather like aimless discussions on whether one wife is going to turn her back on this one, and are you on your heels, are you on your toes, you can reach that rather than all of that bullshit. Why didn't you give us the practical equations? We can learn how to fucking purify water or fly.
I guarantee you it's all there. What I'm saying to you is, bro, it's all there, and the people were, let's say, guided and inspired by the Quran. That's probably the most I can do at this moment. But for definite, I just want to confirm it's holistic science, so it's not just physics and rhetoric. Yeah, so those people were definitely inspired.
Right, Issa, before you go, I never said I wasn't pro-black. I just never said that.
Yes, you did.
No.
Another time.
Yeah.
I want to try. I'm actually going to try and find that bloody recording, because I wanted to at least record that. But all right, we'll do that another time.
So anyway, James, the
quote was, I didn't say I was. That was the quote. But go on, yeah. Sorry,
Yo, Khan, can I just reply to James quick for that? What you just said right now?
Yeah, of course you can.
So James, even in the Quran, Allah specifically says something to the effect of, even if there was all of the oceans were ink, that wouldn't be enough for him to write everything. So this is just a really small part. And then also at the same time, generally the revelation was about things that were happening at the time. So right now, the way we conceptualize it and we look at it, it's not how necessarily it was revealed.
Isn't it fair to, like, a fair response to that would be, so number one, yeah, Before we go off point, hold on. Number one, that wasn't the greatest sort of rate of civilization, if you like. Yeah. So all this Arabs burying their daughters to what they became under the Prophet isn't representative of the greatest sort of advancement in history. So why was that book? Why is it so important to focus on that period of time? If that makes sense, right? Someone might.
God knows what he's doing, innit? He gave them enough.
We don't, and that's what we're trying to understand. We're trying.
Well, you're looking back on it.
Yeah, but
anyway,
follow the trail. Hold on. He's making. He said,
"Hold on." You're dropping breadcrumbs like Hansel and Gretel. But where are you leading us?
Just wait. Yeah, I'm responding to Hassan. Hassan said that that book was for that time only. But people also argue the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the book itself is timeless. So I'm saying,
hold on, James. No.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
What did you just say then?
So what I said was, much of the revelation was about things that were happening at the time, but I didn't say that the application from the Quran was just limited to those.
I didn't say that. That's not what I just said.
Yeah, that's what you said. You were talking about
I said that
for all time.
The implications of what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, that book was for the time. So everything that happened in that was.
You said only
about the future.
Use the word only.
All right, fine. I apologize then. I'm wrong. That you're saying, right? That's the last prophet. There's no more prophets coming. There's no more revelations from God coming, as far as you're concerned, right? So the last
God
wasted his last bullet.
Have we changed subject again?
Oh no, he wasted his last because it's still about science. He wasted his last bullet. He wasted his last bullet, not advancing humanity, yeah, and just talking about some shit that was going on in Arabia, and reaffirming everything we already knew from other.
Yeah, because God don't give a shit about you. Don't you get it?
Why are you so emotional in every discussion about it?
No, I'm not emotional. I'm saying that everyone's like, if this is the last word from God, why didn't he mention my family? Why didn't he mention my people?
Being a bit greedy, man, James. That's right, though, man. James being a bit greedy there, man.
How? Why? Go on, Kaka. Go through.
Nah. Forget it. I just want to go back to this.
No, but we're not. We're trying to make it about science.
When did science? Simple question to you, yeah. When did scientists find out that the universe was expanding? When did they
like
actually
something?
Say again,
1920, 19 in the 20s.
Okay, the Quran already mentioned
like early 30s, late 20s.
The Quran mentioned that 1400 years ago. It says what the universe without creative power, and Allah kept expanding the universe. So when you found out science, also that's another type of science in the Quran.
Keeps or kept? Wait, keeps or kept? Past tense.
This is what he says, yeah. And it is he who built the universe without creative power and keep expanding it. So it's eternally expanding. So it's keep on expanding. You feel me? So this is also the Quran talks about the sun's.
Wait, say that one more time.
Say again.
Say that one more time so I can understand it.
He said so one more time because he needs time to think of something to say.
All right. And it is we who built the universe without creative power and keep expanding it. This is in Surah 51, ayah 47. So if you're talking about science, the Quran, there's many scientific, in the Quran. It talks about the universe, it talks about the origin of life, it talks about embryology, it talks about the sea and the ocean, how it separates, it talks about pain receptors, it talks about a lot of stuff in the Quran. But
a lot of science, but he was talking about math specifically. Like, let me bring it back to the maths thing. Yeah. So James, in the Quran, the word prayer is mentioned 5 times. As you know, Muslims pray 5 times a day. The word month appears 12 times in the Quran. And as we know, there are 12 months. So these sort of things, these mathematical numerics.
That couldn't be contrived, though, no? That can't be contrived in any way.
But you're asking for equations. Equations are contrived.
Can that not be contrived?
Yeah, Khan. What James is trying to do is he's just trying to take what Isa said about the science thing, and then he's saying, okay, because of that, I'll give you some equations. We can kind of just laugh, really. I mean, James,
but equations are contrived. What do you want? Spontaneous equations?
What are you saying, Hassan? What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, we honestly, bro, like, should we take the question seriously or just try to poke fun at Isa?
No, it's poking fun at Islam on a daily basis.
Of course I was, but you kind of took it on seriously, and Khan in his emotional self, bro. He always takes
more emotions. You're more emotional than me, liar.
Okay, if you say so.
Yo, the way that Isa said it, I'm sure that Isa had an entire explanation about why he, what led him to derive this conclusion, to make this statement. Do you know what I mean? So when he says like, oh, holistic approach, these types of things, I'm sure that there's an explanation behind why he's saying it. So I'm just not even gonna, I'm not gonna approach it because I don't believe that there's, necessarily that. There is some, but there's not necessarily that much technical, like scientific equations or technical scientific data. Yeah.
Yeah, when like the way Issa makes it seem like, when you like when you go to uni, yeah, and like I don't know, like you got some reading prior to you starting the syllabus or whatever, yeah, and it's like read these 5 books to get like up to date with the subject. It's like people that like are physicists, like that studying to be physicists, are like, whoa, everybody's essential in their library is the Quran. Like I don't think it's like that when it comes to science.
Yeah, you're saying like it's like a basic textbook that somebody's to do before they start learning about more science or something. Yeah, I get it.
Man said, ha ha ha. Sorry, Hassan. I know this.
Come on, bro. You've been out here on the regular just taking shots at Islam, though. Hey, bro.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
It makes me a little sad, man. Come on.
No, but I tried to bring you guys in because you lot are having a discussion about Islam and then the questions about science. So I just tried to mesh them together for the mandem. You get me?
What was it? What's the question like? What was the question even like referring to? Because I'm trying to understand what.
Oh no, because yesterday we was having a discussion. There's a guy that said dinosaurs aren't real, giants existed, and hydrogen is the only element in the universe. So, and then basically, as if any of those points got even close to being refuted, his response was, "You follow your white man science, I follow my African science," even though he was a Native American. So there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot.
Okay.
But yeah, pretty much that's what.
So, for example, some maybe arguably Orthodox Muslims would be like, "Oh, whatever comes out of like a Western university would be like white man science and not something that we would accept." Something like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but in that guy's case, it was like anything that refutes anything that I'm saying.
Yeah. It's like we call it like the trump card. Like, for example, when you're trying to talk to like a flat earther, their trump card is, "Oh yeah, but that's just all a conspiracy," right?
Yeah.
So the white man science thing is just the same kind of thing. Yeah.
Because brother, I ain't gonna lie, it caught me off guard still because I forgot everything about the periodic table and chemistry. So I had to go fucking do bare googling yesterday to attempt to refute him, and then at the point of refutation, I mean, he had some weird understanding of the periodic of elements and stuff and atoms. Like basically, it's if hydrogen has 2 protons and 2 neutrons, anything that contains a number of protons and neutrons that's divisible by 2 is essentially proof of 2 hydrogen. Of it being essentially 2 hydrogen containing 2 hydrogen elements or atom particles. I don't know. Anyway, that was his kind of weird understanding of it. And then when I kind of broached that and I like, so the atomic mass indicates the number, or the atomic number indicates the number of protons, whatever. He was like, that's just all white man science. I said, fine, that's just all white man science. I said, all right, cool. And then them lot, he said, bring me proof of a dinosaur, like a complete set of dinosaur bones. And then I guess they brought him proof, and he said, that's white man science, it's CGI. And then he said, and then they said, what was the last one? Oh yeah, and then he had them lot dying because he was like, all the while I wasn't part of this convo because I was looking for the info, and then he was like, he don't believe in dinosaurs, but he's like for example, Bob, like the white man will cover up the fact that there was giants. And I'm like, oh shit, you lost your fucking mind.
There's police behind me. I hope they don't pull me over. I'm on headphones.
Oh, Tom's gone. I thought it was quiet, bro. Fucking hell. You're right. Oh, okay. Hey, Veli, Isa said shut Veli, and so did Stack Zeno.
Man, I know that you guys wanted to get to the topic, but I also enjoyed talking about that kind of stuff.
What, shiism?
Yeah, obviously.
Hey James, did you see the shit I sent you on fucking Hangouts, bud?
Oh, sorry.
Listen. Go on mute. Let me rap to Hassan real quick, yeah, because like, I'm gonna jump off Hangouts when the missus gets off the phone, innit? Yo, Hassan.
Yo, what up, bro?
Where you been, man? I ain't seen you on the G Block for a hot minute, man. Where you gone?
Yeah, I mean, I liked going on Dan's channel a lot. It's a kind of safe space here and there, a little bit. There's respect, good topics, good panels.
Yo. Let me quick, bro. I've got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Issa, stop moving your mic, bro. Stop moving your laptop.
All right. Hassan, assalamu alaikum, bro. You're right.
Yo, bro. Walaikum salam, man.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, basically, there's so much sophisticated science in the Quran, quantum physics, all that kind of thing, right? But what I'm saying to you is, are you willing to leave? If you study, for instance, your Ismaili stuff, and you find it not to be up to scratch, are you willing to leave it and come to the true Islam of the 12 Imams?
Brother, I would feel. I told you that I would feel. I would feel bad having this kind of discussion with you in a public thing. So if you ever want to talk about this in private, we can.
It doesn't have to be public. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the conversation we can have will be in the back chat. But I'm just saying, in relation to what you said just now, when I'm talking about science, I'm talking about all the sciences that you know about today. Anything, when you open a dictionary of science and you go to encyclopedia, you look up science, all of that that's under there, the list, the basic subjects, all of it's in the Quran. That's my claim. And I'm saying, only if you
Okay.
So only if you were to convert to this, would I then be able to talk to you, and maybe you can join with the brothers, yeah? Because you have to be firm in this thing. Firm. It's not like recent convert. Do you get what I'm saying? Where you're shaky.
Hold on, wait. I'm trying to understand, Issa. Are you telling me that you can't explain this to me if I don't accept 12er Shiism?
100. Well, hell no, bro. You mad? Like,
how does that make any sense?
Are you serious? Okay, bro. You're Ishmaeli. Like, this is what I don't get. You're Ishmaeli, yeah? One of the most esoteric movements.
Yeah, of course.
And you're asking me, how is it that I wouldn't explain it unless you were in this thing? When your people have got it,
no. If that's the approach that you're taking, where it's kind of like, in a sense, like almost like a secret type of knowledge, I'm cool. That's fine. If that's the approach you're gonna take, I can accept that, and then I can say that. Then obviously you won't be able to tell me. That's fine.
Yeah.
If that's the approach that you're taking, yeah, of course. But I didn't know. I've never seen you take that approach, and I didn't even know that type of approach existed within 12er Shiism either.
Let's say it does, but let's say it didn't. That there was clear guidance in the Quran that once you have been given that knowledge, whatever means, whether you initiated or discovered it yourself, you're not supposed to give it to anyone who doesn't pass those specific requisites. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying, like, it's kind of it's a weird thing still, because I don't know. It's kind of weird. You're saying what you're saying.
No, because what you're saying right now is actually also very rooted in Sufi practices and Sufi tariqas as well. The same concept that you're talking about right now. So it's good. No, I'm saying it's good.
Hey,
so the Sufis, remember, the Sufis were Shia originally, but they had to pretend to be Sunnis to survive the governments that were trying to kill them. So that's where Sufism come from anyway. But what my point is, my brother, is this. I'm saying, when we're talking about the physics and so on of the sciences of the Quran, etc., and you're saying you don't think they're in there, I'm saying you're coming from the Ismaili group.
No. Did you listen to what I said? I said that in black and white, in like clear, like, for an example, there's going to be like a math equation, or here's a chemical equation. That's what I said. I said in black and white, and then I also said that the way you're explaining it as a holistic point of view, a holistic take, would provide you with this scientific basis. I said I'm sure Issa has an explanation for that, so let's allow him to give that explanation. That's what I said. I don't know if you heard me say that.
No, I heard you say that, but it wasn't quite like that. But that's fine. That's fine. What I'm saying is, it is very clear. Have you ever looked at a picture where it's the most blatant thing is right there? So the obvious first pic, when you're looking at it straight away, there's a picture.
Yeah, of course.
When the more you stare at it, you now see something else. Have you ever looked at a picture like that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right, and even several other pictures. So
and this could apply to the Quran as well. Absolutely.
Right. So I'm saying it's like that. Once you get that other guidance, so to speak, then you start seeing a whole new different book, although it's the same book. You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
Yeah. That's my 30 seconds way stretched out. But big up, yeah, my brother. So inshallah, if you know what I mean, sometime we're gonna have some talk in the back chat, and then you could probably join the brothers in conversations. And yeah, all right, big up. Yeah, keep holding it down, brother.
He's
We
not
have a
black.
lot of this type of stuff even in our theology, but I've never really seen it from anyone else. So it's cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Well, yeah, James, I gotta go unless it's quick.
No, I was just gonna say you said you called him a brother, right? He's not actually black.
He's my Aki, bruv. He believes that Imam Ali. He believes Imam Ali Hassan Hussein. Are you mad?
Oh,
If you believe Imam Ali Hassan Hussein are the sacred one, Hazrat Fatima the sacred one, bruv. You know what I mean? You're still my brother. He might be, you know, misguided, inshallah, but you know what I mean? He's still my brother.
Yeah, Muslim first. Muslim first. I hear you, my brother.
Well, listen.
Yo, I'm still on. I'm just muting up. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Speak soon. Speak soon. James Speaker's Corner. James Speaker's Corner. Ah la la. Oh, flip it off.
Hey, hold on. Isa. James Speaker's Corner says there's only one equation in the Quran, and it's actually incorrect.
What's he talking about? The thing, the inheritance.
Yeah, please discuss.
No, I can't. But I'm saying he's one person that put it to me one time. I think it's on camera, and I was like, right, I'm not very good at division from the way you put it. So you know, we can discuss it another time. And I did research it a bit, but I haven't managed to get back to him because every time I see him at the park, he was busy in something else. So yeah, and I was busy.
Is your research biased? Because are you accepting that there could be an incorrect equation, or are you assuming that it has to be correct and let me prove it to be so?
No. Remember my research with the Quran. Remember, I was already there to disprove it. I was like, you know what, this religion thing's doing my head in, and that's when I kind of found like the other stuff that was in it. I was like, right, and then you have to recheck, and make sure because it could be your own bias in it. That's one of the things with me is that, you know, if you've already gone forth and said, yeah, this. Imagine when I was a Sunni preaching to the world that Sunniism's correct. You get before the year 2000.
If you prove it wrong, so if James is right, hypothetically, yeah. So what happens? You dash everything in the bin.
Let's say for me being a Shia, there might be a get out clause of Abu Bakr changed it. You get what I'm saying?
No. Hold on. You got to be careful. You can't say
I'm
that.
joking. I'm joking. No, I'm joking. No, because there are some Shias. There are some Shias that don't
believe. Isa, which went around calling Imam Zayd al-Islam, Sayyid Shuhada, the man who sacrificed his life for the religion.
Oh, wait. Did hold on, Ali? Let me actually, before I go, Ali, did Malik not give you my message?
No.
Okay, yeah. So I had to apologize because you and Ziriab kept talking over me when you asked the question. In my head, because I've been studying Muhammad Nafs Zakiya. Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay, so he's the one that rebelled also, and he's the one that went astray. So yeah, I take that back. Imam Zayd al-Islam is righteous, he's high, etc. He's down. Yeah. So you were definitely what it is when let me finish, bro. What I'm saying is when I like to have discussion, I like it to be civilized. You know, you talk, I talk. Inshallah, me and you can have another conversation, but 100% Imam Zayd is on point. He's righteous. He's the one I'm talking about was deviated. Was look him up actually. His name is Muhammad Nafs Zakiya. And he was basically disrespecting Imam Jafar Sadiq. So that's who I was talking about. Yeah? So big up Ali. And Nafs Zakiya. It's called the purified Zakiya.
Zakiya. Okay, I'll look him up, bro. Actually, no issue, isn't it?
He was in the time of Imam Jafar Sadiq. Okay. But yeah, big up for roasting M-Stacks, yeah? Well done, Ali.
Hold on, jump off. James the C jumps on, you jump off. But you ain't got you can't back your thing back. You got no.
That's bro. I'm not trying to start any beef, but do you know who James SC is a fan of? If you're there, bro.
He said that he had to do something.
Yo, bro. I know you're doing taqiyya, James, because you said to me that you're a Yasser Habib fan.
Yeah. Well, let's qualify that. I've watched a few of his videos, and he presented some, compelling reasons, like from Sunni Hadith sources to criticize Abu Bakr and Umar. And I thought, yeah, that's logical. That makes sense. And he had this cool intro and some
but none of the stuff he said. None of the stuff he says. None of the stuff he said actually makes sense if you go into researching, because when you look at it from a historical point of view, Imam Mahdi would have never given the bay'at. He would never given the allegiance to Abu Bakr if he thought it was wrong.
Well, anyway, So about the
No,
kind of
you're
question
debating
of
me
the day,
because you're representing Yasser Habib. So what are you gonna say now?
I'll look into it more carefully. Anyway, like about the question of the day, kind of whether there's any white man science or not. Kind of obviously, like my position is, science. The scientific method is a good way to acquire knowledge, and scientists from all over the world of all different races kind of participate in this venture to try and contribute to human knowledge and understand how the world works better. But in order to sort of try and examine and like understand why do people kind of gain these types of extreme confirmation bias and kind of conspiracy theoretical thinking, it kind of seems to me that like a common pattern with people who and groups of people who are kind of maybe more likely to adopt conspiracy theory type thinking is that often it's kind of groups of people who kind of feel powerless. So for example, like there's a kind of conscious community on Twitter who like sort of say things about how I know melanin gives you magic powers and that sort of thing. And I know it seems kind of like reasonable to maybe think that, they obviously feel kind of like sort of at a sort of less powerful state or less powerful situation because of, I know they feel like racially discriminated against and so on. And another sort of group who kind of often feels very conspiracy theory kind of vulnerable and will say, oh, all the scientists are lying or all these news agencies are lying is kind of in the Middle East, that kind of thinking is quite popular as well. They kind of also have a lot of conspiracy theories. So I know, do you guys think that might be part of the reason?
But James, I agree with you. A lot of it is a response to what they believe is. So it's like almost like a counter conspiracy, yeah. But like, the other day when you was in the chat agreeing with Ralph, and I haven't read that study, the one that you gave to Hetero as well. So I would need to read that to sort of challenge the sort of cluster claims you were making about genetic similarity and dissimilarity. Yeah? But don't you believe that even sort of the reliance, because if someone argues that genetics don't correlate directly or are not reflected directly by the assertions of like certain cranial anthropologists, in the 18th and 19th century, for example, and they would argue, and for a time that was considered the most accurate science, in distinguishing different groups of Homo sapiens or whatever, then isn't now even the concept of race or the fact that we use it, isn't that now an example of for lack of a better word, a white science, or a science that was beneficial, or an idea that was beneficial to only one group? And then when people like you and Ralph begin to justify that concept, isn't that using what you consider to be science? Isn't someone who has the sort of foundational or default belief that it is a pseudoscience, if you like, or a science that essentially oppresses and subjugates only a specific group of people? Aren't they within their right to describe what you consider to be just science, the scientific method, to be a quote unquote white science? And I'm advocating a bit for the devil, but that is the question.
Okay. Yeah, it's quite a long question, quite a complex, deep, rich question, you could say. So like,
we got James the in the house.
Yeah. Hey,
and me, Raj. How you doing, James?
So buddy. I'm Dark Magician.
I'm just really happy to see James Jones though stay on the panel, man.
Can we let James answer?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, kind of in the 19th century, kind of anthropologists had a lot of sort of ideas about race that were kind of wrong and like factually wrong, and also kind of were used to justify kind of immoral actions and oppressive actions. So we can safely denounce that, kind of both on ethical and sort of factual grounds. But like just because like the word race kind of has that baggage with it, like I don't think that should be a hindrance towards us sort of saying things that are accurate and true. And so, like, to be clear, when you say that, I kind of agree with Ralph. People could take that the wrong way. Like, rather, I've come across a paper which kind of says, which is kind of a response to this kind of claim that was first observed in the 70s, which is that the idea of race is invalid because there's much more variation between or there's much more variation within so-called race groups than between them, and this was a finding that was discovered in the 70s. However, that finding was only made by looking at kind of a few little places on the human genome, and they measured the variance within those few loci, like around kind of 100 loci or something. And so I was kind of presenting a paper that's kind of more up to date and shows that actually when you look at the whole genome, kind of it becomes the case that two people who belong to the same like race, like let's say Europeans, are always going to be more closely related to each other, or more similar to each other genetically than a person from, say, Europe compared with a person from sub-Saharan Africa.
But so I haven't read it, right? But I did watch your interaction with Petra. I was kind of like loosely involved. I was on the peripheries of that discussion you guys had, and what was interesting is because he sent me something in the back chat prior to this, and he sent it again after he was discussing with you. And it was I think it was like a chimp study, but basically saying the genetic threshold, if you like, or of dissimilarity between races in chimpanzees is something like 30%, whereas human beings have about, within that 1%, have about 4.3% dissimilarity genetically amongst us, whereas chimps have, I think it's like the threshold to define a race is upwards of 25%. So past 25% genetic dissimilarity, you would class that chimp as being part of another race. And I think even, I can't remember it offhand, I think I'll find it for you, and because this isn't what the discussion is about.
Yeah,
but
I think I've seen that same. I think I've seen that same paper, and like, I mean, I think with chimps, what they would talk about would be subspecies, and I don't think people
precisely.
Yeah, but like when we say that, like, there are different ethnic groups or different races, we aren't going to say. I don't think people normally are meaning to say that there are different subspecies.
This is my point. No, but this is my point precisely. But it lends itself, the concept of races, because I even said to you that Ralph's 7 buckets, the test you argued, I was like, I don't think Hetero's even arguing with you on that level. If you're saying that to share ancestry is to say, yeah, you would share genetic similarity. One of the byproducts of a shared ancestry is similar morphology, if you like, or some kind of phenotypical similarities or features, or however you want to describe it. So I don't think anyone's going to argue on that root level that there's no such thing as ethnic groups. There's no such thing as environmental factors affecting genetics and providing some genetic similarity. But then when the concept of races was established to separate groups of humans that didn't actually need to be separated, let's say on a genetic level. For example, Indians are Caucasian, South Asians are Caucasians, when arguably you would say that in your own, by your own admission, they share more similarity with people from their own continent, than people from Europe, even though they were grouped. They were in that grouping. So that the only point I was making as it relates to the question is the whole concept of races. And when you hear somebody saying I'm a race realist and you defend them somewhat with science, with credibly demonstrable, repeatable science, the people will be suspicious of that kind of endorsement, with science endorsing those kind of positions that have been sort of disproved in periods of time, and then they can regard that as white science. If that, like, that's why.
You guys hear me? Yeah, but I think it's.
Oh, that's a cool argument, James. Actually, I was wondering when you were going to take it around and connect it back to white science that you did at the end. Yeah, that's.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I mean,
what do you mean
like,
by white science, though? Can you just give me a quick overview? What do you mean by white science?
Someone said it in like a joking way yesterday, like as a way to like reject things. Sure, yeah. Sure. It's kind of like basically they were talking to someone about some he had some crazy scientific theories, and then he was like, "Oh, prove this wrong, prove me this." So they showed him, and then he's like, "Oh, that's just your white science."
Oh,
basically, like just a way to like reject it.
All right.
But then like that's kind of originally where it came from, the term, I guess. And then right now James associated with this race realism stuff. And that's a very good
I get it. So you're saying certain types of science come from certain types of groups. So you could say like race realism is a concept from European white people.
Oh no, you could. What I think what James was trying to argue is that you could say that race realism would be a type of white science in its current form. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not really prevalent in the different races. Well, actually, you could say with the Chinese and Japanese people, but it's not really prevalent around the world.
Yeah. So like, I think
That's actually not even it. But go ahead. Yeah.
So like in terms of, I mean, the last part I heard about that question was like, can we understand how someone would be suspicious when they hear the words race or race realist? And we can sort of understand their psychology, why they might think that, because the word has a lot of baggage. But, I think it's important that, people, if people actually try and understand what's being said, like, I think, James, you already kind of admitted sort of most of the central claims that there are ethnic groups, and, they have, you can measure how closely related or how closely genetically similar different ethnic groups are, and these different what's we call it, allele distributions, different distributions of genes across the population result in different sort of averages on like skin color or kind of muscle fiber composition, perhaps, or kind of resistance to certain diseases, these sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
people in there that like the mountains can have a bigger lung capacity or something like that. Genetically.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah. I mean,
So-
look, I do believe there are different races who have different attributes, but I think when I hear race realism, one minute, James, calm down.
Can he get his definition?
Let me just. When I hear, let me tell you my definition. When I hear race realism,
No, but you just used the word, and I'm going to give you a definition quickly because I was looking for it while James was talking. Yeah?
Oh,
So
go
in
on,
biological terms, mute up, Con. In biological terms, and this is why you're right, James. Yeah, in biological terms, a race is a geographically isolated subdivision of a species that can reproduce with individuals from other subspecies of the same species, but does not because of its geographic isolation. Like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens and shit like that. So that would be an example of a race.
This is why science in those disciplines has largely abandoned the idea of racial classification, and it's basically boiled down to social constructs now, and so it's in the social sciences.
And what James just made a distinction is with ethnic groups, because he himself, and this
Ethnic is different though. Ethnic transcends race. Ethnic can mean shared language, shared creed, color, all
homeland,
sorts of different types. So there's a difference between ethnicity and race.
Yeah, but I thought race realism was, if you can clarify if I'm wrong, that it's a mindset or a science where they believe that different groups of people are racially superior, and you cannot. So I do agree there are differences in IQ, but I don't believe that's to do with race. I think that's to do with environment mainly, and
There are many different factors.
can change over. Yes, it can change over generations, and it's happened with the
No, but
Indian
race
community.
realism is what it says on the tin. It's literally they believe that there is they believe that it's a postmodernist concept to say that race is a social construct. They believe it's all liberal lefty waffle, and they believe actually races are real, and that's why science proved it all these centuries ago. And when James, who
Yeah, but if you look at the people, sorry.
No, but I was just gonna say his evidence is credible, like, so it's not about disproving. But
Yeah, but
someone like,
do you believe there's different races?
But hold on, someone would attempt to prove James SC's evidence, yeah, and the sort of scientific validity just because of what he's attached this evidence to, just because of the argument he's attached the evidence to. And that's a way in which I believe people like Ralph with his fucking miscellaneous graphs and stuff, they muddy the waters of science, and they make I just reject science wholesale.
All right, so there are races. Yeah, I don't think you can deny that, but it's when you start saying one race is better than the next race, yeah, or superior intellectually.
Yeah,
that's when,
I think like right now we can say that whole. Go ahead, Raj. Go.
Yeah, so that's when I see the problem. Like, I look, when it comes to, like, because I had this conversation with Ralph, and he said, well, certain groups have got lower IQs, and I agree there are certain groups and have lower IQs, but I believe due to environment, people's IQ. If you have to, worry about eating and stuff like this, you're not going to be able to study, or you're not going to be able to do certain things that people in the West can do. But with the Indian community, we've had a prime example. In India, the average IQ is around 84, but the average IQ in the UK at the moment for the Indians is around 100, 105 plus, one of the highest in the UK, or 100 plus. So how did it raise 20 points in 2 generations? It's got to be to do with the environment. Yeah, going on.
Funnily enough, that is a brilliant point, Raj. Well done.
Oh, Khan, how you doing? me and Khan, we can't be agreeing so much.
Let Dark Magician go, Raj. Go on.
Which part of India are you from?
I'm from the Punjab, which is the northernmost part.
Is it true that in India there's a massive problem with intermarriage of cousins, and therefore there is an issue with the lowering of IQ because of the interrelation marriages between cousins?
I don't know about the rest of India. I know in the Punjab we can't, like the Sikhs have a very strict criteria of not even marrying 4th, 5th, or 6th cousins. So we have a very strict.
Seriously,
criteria.
are you sure, Raj?
Yeah. Because I've had a problem within I think it was my sister.
Is that a recent thing, though?
No. I mean,
I thought I was going to say I had a problem because I tried to marry my cousin.
No. So if you,
I don't know if I agree. I mean, I trust that you know better, Raj, but I don't. I think that's not true, bro.
No, it's true. I mean, some people obviously might not go to the degree of 4th or 5th cousins, but I know from my family they did. Some people, I've never heard of someone marrying their 1st cousin in the Sikh community ever. I've never heard anyone marrying their 2nd cousin. Or 3rd, actually. Maybe someone might marry them. We even go to the degree, if you have the same surname, even if you're not related, they'll start checking just in case you're related, even far distance. So the rest of India, I mean, look.
Raj, we can agree that a lot of these people are still living in like villages and things like that, bro, in some areas, right? Like
he's right, because even with Turkish people, we don't marry 3rd cousins, and it's nothing to do with religion. So maybe there's something there. Punjabis and the Turks.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's just. I mean, I'm not saying that in the past, maybe someone might have married their 2nd cousin because you had such a small population. But I know that for generations we do not marry 1st, 2nd, 3rd cousins.
So you could make an argument then that Sikhs don't, but I would say that for sure it happens within Hinduism and within Islam. Yeah, and that's a large percentage of India.
Yeah. I mean, we only make up 1% of the population, so we're a very tiny minority. But I know for a fact.
But it's kind of weird. Like if you look at certain regions, like if you look at Gujarat, I guarantee that you'd find better performance in that region than you'd find in other areas too.
Yeah, I mean, Gujarat is the Gujaratis, even in the UK, are one of the, whether they're Muslim, Hindu, whatever, they're normally the top kind of performers in kind of like academics and wealth and you name it, employment. So I don't know. I can probably research, but I don't think Hindus do it that much either. Not that I've heard of.
Earlier on, though, I think what James was trying to say was the people who employ the conclusions from these types of studies and stuff like that, the majority of them, you would argue, would be white and generally like of the far right or ethno kind of supremacist kind of mindset. So this is when James was saying, like, if you're talking quote unquote white science, nowadays for when it comes to like race and IQ studies and things like this, there's a very small select group of people that really employ these like studies or the results from these studies. Right?
Well, they used it in India.
1 second, guys. I was there yesterday when the guy said what he said. And partly what he's also saying is this out of Africa theory is a white man's science. He's claiming that life or like anyway, he's trying to say that the black people that you find in America weren't taken there as slaves. They were indigenous to the land. Before any red-skinned people got there, there was already black people living there. Now, that is possible. But on the number that he's claiming is a bit dubious. But that's the claim that he's making. So he's saying this out of Africa theory is a white man's science. That he doesn't go by that. So that was the ultimate claim that he was making, really. That was the main claim that he was making. It's not. Yeah, we know that there was many different ways that people got to America. So, for example, people crossed by boat from, like, let's say where Thailand is now, yeah, to lower parts of America. People crossed over the ice shelf and came down through like the Bering Straits. There were different races of people. Then we have accounts of like the Vikings going from here westwards, then going through like Greenland, Iceland, and whatever.
You're not getting it. You're not getting what the out of Africa theory is. It's saying that every single human being can be traced back to North Africa. Yeah, and we migrated across the world from that position in Africa. So, for instance, when you do your 23andMe, yeah, which is you can look at your mitochondrial and your haplogroups, so you can see from out of Africa where you are projected to. So the bigger pool.
No, I get what you're saying. But I'm explaining. How. Look, give me 1 sec, because you're cutting me. But you're right to correct me, though. But you are right to correct me that I am explaining it in a bit of a muddled way, because really you're right. But what I'm saying is the people that made their way from Africa to South America, that can be proved, yeah. But what he's suggesting is that it went the other way. That because the bones that were found in South America were older, and because of the pyramids that were found there and whatever, he's suggesting that the movement went the other. Yeah, he's saying it went the other way. He's saying that life started in South America and then that culture moved to Africa.
Sure. I mean, look, I'm open to hearing that, but that doesn't prove any kind of white man science. We're still going to be talking about people of color, and they're not going to.
He's basically saying that the way that we've planned, the way we've accounted for the movement of people, going all around the world and ending up in America, he's suggesting that that's been done politically as a reason to kind of like displace his people and say to them, no, you are Negroid people who don't belong in America, and like you don't have no claim to this land, and therefore the white man can claim this land. So he's suggesting that when white people got to America and they saw people that looked like black people, they identified them as black people and basically didn't give them the respect of being the indigenous people, and basically done them out of their land.
That's a typical response from any colonizer, for whether they are, European or not. When you get there, you're going to dehumanize the people that are already there, and so which you can. We were talking about this in the chat yesterday. When the European settlers came to Australia, not in law but in practice, they classed the Aboriginal people as flora and fauna. They dehumanized them, and which gave them justification to claim what was called terra nullius, to say that there was no one here when we came.
Yeah,
there were no other people here, so we can claim this land for our own.
So when you look at these classifications, whether it be plant-based or whatever, that is part of science. In science, we classify things, don't we? Yeah. So to say that it's a white man science isn't really too much of a stretch when it's the white people that put in these classifications. So when someone asks, is there such a thing as the white man science? My answer is yes.
I agree. And
I think the idea there's maybe Western science as well, or Western study.
There is a really great example of what we would say what is white man science. But before you go into it, I would classify white man science is in the pejorative. Okay, it is a context to say that this science that is put before us is biased. It is towards our own subjective feeling, and it's in a pejorative, right? So we can agree upon that, yeah?
Yeah, of course. It's being presented as like a devious thing.
White man science, the term or the context of white man science is that this science can be discounted, dismissed, because it is in the pejorative, right? And it is subjective towards white people. We know that that's the truth because we had scientists in the 1700s going around measuring skulls and using the word Caucasian for the first time, and classifying people into races: Asian, Asiatic, Mongoloid, Caucasian, African.
And they did martial races in India as well. They classified the
Right, so all sorts of offsets of that. But most typically, that that the superior race was the Aryan Caucasian race, and there was a guy called I can't remember, Sam something. He wrote a paper saying that he'd measured a lot of skulls, and therefore he'd realised that that the Aryan white Caucasian race was far superior. This type of science is no longer acceptable. It's been abandoned. It's not true. Yeah, you can't, from a scientific, biological, genetic point of view, it's very, very hard to get rid of the similarities that we all have as a species, a human species, and to classify people into races.
I want to challenge a lot of what you just said.
Sorry?
I'd like to challenge a lot of what you just said.
Sure, go.
Okay, so in terms of the efforts of 19th century anthropologists, where they kind of look at different groups of people and they'd look at their language that they spoke, and they'd look at kind of what they knew about the history, and they'd look at their facial features and skin color, and then they'd kind of come up with a sort of classification where they'd say they'd come up with this term Caucasoid, and they'd kind of look at sort of Indians and North Africans and Europeans and other people from the Middle East, and they'd all refer to them all as kind of Caucasoid, and they'd recognize that these groups of people are kind of more closely related.
Mongoloid, and Caucasoid.
Yeah, right. And so
Armenoids as well. Armenoids.
Yeah, so they did this based on, without ever looking at genetics. Like, they only were looking at facial features, kind of like people's nose and people's skin color and that sort of thing.
Skulls and things like that.
Right. But I mean, the interesting thing is that even though this is like extremely simplified or something, that some of that is borne out by kind of contemporary genetics. Not in the extent that these are totally separate races that are like, there's no, it's a not like there's a hard border, but rather
but they are defined grouping.
Yeah, if you think about like kind of, instead of it being a race like kind of a border or like a bucket with a hard, easily defined narrow border, it's more like there are clusters, and these clusters kind of overlap. And I'd kind of like to sort of share my screen to sort of try and show an example of this.
Did you know you say sort of a lot, bro? Did you know that?
Look, James, I would not disagree with you. Okay, there are definitely observable empirical differences. Okay, and not only there are also differences in application of the way that we have divided ourselves up into our own tribes. Okay, definitely. But the argument has always been is that one race is superior to the other in a moral and psychological and mental capacity. Yeah, that is definitely has been a white man science.
So I wouldn't kind of try and defend that. But like, what I don't know if this is being shown on the screen right now, but what I have on my screen in front of me is a chart which maps out the FST difference, which means the fixation index difference, which is a measure of how genetically similar or dissimilar two populations are. And so they take a sample of people from different ethnic groups, and then they calculate the fixation index difference between that ethnic group and other ethnic groups, and then it maps out such that here, this kind of like really densely populated place here,
we can't see your screen.
Sorry. So I'll post the link in a second. But this is the data. The underlying data is from sort of publicly available genetic database resources that, like, I think maybe the Human Genome Project made available or something like that. So this is something that a blogger has kind of composed from publicly available databases. But basically, kind of this really dense region here overlaps really well with what 19th century anthropologists would have called Caucasoids, because it has all the Europeans and it has like people from India, and it has like Pathan and like Bedouins and Druze, and then kind of to the right of it you have people who you'd classify as Mongoloid, and so it has like Japanese and Han, and this is like a less concentrated grouping, but it's still like if you were to give an AI kind of automatic clustering algorithm this data, it would kind of be able to just automatically see, oh, here are two clusters here, and then down here you have
James, I got to interrupt you for a sec, bro.
Sure.
Right now, with what you're talking about, I think the purpose of what we were trying to say as it relates to the question was this type of science, while yes, oftentimes the actual data and the studies, yes, they're you can't deny the actual data. None of us ever say that, but
90%
the way that it's
bullshit,
used,
90% fact, 10% bullshit.
the way that it's used and what's derived from it. We're trying to make the argument that this is something that we would traditionally be able to say is a type of white science. So you can show us all this data and all this information, and if the data is done like in a proper study, none of us are going to say, oh, okay, this is wrong. But it's just what you derive, what you try to, what type of conclusions you try to make from it.
But so it's not the data collection that's flawed; it's the extrapolation.
It's generally.
Well, anthropometrically, like the measurements that you can use to collect data can correlate with genetics. Like you can, without use of DNA or genetics, distinguish racial groups based on anthropometrical results. That we're not disputing that. The fact is, the implications or the connotation that was attached to it. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you disagreeing with this, James?
Sorry, what? No. All I wanted to kind of sort of try and kind of show is that, like,
there's a degree of accuracy.
What these 19th century anthropologists did when they went as far as saying like, and therefore these groups are kind of inferior or of less human worth, that sort of thing. We can, unequivocally kind of say that awful bullshit.
Inferior.
However, the sort of scientific effort.
Hold on. James, go on.
But like, what I just want to say is that like, the effort that they made before that to try and like find out, like they managed to quite impressively, I think, from the limited data they have, get somewhere closer to the truth in finding these kind of racial groupings, where now the genetic evidence kind of says, oh, that there are these kinds of clusters within the human population. Anyway,
James, 1 minute. Let me quickly add something. The model of what a human was back then was different. Everything was attributed to the physical human being. So when we look at, for example, Raj's comment, who was saying Indians that lived in India in a different circumstance, a different environment compared to Indians that live in England, back then, we can't blame them for not taking that into consideration, because the model of what a human was strictly based on physicality. Mental differences weren't taken into consideration. Psychological differences weren't taken into consideration.
They also
environmental and sociological differences were not taken into consideration. So
in India, the northern states.
Raj, sorry, bro. Let magician speak, bro. He was trying to talk and Khan cut him off.
Who shared the screen?
Yeah, all right, so 1 minute, because I'm going to go now. But in India, what they started to do to kind of like, let's say, divide and conquer, the Brits did was to divide a lot of the people into racial, martial races. So they classified
the warring class and I forgot
the Sikhs and stuff like that. And that way, it did actually kind of work, because a lot of the martial races started going into like the army and stuff like that, and they used them as the kind of like the police. The kind of like the communities and stuff. So yeah, they're quite kind of, that is kind of a white concept about these kind of martial races and all of that. So yeah.
So Dark Magician, did I cut you, bro? Sorry, man.
I wanted to make a really strong point. Okay, yeah. So what we're forgetting about here is that the connotation behind this science, was that if you weren't Caucasianoid, for instance, so the work of Samuel Sam, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Samuel George Morton, yeah, who was an anthropologist in the mid 1800s, okay, gave this legitimacy to the size of the brain, yeah, and the skulls. He went around the world looking at skulls, and he basically put forward his paper saying that the Caucasians were innately superior, yeah, and the historians at the time who were in vogue with this idea gave this legitimacy by saying that, you know, that yes, Caucasians were not only physically innately superior, but they were also bringing civilization to these barbarian people, right?
Yeah.
So when other anthropologists, like for instance Frederick Tideman, tried to attempt to replicate Morton's work, he was unable to do so. But it wasn't in vogue at the time for that to happen, so they were marginalized, these people. So you can actually say that there was a group of people who were largely white, who were putting forward an idea that was in justifying empire, the empire, yeah, to go around colonizing the world, bringing civilization to these people, and saying that they are superior and giving legitimacy to slavery. And it was Frederick Douglass, former slave, and many black people should know who this is, who made very good opposing arguments against this.
Yeah, can I say, just quickly on James? Is James? I see. Was it you that was sharing the screen?
Yeah, it was him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that in aid of? So what? Missed. I dipped. Yeah.
Oh, that was me kind of basically saying that even though these 19th century kind of anthropologists often had like a racist agenda, or their ideas were used for a kind of racist agenda, saying that different groups of people were kind of morally worth less or worth more. Like what I was saying is that the kind of efforts to try and like sort of find out whether certain ethnic groups are more closely related to each other or not, where they kind of looked at facial characteristics and language and other sort of sources of information, they actually did like, you know, a not entirely worthless job at it. They kind of like managed to find out a surprising amount that was later borne out by actual genetics.
Yeah, but if for example, yeah, like if you share features with an ancestor, then it doesn't take a geneticist or rocket scientist to see somebody with to postulate that somebody with far more similar features, yeah, or similar phenotype would more likely be closely related to somebody that doesn't have that.
But how do you measure it, James?
No, clearly with genetics. But what I'm trying to say is
no. Anthropometry.
No, James is saying right now you measure with genetics.
Hold on. Yeah, wait.
Beg your pardon.
Hold on. You're talking about morphology, and that's how they were measuring it at the time. But that was proved to be inaccurate. And now we know that the best way of proving similarity amongst human beings now is with DNA. Yeah, that is the most accurate method we have currently. What I'm saying to James's point is James is clearly distinguishing or defining the similarities as between ethnic groups, as opposed to someone who's positing this race realism argument, which is relying upon inaccurate groupings of human beings. And in biology, by definition, human beings and it's evidenced by that chimp study, James, yeah, the actual rate of dissimilarity or the amount of dissimilarity doesn't qualify or doesn't pass the threshold for a subdivision.
Thank you.
For a rate.
And this is why real science is not really that interested in trying to further classify people into race, because there's so many subdivisions of us all that it really, hair, skin color, shade, type, bone density, all different types of, you know, there's so many variations that we are just one human race. But that's not to say that because of these white scientists that did classify people into races and did, you know, make the argument that was very prevalent for a long time, that there was, if you weren't Caucasian, you were innately inferior. And we've had years of slavery and racism and you know, the civil rights movement and all of that, and we're trying to change that now. That has happened, and we are coming out of that, and we are having to deal with the aftermath of that.
But do you know what's illogical? Sorry, just finally on that point, though, that is cranial anthropology or the morphology is the distinguishing factor, or was the early distinguishing factor between human beings and Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, right? So it's not we're not like, I'm not saying that it's an that is an irrelevant science or that sort of
yeah, you're not trying to like just disregard it altogether. Yeah.
But I'm saying it doesn't accurately describe the differences between Homo sapiens, and it doesn't
Yeah, James. The thing that James was sharing, though, it actually argues against what you're saying in some senses. So what James was showing was that in certain measures, it actually did have a very good representation.
How do you mean?
Is that correct, James? Did I understand more what you're saying?
But not
So kind of the most recent question, like kind of I think kind of like what I was showing would be good reason to believe that there are kind of clusters basically that like, and and we could like so, and I think
but hold on quickly because Billy asking me to do something, but just to finish off on that point. But I think, Hassan, what you're missing about what my point is, because I don't disagree with white science in that regard. But,
James, but actually what James was trying to do was he was trying to actually show that there was value and it actually did provide a bunch of stuff that was
let's say you and I
I'm not saying I agree with what James is posits.
Just to explain, to expound upon it. If you and I share an ancestor, for example, then and someone that doesn't, we're all part of the same race, just hypothetically, but you and I are far more similar because we share the same ancestor, genetically, that makes sense to you?
That's basically what I just said.
Yes. All right. Cool. So obviously, with a different race, like a different race of people, a different subdivision of a species, you have a greater amount of dissimilarity. So you and I may still be, you may be more similar to me than James is similar to me, right? But the sort of, what's the word, man? The amount of dissimilarity, is paltry in comparison to something like the
similarities that we have.
But it's infinitesimal.
The dissimilarities that you can use to categorize is negligible compared to the similarities that we have. Is that what you're saying?
Perfect. Yes.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Classical science, is not really interested in this question anymore of classifying people into races.
Exactly. And so thank you for articulating that. Dark and Blue Monday. Introduce yourself, my bro.
Sorry to interrupt. Veli, your setting is up, so you can only see James, I think, on the screen. But anyways, go ahead, Blue Monday.
He wants to know who Blue Monday if he's an asshole showing person. You know, one of those.
If I'm a what?
Oh, he's one of the trolls. Yeah.
Some people show their assholes on these streams. It's very disturbing.
Oh, don't. No, I'm from I guess the ethno-nat side of things.
Even worse than the people that show their assholes.
Yeah.
Just
anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, my friend. Explain to us why we're what's wrong or what's right with what we're saying.
So you're saying that we're more dissimilar. Sorry, we're more similar than we are dissimilar in ethnic, biological DNA terms, but
no, we're not saying that. The scientific evidence is showing us that.
Right, the data which you've decided to present in a certain way and quantify in a certain way has been claimed to show that. That's the claim you're making, correct? Because well, for example, you're quantifying data in a certain perspective, so like in terms of what? So isn't there distinct DNA like sequenced groupings in like the white English and the white Irish, like it's determined in the Dutch and the Spanish. Like it's been shown to have continuity, biological DNA lineages that have been built up and developed into individual strains over time. This has been shown, right? So then I could say I could then.
Hold on, I just want to interrupt for a second. James was just saying no. James, I don't know enough about this to spar right now, but James, what did you say? You're saying no?
No, would you say individual? Are human beings weed, bro? We talking about individual strains.
The DNA genomes, the DNA genome strains, the ethnic.
James, go on. Sorry, no, he might be able to articulate your point, Blue Monday, better. James, say what you're saying.
No, strains, like, just means a population that have diverged to some degree from, the original population they were drawn from. So if you say, I have a strain of weed that I want you to try, it would just mean that you got a bunch of weed plants and grew them together and maybe selected them in a particular way. And so you can apply that to human beings as well. You can just say,
I hate agreeing with you guys.
Hold on. Ralph made this argument about why DNA. I said you was in the. I spoke to you about it, and you said that's also confusing, considering there aren't just males in the UK. But he said, I think it was like R1B. 1B is the defining British genetic quality, if you like, and that was refuted because I think there was proof that was in some East Africans or some other. But the reality is, it's shared ancestry, isn't it? So you have a common ancestor at some point. So you may even argue that there is, let's say, a predominant there's a predominant gene, if you like, or like a Y DNA, like a gene, or allele, a mutation, a predominant one in a specific group of people. But if the second that same gene or mutation extends to another group of people, or you can find it in another group, then it isn't a defining quality of that group anymore, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
But Michael,
anyway, I'll let him explain what he's saying.
Well, the point is that there is actually distinct DNA in different groups and ethnic groups. Like when you take, for example, the DNA, we take all these DNA tests. You take a DNA test and it says you're 90% Northern Irish, or 60% German, or 54% Swedish, or 47% Chinese, and 54% Malaysian.
I think what you're doing
How did it?
One sec. You're misunderstanding.
Let him finish, and then we can explain it to him. Let him finish, and then we'll explain it to him.
But he's misunderstanding the result. He's saying that people who have this gene are mostly found in this region. It's not saying that this gene makes you Northern Irish or this gene makes you English. It's saying if you have this gene, it's mostly found predominantly in this area. That's all it means.
Correct. Yeah, but I was just gonna explain it to him after he was done.
No, like I understand that actually.
Hold on. Can you outline your argument quickly? Can you, like, no disrespect, but James, I was gonna say we need James. Can you outline your argument quickly, like more simply? So you're saying that you agree with the concept of races and you can biologically prove them. Go ahead.
Is that for myself? Sorry.
Yeah, I imagine, because if you're if you're in opposition,
well,
to anything,
there's clear differences biologically. The grouping there has just there are certain DNA variations that are unique to like white people and are unique to Chinese people. Like there's also shared.
So what's the white gene? What's the white genes that are not present in any black people? What's the white genes?
Well, there's like genome variations.
Tell us.
You're talking about mitochondrial. You're talking about the mitochondrial.
Right, but I don't know what Harvard references were. It's known in biology, right?
Yeah. So
it's not. It's called a mitochondrial. It's mitochondrial. That's what it is.
But you can point to this is like, so as far as you on the naked eye, you point white man, he's white, black man, he's black, and you're saying there's some corresponding genes as to why. So number one, just give us some genes that that contribute to features and phenotypes, because obviously to make this kind of to say that you understand that these differences are biological and taxonomically accurate. Give us the genes that correlate with our appearance.
Well, why can't you just go over what certain scientists say?
Who?
Name the scientist. Name the scientist. Name the paper that they read.
I don't come with my Harvard references, man.
He's a wind up.
What are you talking about?
He's on a wind up. He's on a wind up thing.
Hold on. James,
they sent him over. They sent him over from another channel.
James, I gotta ask you a question. Are there no? I don't know enough about this specifically, but are there something to do like any genetic markers? Let's say for the color of your skin.
Yeah, of course there are, bro. There's things that again. I'm not a geneticist, bro. I know James Assi knows far more than I do. I imagine.
Sure.
But from what I understand, there are. We don't fully understand genetics to the point where we can. But there are.
I agree with that. Okay.
No, but there are things that we do understand. Like we understand certain genes correlating with certain, for example. And you've
just defeated your own point, haven't you?
Go on, how have I done that, Tony?
Well, like,
what is your name, sir? Is your name Blue Monday?
Yeah, James, at the base level, with what I just said, it does support what he said, that there are just differences.
Well,
yeah, it does.
It's basic biology.
At the base level.
At the base level, I don't have to know the papers, man.
Can I just jump in here, please? Because I can quickly clear this up. Yes, there are differences, yeah, but the differences are negligible compared to the similarities, right? That is what we outlined.
That's a philosophical claim.
No, but
that's a philosophical claim. That's not scientific. That's not a scientific.
That's a much better argument, magician.
Contemporary anthropologists are claiming this now. Okay, so I can claim John H. Refford, who wrote the Fundamental Biology of Anthropology, claims, yeah, and I quote unquote, yeah, thanks to scientific advances, we can now say definitively that individuals such as Samuel Morton were wrong. Race is fluid and thus difficult to pinpoint scientifically. Race is a concept of human minds, not of nature.
Yeah, can I just say though?
This is completely liberal globalist rhetoric.
Can I just explain that point to Hassan? Hassan,
yeah,
as in to say, we understand how some genes correlate with features because there's clear evidence of them correlating. With regards to distinguishing, like you've even sent me articles with, this gene means this, whatever, or this gene means this person, the lung capacity and all that. There is no direct gene contributing to what we would consider let's accept the term race for a moment. There is no gene contributing to a factor that's race defining. There's not one.
Yes, good. Okay, no, hold on. James. So I'm going to explain to you now what I was doing when I said what I said. The point. So the way that he was presenting and the way that you were answering made it look like it was an absolute point. So the moment that I showed, for example, that let's just say the color of your skin, if you could show one thing, a whole, then it's not absolute anymore. Then he smiles and he says, "Oh, see, my point was made." But what I was really trying to do was I was just trying to discount the most basic, simple arguments, because the better arguments are the ones that are what you're saying right now, what you're presenting right now. That just the skin color on its own is not necessarily clear representation of race in how we understand it today, right?
And there is there's not one. There's not one gene that correlates to your whole skin color, if that makes sense. So it's combinations, and we don't understand. It's not.
We can isolate mitochondrials, yeah. And so, for instance, the Ka2 is related to people that are Jewish, okay. But anybody who knows anything about genetics knows that you get 50% from your father and 50% from your mother, and they in turn got 50% from their father and 50% from their mother. Now, how it manifests in you, you don't get the exact amount of, so you won't get the exact DNA that you get from your mother and father. You'll get 50%, and how that manifests in you as a human being will change over time, because the bigger the pool of genetics that we can look at, the more we can find it down to who you are as an individual. Everybody's individual has an individual manifestation of their own genetic code. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are, like,
makes sense.
Like
They're spamming gene combinations in the chat. There are original to white people, by the way, specific to them.
What do you mean?
How can they be?
Hold on.
That's impossible.
What's your name? Blue Monday or something? Blue Monday.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we can agree that, let's say, specifically just the color of your skin, maybe just the color of your skin could be defined in your DNA. But the real question is, what are you trying to derive from making these types of claims or these comments? So what are you concluding from this? Are you saying additionally intellect is also defined by your DNA, or additionally your physical capability or muscle mass or ability to learn? Like how far are you going with this? That's the real question.
Can I just put something in
the
there?
ethnic groups exist. I mean, quickly, just to say before I get interrupted for the millionth time, the paper you stated was from a liberal scientist who's making basically social justice warrior philosophical claims without
but
basically a full causation. There's not a full causation there. There's not a full causation. Or yeah, but there'll be other ones who disagree with him. You know, it's like the guy's spouting liberal rhetoric, and you just ask me to. I could just go and Google a scientist.
I beg you, 1 second.
Because I'm intelligent.
Hold on, I asked you this in the beginning. Outline your claim, because we literally have all been agreeing with ethnic similarity and outside of ethnic group dissimilarity, or any relevant science on that. No one's going to disregard the fundamental.
I made my claim at the beginning.
Race. So argue on race. You just used the word ethnic grouping. Forget ethnic grouping. What do you feel about
to claim
race?
that there's more? Yeah, okay. Well, to claim that there's more similarities and non-similarities is a philosophical claim that you can't make within the scientific quantification realm. Okay, what's your goalpost? Sorry.
I'm saying you've come in and said you're an ethna, and you disagree with what we were saying. What we all agreed upon, I imagine, on the panel, is the hold on. What we all agreed with on this panel is that there are some similarities and dissimilarities among people. Even argue that, but we all agree here. I don't think anyone's disagreed with similarities and dissimilarities similarities within ethnic grouping and dissimilarities between ethnic groups. No one disagreed with that. You're saying you are saying, I imagine, that no, not only that, you'll go one further and say races actually exist. So Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid, Australoid, that type of shit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't think Indian people are Chinese. I don't think Canadian Aborigine people. I don't think white Canadians can be Aborigine Canadians.
So what are Burmese? Are Burmese Indians or are they Chinese?
I'd have to know their heritage to tell you.
Oh,
that.
you're talking shit.
No, I'm not, mate. Scottish people aren't Indian, are they?
So your idea of race makeup would be
Indo-Aryans. If you don't know that.
What does this guy feel about race? I'm not, brother. He's losing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Are you gonna say it basically like you're gonna group people into races based on how many shared? I don't know if you guys call them genomes. How many shared genomes?
Is there a gene? Ask him. Is there a gene for being Scottish? Is there a gene for being Scottish?
Guys.
There is. Yeah, there's a group of DNAs.
Stop fending off questions.
Pure shit.
Wait. Stop fending off questions.
You get shouted over.
Give us your position as it relates to race. What is your position on race? That's what I'm interested in.
It exists. It's real. Yeah.
So define it then.
I don't believe. Define race. It's a group of ethnically, biologically determined lineages and cultural as well. So it's a combination of ethnic and cultural. For example, like the Indo-Europeans developed for like 10,000 years and basically solitation in Europe, right?
What's wrong with the term ethnicity? Why do you need a further descriptive term after ethnicity?
Say that again. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Okay, so
define the difference between ethnicity and race.
Yeah.
Biology and also cultural and nationhood, right? Well,
I just want to point out when people make that little giggle, that's normally like when they know that they're going to say something that they're just kind of coming up with off the top of their head that doesn't really make sense.
I think I have a slightly more substantive answer.
Well, that's not Tom. Okay.
So,
Come on, Jay.
I mean, if the panel's happy with like, I know, an ethnic group, then seems to me perfectly fine to say that a race is just a grouping of ethnic groups who are more closely related to each other than people outside that race. So to give an example, like if people say, oh, white, like the white race, they're going to be normally talking about Europeans and also Caucasians, or let's use Caucasoids. Let's say imagine someone says there's a Caucasoid race. That would be saying that kind of people who are within the Caucasoid race, like for example, like Swedish people and Pakistani people, that those two ethnicities, or let's be more specific, like Celts and Hazara, or Celts and Punjabis, that those two ethnicities are going to be more closely related to each other than people belonging to a different race. So anyone within the Caucasoid race is going to be more closely related to another member of the Caucasoid race than to someone from the, let's say, Negroid race. That seems to be.
But hold on, but it makes no sense when Southern Asians were included in the initial sort of demarcation of Caucasoid. East Asians were.
Like Southern Asians were included, apart from like super Southern Asians, like Sentinelese or like Dravidians.
Right, but what I'm saying is now if you were to say that there's more genetic similarity amongst the Indian ethnic groups or whatever than Scandinavian, yeah, we would accept them to be two distinct ethnic groups. So it's not accurate to define a group of people as Caucasians or Caucasoids, right, as opposed to defining them as Indians or Southern Asians or Scandinavians or Europeans. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't to me. Like if you're because what you just said could I could then say to you and use your same logic and say, no, we should be even more specific. It doesn't make sense to talk about Indians. We should be talking about, and then I'd specify a particular region of the country, and then like you'd say, okay, that sounds fair, and then I could repeat the same kind of reasoning and say, no, it doesn't make sense to use such a broad grouping. We should be talking about specific tribes with like shared lineages.
Okay, perfect. So if ethnicity pertains to culture, right, then you could say Africans on a whole share more similar culture than Europeans, for example. Then you could say within that, certain African tribes share more culture. Then within that tribe, certain families share more culture, right? So ethnicity now becomes describing ethnic groups dependent on what scale. So it's a scale exercise. It's like, are we an ethnic group of how many people? But when you're talking about races, then we have to defer to an actual technical biological definition. And the technical biological definition, as Dark Magician alluded to earlier, doesn't even facilitate the racial grouping of human beings, considering we are all part of the same race. If Neanderthals existed now, would we say a black man, a white man, and a Neanderthal? No, we wouldn't. We'd say a Homo sapien and a Neanderthal. And that's why that.
But what if there was different seeds? What if there was different startings of the human race in different places that interbreeded, and say certain seeds existed in Europe for a while, like the Vola claim of Hyperboreans and so forth, and also ethnic. Just to get back to the other points before I interrupted for the naive time. Apparently, I'm the impolite one though. Like ethnicity is strong. Oh no, I was.
Why are you not such victims, bro? No, you're impolite, bro.
Yeah, Blue Monday, you're not a victim. Stand up for yourself.
No.
Impose yourself.
No, that's you guys.
I was rude to you earlier. You're right. Generally, I'm not. But typically, people of your ilk, they arrive, and they generally have very bad intentions, either bad intentions or a very skewed version of reality, which causes mistreatment of so many people that I have a very strong sense of disdain for people of same.
I care about the mistreatment. I care about the
mistreatment. It's a very polite way of saying we hate you.
Oh, okay. I care about the mistreatment of indigenous people and the. No, it's you guys that won't talk. I care about the treatment of indigenous people in their homelands. And I actually do believe that indigenous.
Man, James C, help him because.
You don't care about the treatment of indigenous people.
Can I ask you a question, please?
In other lands. like
Blue Monday, can I ask you a
people
question?
Canada.
Ask him.
I'll ask it when I like. I don't want to interrupt anybody, but yeah, go.
Bro,
no, I said for you to ask him. Dark,
go ahead, man.
I just you cast aspersions upon the citation that I gave. I'd just like to ask if you could give me something to compare with. So if you could give me an anthropologist who would be arguing from the other side, so that I can go and have a look at that argument, please.
I can do that another time. David Reich. There's a good article. David Reich.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, David Reich, the neo-Nazi race warrior. No, actually, he's Jewish.
I mean, have you guys read the Kaufman paper or Kevin McDonald, people like this?
No.
And is this guy contemporary? Is this guy contemporary?
Kaufman isn't. No, the Kaufman paper. That
he does lots of videos and that. Yeah, okay.
But
thank you.
Yeah, he's not even white, you know.
Specific article I'm thinking of. Just give me a minute or two.
But Jay, no, hold on. I need you. So, but quickly respond to that point that I made. So I agree with you. You're right. It becomes complicated when trying to group human beings, right? That's why we've got an over reliance on nationality, yeah, and that concept of the nation state. But outside of that, what I said, what was your point? What was your response to what I said?
Like, so
inaccuracy.
Like the reason, like, I think kind of. So basically, the way I think about it is that kind of at least from the genetic point of view, I'm not going to get into like kind of the cultural point of view or whatever, but like from the genetic point of view, kind of you imagine if someone like kind of left out a sheet of paper in the rain for like 5 minutes and then they colored each of the raindrops like red. And so you had a bunch of raindrops and some of them were a bit closer together, some of them were a bit further apart. And then imagine on top of that, you also kind of, I know you kind of found a dripping hole in the ceiling or something, and you left the piece of paper underneath there. Then you'd find afterwards your piece of paper had a concentration of raindrops in one particular area. And suppose you did that for another part of the paper, then you'd be able to see another kind of concentration in a different part of the paper. And so you'd be able to say like, hey, look, that there's these two clusters on this sheet of paper. Like these clusters exist. These clusters, you'd point out that these clusters don't have hard borders. Like if you're in like the direct midpoint.
I get your. What do they relate to though? What do they? This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, James, we've told you this before. That's what I said. We agree with like the general study. You could say yes. There's a whole bunch of overlap between different groups. Okay, fine. But then where are you going with it?
Well, so one way you could go. One good place to use it for is medicine, because you find, for example, that black people are a lot more likely to have I think it's a kidney disease or something like that. And
well, like sickle cell, isn't sickle cell a reaction and stuff to environments, right? So isn't there sort of if environment induced gene mutation is an argument for why specific people, why we should group specific people a specific way, then shouldn't we be grouping them as people with African ancestry? And an example I was going to give is a crude one, yeah, but it's almost like saying if we take a group of human beings, let's say, and we compare them all by height, and then you get to like human, like we take all the humans that are 5 foot or 4 foot something, and then we say, well, because we're grouping them by height, they're exactly the same as chimps. No, there are other dissimilarities that exist outside of just the mere racial groupings. The fact that there's a dissimilarity amongst human beings in height, let's say, for example, isn't proof that they are separate somehow by other dimensions. We can't.
Hold on. I want to make an argument here, James.
Me or other James?
Yeah. So right now, the example you gave right now, I know what you're talking about, and actually, there's validity to your argument in the sense that you could make the argument that so now you're saying it based on, okay, black people X. I would say, okay, people with X gene or whatever, right? X gene. I don't know if that's the right term, but if people with this certain gene, if they react better to a certain type of treatment, then yes, you could say, okay, this is a way that you would use it and you would benefit from it and it would be good for society. Cool. Now, right now, I believe we have the ability to check people for specific genes, right? In many instances.
Okay.
So we can do that. So, I mean, in a practical sense, someone comes into a hospital, maybe there's not enough time. And you can say, okay, the majority or a very high percentage of Black people, they carry this gene. So because we don't have the time to do the test, we'll apply this type of medicine or treatment to him. Right? So we can make that argument from a practical perspective. But I'm saying these types of examples that you're providing, none of us, I don't think, would have any issue with these types of examples.
Well, but like it becomes trickier to talk about these things if there are also voices saying that race is just a social construct and that sort of thing. Like it's
what
funny,
you're saying right now, though, is you're saying someone with a specific gene reacts differently to a certain type of treatment. So now also we could now if you want to extrapolate and say someone with this specific gene, X gene or Y gene, they also perform better with this type of math education or this type of English education. So we should try to apply this other form that works better for people with this specific gene. None of us, I don't think, would have a problem with that either.
Okay.
But then the problem is, from my perspective, generally.
And this is what I tried to say to you, James. This is literally why this whole debate began. Because if in isolation, if you brought your study to someone and let's say, because Hetero actually disagrees with you, just let's put it out there, and he knows far more than I do, so I won't make his arguments for him. I'll butcher them. But he disagrees with your idea of ethnic groupings. He believes there's more dissimilarity amongst populations at geographical locations than similarities. That's what he's saying. Yeah, he believes there's more dissimilarity within the group than with you get my point.
Well, the claim's strictly philosophical, though. Like everyone's saying, well, this paper shows people have already debunked it in the chat. You know,
the man I'm talking about disagrees scientifically, and if he comes on, he can prove his argument. The point is, I don't disagree with yours, but I do disagree with.
He's going to quote a liberal scientist.
I do disagree when you concatenate.
Why is that? What is wrong with that? Is the person? No, wait a minute. I'm being attacked here, so I want
What's wrong with What's wrong with liberal science that has ideological rhetoric in it?
You're now interrupting me. Yeah, the person that I cited. Are they a bona fide anthropologist?
Are they a bona fide liberal?
Are they a bona fide anthropologist?
Hey,
the question's retarded.
Sure, they're they're a bona fide whatever liberal as well. Cool.
And there'll be 100 other ones that can disagree.
Are you an anthropologist?
Are you?
No, I'm not, and I don't claim to be. Are you?
Right. Okay.
Are you? Are you an anthropologist? Are you an anthropologist?
It's an stupid question, man. Think more.
I'm just asking you a simple question. Are you an anthropologist?
Asking me a simple question to frame a certain perspective in a certain way.
Dark. I wouldn't even go down this. Dark. I wouldn't even go down this road because they're never going. He'll never agree. Yeah.
You're being disingenuous. You're coming on here and you're saying, like, I've cited somebody. Now, granted,
was saying liberal rhetoric. He was saying liberal rhetoric. It was fucking liberal rhetoric. He said we're all the same and it's a social construct. So what? That's not based in science. That's not based in science. That's based on fucking state propaganda.
Why? I think there's an insecurity. There's a massive insecurity to your position.
I am insecurity.
That's why you're getting upset.
No, ad hominem. No, because you're not letting me finish.
I do want to point out though that we did ask you for evidence, and you weren't able to provide any, and then Dark Magician did provide some. I just want to point that out.
I just want to point out the other side. People have already disproved it in the chat, and have already quoted like 3 scientists who disagree, but none of you paid attention to it because you're too busy on your fucking like your little.
I didn't look at the chat. I apologize.
Hey, Doc, just quickly, yeah.
Well, maybe you should.
You've provided your evidence. At the point that he provides his evidence, then you should engage him. At this stage, all he's come on is just random conjecture, his opinion on a whole.
With all due respect, I will go and have a look at your citations.
My citations, my liberal citations, my state.
No, I will go and have a look at. I will go and have a look at.
Now you're acting all nuts, bro.
I will go and have a look at Reich. Okay, yeah. Because in order, I don't know this guy, and I don't know his position, and I'm not an anthropologist, and it will be interesting to hear what he's. Sorry.
The point is, here's the point: the rhetoric that you quoted wasn't based in science. It was a couple of sentences with liberals talking points about how we're all the same. That wasn't a scientific claim. That was
Can
a
I just
philosophical,
qualify myself?
ideological
For my personal position is, I do see that there are similarities, and I do see that there are differentiations between us. Yeah, it's to say that race is nothing more than a social construct is not to be completely true. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
I'm not your enemy.
You're willing to maybe have a conversation. I'm not. I want to preserve your culture. I want to save your homeland. None of these guys do. They want us to talk with
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
Wait, can you show me the gene that influenced preserving your culture? Show me the gene.
Wow.
R-type and K-type.
This guy, why are you so upset? Like, I'm trying to engage with you in a constructive manner.
You've asked him
Listen, we're good. I'm okay with you.
You've asked him for information, he hasn't provided it. Now you're making concessions to what end?
I've named three scientists.
If he disagrees that race is a social construct, and this is quickly for James SC. If he disagrees, then just prove it, bro. It's not hard. It shouldn't be difficult. If it's so obvious, if it's so patently obvious, why is it difficult? Race, yeah, by definition, in biological terms, a race is a geographically isolated subdivision of a species that can reproduce with individuals from other subspecies of the same species, but does not because of its geographic isolation. A race in chimpanzees, yeah, is our closest genetic, who are similarly to us, who are the closest mammal that is similar to us genetically, yeah. Their races are defined 30%. Hold on, by 30% genetic dissimilarity, yeah, within the sort of within chimpanzees, amongst chimpanzees, 30% dissimilarity. Human beings display at most, or between the races, as it's put, under 5% genetic dissimilarity. Not enough in, let's say, in chimp terms, to define us as separate races or subdivisions or subspecies. So if that is the definition of a race, and it does not correspond to the differences amongst human beings, then we should do away with the term races. We already accept different nationalities, different cultural identities, different ethnicities. Why is there such an emphasis on race? Because I imagine it harks back to a time when there was colonial structures in place, which applied some hierarchy to races, and it had, what race are you, Blue Monday? What race are you, Blue Monday?
British.
What race are you though?
British.
So you're
British is not a race. I think this guy's just trolling.
Yo, hold on. I asked him a question, Dark Magician, and James. I asked him a question. I just wanted to hear the answer. Could you show me the studies that show which gene influences culture?
R-type and K-type.
Sorry, what?
Can you tell me R-type and K-type?
The K-types are the thing.
If you answer me a question and then your mate answers it for me and talks over me. All right, just get back to the previous point. Your definition of race is highly subjective.
I think maybe you should just mute and allow the rest of us to carry on with our conversation.
So you ask me a question and the other guy answers it for me, and then you talk over me, and then another one answers
the
question.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're just here to troll. You're not
I'm not. No,
you're not.
I'm not troll. You just keep talking over me and then answering my question.
Right. I will. Yeah, because I don't think that you're serious.
I'm trying to honestly, again, like me, like Magician, like Magician asked me a question 3 sentences ago. I wasn't allowed to answer that. The other guy just answered a question, asked the question. I wasn't allowed to answer that. You're talking shit, mate. Which question do you want me to answer? You've asked me 3 questions now, and you're all fucking answering it for me.
All right, Jock.
Jesus
Calm
Christ.
down, Jock, mate. Go and have an iron brew, bruv.
Look
Yeah.
at some.
Let me answer one of the questions. They're still being little bitches, you know? You're just being little bitches. You're answering questions for me. The host guy who was just fucking talking, your definition of race is like fucking got lots of fucking arguable points. Oh, it's only like a biological determined historical factor. Yeah, there's no fucking like whole groupings of DNAs that have been like found specific to white people. It's not the Coffness paper, Edward Dutton, Kevin McDonald. There's three scientists for you. Go look at the Coffness, Kevin McDonald, Edward Dutton.
Whole groupings of Y DNA linked to who people?
Excuse me? I'm talking about examples of scientists that have
You said a color just now. I thought you identified races as being nations. You just referred to British.
I didn't say color, man. I said scientists.
You said white people. You said white people.
I'm pretty sure I didn't, lads. White people are real, though. I know we don't want to believe it. I mean, I don't believe I can be black like you guys.
Why are you scared? No, but look at it. Why, yo, two distinctive traits. You want to talk about genetics, yeah? Two distinctive traits in all right wingers, yeah? Fear and emotion, like overly emotional.
I'm not your right wing, man. I'm not your right
What's
wing.
your sample size for that assertion? What's your sample?
So again, more ad hominems.
I'm joking. Continue.
Blue Monday, it's just kind of funny though for you to keep bringing up ad hominems after you make a stupid comment yourself, right? You got to pick and choose. Like you can't really make stupid comments and then.
What a 10? No, because you guys made the 10.
Ad hominems. You can't really do that, bro.
You can't really do that. Shut up, dude. Just am I allowed to answer the questions, or am I gonna keep talking over? And then you're gonna say I'm not here to have a serious conversation.
I asked you what's a race. You said British is a race. Then you're talking about white people. Now you're saying white is a you do believe in white being race, but you don't. Like,
well, if I got like 30 seconds to explain the definitions of both these subjects without you talking over me, I could do that for you. Like I'm pretty chill, man. I'm not like aggressive. You know?
I don't think so. You're not pretty chill at all, and you've not done these.
And now the guy says, another guy just said talk, and now you've just talked over me. Like you have like inability.
I want to explain something to you. You've not done these types of streams.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Yeah, so let me tell you something. Let me show you something. When you're doing these types of streams, you need to assert yourself. You need to speak with authority and confidence. Otherwise, you will get spoken over. Yeah, if you come in and go, you fucking little bastard, like that, you're gonna get talked over. No one's gonna take you seriously. We're gonna think that you're trolling.
Ethnic groupings and there's European groupings and DNA.
Speak with confidence and make your point.
Ethnicity has a white lineage to it and a continuity to it. There's been many scientists argue, I've named three for you now, argue these things, that there is a biological component to race and ethnicity. I was making the point that ethnically, the British people are white people. We are historically been a white people. The Scottish people have historically been a white people. And this is just reality. I want to save fucking Indian and Pakistani culture from being turned into fucking Chinese fucking imperialistic bullshit just as much as I want to stop my country turning into fucking London, which has gone swimmingly. I'm sure we all love London and how fucking lovely that's looking, right?
Yeah, I do.
What's wrong with London? What's wrong with London?
What's
wrong with London?
No, we're drifting from the original premise. What he cares about London is not. I'm curious. What is your view on Cheddar Man? Do you think that's another piece of liberal propaganda?
It's been proven to be false and utter bullshit, and they've already retracted it. They're proven to be communists.
Could you please? Okay, so it's not just liberal; it's communist as well. Okay, that's fine.
No, they're literally members of Jeremy Corbyn's like Marxist.
Sure, that's fine. Could you provide evidence that the actual science is false? Could you do that? Show us proof.
Yes, if you Google it, they literally retracted it. Just Google it. There was a whole thing
Google
about it.
Where? What should I type? I'm going to Google now. What should I type?
Cheddar Man like hoax. It was basically proven that they couldn't actually derive the skin color from the information they had. It's pure propaganda. You've been misled. I'm not hateful against you guys. I'm like the least racist here. This is the thing.
Listen, is your reluctance to accept that this Cheddar Man, and I'm not neither here nor there. Is your reluctance to accept it because of your sort of corollary definition of white? So British implies white, English implies white. If that's the case, yeah, then forget, and you agree that race has some correlation with ethnic groupings, then is it fair to say that everybody has that specific a specific marker or a specific mutation, yeah, like what you'd consider like a gene, a specific gene, yeah, in Britain, from British people. So like, when you say it's proven that this gene correlates to British people, so this gene is in every British person. Is that like a white gene?
So no, they've actually retracted. I'll answer both of those things. They've actually retracted the science and the Cheddarman stuff. It's just bogus science. It's literally done by communists. Literally communists. And when they sequenced the genome, they found there to be like biological DNA groupings specific to each race, ethnicity, race group. So, like there was a 98 to 99% homogenous thing in the British people before Windfall, and this was an homogenous land until like 1950. So like you guys are new.
Yeah,
that's why we just want the evidence.
It's government factor. It's government stats and
Are
on
you going to provide evidence, or are you just going to? Your voice is. Oh fuck's sake, man! Are you going to provide the evidence? If you want to make the claim, that's okay. You can share your screen and you can show us evidence of this. Because I'm checking now. All I see are people's opinions on Cheddarman. I haven't actually seen a scientific.
I'm reading an article about it now.
But Cheddarman,
they retracted the claim that he was black. You guys, you've been misled. Like you've got to
just give the evidence. You constantly saying it over again. It's not evidence. That's what I'm saying.
I don't have time to Google and give you a Harvard reference, man.
So you just want us to believe what you're saying, then?
Well, I want you to do some of your fucking research and have some autonomous.
That's what I'm doing now, and I can't see anything. I can see a lot of opinion.
Witness, it's some prehistoric fucking. Alright, cool, man. Sure, you can have that. What I'm saying to you is, can you what you just argue now? You're saying that that all British people share 90% of their genes or something to that effect. I can't remember how you phrased it. Yeah, and then you're saying that is evidence that is shared amongst all white people across the globe, isn't it? So all white people across the globe are
ethnically. Well, yeah, there's wider groupings, but ethnically there was homogenous groupings DNA wise, and British, French, Spanish, and all this. They were showing, and obviously there was outliers, and everyone was mixed up within the European trade.
Give me that study, and I'll confirm or deny whether that.
No, Blue Monday.
I give you a link to a study. You go and look at it, and it's like one study, man. Go look at 30 and come back to me. It's not fucking.
No. I have my opinion as to the invalidity of races. Yeah, but you believe that they are valid.
Your opinion's just philosophical, social garbage. It's just fucking like it's just liberalism, man. It's just a communist perspective. You're not actually basing it on data. You're basing it on data that fits your fucking philosophical, ideological bullshit. I actually think you have a distinct. Well, no, because I actually think you guys have a distinct race and culture that should be kept alive, and you guys don't seem to think the same about your own people.
I haven't said that. No, I haven't said that. I distinctively said.
When I said,
yeah.
Shut up, an autist. When I said you seem to think it implies that you it,
bro.
When I say it seems
my little bitch. You're my little bitch.
No, you're a little bitch.
You're my little bitch. Yeah? And when I tell you to be quiet,
you're like 90 IQ. When I said it seems, it implies. I implied that you were implying it. When I said it seems.
Why are you getting upset?
Gaslighting my basic words, you little bitch. When I said it seems this way, it's not saying that you were specifically saying that. I realize you're not very good at English because you have like 90 fucking IQ. But when I said it seems this way, and you go, I didn't say that. No, it's saying that you implied that for your words and actions and your self-hatred of not even identifying your own people. I'm the fucking happy non-racist.
Do you know who my own people are? My people are Jewish.
You're Jewish.
Yeah, that's right.
No, you're not. You don't sound like a Jew.
How the hell does somebody sound like a
Jew? You sound Middle Eastern, British.
Oh, that was a stupid claim to make, Blue Monday.
That is really that is incredibly stupid, and you should take it back.
Why? It's
because you're smarter than that. Because you're smarter than that. You've just said that out of anger. You said that out of anger.
You, that's for sure. You don't sound Jewish to me. You don't sound Jewish to me. I mean, Jewish people are a race.
I'm not culturally Jewish. I'm ethnically Jewish.
Yeah, ethnically. Well, there you go.
I'm genetically Jewish.
What type are you like? Are you like Ethiopian? They've about 75.
Polish Lithuanian.
Polish, Lithuanian, Jewish. Yeah. That's funny. You sound like fucking Pakistani London or something.
Have you ever been to London, Blue Monday?
Yeah.
What Pakistani sound like, Dark Magician? I don't understand. How does a Pakistani sound? How does a Jew sound?
Well, there's a lot of Jewish people who have certain ways of speaking, and they have certain ethnic. I mean, the Ashkenazi, for example, would speak with a much higher verbal IQ than what this guy is doing.
But how does
that? Lads. Let's not.
I don't have the K2A genetic.
Let's not enable this right-wing rhetoric bullshit. Yeah, no one cares. It's not.
Are you Blue Monday? Can I ask a question? Are you part of Ralph's White Reaction? Are you part of Ralph's White Reaction group?
I watch your stuff. Just because I don't consider myself right or left wing. I don't really believe in the gas.
I'm just asking because you seem to have the same type of way of arguing as Ralph does. You know who Ralph is, don't you?
Yeah, argue with intelligence and not just like 90 IQ retarded ad hominins.
I don't think saying that I sound Pakistani is any type of arguing with intelligence.
Yeah.
It was a genuine response.
That's a good point, Dark Magician.
You also said he sounded Jewish.
Yeah. No, you genuinely sound like
person sound. How is that intelligent?
I don't sound Pakistani at all. I don't.
Well, as I explained earlier, they speak with a higher verbal IQ.
Blue Monday, could you? It's only an average, so.
Can I take a minute here with Blue Monday? I just wanted to ask him a couple questions.
One second, Hassan. But quickly, because I'm going to jump off in a second anyway. So, if someone were to bring you a study that showed more genetic similarity within races of two candidates, would that blow your mind? Would you say that was a fabrication? Would you accept that to be fact?
Most of the studies are done by liberals. I look at scientists who aren't fucking corrupted by government bodies. They're not communist, you know.
So you pick and choose which side.
He's a conspiracy theorist.
So you think real science as well. I just to confirm.
Jimmy, what was you saying, James?
State propaganda, scientific studies are going to be your way of seeing the world. You guys are so fucking intelligent. Woo! You're liberal fucking talking points.
You're intelligent. You just told someone they didn't sound Jewish, but now you're claiming intelligence? Please.
James, what was you saying about that?
Yeah, he doesn't sound like a very verbal high IQ point, you know. Your little fucking like 100 IQ.
Blue Monday, like yesterday, there was a person on here who was saying that kind of he was a black nationalist, and he said that anytime people kind of try to tell him things that went against his worldview, like I know, for example, that humanity started in Africa and spread out, he'd say, that's white man science. That's white man science, and you're doing the same thing. You're just kind of saying everything is liberal science, and so it's
big up James.
The whole world is a global. The whole scientific community is infected by liberalism and globalism. We all know this, lads.
No, but Blue Monday, that's not good enough.
You don't even know the Cheddar Man's fake, and you guys are like trying to get me to cite fucking citations when you don't even know the Cheddar Man's fake.
Can everybody just stop talking over Blue Monday because he's going to get upset? Right, we don't want him getting upset.
That's all right, guys.
Just stop talking
that's all right, guys.
Him, yeah?
It's how it's meant to be. It's how it's meant to be, right? I'm meant to talk over you guys.
We need to preserve this man's ethnicity, yeah? We need to preserve it, right? Just stop talking over him.
London, you guys are the majority in London, you know.
Monday so earlier you kind of said something like you argue with facts and logic, and you said that's how Ralph argues as well. If you're going to make that claim, it's not good enough for you to say that someone is just a liberal scientist. You need to, if someone is bringing you a scientific
paper, your points, ideological rhetoric, citation paper,
I haven't been interrupting you. Blue Monday.
I named three scientists. No, your friend said it's how. Your friend said it's part of the storm. That's how it works, right?
Okay, People just. Can you let me see what I'm going to say?
Speak with assertion, man. Speak with assertion, like your friend. Well, you're not speaking with enough assertion, like your friend said. So just let me say that I named three scientists with the papers, right? You have things that agree with what I said.
Okay, but so you also
if I citate a liberal paper, if I citate a liberal paper that agrees with what I say, if I citate a liberal paper, if I citate my liberal paper and it says that I like to get fucked up the ass and all the liberals agree with me, does that mean that you're not bad? I Google my thing. I Google my thing. I Google my thing. I Google my thing.
Giving him
my liberal citation.
Is
my liberal citation. My liberal citation. my liberal citations. Yes, my liberal. If I show you one Google thing that I googled, it's a scientific paper and it agrees with what I said, then would that blow your mind? It's like, well, no, because I've actually looked at the opposition's papers, unlike you little bitches.
Blue
But I
Monday.
googled my liberal paper.
Have you eaten your haggis today, Blue Monday? Have you taken your iron brew today?
I'm really proud of you.
Darling.
Well done.
Yeah,
You're trying to
I
learn.
got a paper
Well
that showed that sodomy is it's just so beautiful, and it's like globalism, and it's just my liberal paper showed that sodomy is beautiful.
Yo, you lost your last best hope for actually articulating a position that may be somewhat defensive.
None of you have articulated a point of any fucking intelligence. Like, this is fucking so low IQ. My brain's hurt.
You might as well leave.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on.
I agree. Catch you after, bitches.
I've been waiting back. Oh, is he gone? Don't fuck about.
You just can't. I think he knows you, mate. He knows TOIT, and he said, "Fuck all of that stuff." I'm out of it.
Where's he gone?
No, he
Oh, for fuck's sake, he got away.
Witness drop the fucking No, not really, James. I want to hear Dan's voice. I want to hear Dan's opinion.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Why do you believe people that are clearly not that intelligent, yeah, and are probably never taken an IQ test? Why do you believe there's this over reliance on this low IQ concept now from right wingers?
It's based on the book called The Bell Curve, written by Charles Murray.
But he is often quoted out of context of what he was saying.
Yes.
Yeah, he wasn't actually saying that race is determined by ethnicity or race. Yeah, there are multiple of factors that can be taken into account, and we haven't been able to establish as of yet a conclusive. It's a curve. That's what it is. Yeah, so people, there are depending upon your environment, depending upon your genetics, depending upon very different variables, your IQ can fluctuate. But for instance, in people that have Ashkenazi K2A ethnics, genetics, they do seem to have a higher IQ. Why is that? We don't know.
Can I just say quickly something? Yeah. Sorry, I was kind of leading to make this point I'm about to go out. The reality is, often when you reduce these arguments, you get to this point where someone says, look, man, black people are good at running. Do you know what I mean? Black people are all right at running. Black people have, yeah? That's the quality the black people have. White people, we don't know why. They just got higher IQ. It's not that important, mate. It's just higher IQ. But what it leads to...
James, let me speak after you.
Yeah, 100% I'm about to find. What it leads to is this understanding for people that clearly are not that well educated, that they have an innate quality that black people don't have. Whereas it's patent, yeah. If you can run fast, if you can jump high, it's easily calculable, isn't it? Like, it's easy to calculate. But when it comes to something like IQ, these people believe they've been imbued with some inherent superiority, and it's so evident in these moments when there are people that are far more articulate in a space. There are people that are far more, what's the word, man? Are proposing far more coherent theses, and yet you still have somehow you're comfortable to say they're low IQ, but you have a high IQ. That is the greatest example of what actual race and IQ, the conversation, actually means to racists. It means so much to them. Sorry, that's me done anyway. I
wanted to say that for about an hour, James was saying that there is no gene for whiteness, and then this prick comes on to argue against it, and his crowning glory is to say that there's no genetic evidence to prove that Cheddar Man was brown.
No, but what he's trying, the argument that he's trying to make is,
he's basically saying what James is saying, that there are no races. But how do they know Cheddar Man was brown? It's because he was genetically a Neolithic farmer who came from the Arabian Peninsula, so he must have been brown. He wasn't blonde and blue-eyed, was he?
You know, I think
he was Neolithic.
Yeah,
the guy he was a Neolithic farmer. Come on. Everyone knows that the blonde gene comes from the Asians, from Turkey, out that way. But these guys were straight from the Arabian Peninsula. They never had no blonde, blue-eyed gene in them. So obviously he was brown. They don't need fucking genetic evidence to know that.
This guy who was just on, I think he has more of an issue with liberalism, with left wings,
and homosexuality.
The actual real solid objective science that's against his position. And so he has to inject this idea that the people that are writing these papers and there's a scientific consensus is in one way is because it's liberal and because it's Marxist. And that's just ridiculous. These people have doctorates. Yeah, they put out papers that are peer reviewed and looked upon by their peers. Yes, there is going to be there's going to be consensus, and yes, there is going to be people that will disagree, right? And they will have those conversations. But for him to just come along and just say, "Yeah, that's a liberal paper. They're a Marxist," that's ridiculous. You're not an anthropologist. This person
that's beyond ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's what I'd just like to say about this guy, and that's why he was getting really upset. That's because
why was he? Why did he keep saying things like he likes taking up the arse and things like that? Why was he saying that? He's just a nutter. He just come on here to take the piss.
He's one of Ralph.
You know what I mean?
That's what
I'm saying. They sent him.
No, the reason why he did that is because he was happy to try and argue his case, but then when it started to get too hot, he'd run behind using kind of humor and just saying ridiculous things, and it's like, oh, I'm being provocative.
Non sequiturs. That's what he was using.
It's kind of like sometimes they do that. Like I've sort of seen. I know. I think I might have even seen Ralph do something similar.
That was like the verbal equivalent of a porn bomb.
Yeah, maybe, or it's just like kind of. When the argument's not going well, then you say, "Oh, I'm trolling now. I'm in my trolling mode." But really, it's just because it's not going that well.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, I mean, he kind of was trying to make the point that he wants to preserve ethnic groups. Yeah, so there's not a breakdown, and I think he believes that Marxism is about this post-structural ideas of breaking down all traditional barriers into nothingness. And he wants to be He wants to be a champion of this idea that all Marxists wants to break down all barriers and destroy traditions, to destroy religion, destroy all cultural boundaries. And I just don't. I don't see that in I spent when I was at university, I was around a lot of Marxists. Okay, and I never saw people making those arguments at all. If anything, it was quite the opposite. It was many Marxists are very traditional in their way, and they want to preserve traditions. So they would argue against Foucault's ideas and things like that. They wouldn't just believe post-structuralism. So I don't get that. I just think that he has more of an issue with leftist, Marxist, liberal ideologies than he does with this argument that we're actually having about genetics, about race. Because as far as I know, I'm not an anthropologist, there seems to be a consensus on this issue, and the consensus is that there really isn't race.
Can I try and offer? I know if I have to try and steel man his argument,
brilliant, please.
Yeah, so sometimes when a scientist gives a statement to a newspaper, kind of often that statement could be read in a lot of different ways, and you aren't sure what the exact factual claim is. So that's not the case if you're reading a paper. Like if there's a paper, there'll be precise findings, and they'll say precisely what the findings are. But when someone kind of makes just a 1 or 2 sentence kind of statement for the casual viewer, you can get sort of an idea of the sense of what they're trying to communicate. You still aren't entirely sure what their underlying this is the specific claim I'm making. So I think there is room when a scientist makes a sort of casual claim, a little bit like the one that you read out. There is a room for his kind of political leanings to leak into that. And so if he was, but it's still not, it's not good enough to say, he's just a liberal, therefore he's all rubbish. You'd have to look into what the actual findings are and then see, whether they're borne out or not.
Right. So we're talking about the scientists, the anthropologists that I can cite will have a biased subjective leaning. Yeah, and then his scientists will have a biased subjective leaning, but that doesn't mean to say that they don't have a consensus in the middle. And that consensus will be the objective findings that can be replicated and peer reviewed. And as far as I can understand, right, because I'm not a scientist, as far as I understand, the consensus is there is some, you know, peripheral sort of arguments around this, okay, either way, and of course there will be. That's good. That's healthy. But the consensus is that there really isn't, you know, you can't define people into a racial definition in the classical sense of anthropology, in the classical sense of biology and genetics. You can't do that in any real sense.
Yeah, it all comes down to, you know, what people mean by race, and like James Jones.
And that's why it's a social construct, because then it comes down to semantics, it comes down to perspective, and those things are not generally classical science.
Yeah, like every word has a definition which people agree on, that like this is what the definition is going to be. But like, you know, so like, for example, another thing that has a definition would be a molecule, because like, for example, there's some disagreement about whether whether like a complex, like two kind of loosely associated ions or proteins, whether to consider them molecules or not, or whether to consider macromolecules just one molecule. So that's something you could say is like a social construct. But like, if you do say it's a social construct, you can't like, you shouldn't treat it exactly the same way as something like, I don't know, something like a pure social construct, like something just, if you're talking about culture, like you might have a cultural term, kind of music.
No.
That might be a pure cultural construct. Whereas like, if you're just defining the words to describe some underlying reality, then, you know, you're still going to have to use social constructs to describe and talk about those things, but there is some underlying reality as well that's objective.
No, there is an underlying reality. So when I think that when people say, or scientists say that race is a social construct, that doesn't mean to say that it's not rarefied, it's not concrete, that it's ethereal. Yeah, it's just something made up in our minds. It has real parameters. They're observable. They're empirical. We could, like, for instance, people have different color skin. Yeah.
Yep.
But to then go that far as to say, you know, we, from a scientific point of view, we're going to classify people into classified of races. Not only is that difficult to do, but it's possibly arguable to be wrong to be going down that road again.
Do you mean wrong as in factually wrong, or like morally wrong?
As in morally and mentally and philosophically wrong to do that.
You mean morally wrong?
Yeah, but not just morally,
down,
but, you know, offshoots of that. So philosophically, you know, in law, if you were to, like, so nowadays what we've had is a muddying.
Yeah, law has to be moral.
Law has to be objective. That's what law has to be. Law does not have to be moral at all. So this argument, because we've had this argument over centuries. Lawyers have been arguing this. Should law have? Should there be what's called fidelity in the law? Now, what has come around as what, you know, one person would argue, most traditionalists who are Christians or religious, they will argue that there has to be morals in law. Okay, but the positivists, who are more the secular democratists, they argue that you don't necessarily need to have morals in law. What you need to have is objectivity. That's what you need to have. So if somebody was to say that this law, every law has to have a moral, who gets to decide what's moral and what isn't? Everybody has a different idea of what is moral and what isn't moral. The medium upon which the moral law is not contingent upon a moral aspect. When you formulate a law, when you go to, like, for instance, in the UK, you make a white paper, you put forward a private members bill, and it goes through Parliament, and it's debated, and then it's amended and whatnot. When you formulate these laws, the crucible in which you formulate these laws, yes, they can have moral aspects and fidelity in them, but they are not contingent upon their enactment. Okay, so they, you know, because morals will always be a highly subjective value. And so if you could argue to somebody quite easily that yes, it's beyond your morals. Like, so for instance, you possibly wouldn't believe that you don't agree with gays being moral, but you would agree that they should be allowed to have a marriage, right? Under the law.
A marriage?
Yeah, so they could marry, a civil union.
No.
So that
they should be free to practice their homosexuality, do what you want.
And
but
that
to get married, I think for me, that's one step too far. Marriage.
But you do know, Khan, we live in a country where they can get married, right? You do know.
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, if we're going to give tax breaks to people who are marrying the same-sex people, then I might as well just go and get married to my best friend and save some money. Like, who's going to know what goes on?
That's actually quite viable. Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that you do understand, right, that there are gay couples, yeah, who foster disabled children and refugee children, and they are professional foster carers, right? So they're the same sex. They can be 2 women and 2 men, and they have done a huge public service. So why shouldn't they be able to get the same tax breaks as other normal same-sex heterosexual couples who are married, who are fostering children? So that's one aspect of an argument that you can make. Now, you morally would say that's against my morals, but objectively, you cannot argue against that.
That's right.
Okay, and that's the point that I'm making. So the law does not, fidelity or morals is not contingent upon law's enactment. What it is it has to be an objective value that it applies to everybody equally. And so when it is enforced, it is enforced upon everybody equally. Does it actually happen like that in practice? No, not all the time. We are trying to strive towards perfection. We never reach it. But as long as we're trying to strive towards it.
I get what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what I argue.
Okay.
Morals and law are not contingent upon each other.
Right.
And now
So I
I've
think you
completely lost the original
point.
train that we were talking about. What we were originally talking about.
How did we get into law, or was it through morals?
Because I'm on the panel, and if it will always get to law because that's my subject. So
I'm saying, did we start off talking about morals? Yes. No. So basically, what you say in a Dark Magician is that if races are real, but yet they add up to nothing, then we can just ignore that whole thing and just keep moving and just ignore it.
I think what the important thing to take from this. The important thing to take from this is it from a scientific point of view, which is completely separate from law, which is completely separate from philosophy. It would be dangerous because we do hold science to a higher level than we do philosophy, metaphysics, than law, because it is the scientific method is very high, right? And we always will, like, so for instance, if we're going to get somebody to try and justify what they're saying, we're going to say to them, okay, what method have you used to come to this conclusion? And there's no better method of doing that than the scientific. The scientific methodology is the best. It's objectively the best because it's based upon empirical observation and data and statistics, which can be completely outside of somebody's subjective view. And you know, no matter how much we would like to bias that, it's very difficult to do that if your methodology is strong. So if we were then to say, right, we found a way of classifying people into races and we're going to put that into a scientific methodology, and somebody was to put forward that argument, right? Nobody, I don't believe, has, and the science has gone the other way, but let's just say that it has. That was the case. That would be dangerous because then we would regress back into superiority. Whether we like it or not, we are primates, and we have hierarchies, and we do develop hierarchies. And what we do is we develop a sense of superiority in that hierarchy. And we know from past centuries, categorizing people into race and superiority of hierarchy is a dangerous thing to do. It has caused untold damage to people. Hence slavery. So that's a different. So we don't want to go down that road. So when we find people like Blue Monday, we all need to come together and we need to rubbish these people.
Well, what
Because
you're
they're the
saying sounds more like political. Might not actually
Of course it
sound
is.
scientifically.
No,
factual.
but that's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm making. We shouldn't allow a credence of scientific element to creep in here. We should challenge it, as other scientists are doing. And so what if the person wants to say, "Oh, but they're liberal, they're Marxist"? So what? Engage with the facts that they've put first.
So what about nationality? Do you think that's dangerous too?
If you're saying a nation of people is equivalent to like an ethnicity, then yeah, that serves a purpose.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you want to go the whole way and then start saying we're going to start classifying people into Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Asiatic, yeah,
no, but that's not nation. That's not ethnicity.
No, but it will, like, so for instance, yeah, because the science isn't there for that type of thing, what has happened now is the ethnicity argument. Yeah. So what you're seeing is, for instance, in Israel, they are creating an ethno-state. If anybody else in the world tried to create an ethno-state, it would be called an apartheid.
Yep.
Yeah. Israel has created what's called a basic law. Now that new basic law has said that for you to be Israeli, you have to be Jewish. Right. And if you're not, you get what's called special status. Yeah, that is a precursor to bigotry, is a precursor to racism, especially when you're ethno states are not the way to go, because the argument from the basis of race has been lost. It's been lost. So now they're trying to go to the genetics of it. But what you're finding is in Israel is these subdivisions of groups. So people in Israel, in order for them to show that they're Israeli, they're having DNA tests done. And if you're not Ashkenazi, if you don't have, you are not seen as a higher ranking Jew. Do you see how that goes? That's what it descends in. That's what this racism and ethnicity descends into. It descends into superiority. That's what it descends into. We have to fight back against these things.
What should I Google to find out about this genetic ranking in Israel?
It's not a genetic ranking. That's what's happening from a sub level. Yeah, so subculture level. Well, what the actual law now is in Israel is that if you're Jewish, you are automatically given a citizenship in Israel. Right.
So basically, sorry to cut you.
But how do you prove that you're Jewish? How do you prove you're Jewish? You can have a genetic. You can have a
prophecy. There is a prophecy that if there are enough Jews to fulfill,
if all the tribes of Israel come back to Jerusalem, then the Messiah will come. Yeah, I know about this.
Yeah. So now what they're doing is identifying people all around the world who have this Jewish DNA. So they offer them. Like to move back to Israel, or like give them some startup money so they can start a life in Israel.
Offices, there are interior offices in Israel also that are going around the world, and they're trying to identify tribes. They're trying to identify tribes, and they're trying to bring them back into Israel because they truly believe this stuff. They actually believe this nonsense that if they could only get the 12 tribes to come back, the Messiah will come back. But what does that mean?
There's more to it. There's more to it than that. Like, I don't know your name, but Dark Magician. You know the Israeli flag's got the 2 blue lines, right?
Yeah.
Dark Magician. Yeah. You know that them 2 blue lines are symbolic of the Tigris and the Euphrates River, right? That's what them 2 blue lines signify. And if they have enough population, if they have enough people, that this is part of the prophecy that they need to have enough people to claim that land. So that land's been promised to them from Egypt to the Euphrates. A greater Israel is their ultimate goal. And to fulfill that, they need to have.
They can't fulfill any prophecy. They're not Israelites. An Israelite is not an Ashkenazi. They have no claim.
But what they're doing now, Shifa, what they're doing now,
is an argument.
Anyone who takes a DNA test anywhere will be tested, whether you like it or not, to see if you have any Ashkenaz Jew like DNA in you, and they will let you know.
That is actually happening.
Yeah, of course. So it come up on my dad's one, it come up on Zubida's one. Like they can't tell you nothing else, but they can pinpoint accurately tell you if you have Ashkenaz DNA or not.
Yeah,
Like,
and this is
anything
one of the
else is
issues.
a grey area,
I
but
spoke with
this
my
they can tell you.
I spoke with my partner earlier, and she's a bit of an amateur genealogist, and she said to me that one of the only ethnic groupings is the K2A. They haven't been able to identify, or like, so when this guy come on and said, you know, yeah, we can isolate a genetic code for Irish, for Scottish.
You know
for
it's bullshit.
India, that's
You know it's
bollocks.
bullshit.
It's
Come on.
bollocks.
Of course it is.
But they can for the Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
It's the K2A. The K2A is a genetic code, genetics for Ashkenazi. So if that's found, then it's mostly found in people who have Ashkenazi Jewish heritage. And like what's happening there is what you're seeing on the ground is that if you don't have that Ashkenazi, you're not seen in the same light as somebody else. Like for instance, Polish Jews.
Yeah.
So there's a superiority.
Or Hungarian Jews. Yeah, definitely.
Polish, Lithuanian, like Jews from all around the world, all different types of Jews, and Israel. So Schiffer is making the argument that these people aren't even Jews. That they're, you know, the true Hebrew Israelites are not even these types of people. And there's an argument that needs to be made.
Well, there was no such thing as a Hebrew Israelite. Let me just start with that, and then secondly to that,
I've heard this before. Yeah, I don't know if it's true.
We can go into our Bible, and what does the Bible say? The Bible is very specific. It says, beware those who call themselves Jews. It doesn't say beware those who call themselves Israelites. It says, beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not.
Are you sure it's not Hebrew?
No. It says, beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not. Specifically says that. Now, when we get into it like that, what you have to understand is, you know, the Bible, especially, what a lot of people don't understand is, that what got me back into my Bible is the Bible is a book of prophecy. And all the prophecies in the Bible come true, every last one. It deals with 99.9% accuracy. And, you know, a lot of people who don't know that, you know, they kind of steer away from the Bible because it doesn't float their boat, whatever you want to call it. But, you know, when something deals with 99.9% accuracy, you kind of got to start taking it into at least consideration, I believe.
What is
Why
that?
do you trust the Bible, Schiffer?
Why do I trust the Bible? Because, like I said, the Bible deals with prophecies that are 99.9% accurate.
Well, remember the discussion we had yesterday, Schiffer? Do you remember the discussion? You were challenging the scientists and you were challenging the information provided. The Bible you're reading, do you trust the people who translated it into the English language?
Well, do you know what? I trust that they translated most of it in the correct way. I trust also that they've added things and taken things away. So I know that, you know, in its entirety, you know, there are controversies surrounding it. But I will say also there are prophecies in that book that are 99.9% accurate, because otherwise I'd be a charlatan. So I have to look at the.
Can you give an example of a prophecy coming true?
I'll be honest with you. Every single prophecy in the Bible is 99.9% accurate. So
yeah, I get that, but could you give an example of one?
Okay, what the transatlantic and the Israelites going into slavery and waterboarded slavery, you know, that was prophesied and it happened, you know. Now I do argue that
where is that?
It's very general.
Where is that? Because the Exodus story doesn't talk about waterboarding.
No, Exodus hasn't happened yet. If you want to get into Exodus, that hasn't happened yet. They want to tell.
Exodus is a story in the Bible. Sorry to interrupt. The Exodus is the story in the Bible of actually a historical event. It's telling you the story of Moses. So you're saying that Moses hasn't come yet.
That's right.
And so the 10 Commandments haven't been given.
Well, the 10 Commandments have been given, but, you know, when they give people names like Moses, that name never existed. When they give people names like Jesus, that name, we can go into Egypt and we can find the topmost. Maybe that's where they stole the idea of a Moses and tried to put something out there that would make people believe in the future. But unfortunately for them, we started doing our research and our history and understanding and deciphering wording and books, you know, and you have to understand this. There was a time we wasn't even allowed to read. If we learned how to read, we'd be in big trouble, you know. We get whipped and beaten.
White people had the same issue as well. Like, so the Bible was mostly given to white people in Latin, And it wasn't if it wasn't for people like Martin Luther who argued, you know, at the pain of their death that the Bible should be translated into German and English, which led to the Reformation. So, you know, we have had, in that respect, we have had the same struggle.
Which is why I was asking you, Schiffer, do you trust the people who translated the Bible?
No.
Because of that history, Schiffer, the people who translated the Bible were of a different culture. Why would you trust them?
The Bible's been translated many, many times.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to find out why Schiffer trusts these.
I never said I trust them. Let me show you something here. I trust in the Most High. And the thing is, these people know that there's only so much alteration they can make because the book deals with prophecy. And when you try to change prophecy, what they're going to do, they're going to make themselves look crazy. And they know that this book deals with 99.9% accuracy. So some of it they didn't want to change because they want to be right. They want people to believe in what they're doing. Now, like I said, the way they change things is by taking things away. You know, the bits that they add is just by changing the name here or there, you know, and changing the ethnicity of a person here or there. But if we don't challenge it, then unfortunately they just get away with it. So, you know, when you're saying to me, I just believe it, like as if I just blindly believe it. No, I don't blindly believe anything, you know. And like I said,
speaking of challenging, I'll let you guys go back to the Schiffer show in a sec. But I just wanted to challenge the guy who was talking about Israel earlier, just quickly, and ask him if he's a supporter of ethno-nationalism.
No, I'm not. I thought I made that pretty clear.
You spoke out against nationalism.
I must have missed it.
No, I'm absolutely against ethno-nationalism. I'm completely against it. So the argument I was making is the argument for races in the classical biological genetic sense has been lost. And so now the argument is being made from a point of ethnicity. And Israel is making that point and making that argument by setting up an ethno-state. And nobody else in the world would be able to do that and get away with it. But it's because they're Jewish that they're getting away with it. They are creating an apartheid state, and they are taking away the rights and the self-determination of the Palestinian people to come back into the land that was theirs before them and to self-determinate themselves. They're annexing the West Bank. They're taking over the Golan Heights, and they're going to forge forward with these illegal international settlements.
Okay, no, that's pretty clear. So am I to understand when you say that Exodus was a historical story about Moses and the historical event?
As I understand it.
So you take that to be a historical event and all of that, yeah?
I take it. It was to literally. I take it from the Hebrew Torah that Moses was a historical character. And it was an historical event that happened that led to the Jews being given their canon, which most people see as 10 commandments, right? But it's not. It's in the Hebrew commandment. Look, I understand that people will disagree with this, but what I'm saying is,
in Hebrew is not Hebrew. Let's just make this clear because a lot of
okay. But I'm talking from a classical. I get it. I get what you're saying. I understand that you have a different view. What I'm saying,
but if I'm not mistaken, you identify as an atheist. So why are you selectively choosing which patriarchs to believe in and which patriarchs to disbelieve in?
Me.
Yeah, you.
I don't believe in any patriarch at all.
I don't believe in them. You made that
but you
clear.
just said that you think. So when I say believe, I mean to say that
I don't believe
historical figures.
He's going from a perspective of his British education. That's what he's going from.
Let me explain. Right? I came from a Jehovah's Witness family. Yeah, I was brought up in what was called the truth. All right.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Funnily.
Yeah, they call it the truth, right? Yeah, and anybody, they call it the truth, right? So I was brought up going to the Jew. I went to the kingdom. I used to go to the Kingdom Hall every weekend. Okay, yeah, that's how I grew up, right? So I have some understanding of the Bible, yeah? Now, my understanding of the Bible, yeah, Genesis was written by Moses, yeah? And Moses was supposed to be an actual historical figure who led the Hebrews out of bondage.
Yeah, you said we're all familiar with it. I'm asking you, what do you think that it happened, though? Because I'm still having difficulty ascertaining your position. No, do you think it happened?
No.
Do you think that Moses was a historical figure?
No.
Yes, I do.
No. Wait, I'm not asking you at the minute.
Sorry, lads.
you
Let me just.
I'm just wondering why you would push back. Why you would push back against Shifa's point of view, with saying that, oh, but this already happened and it's an Exodus and it was a historical event. If you don't think that these events actually happened,
I'm not pushing it back against it. What I'm doing is I'm trying to listen to what he's saying, because this is a unique point of view that I'm not aware of. I'm peripherally aware of, and I want to take it at its. You know,
it's
I
not
want
unique.
to give it the opportunity.
Well, let me
It's not
explain it.
the truth. It is unique. You're an Israelite who doesn't believe that
unique.
Moses or the Exodus took place. It's
I had
unique.
to. Let me show you something. No information just comes from nowhere. I had to have learned this somewhere, so therefore it's not unique. And all
That's
information
why I'm
is.
giving you. That's why I'm giving it the respect that it deserves by listening to what you're saying. I'm not pushing back against
First
you.
point I want to make. The second point I want to make is this: the place what you're called in Egypt is not called Egypt. It's called Kemet. If it's called Kemet, that means whatever they're talking about is happened in Egypt has not happened, because at the time when they say it happened, Egypt did not exist. Egypt exists in today's world. Egypt is what we now call the modern day America. Yeah. So if Egypt is the modern day America, that means Moses has not done his, or the so-called Moses, and I'm not saying.
Hold on, Shifa, you said yourself that Alexander the Great had the Septuagint written. In that Greek translation, that land is referred to as Egypt.
That's right, in the Greek translation, but you have to go by what the people who lived there called it, not by what the Greeks
but you're saying that
translated.
it didn't exist, but I'm saying it did.
No, it didn't.
It's just like,
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. If you're from Turkey, yeah, and I start calling turkey chicken, all of a sudden is turkey called chicken? No, doesn't make no sense.
Why say chicken? No, that's not a full talk. That's
All I would say to you in that case is a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet.
Still be. I got you. I'm going to say to you, when they put land of the backs, yeah, then they change it to land of the burnt faces. That's racism, and that is really the wrong. If I said, turkey's called chicken, that sounds derogatory, and I wouldn't do something like that.
Armenia.
And sisters, I respect you all, so you'd never hear that come out of my mouth. And the fact of the matter is, like I said, you go by what the people who were there called it. When we're talking about Mexico, yeah, how they decipher the name Mexico is because of the old and the actual people there, their actual religion at the time before the quote unquote white man arrived was called She. So you got Mech, yeah, from the old Mech, you got She, and I don't know about the Co. I'll be honest, there's someone else who can decipher it better than me. Like I said, information is unique. So we're going to sit here in this room and talk about information being a unique point of view to me. If I can have that point of view, I had to have learned it from somewhere. So there's no way it's unique to me. The same way I defended Dark Magician and saying,
can I just qualify what I was saying? Shiva, can I just qualify what I'm saying? From the classical point of view, from the classical historical point of view, it is unique. Yeah. What you're saying, it's not known by 99.9% of the people.
I think you're using the word unique in the wrong context. Maybe you should say it's an alternative. It's an alternative.
That's right. And do you know why
I used the wrong word. Sorry.
The reason you say it's unique, is because there are a lot of racist agendas in this world. There are a lot of religious agendas in this world. There are many agendas that people go by, why they have to try and push their agenda and make people believe things a particular way. I'm not trying to make you believe it a particular way or believe it the way I
I'm usually very good. I'm usually very good at sniffing out bullshit, and I don't necessarily believe what you're saying is bullshit. I think there is some element of truth to what you're saying. I really do. And I'm interested to hear about this, whitewash of Kemet. I really am. I've been looking into this for a while, but I'm not as knowledgeable as probably you are.
Yeah, well, when we talk about the whitewash of Kemet, what it was is, for instance, if you look up the story of Alexander the Great, when Alexander the Great went to Kemet and he saw the way these people revered their so-called gods, or, Isis and Osiris and, their ancestors, because, if you was on earlier, you would have heard the guy, he was talking about the voodoo, and he talks about them revering their ancestors. Yeah. Now I get that because that's what Egypt was like. But when certain
Shakara,
got there,
you're talking about Shakara.
Shakara, So when certain people got to Egypt, they looked at it and they said, hold on, these people worship this man or this person like a god. But maybe that was their confusion in thinking that they worshiped them like a god, but they just revered them. So when we put it in perspective, some of these Egyptian gods, yeah, that people call gods or whatever, you know, we can certify that they were not gods, they were men. And if he was a man, then that doesn't make him the creator. But a lot of people now, what it is, they get confused and they just go by, you know, modern terminologies, what we've learned in school, you know, and you have to understand what school is. School is something that was passed on to us by the Jewish man, because if you go into the original word for school, it is shul. Yeah, and then when you look up shul, there's references to hell and all sorts of things. So we know that the Jewish man has had a big impact in the world in the sense of, you know, the way people look at things, the way we decipher things. And, you know, there's a lot of controversy surrounding them. But, you know, a lot of people are scared to talk about them. They're scared to call them out on their bullshit. I will not be. And you're not. I like that. Though. I like that, Dark Magician. You're not, because you're a man who.
I've been classed. I've been labelled as an anti-Semite.
But you're a man who's clearly seeking knowledge, and you grew up.
You say anything against Israel, the state of Israel, you're automatically an anti-Semite.
That's right. That's right. Let me tell you how bad it's got. Right, there is a guy called Asa Winstanley who is a vocal opponent of Israel and the apartheid terrorist state that it's been running. Okay, and he's done some great work on this. He's a journalist for Electronica Infida. Yeah, and he's done some great work on this. He was a Labour Party member. He's now been suspended. And one of the citations for his suspension is thus: it could potentially be anti-Semitic to use the term Israeli lobby.
What?
Yeah, that's one of the citations on his potential. He's been suspended pending an investigation. He will have to go in front of a panel, and one of the citations says quite clearly, he's published this all, and it says that using the term Israeli lobby could be seen as potentially anti-Semitic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Using the term Jewish is potentially anti-black or anti-Negro.
Right. So there's a lady called Jackie Walker. I don't know if you've heard of her. She's a black Jew, and she was suspended from the Labour Party too and expelled because she made some comments basically saying things like, why can't we use the Holocaust Memorial every year is a big thing. Yeah, it has a huge platform. Why can't we use this platform to talk about other genocides? Yeah.
Well, if she calls herself a black Jew, she's already done the wrong thing there. Now, if she's a black Jew, I'm going to show you something.
Woman who married a Jewish man and she converted.
This is what I call anyone who calls themselves a black Jew. This is what I would call them. I would call them my Uncle Tom. I call them a sellout. You're not what it is.
No. Just go and Google this woman and you'll see that she's not an Uncle Tom.
No, but I'm saying
she's a very strong woman.
She's called a black Jew, yeah. She may be as strong as she likes. I'm not saying she's a strong woman. I'm not saying she hasn't educated herself. But what I am saying is she sold out her own community to become part of the Jewish community.
No, she married a man. She fell in love with a man who was Jewish, and in order for her to marry him, she accepted and realized that she had to convert to Jew.
So she's bowing down to him. How come he's not?
No. It's not like that. It's just that it's a cultural thing. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Evening, everyone. But there's no letter J.
If he wants to get married, he should renounce this wish business that he's doing and stop wishing and be part of the real Israelites. She should not be wishing with him.
But you can't say that, Shifa, because you have your identity and other people have their identity.
What did Jewish people call themselves, say 500 years ago?
Wait a second. If they cannot accept us for who they are, then they're racist. Simple. If we can accept them for who they are, and a Jew-wishing person, can marry a so-called black or Israelite or whatever, we could marry them, and they don't have to change their faith. But if we have to change our faith to accommodate them, they're racist, or they're nationalist, or you could call them religionist. Whatever one you want to call them, it's nothing good. Now, at the end of the day, when you put it in perspective, you said this yourself, Dark Magician. These people are not integrationalists, so therefore they have a problem with other people. I never said that.
No, wait. I never said that. I never said that. There are many groups of people. Yeah. So, for instance, if you just because you're an Israeli doesn't mean that you agree with the way that the Likud party, which is ultra right wing and very national authoritarian and fascist, and is heading the agenda. There are thousands upon thousands of Jewish people around the world that hold Israeli nationalism, and they are against what's going on in Israel.
Oh, you're talking about the anti-Zionist. You're talking about the
anti-Zionism.
Hold on, 2 seconds. So what did Jewish people call themselves 500 years ago? Because the letter J is only about 400 to 300 years old.
Khazar.
No, the letter J is pronounced as a Y.
Hebrew is
pronounced as a Y, like Yeshua instead of Jesus.
Yeah,
it's
that's
pronounced
correct.
as a Y. The letter J is pronounced as a Y.
Yeah.
Have you got
that's why you
people?
don't don't have Jehovah, you have Yahweh.
But do we have evidence? Do we have evidence of people calling themselves Jewish or Yiddish?
There is
Yiddish.
Yeah, I think so.
Yiddish.
Yeah,
there are people called Yiddish.
And what is the history behind
Really, they're called
language?
what we call them. What they call themselves is Yahudi or Yahuda. Yeah, that's what we call them. We call them Yahudi. That's what they're known as.
Yeah, but hold on. Do you call those light-skinned people, Jewish people, Yahudi in Turkey?
Yeah, lads. I've got to drop out. Yeah, so it's great speaking with you, and have a good evening. Take care.
I wait to ask Dark Magician a quick question as well.
All right, Tarek, go on.
What do you think of? I think it's the third or the second oldest 10 Commandments found in Mexico.
I'm not aware of them. I'm not aware of them. Honestly,
You got to remember too. He was raised Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
But one thing I would say before I go, that there isn't just 10 commandments. Yeah, there's over 300, and actually the canon has not been closed.
613 to be exact.
Oh, maybe I'm not sure, but as far as I know, I've spoke with other Jewish people on this, and they've said that there's just over 300, and the canon has not been closed, so it's ongoing.
The Jewish are not the keepers of the faith, so anything they tell you, don't take it for granted. Keepers of the faith.
Great speaking with you guys. Have a good evening.
Where are the Israelites? Where can I go to see them?
You got one right here, my brother.
Yeah, but do you have the scrolls? Do you have the scrolls of all the history?
No, we don't need the scrolls. You know why?
Some of us do. Some of us do.
Books are now abolished. All books are now abolished. Yeah, we can use them to decipher the past, but if we want to move forward and decipher the future, you have to go to the keepers of the faith. And what we will do, we will get the blessings from the Most High, who will bless us with the information. There's no longer books for you to be able to decipher from. They said there were no more prophets, but they might not even. I don't even call myself a prophet. I just say that the Most High blesses me with information.
Shifa, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
If you get taken into slavery, right, or bondage,
I'm in slavery right now, in bondage, in voluntary servitude.
Yeah, so I don't know, like, I cannot explain this, but you ain't. No, I was gonna say, like, you ain't.
You like that answer though, didn't you? I'm in slavery right now, in voluntary servitude. I didn't agree to this. Do you know what? Maybe my mother signed off on a birth certificate, so they think that I agreed to it. They've got evidence enough to say that it's good enough for them to say that I've agreed to it, but I never agreed to it. So it's involuntary servitude. They have no right to govern me or tell me what I can and can't do, but they still do it.
Shifa, do you know of do you know of any history where people in the 15th century came over to the Americas and were saying that the people there were the lost tribe of Israel?
I've heard of this history, yes.
Yeah, there was I forgot what the man's name was, but there was loads of also Landinos, Sephardic Jews that ran out of Portugal and Spain that went into places like Jamaica, some parts of West Africa.
Do you want me to tell you who else knew of this history? Adolf Hitler. There's an Adolf Hitler speech. He clearly states that, they have stolen the jewelry of God, which is the Negroes in the Americas. He said that. Adolf Hitler, the racist man. So, you know, he get that from nowhere. And like I said, if you've got any type of information has to be learned. You can't just get information from nowhere unless you're an Israelite and it's blessed on top of you by the Most High. That's the only way you can get information from out of thin air. That's the only way it's going to happen. So if the Most High is not with you, then, you know, unfortunately, your information is just, you know, your thoughts, and it's controversy, to be fair.
Because somebody done a study on the Arawak people and the I think the Cherokee people, and it was saying that these people they carry the feast days and they also sing a song what's called Shema. And Shema is like a prayer what Israelite people do from morning to night, and it's talking about our covenant with God and certain things like that. And people who came in the 15th century saw that we had these traditions where we kept the feast days, circumcision and certain things like that. And also they were saying some of our language, what we call our islands, take for instance like Puerto Rico, is the original name for it is Borinquen. And some people say like our language is like a Creole version of Hebrew. So Borinquen is like a name called like Barak and certain things like that. And I think Kiskeya is another Hebrew word. And same way we got a lot of Hebrew words in our language and certain things what they've noted down.
You say Hebrew, but as I keep trying to say to everyone online, you know, I don't subscribe to Hebrew. I subscribe to we have our own language. We can call it Olmec language before I call it Hebrew.
No, this is very close to like what they know as Hebrew or Israelite language, or
that's because they stole our language and gave it a new name. They gave it the name they wanted to give it. Now, at the end of the day, we can take that language back and use the exact same type of writing and everything else, and we can just call it Olmec. It doesn't make it any different, because like Dark Magician said, a rose called by any other name is still a rose.
Because even the word Arawak is supposed to be a Hebrew name for meal maker, and we are people that make meals and things like that. We have a lot of different.
I agree that it's a name that we had and that they stole from us. I just want to agree that the terminology to describe it should be Hebrew, because Hebrew is something that is a reference to the Hebrew mountains where the Ashkenazis come from. So we're attributing our teachings and our language to them when we say Hebrew. So I think we need to
not really, because our God in the Caribbean, the Arawak God, and also the Waru people share, we call our head creator Yahya. And
that's right.
Yahya had a son. Yahya had a son called Yahya El.
Yeah.
And
if you know about Israel, if you know about Israel, though, yeah, and you know what these Hebrews, so-called Hebrews, are trying to steal from us, we know that Israel is the man who we get the tribe of Israel, the tribes of Israel from, because without Israel, there would be no 12 tribes. So putting that in perspective, Israel was not called Hebrew. He was not called Hebrew Israel. So there's no Hebrew to adapt or to adopt to his name or to attribute. You know, so the moment we put that in perspective, we can stop saying Hebrew and we can just say Israelite. And if you just say Israelite, then I'm with you. When it comes to Hebrew, I'm not with it, because I think, you know, a lot of us, what we're doing is we're trying to take something, because these people have become so powerful and attributed.
You know, Hebrew just means Ibar.
No, Hebrew is the Hebrew mountains where the Ashkenazis come from. So anyone who wants to know this, go and look it up. The Hebrew mountains, I think it's Hiburu or something like that. But it's the Hebrew mountains, yeah. And a lot of people don't know about this. This is why this confusion of
Where are these places located? Where's the Hebrew mountains located?
In Russia. They're Russian. Where the Ashkenazis are from, where the Khazarians are from. That's where it is. So you can look it up, the Hebrew mountains. So then once you can see that I'm telling you the truth about the Hebrew mountains, you might start to understand why I find the controversy there. Like, some people might not, some people might continue, because I'm not going to tell the so-called Hebrew Israelite out there, you know, to convert to my way of thinking entirely. But what I would say to them is, you know, you're still going to have to.
What does the actual word mean, though? What does the actual word mean?
I have no idea because I'm not studying them like that to know. I
But
don't
this is
want
what
to
I'm
know
trying to
them.
say is Iba, the father of all languages, Abraham.
No. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know about this Hibiru business, meaning Iba the father. No, or no Abraham business, because like I said, all the names in the Bible, all the names were changed. Yeah, and the real names, we're not going to know them. This is the thing. You know, all we can really do is decipher it and, you know, work out who was who. Like we said, Jesus was Yeshua. But we need to decipher further and work out what were the names of the rest of these people. What was Moses' real name? You know, we need to decipher further, you know, because in my honest opinion, I don't think Moses and Tutmos are the same person. I don't think they are. And I've heard people use this way of thinking. And I don't think that it fits the criteria, to be honest. So I'm gonna dispute that one, and I'm gonna say that, you know, until we've got the proper names to attribute, then, you know, we're still stuck in confusion. That's my honest opinion.
Let's look at these words now then.
Because if Hebrew was the language of these people, yeah, then why is it that the guy who's called Israel, he never spoke of Hebrew? Why is it that the Israelites in the Bible themselves never spoke of Hebrew? You know, why aren't they speaking about this? Why aren't they called Hebraites?
All right, look at this. Old English from Old French, Ibiru, from a Latin, Iberus, Greek, Haberius, from Amharic, Shemitic, Ibrei,
Okay.
corresponding with the Hebrew Ibrara, an Israelite tradition from an ancestral name Iba, which
you see how elaborate their lies are.
What possibility? Hold on. But possibly literally one from another side, perhaps a reference to a river Euphrates, or perhaps a simplified signifying immigrants from.
When you say perhaps, that means you're not sure.
Let me just read it. Let me just read out the whole sort of thing, and we can look at where we might see certain things.
Yeah, go on.
One of the other. It means one from the other side, perhaps a reference to a river Euphrates, or perhaps simply signifying immigrants from Ebha region on the opposite side. The initial H was restored in English from the 16th century as a noun from 12th century Hebrew language, late 14th century, in reference to a person originally a biblical Jew Israelite.
Well, I'm going to say that that's a lie, and I'm going to say that
this is the etymology dictionary. Etymology dictionary, so it goes to the root words of where they're found and how they break down the words and times they use these words.
The etymology dictionary, yeah, can also be refuted, just like every other science and every type of teaching out there. Because, like I said to you, when I attributed these Hebrews to the Hibiru Mountains, yeah, it has a H in it. It sounds a lot more like Hebrew than Iberi or any of these other things that have been said. So, to me, you know, it's not changed my way of thinking. It has to be decisive for it to change my way of thinking. It has to be, you know, it has to be irrefutable. And what these people said is it could be, might be, you know, so they're not even sure. And if they're not even sure, then, you know, why should I be sure about them?
But remember, I was saying it comes from the Hebrew term Iba, Eber. That's where you get the Ebo.
Yeah, well, any Hebrew terms mean nothing to me.
Iba, Ibaru.
Hebrew terms mean Ibaru sounds like Nibiru. It sounds more like Nibiru than it sounds like anything to do.
Ibar is an actual letter in the Shemitic language.
All right, and I'm not Shemitic.
That's what it's called.
I'm not Shemitic. I'm not attributing nothing Shemitic to myself. You can attribute it Shemitic if that's what you're saying you do, but I don't attribute anything.
Ain't Shemitic people Negroes?
No, Shemitics are Ashkenazis. No, Negroes are not Shemitic.
So what are Negroes then?
Negroes are exactly what they say on the tin.
What?
And it's neither. They're dark-skinned people. I don't class myself as a Negro. I class myself as a dark-skinned human being. Now, as far as Shemitic and all of these other terms, these are things that I believe have been added in. Because at the end of the day, go on.
To who? But African people call themselves Hamitic people, innit? You know that?
African people can call themselves whatever they want because I'm not African. Like I've been saying, I'm an indigenous American. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, these people, these Africans and whoever else want to attribute all these Shemitics and all of these extra things and attribute these things to themselves is because they see how powerful these Jews have become.
So when you say Yeshua was going to come back, what do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? I mean the Savior's going to come back.
Of who?
The Savior of mankind.
But is that in our teachings?
It is.
In what? Arawak, Cherokee, Carib?
No, it's in the book. It's in the book. It's in the Septuagint. It's on the walls of Egypt.
Oh, so we're Egyptian now then?
I'm not Egyptian, but I'm just saying they call it Egypt, so that just so people can understand, because when I say Kemet, a lot of people don't understand what I'm talking about. So just so that, because me and you's only the ones in the room, I'm making sure that other listeners who are listening can understand the landmass that I'm talking about. But also I need them people to understand that it's not actually called Egypt, it's called Kemet. The real Egypt is where the harlot resides. So if you go into your Bible, it talks about Egypt, it talks about the harlot. Now the harlot is half man, half woman, yeah, and it's towering above the people. Yeah. Now the harlot is the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, are you saying the new world is the old world then?
No, I'm saying that a lot of people, when they're reading the Bible, they don't know how to decipher what is to come and what has already passed. They think that, like I said, they think that this Egypt in the Bible, they believe that that's the Egypt they see today, and that time has passed, you know. And you know, these Israelites were forced in and whipped into beaten into building pyramids, but you can find no archaeological evidence to substantiate that, you know. And these Ashkenazi Jewish people, they push that agenda. They try to make people believe that, but there is no, like I said, you can find no archaeological evidence to substantiate that. The place where people are getting whipped and beaten into building towering structures and, you know, were whipped and beaten for hundreds of years and, you know, murdered, mutilated, had their lands and stuff and their riches, to everything taken from them. This place is called America. It's what we now know as modern day.
A Taino? From where?
From the New England region of America. And we were pushed out to the the New England region of America, and we were pushed out to the southern parts of America, and a lot of us, the ones who were captured, were sold into slavery, predominantly around the Caribbean, which is why I identify as a Tupinamba. The Tainos weren't sold into slavery. I said we were
the first people that was interacted with.
The Taino were not sold into slavery in the Caribbean. The Taino, a lot of them ended up in what we know as modern day Puerto Rico. So I don't reflect as
the Tainos are spread all through the Greater Antilles. So the Bahamas, anything that's the Greater Antilles, that's where the Taino people are. Yeah. So even up into Florida, the Taino people are recorded to be.
Yeah, I could agree with that, but not the Caribbean where I'm from. So therefore, you know, I wouldn't refer to myself.
What part of the Caribbean is that? I don't understand. You said New England.
No, my original ancestors are from the New England region of America.
Where is that?
New England, you can look it on the map. Find New England on the map. But like I said,
where is it in modern day now?
I just told you, New England. I've just told you that. Go and look it up on the map. Now, at the end of the day, these people were taken and put in chains, you know, in many cases, and taken to the Caribbean and forced to live in servitude for the white man on his plantations. But a lot of people don't know this history, which is why I'm here sharing it, you know. So anyone who's Caribbean, you know, there is a 90% chance that you have some Tupinamba in you, which is a very large chance.
So you're up in New York and them type of regions?
Well, when you say up in New York's, what I'm trying to show you is these people, in history, the white man says they were eradicated, totally wiped out. But if they were
what century are you talking about? Because the English were the last people to travel over there.
To travel over where?
To to the Americas. The English were the last people to come to arrive.
I got you, but that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. You said that I told you the 2P number, were taken, beaten and enslaved, a lot of them, and taken into the Caribbean. The rest of them had to flee because they had so many oppressors and so many people coming up.
Do you know where New England is?
New England is in America.
Look where New England is.
It's in North America.
What part?
I don't know. New England, as far as I know.
Yeah, but have you looked to see where New England is?
Well, why? I want you to tell me why that's significant before I do it.
I'm just saying, look at where you're talking about.
All right, let me look and see where New England is. But what I probably have to do is come out of the chat room, go onto my flipping.
You mean, yeah.
Do you feel what I'm trying to say? It just makes it all long. You tell me where it is.
Basically, like it's all up in places like Nova Scotia, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, New York, bits of Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, all up in those northern regions.
I'd say closer to New York and New Jersey. I wouldn't say Toronto because that's Canada.
But I'm telling you that you could. This is how close these places are to each other. You could drive it. You could be driving in New York and you end up in Canada because just a little line.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to say. We're from the Caribbean. We're like the Taino Arawak people. There was many different Indian tribes that they have pushed down into the Caribbean. But when the English came very, very late. We was dealing with the Portuguese and the Spanish, who were the first people who arrived there in 1492.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And the Portuguese and the Spanish, when they arrived, they were calling the 2P number Negros de Terra. Yeah, and what Negros de Terra means is...
but I think that's Brazil you're talking. The 2P tribe, what I know of, is in Brazil.
No. That's the 2P tribe. This is the 2P number, yeah? So if you Google the John Carter Brown Library, yeah, they've got the documents which will show you who I'm talking about, the people I'm talking about.
Spell 2P?
I don't know how to spell it. I just know they're called the 2P number. I could find out.
But this is what I'm trying to say. When I spell 2P, Tupe, the 2P tribe is in Brazil.
No, I think that's the wrong ones. There's a 2P number and there's a 2P.
Is that one word, number?
Do you know what? I'll be honest with you, yeah? What I'd have to do is I'd have to pull up the document for you again, because I'll be honest, I don't sit here remembering how to spell everyone's name or spell everything. I should remember because, you know, like I said, it's indigenous to me, but at this point in time, it's not coming to I can't recall it, you know, so unfortunately. But the 2P number is an indigenous tribe from that region, and they were taken, beaten.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's Brazil, bro. See, look, the 2P number are one of the various 2P ethnic tribes that inhabits the present-day Brazil. Since before the conquest of the region by the Portuguese colonialist settlers, the first year the contact of the Portuguese, the 2P number lived in the whole of the eastern coast of Brazil and was name also applied to other 2P speaking groups, which is the Tupiniquami, the Poti-Guarana, the 2P.
Where are you getting this from,
number? Oh, this is straight Wikipedia, fam.
All right, so when you go on Wikipedia, this is the problem I have with Wikipedia. Wikipedia is selective of what information.
But even I knew that straight off because I'm looking at the word 2P and the only 2P what I know and the language with the people, and I looked at the whole word 2P number, Tupinab. I'm looking at the whole word of it now, and it's coming up with this, and I knew it was Brazil. This is what I think you're thinking of the Hopi, the Hopi Indian, Hopi.
Oh. Torok, I'm not thinking that. I'm telling you, I'm guaranteeing you, yeah. And I would never guarantee you because you see what? When I learned about this year, I was confused. I was like, well, as far as I was concerned, you know, I need to see documentation. And when I saw the documentation, that's the only point where I came to a point of saying, you know what, I can accept that one there. Now, like I said, Wikipedia is selective of what information it wants to give.
I'll go to Britannica, 2P number, South American Indian people.
Now, what we have to do is we can't go to Google. You can't use Google to find this information. The documents I'm talking about are held in the John Carter Brown Library. That's the only place you'll be able to find them. You won't find them on Google. You won't find them on Wikipedia.
I will go to gogo.goose.
You have
Where
to go
did
to
you
the
go
John
and get
Carter
your
Brown
thing,
Library.
brother? I'm telling you, the 2P people are from Thingy Bob. The 2P number in
not from
usual large
do you know what?
village numbered up to 400 to 16 people, farming on the ocean cassava, corn, maize among their staple diets.
That's right. That's right. And they was and they were the people who a lot of when they was taken and captured, you know, that's who the people they was finding out what the valuable herbs and, you know, foods and stuff were. So they was keeping them enslaved and trying to find that information from them. So I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying to you is the tribe that I am from, they actually inhabited, not currently, they actually inhabited the New England region of America, and they were apparently that section of Tupi number were completely wiped out, but we know they wasn't as taken into slavery in the Caribbean. The only place you're going to find this information is by the official documents which are held by the John Carter Brown Library. Now, if you go online, you're not going to find this because they don't want this information out there. So they're only going to let information out there that they want out there.
When the first time I even heard he said Tupi, I thought straight away.
Yeah, but Turok, what you're doing there now, I'm going to show you why that's a fallacy, what you just came across.
What was their language?
If you go on they forget what their language is, because that's not what I'm dealing with right now. Let me deal with this first, and then we can go and find out what their language is if you really want to. But the point I'm trying to make is, really and truthfully, if I go on Google right now and I Google Israelites, what it's going to come up is going to show me a load of Jewish people. But we know that that's not the way to decipher who an Israelite is. And we know that none of these people were in Africa, none of them went on the continent, none of them went in America. So the fact of the matter is, you go and buy Wikipedia alone, when I'm telling you that there's official documents in the John Carter Brown Library, then realistically what you're doing is you're allowing the white man to dictate to us again. And I ain't allowing him to dictate no more. So I'm giving you the jewels. I'm telling you exactly where the documents are held. That's as much as I need to do, Turok. I don't need to go any further than that.
Who gave the information to those folks? Who gave the information to those folks?
Well, John Carter Brown Library, is the documents that are in there are documents that they were officially written by the slave traders.
This is what I'm trying to say, my brother. The Spanish didn't even go in that. No, but look what I'm trying to show you, my brother. When you said what did you call them? Negros what do you call them? Negros de terra, innit? You said Nick.
Yeah, but cuz let me
2 seconds.
You're not understanding something.
The Spanish, think about it. Listen what I'm saying, my brother. Listen, you even told me in Spanish the name. They call them Negros de terra.
That's right. That's what
that means black land. Black land.
No, listen.
Where was the area? Hold on. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, my brother. 2 seconds. Where is the area where they were talking about?
My brother, I don't know why you're asking these silly questions. Listen to what I just told you. I told you the New England region of America. Yeah. Now, if we're going to get into this properly, go to the John Carter Brown Library. Ask them for the documents. Don't ask me, because I haven't got the document. They've got the document. Wikipedia ain't got the document. Google has not got the document. They will not show the documents to you because they want to steal our land rights. So
but what was it written in Spanish?
No, it wasn't written in Spanish, not all of it. Some of it was written in Portuguese, and they were official diaries and documents which were kept by those conquerors when they came. After they died, their diaries and their documents were passed down, and eventually ended up.
But where did the Portuguese go? Where did the Portuguese go?
The Portuguese went all over.
Brazil. That's where the main Portuguese people was located in. Portuguese and Brazil and Angola.
So are you telling me that Brazil was originally a Portuguese colony? Is that what you believe?
That's how it has been for a very long time, my brother. I'm not lying to you.
I'm asking, what did it start as? Because you're talking from a perspective as you think you know knowledge, yeah? What was Brazil originally? Did it start when the first conquerors came, were they Portuguese?
Yep, especially from Brazil. Especially in the 15th century. Hold on. Especially from the 14th century and the 15th century. It's not Spanish Brazil is. Even the people there today speak Portuguese.
Okay, so you don't know
hold on. The Portuguese have put so much influence into that area that they've never lost the battle of conquering that land in Brazil. They've always been in Brazil.
That still doesn't mean there was the first conquerors there. That's not sufficient evidence.
Not to say they're the first conquerors, but I'm telling you, from the 15th century onwards, is mostly the hold on. Is the Portuguese, it's the Spanish and the Dutch. It's the Spanish and the
I'm not. All right, the Spanish and the Dutch. Yeah. So let's get this
But the
correct.
Portuguese
then,
were
yeah?
the first people in those types of areas, like especially Brazil.
No, they wasn't. No, they wasn't. No, they was not. You people forget about Dutch Brazil, and they forget that the Dutch, yeah, they was taking slaves from so-called Dutch Brazil, taking slaves from the New England region to Angola. Yeah, a lot of these slaves, they escaped and they literally melted into the population because they couldn't tell the difference between the Angolans and the Tupi number. Now, you're telling me that the Tupi number only come from Brazil, and I'm telling you you're misinformed, and I'm telling you where to find the documents. That's good enough. I don't need to do any more than that. Anyone can be misinformed, just like people for centuries have been misinformed about who the Jews are or who the so-called Israelites are, because these Jewish people, you know, they go around saying they refer to themselves as the nation of Israel, when it clearly states in the Bible, beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not. Which means that the Catholics already knew there was a controversy with this whole thing of calling yourself a Jew. They already knew this. So I don't expect any of my brothers who are real Israelites to be referring to themselves as Jew or using any kind of Yiddish or Hebrew references. What we need to be doing is we need to, any Hebrew languages that they stole from us, we need to be taken back and attributing to ourselves. And the Olmecs spoke Olmec languages. The Africans, they didn't speak African, they spoke something else because they wasn't called African. So whatever languages you want to attribute the tribes of Israel that may have come from that region, you know, we have to attribute this so-called Hebrew back to those languages and to our indigenous languages, not to Hebrew. And that's the argument that I'm making. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
How long did this Dutch colony last for in Brazil?
Dutch Brazil, to be honest with you, Torok, yeah, like I don't really know. I just know that it happened.
24 years. 24 years. Just 24
That's right.
years.
But I'm not going to sit here and lie.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
No,
and Torok, you're very.
And this was from the 1630s to the 1654.
Yeah, but Torok,
what I'm trying to say to you, my brother, hold on. What I'm trying to say to you, my brother. The language what you even got your information in is not in Dutch. Is either in Spanish or Portuguese. The Portuguese have been in the Brazil region, South America, for over from the 15th century because they came for gold.
I admitted to that. So the fact of the matter is, like I said, you're very pernickety about small, minute facts, and you want to get into the small, minute details. I don't give a shit about that minute.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, my brother, the people who done a lot of documentation of the tribes and the people there was the Spanish and the Portuguese. That's why it's in Spanish. Hold on. This is why when you listen about the Tupi number, they say Negros de Terra because they're using Spanish or Portuguese languages. It's not Dutch.
That's right. But you still haven't proven that these people didn't live in the New England region. So it's irrelevant.
You haven't proved. You haven't proved they haven't lived in the New England region. You haven't proved.
You lot, man. Let me come in, man. Yo. Let me come in, man. Like you lot been chatting. Let me step in as well, man. Respect.
You can arrive in. No coming in here. No coming in there. Just arrive.
Behave yourself, man. If I take the t-shirt off you, Shifa, blood. Question. My dad's from Jamaica, my mom's from Dominica, yeah?
Carib people.
Yeah, exactly. Kalinago. Yeah, so you have the Kalinago tribe in Dominica that are still there today. Records, it's been recorded that they were never extradited or removed from the island. They've been there all the way through the colonial imposition on the Caribbean.
Yeah.
You can see them today. I can go there. You know what I mean? There's some of Dominica. I might have to pass through the Carib territory and that.
If we hold it on for like, I think it was 40 years or 38 years longer, we would have sort of got through it, basically. Like, it's only really that we were the last people to be colonized in the late Lesser Antilles.
Yeah. My question though is about the so from my understanding, Shifa, like there should be if the Tainos weren't colonized, or there are certain parts of the tribe, the original tribes of the Americas were not colonized, yeah. If they were kind of integrated into society or whatnot and blah blah blah. Where's the remnants of the the either language or the ability to understand the language, even amongst like a group of say 100 of that tribe. So if meaning like if there's ancient text that can be read, there should be some kind of residual memory of the text or an ability to decipher the text amongst the people.
Well, I'm going to get into that with you, yeah? I'm going to get into that with you because I understand there are many languages around the world, yeah, that are only really passed down by oral tradition because there's not a lot of records. The libraries and stuff that held those records were burned, and there's not a lot of people speaking those languages. So the majority of people, because we speak certain languages, there are many languages across the world that have been lost. You know, some of them may be in, you know, ancient France, some of them may be in ancient Greece, some of them may be in many other ancient lands, but they've been lost for a reason because, you know, these other languages have become so dominant that people, to integrate with society, have had to learn the new languages. And then some of them haven't passed on those oral traditions to those children. Some of them have, but it's very difficult, you know, sometimes to keep up with 2 languages. Some people, it's very easy. They're bilingual. They got like 5 different languages, but not everyone, you know, because my grandfather was Cuban, yeah, and he spoke fluent Spanish, but I don't speak a word of Spanish. And this happens. And from the fact we can say that this happens in history, you know, we know it's a possibility that these languages were just naturally lost because these people at some point had to integrate.
Would you say that's because, so there was not, because I'm trying to, and I've been trying to follow like the narrative that you've been putting forward. It's a little bit hard, but maybe you can kind of revise a few things for me as well. Is the reason why the language, you're saying the language has been lost, is because there was no insulation from what's the word I'm looking for? Integration.
Well, these people were in fear of their lives. You know, they had to spend the ones who got away and escaped the colonizers. They had to spend most of their days running, and they was in fear of their life constantly. So when it came a time when, you know, the war and the murdering and the killing kind of calmed down, and, you know, the slavery started to be, you know, reduced, and, you know, certain people were getting their freedom or whatever, I'd imagine that they tried to integrate into that society where people were living free, you know, or, you know, some of them, like I said, they got their independence by being, you know, thrown into the Caribbean, you know, alongside the Africans who were brought in, alongside certain other groups.
Are you saying they gave away their language? They just
well,
you know,
no, I wouldn't say they gave away their land. They were moved off of their land, or their land was taken from them.
Not land, language.
No, they wouldn't have given away their language. They wouldn't have given away their language. But if you're taken into slavery into the Caribbean, yeah, and you speak an indigenous Tupinamba language, yeah, but now you're on the plantation and you got the whip at your back every day, and they only understand English. They don't understand Tupinamba. You're now forced into a position where you have to learn the language of the slave master.
Sorry, 1 second. I want to get through this. This is why I'm saying you might have to go back and either restate what you said, because you swear at some point you said that certain men weren't taken into slavery, and you were talking about the Tainos, yeah?
All right, now I wasn't just talking about the Tainos. Now I'm saying, yeah, some people weren't taken into slavery. They were fighting back, and eventually they would have either got killed off or they would have been running forever. They would have been fleeing for their lives forever, because remember, these conquerors never left the Americas and they were constantly hunting them down. So when we put it in perspective, I don't have to take anything back. What people have to do is they have to accept the truth. And if you can't, if they can't, let me finish, please. If they can't accept the truth, what they can do is, like I said, do what I did, do your research, look up the Indian slave trade, yeah, and find out who these Tupinamba are. Find out the ones who were from New England, you know. Don't just take my word for it. I'd never expect that.
Nah, trust me, no one's taking your word for it, bro. We're trying to understand what you're saying. God, man didn't say
what people have to take in notice, when people came to the Americas, they saw a whole vast new way of life, new products, new all different things. So even the word hamaka, that's even a Taino word and things like that. Barbecue, meaning barbecue, that's another